Starlight shimmered as the bright moon hung high in the sky. Ling leaned back on the recliner, gazing at the certificate in his hand, his face suffused with a mingled joy and melancholy. The certificate was a token of good news from his son Yihong. He had successfully broken through to become a martial artist, and this was his martial artist license. As the child of an ordinary civilian family, for his son to reach the martial artist realm at 16 was already considered an astonishing talent. Ling knew all too well that because of the family's limited means, Yihong had rarely taken any pills beneficial for cultivation and for nourishing blood and qi. He had essentially become a martial artist by relying on hard work and innate talent alone. By rights, with such an outstanding son, a father should feel only joy. Yet precisely because his son was so exceptional, Ling instead felt a vague sense of guilt, as though he were dragging his children down. If Yihong had been born into a better family, he might have broken through to become a martial artist even earlier. Thinking back over the first half of his life, Ling could not help but sigh. He was a transmigrator who in his previous life had lived on a peaceful blue star, only to arrive due to an accident on this blue star, where spiritual energy had revived and ferocious beasts roamed rampant. He had once believed that as a transmigrator he would possess some golden cheat, rise against the heavens, and stand atop the peak. The fantasy had been beautiful, reality was cruel. After crossing over, he had not received any golden finger at all. Only Ling himself trudged forward with difficulty, cultivating inch by inch. He barely managed to break through to martial artist at 25, advanced to intermediate martial artist at 30, and now at 40 had only just squeezed into the ranks of high-level martial artists. Yet he had long passed the golden age for cultivation. Ling could clearly sense his body's functions about to enter a declining phase. In this lifetime, the realm of martial master was beyond his reach. From the perspective of an ordinary person, the first half of Ling's life was not truly bad. He could be considered to have passed at a barely satisfactory level, leading the life of a typical moderately well-off family. His luck, however, was good. The wife who loved him had once been a daughter of a great clan. For the sake of being with him, she had not hesitated to break with her family. They had a son and a daughter, both with fine talent in martial cultivation. Such good fortune often filled Ling's heart with guilt, for he always felt that given his own performance and life, he did not deserve such blessings. If only I could be a little stronger, Ling murmured, clenching his fist. If he had been stronger, his wife would not have had to end things with her family on such a sour note. If he were a little stronger, he could buy more blood-nourishing supplements for his son and daughter, helping them better unleash their martial potential. After a brief moment, Ling exhaled and loosened his fist helplessly. Worn down by the ravages of time, his sharp edges had long been smoothed away. He was no longer that hot-blooded youth who held expectations and fantasies about the future. Ling felt himself growing numb, gradually accepting reality. "Husband, dinner is ready." A gentle voice sounded. It was his wife, Wan. "All right, I'm coming." Ling drew in a deep breath, adjusted his emotions, and put on a smile. He did not wish to bring his negative feelings into the family. Before he even reached the dining room, a rich aroma wafted to his nose. This fragrance carried traces of spiritual energy. Clearly his wife had stewed ferocious beast meat today. Wow, it's ferocious beast meat. Their daughter Yao entered the dining room, her eyes lighting up as she let out a delighted cry. Ferocious beast meat was different from ordinary meat. It contained spiritual energy, had a superior taste, and most importantly helped improve one's constitution and strengthen blood and qi. It was said that in the wealthy families of Jiangqing, ferocious beast meat was served at every meal. This meat was far from cheap. For a moderately well-off family like Ling's, it was reserved for particularly important days. "Your brother passed the martial artist assessment today, so we're having something good to celebrate," said his wife Wan with a gentle smile, wearing an apron and carrying a small pot. Though already 40 thanks to being a martial artist and to her natural beauty, she looked no more than a bit over 30. Wan set the small pot down in the center of the dining table. "Big brother is a martial artist. I'm going to become a martial artist too," Yao declared as she picked up her chopsticks and immediately grabbed a piece of meat. "You will. In the future, our whole family will be martial artists," Yihong said as he sat down, his mood especially bright after passing the martial artist assessment that day. The family gathered around the table, chatting and laughing, harmony and joy filling the air. This atmosphere warmed Ling's heart. Having such a family was a blessing for him. After the evening meal, Ling tidied up the dishes and cleaned everything. Later in their room, after sharing an intimate moment with his wife, Wan nestled against his arm, a trace of hesitation on her face, but in the end she still spoke. "Husband, our son is about to take the college entrance examinations. He's at the age where cultivation is most suitable. In these final few months, he can still make a sprint. If we had some good supplements, he could advance a step further. I was thinking we could go to my father and ask him for some support." The father she spoke of was of course her own. After she voiced this, she watched the changes flit across Ling's expression. She knew that her family looked down on Ling. Every time he went over, he was snubbed and mocked. If they went now to ask for help, Ling would likely be met once again with cold ridicule and sarcastic jabs. Yet their son was precisely at a critical juncture. The step of entering university was crucial. If he could enroll in an excellent martial university, given his talent, it was very possible that he would one day become a martial master or even a great martial master. All right, we can do that. Let's set it for the weekend, Ling said with a smile. Husband, don't take it to heart when the time comes. My family is just like that. Treat it as wind by your ears in one side and out the other. Wan wrapped her arm through Ling's, fully aware of how difficult this was for him. She also knew that although her husband appeared gentle, he was in fact stubborn to the core. Over the years, he had worked himself to the bone, sometimes even taking risks to support the family, yet had never once asked her parents for a single coin. Wan did not wish to make Ling feel aggrieved or embarrassed, but this time truly was a critical moment for their son. It's all right, it's all for our son, he said. Sleep now. Ling gently kissed Wan on the forehead and turned off the light. How could he not know that if he went to ask for money this time, he would likely receive not just cold ridicule and sarcastic jabs, but be thoroughly humiliated? Even so, he believed they would still grant some aid, for Yi Hong was their grandson after all. Though his wife's family was snobbish and looked down on him, they still retained some shred of affection for their own blood. Back then, when his wife had fallen out with her family over him, they had refused to accept Ling no matter what they said, but in the end they still compromised. After the marriage, they even arranged a relatively easy and well-paid job for her. Being humiliated was nothing new by middle age who had not swallowed some indignities. After so many years struggling outside, he had endured plenty of slights, often without gaining any benefit in return. At least if he suffered humiliation at his in-laws' house this time, he could secure some tangible benefit for his son. Lying in bed, Ling thought this way, yet who could truly be willing to be humiliated? In the end, everything was simply something he could not escape. Alas, weakness itself was a sin. Just as Ling sighed and prepared to sleep, a majestic voice resounded in his mind. Energy storage complete. Middle-aged rise system is now loading and activating. Please wait. A majestic voice resounded in his mind, stirring tumultuous emotions in Ling, who had just fallen asleep. As a traveler from another time, he knew all too well what this voice portended. Could it be that my low spirits today have led to a hallucination? After the inner storm, Ling's first reaction was to suspect he was merely hearing things. Regarding the system, ever since his traversal, he had fantasized countless times, imagining a golden key akin to those in his past life's novels that would grant him invincibility. But with time and the relentless honing of reality, Ling had long abandoned such fantasies, now regarding his former thoughts as laughably naive. System activation successful, bestowing the Stage 1 ability of 100-fold cultivation amplification. The Stage 2 ability will be unlocked upon attaining Da Wu Shi status. Yet the voice echoed once more in Ling's mind, and a surge of heat swept through his entire body. This time, there was no mistaking it as illusion. It's real, truly real, he murmured, overwhelmed by joy as his body trembled with excitement. Eager to verify it all, Ling shed his covers and rose from the bed. Husband, what's wrong? Asked Wan with a trace of concern. Nothing, I'm just heading to the study, Ling replied as he recovered himself and proceeded towards the study. In the study, determined to test the 100-fold amplification proclaimed by the voice, he activated his cultivation technique and began to practice. At the very moment he set his technique in motion, he felt an unceasing influx of spiritual energy surging into him, causing his blood to boil and his entire body to radiate heat. Empowered by this mighty blood energy, Ling seemed to shatter an invisible bondage as torrents of heat enveloped him, and a formidable strength sprang forth from every limb. At the center of his dantian, an extraordinary force was born. Spiritual power. I have broken through to Wu Shi. Ling trembled uncontrollably, scarcely believing that after years of stagnation, the elusive status of Wu Shi, once deemed unreachable, had finally been attained. While a martial artist is defined by a robust surge of blood energy, ascending to Wu Shi requires not only enhanced blood power, but crucially the emergence of spiritual power. In both offense and defense, once spiritual power is infused, potency and lethality are tremendously amplified. Yet the breakthrough to Wu Shi is arduous, for condensing spiritual power demands an instantaneous vast supply of blood energy. To achieve such a standard, one must either possess an exceptional aptitude that allows the abundant absorption of spiritual energy with each activation of the technique, or resort to ingesting priceless celestial and terrestrial treasures to externally supply the massive blood energy needed for condensing spiritual power. Such conditions are exceedingly rare. Thus, in Jiang City, the proportion of Wu Shi to martial artists is vastly disproportionate, and their social statuses are worlds apart. High-level martial artists like the former Ling, although not ubiquitous, were far from rare. their incomes barely sustaining a modest middle-class life. But once one ascends to Wushi, the elevation in status is significant, propelling one into the upper tiers of Jiang City's middle class. The hundredfold amplification is real, Ling murmured, a tear glistening at the corner of his eye. Over 20 years since his traversal, he had never imagined that the system would awaken at such a moment. Although his innate aptitude was ordinary under the hundredfold amplification, his potential improved instantaneously. His efficiency in absorbing spiritual energy soared, enabling him to amass enormous blood energy and break through to Wushi in one go. Now armed with the system and having attained Wushi, Ling's mindset began to shift. The passion once smothered by life's hardships was slowly rekindled. The Ling of old was a far cry from who he had become. Having traversed from a hellish beginning, with no parent's average cultivation aptitude and no fortuitous encounters, his past was mired in despair. Yet despite these hardships, Ling, with his bold and combative spirit, ventured into the wilderness to hunt ferocious beasts, teetering repeatedly between life and death, and persevered to become a martial artist. Had it not been for his later marriage and the formation of a family, with children, bonds, and responsibilities, Ling might have lingered in the wilderness until his end. Now that I've broken through to Wushi, there's no need to beg my parents' sin-law. I can secure a bank loan to buy cultivation supplements for my son. And besides, Yao has also entered her cultivation stage. She too deserves gentle supplements. After breaking through to Wushi, Ling began to plan for his future. Before this breakthrough, obtaining a loan meant mortgaging his home and bearing daunting repayment pressures. Now, as a Wushi with merely the assessment passed and his certificate in hand, he could secure a bank loan directly without collateral, his title itself a testament to his repayment capacity. Moreover, ascending to Wushi would greatly boost his earnings, alleviating any repayment concerns. With the system by his side, Ling believed that Wushi was merely a stepping stone to even loftier heights. With the hundredfold amplification, I wonder if my comprehension has also been enhanced, Ling mused, aware that intellectual understanding of martial arts was as integral to cultivation as physical prowess. Then Ling retrieved a stone tablet from the bookshelf inscribed with Jiuchong Zhan Dao, ninefold battle saber. It was an art he had inadvertently acquired in the wilderness, a martial technique of exquisite profundity of which he had attained only its first level. Even so, with his mastery of the saber technique, Ling stood nearly unmatched among high-level martial artists capable of single-handedly hunting down a top-tier beast servant. For this very reason, the art was deemed too profound for sale. Its value was so immense that if ever put on the market, it would fetch a sky-high price, far beyond what his family could bear. As the saying goes, an ordinary man who owns treasure is doomed by his possession, so Ling never flaunted this martial art to others. Its secret was shared only between him and his wife. The method of comprehending this martial art was rather unique, requiring one to quietly meditate upon the artistic conception etched on the stone tablet. Previously, Ling had painstakingly refined his understanding to grasp only the first level. Once again, as he delved deeply into the essence of its artistic conception, Ling found himself utterly captivated by the martial art, within losing all sense of time as he incessantly rehearsed the moves in his mind. Concerned by her husband's prolonged absence from the bed, his wife Chiu Wan quietly tiptoed to the study. Upon seeing Ling deeply engrossed in deciphering the stone tablet, she exhaled a quiet sigh of relief. She assumed that her husband, vexed by the need to borrow money from his parents, had turned to practicing martial arts as a means to alleviate his suppressed frustrations. Choosing not to disturb him, Chiu Wan closed the door and returned to their room. Unconsciously, as time passed, and Ling reopened his eyes, his face glowed with joy. What once had seemed abstruse and inscrutable now unfolded before him as effortlessly as the simple acts of eating and drinking. He had now comprehended the essence of the first 4 levels. As for the remaining 5, their realms were far too lofty for him to grasp. Ling was completely detached from that higher realm, utterly ignorant of its intricacies, and no matter how keen his intuition, without a foundation of knowledge, comprehension remained elusive. It was akin to expecting an exceptionally gifted 3-year-old to solve the pinnacle problems of modern research. Without a foundation of accumulated knowledge, such feats were simply impossible. On the morning of the next day, Chiu Wanqing woke up early, and Ling revealed that he had made a breakthrough. Wi-Fi broke through to Martial Master last night. Ling extended his hand, and spiritual energy radiated from his palm. Look at the brilliance of my spiritual energy. Chiu Wanqing covered her mouth, her face showing surprise and disbelief. She was somewhat aware of her husband's talent. At his age, it was difficult to make further progress. She never expected him to surprise her today. Ling chuckled. I don't know why, but last night during my training, I felt particularly energetic, my blood boiling, and I just broke through. Chiu Wanqing didn't doubt him much, as she thought Ling must have been stimulated last night, too excited, and coincidentally broke through to Martial Master. Such things weren't impossible, on the edge of life and death, or with heightened emotions. Miracles could happen in certain special circumstances. Wife, I have scheduled the Martial Master assessment. If I pass, I can apply for a loan with the Martial Master certificate, so I won't need to borrow money from my parents. Ling expressed his thoughts. Qiu Wanqing shook her head, saying, You know I don't advocate for spending in advance. My parents aren't short of this bit of money. Yi Hong and Yi Yao are their grandchildren, so what's wrong with giving a little support? My elder brother and sister have received plenty of support from our parents. Qiu Wanqing's words carried a hint of resentment. Over the years, her parents had supported her brother and sister's families considerably, yet offered little to her own. They're all children, why such severe favoritism? Besides, my parents have always looked down on you, right? Now that you have broken through to Martial Master, shouldn't you go show off to them and hold your head high? Qiu Wanqing made a valid point. Ling decided to follow his wife's wishes, but he cautioned, In that case, let's keep my breakthrough a secret for now and not tell your parents. All right. Qiu Wanqing understood Ling's thoughts and agreed. Although he had made a breakthrough, he still had to attend. Since leaving the wilderness area and no longer being a wilderness hunter, Ling had been working at a martial arts gym in Jiangxing. Tianyao Martial Arts Gym was one of the larger gyms in Jiangxing, ranked third in size, only behind the national chain Xianting Martial Arts Gym and the Xinguang Martial Arts Gym's branch in Jiangxing. Beep. After clocking in at the gym's entrance, Ling entered the gym. As the third largest gym in Jiangxing, it occupied a substantial area with several high-tech metal buildings. Brother Yi, good morning. Master Yi, good morning. Ling had a pleasant personality and a sense of responsibility, and he was well liked at the gym. Upon entering, many acquaintances greeted him. Ling responded to each one. Due to the threat of ferocious beasts, the martial arts trend had become prevalent. Most families with some means sent their children to learn at martial arts gyms. As Ling arrived at the gym and changed into his work uniform, a tall, skinny, middle-aged man approached him. Ling, come to my office for a moment. This tall, skinny, middle-aged man was Ling's superior Wu Hao, who was also a high-level martial artist. All right. Ling followed Wu Hao into the office. After brewing a cup of tea and sipping it silently for a moment, Wu Hao addressed Ling. Ling, you've been around the gym for a while and understand its development. Right now, Xianting Martial Arts Gym and Xinguang Martial Arts Gym are putting considerable pressure on us, and our gym's performance has declined significantly entering a cold winter. Hearing this, Ling furrowed his brows slightly. When a leader spoke such words to an employee, it usually meant either layoffs or salary cuts. So Ling took the initiative to ask, Is the gym planning to lay me off? Wu Hao wore a forced smile and said, Ling, you've been a veteran here. How could we abandon you? It's just that the company isn't performing well, and we hope you can work together with us by voluntarily accepting a salary reduction. Salary reduction? Ling sneered inwardly. The pay for frontline coaches was already not high, and the ones who truly deserved a salary cut were the management. For instance, his supervisor, who hardly ever taught students, had a salary twice as high as Ling's. He attained this position merely through connections. The company's decline in performance was indeed true, especially with the significant pressure from Xianting and Xinguang martial arts gyms. However, the issue of salary cuts had not been hinted at before. It seemed to be a decision made from above, and he might be among the first to be informed. The reason for targeting people like him was simply because they knew that people in their middle age with 2 children to raise were under considerable pressure and most likely to compromise. After all, even if Ling were laid off now, finding a job wouldn't be an issue, but finding a satisfactory one would be difficult. Although his salary would be cut at the gym overall, it was still bearable. Previously, Ling would have been furious and irate, but ultimately, he would have had to compromise. However, now that Ling was a martial master, finding a better job would be easy. I want to accept a salary cut. If the company thinks I'm not capable, they can lay me off. Ling said decisively. His firm words left Wu Hao stunned. He didn't expect the usually easygoing Ling to be so assertive. However, Wu Hao assumed that Ling was merely putting on a brave front to intimidate him, so he sneered. Ling, you've been with us for a considerable time, and your income is decent. It's only a temporary salary cut, and while your income may decrease, it will still be acceptable. If you leave to find another job, it will be difficult to find one that offers the same pay as the gym. Moreover, it's just a temporary salary cut. Once the gym's earnings improve, we will restore your salary. Think it over carefully. Wu Hao leaned back in his chair, projecting a false sense of having the upper hand. No need to think. If the gym wants to lay me off, just provide the severance pay as per the normal standards. I will sign without hesitation, Ling replied casually. Ling's nonchalant attitude made Wu Hao's expression darken. He felt that Ling was challenging his authority. He enjoyed seeing middle-aged pillars bowing to him, but he never expected the other party to disregard his power. The gym has tried to retain you, having shown enough benevolence. Since you insist on leaving the gym, we'll terminate your employment. Go to the HR department for your dismissal procedures. Wu Hao decided to use Ling as a warning to others reluctant to accept salary cuts. At the HR department, Ling's dismissal procedures attracted many onlookers. as the first batch of employees targeted some had already compromised leaking the news. Soon after, Ling followed his superior to the HR department, likely to process his resignation. After completing the procedures, many observed Ling's cool and defiant demeanor, feeling a mix of envy and resignation. Ling, I want to see what kind of good job you can find after leaving the gym. Don't forget to share with your old colleagues, Wu Hao said with a cold smile, his voice purposefully loud, as if to announce his authority to those around. Not planning to yet. I have scheduled my martial master assessment, and once I obtain the certificate, I will definitely treat my old colleagues to a celebration. As he spoke, the brilliance of spiritual energy radiated from Ling. As Ling's spiritual power radiated around him, the onlookers displayed expressions of envy and surprise. At the age of 42, Ling had surprisingly taken another step forward, breaking through to become a martial master. The glow of spiritual power, martial master. Wu Hao's mind was buzzing and his smile gradually faded. He never expected Ling to break through to a martial master. Martial masters are far more precious than martial artists. Especially Ling, a martial master with rich practical experience and teaching ability, is highly sought after by various martial arts schools in Jiang City. Martial artists are not worth much. Even high-level martial artists are quite common in martial arts schools. However, martial masters are highly valued, being the core target for talent acquisition among major martial arts schools. If the higher-ups knew that they had dismissed a martial master, no matter his connections, the fury would be unbearable. Ling, can we talk again? Wu Hao forced a smile, trying to salvage the situation. However, Ling leaped down from the third floor without looking back, landing steadily and departing gracefully. Seeing Ling move so gracefully, many middle-aged onlookers revealed envious glances. How they wished they could be as carefree as Ling at this moment, but unfortunately, their limited strength prevented them from doing so. Ling originally planned to apply for a promotion and raise after obtaining his martial master certification. As long as the martial arts school offered reasonable treatment considering the years of friendship and his familiarity with the environment, he didn't want to join the other two martial arts schools. However, he did not expect that the martial arts school would find him and ask him to take a pay cut. Since the school disregarded their past relationship, he saw no need to reminisce about that so-called friendship. What matters now is to pass the martial master assessment and obtain the certification. This certificate is an acknowledgement of strength by the current official background check system of the Great Xia. Only those who possess the certification are considered true martial masters. This procedure mainly tests the combat ability of the martial masters to prevent situations where individuals rely on pills or rare treasures to break through but lack actual combat strength. After all, society is more forgiving towards the strong, hoping that these individuals can stand up to protect society at critical moments rather than merely judging based on their realm. Before the martial master assessment, there is a preliminary evaluation. This preliminary evaluation tests whether you are truly a martial master with two criteria: whether you possess spiritual power and whether your strength meets the standard. The strength of a normal junior martial master should be around 10,000 pounds, equivalent to 5,000 kilograms. Ling originally planned to come after work to take this preliminary evaluation. Since he had been dismissed, he decided to go directly. In Jiang City, the Martial Artist Assessment Center loomed before Ling, a massive circular building. This is the Martial Artist Assessment Center, where preliminary evaluations for both martial artists and martial masters are conducted. To ensure safety and maintain order, there are specialized soldiers patrolling with loaded firearms. The bullets here are not ordinary but specially reinforced, capable of killing martial artists. Many come here daily for the preliminary assessments, often lining up for a long time. Although there is only one room for testing martial masters, the queue is much shorter. After all, martial masters are relatively rare in Jiang City. On the martial artist side, some people emerged from the room excited and flushed, while others appeared pale and Ling could tell at a glance that those who did not even pass the preliminary assessment were mostly blood weak, clearly enhanced by drugs. Drugs and rare treasures can assist in cultivation, but if one only relies on drugs without proper cultivation, it leads to weakness in blood energy. The realm may rise, but the strength fails to manifest. As those taking the martial master preliminary assessment moved quickly, he soon entered the assessment room. The room is monitored without dead angles and contains two instruments. One instrument is for testing spiritual power, while the other tests strength. The staff first confirmed Ling's identity and then began to announce the rules. Preliminary rules: first, conduct the spiritual power test by channeling your own spiritual power into the instrument. If the instrument lights up, it indicates a pass. Next is the strength assessment. During the strength test, you must strike continuously 10 times. We will take the average. If the average exceeds 10,000 pounds, it is considered a pass. Remember, it must be continuous without stopping or the result will be void. After the staff finished speaking, Ling nodded in acknowledgement and approached the instrument for testing spiritual power. Ling grasped the spiritual power testing instrument, and channeled his power into it, causing the instrument to glow, indicating a pass. The staff showed no change in expression. Anyone coming to test for the martial master preliminary assessment surely possessed spiritual power. Next, the strength test was the main event. A martial artist who relied on drugs might strike 10,000 pounds with full force, but achieving an average over 10 strikes that exceeds 10,000 pounds would be somewhat challenging. Even Ling felt a bit nervous. After breaking through to martial master, he had not tested his strength and was unsure if he could meet the standard. Logically speaking, since he broke through to martial master without drugs, his strength should meet the standard, right? Prepare, start, said the staff beside him. Ling took a deep breath, entering a challenging state, his arms almost continuously striking as he unleashed 10 punches in the blink of an eye. Bang, bang, bang. As Ling's fist struck the machine, the digital display above started to rapidly increase. The 10 sets of numbers surged from 0 to 3,000, and they continued to rise swiftly. The staff remained calm, as it was normal for those taking the assessment for martial masters to display such strength. Soon all 10 numbers broke through to 10,000. However, after the staff nodded, they noticed the numbers were still climbing. Most of the 10 sets of numbers exceeded 15,000, 20,000. Ultimately, all 10 sets surpassed 20,000. The lowest was 23,000, while the highest reached 26,000. Upon witnessing this, the staff were taken aback. All 10 sets of numbers were over 20,000, qualifying for the standards of a mid-level martial master. Yet this individual had just tested spiritual power and clearly was only a junior martial master. Could he be someone with awakened talent? The staff's eyes widened in astonishment, looking at Ling with a newfound perspective. If he was indeed someone with awakened talent, then there was room for further growth in the future, and he could even become a great martial master. Not only were the staff shocked, but Ling himself was also astonished. His average strength could reach at least 23,000. How could his strength have skyrocketed to such an extent? Ling had estimated his average strength to be only around 12,000 or 13,000, but he never expected to reach the level of 23,000. Could it be that after obtaining the system, the blood energy and spiritual power I cultivate are different from those of ordinary cultivators? At this point, Ling could only offer such an explanation. Sir, this is your temporary qualification certificate for martial artists. May I ask which date you would like to schedule for the official martial artist assessment? The staff member cheerfully handed the certificate to Ling. The person in front of him had an average power level exceeding 20,000, making it a breeze to pass the martial artist assessment. When is the next martial artist assessment? Friday, he replied. Let's go with Friday then. Ling thought for a moment before answering. All right, we will process your appointment right away. Please cooperate with the identification, sir. After completing the appointment with the staff, Ling put away the temporary qualification certificate and left the room. As he stepped out of the room, the expressions of those queuing for the martial artist preliminary assessment revealed that they clearly knew he had passed, and they all showed envious looks. As a martial artist, Ling was already considered a person of significance. Not to mention, the monthly national subsidy benefits for martial artists could easily rival those of ordinary martial artists. Moreover, once one became a martial artist, various industries would compete to recruit them. As soon as Ling stepped out of the assessment room, several individuals approached him. Sir, I am a staff member from the Xianing Martial Arts Gym. Have you considered becoming a coach at our gym? The salary and benefits will definitely satisfy you. Sir, I am from the Holy Light Martial Arts Gym. Sir, I am from Xuanda Security Company. Several companies extended their olive branches to Ling, showcasing the difference in treatment between martial artists and ordinary fighters. Everyone, I would like to focus my energy on the martial artist assessment for now, thank you. Ling politely declined their offers. They recognized him as a martial artist and did not pursue him further. As a martial artist, Ling had a certain level of pride. If he were to negotiate, it would have to be with those in higher management positions. Of course, he was not particularly anxious about finding a job at the moment. After testing his average power, Ling felt no worries about the upcoming martial artist assessment. Not to mention that he had ample battle experience in the past, with an average strength starting at 23,000. Slaying ferocious beasts in the martial artist assessment would be effortless. Ling even felt that with his current strength combined with the ninefold battle blade, he could defeat intermediate martial artists and perhaps even challenge advanced martial artists. Upon returning home, Ling informed his wife about his dismissal. Although surprised, she did not say much. Now that Ling was a martial artist, he could easily find work. After lunch, Ling headed to the virtual training center to train. The so-called virtual training center was developed from an ancient relic, leading to the bulk production of virtual simulators. When this simulator was introduced, it caused a great stir. It could scan your entire body for a 100% simulation, allowing your consciousness to enter a virtual world. In the virtual world, you could set your challenges and combat scenarios. This was crucial as there wasn't enough open space in the city for martial artists to fully unleash their combat skills. Many martial artists had pitifully little real combat experience. However, the emergence of virtual simulators allowed people to experience battles against martial artists of the same rank or ferocious beasts within the virtual training center. Although this simulation might still have slight differences from real-life life-and-death battles, it was sufficient to cultivate one's combat abilities, preventing them from being caught off guard and rendered helpless in a disaster. Ling entered the room of the training center, picked up a helmet, lay back on a specially designed chair, and put on the helmet. Soon Ling found himself in a blank space where numerous virtual panel options emerged before him. Ling opened his saved records, which automatically generated a combat scenario for him, then issued a command with his consciousness. Select Combat Beginner Beast Soldier Level. The Beginner Beast Soldier level was equivalent to a martial artist among humans. Quickly the scene changed, and Ling found himself in a duel arena, facing a ferocious beast covered in black scales. Black-scaled beast. Ling recognized the ferocious beast as the black-scaled beast. It was the most common beast soldier-level ferocious beast. In his previous self, encountering such a beast would have meant he would avoid it at all costs, but now things were different. The simulated black-scaled beast was vividly lifelike, filled with ferocity and malevolence, lunging straight at Ling. Ling activated his footwork and charged forward, his speed and strength erupting, a man and beast intertwining. In the next moment, the black-scaled beast's body dissipated. Instant kill. So easy. At that moment, even Ling was taken aback. He did not expect to effortlessly eliminate a black-scaled beast. When the earlier black-scaled beast charged at him, in Ling's perspective, it had flaws everywhere, and during their confrontation, his power completely overwhelmed the beast. 10 Beginner Beast Soldier Black-Scaled Beasts. Ling issued another command. 10 Beginner Beast Soldier Black-Scaled Beasts appeared around Ling. The 10 black-scaled beasts launched a coordinated attack on Ling. Ling executed his footwork, moving with an enchanting grace, and it was challenging for the 10 black-scaled beasts to land a hit on him. He noticed that when the black-scaled beasts attacked him, he instinctively made evasive reactions, and this instinct seemed to enlighten him. Thus, Ling chose not to attack, but rather allowed the black-scaled beasts to attack him freely. While dodging, Ling made no attempts to counter, perfectly evading the attacks of the black-scaled beasts repeatedly. His footwork became increasingly graceful, with each dodge reaching new extremes. This was not because Ling was becoming more strained, but rather a demonstration of his improved mastery over his movements. As he gained better control, each seemingly perilous dodge was actually calculated. After about 10 minutes, Ling suddenly drew his blade, the light of the blade sweeping across, and an invisible wave of energy spread, annihilating all 10 black-scaled beasts. 1 Advanced Beast Soldier. Ling took a deep breath and suddenly issued a command. He directly skipped the intermediate beast soldier and wanted to test his limits to see if he could challenge an advanced beast soldier. As Ling shouted for the advanced beast soldier, a roar filled with ferocity erupted. A massive tiger with fiery patterns all over its body appeared. This ferocious beast, the giant tiger, had mutated. Its tail bore special scales that radiated power. If struck, even an intermediate martial artist would perish on the spot. As the giant tiger manifested, it swiftly pounced toward Ling, its speed astonishing, nearly catching Ling off guard. The tiger leaped down the mountain, and with a single bound, Ling narrowly avoided it. After dodging this charge, Ling felt his adrenaline spike and his breathing quicken. This was the realism of the virtual space, nearly 100% simulation, making one feel as if they were in a real environment. After missing its strike, the giant tiger turned and lunged again. This time, Ling chose not to dodge. All his blood energy erupted as he swung his blade, fiercely clashing head-on with the giant tiger. Boom! After the collision between man and beast, Ling's body was sent flying, skidding across the ground before stabilizing himself. Directly clashing with an advanced beast soldier was still somewhat lacking. Then I will unleash the ninefold battle blade. Ling took a deep breath and prepared to use the ninefold battle blade, eager to see if he could kill an advanced beast soldier with all his strength. The ninefold battle blade. As Ling unleashed the ninefold battle blade, an invisible aura emanated from his body. Boom! This time Ling took the initiative to attack with the ninefold battle blade. The spiritual power and blood energy catalyzed a unique resonance, striking down with a single slash. The claws of the ferocious tiger gathered flames, slamming down onto the battle blade. However, this time it was not Ling who was sent flying, but the ferocious tiger showed a pained expression, blood appearing on its claws as its body staggered backward. Ling executed a swift movement, pursuing relentlessly, each slash following the last like a tiger. The spiritual power circulated within Ling in a unique manner, making each slash stronger than the last. When that aura reached its peak, Ling suddenly roared. Ninefold battle blade, third fold. With a single slash, the power exploded after being amplified layer upon layer, directly cleaving the ferocious tiger in front of him in two. Huff, huff, huff. Ling gasped for breath at the spot, as his current cultivation level had reached its limit in executing the ninefold battle blade to the third fold. However, the power far exceeded what Ling had anticipated. A single slash could slay a high-level beast soldier. If this news were to spread, it would surely leave many in shock. The gap between martial masters is much greater than that between martial artists, making it rare to challenge beyond one's rank, let alone slay 2 ranks higher. Unexpectedly at middle age, he could still encounter such an opportunity. Ling's excitement was something few could comprehend. Over the years, he had worked hard, and behind the harmony of his family, he had also endured many disdainful glances. In the workplace, he had to be subservient to clients and flatter superiors who were beneath him in skill. During family gatherings, he often faced disdain from his father-in-law and mother-in-law, enduring their mockery and sarcasm. If not for his virtuous wife and obedient children, Ling would have found it difficult to continue. Yet because of his wife's goodness and his children's efforts, he often felt a bit guilty. In such an environment, Ling felt repressed and pained, accumulating a great deal of frustration. Now at last he could see the fruits of his labor. With the system, he would surely step into a higher realm and perhaps reach the pinnacle of humanity. Regaining his passionate mindset, Ling calmed his excitement and exited the virtual tower. In the following 2 days, he quietly awaited the arrival of the Martial Master Assessment. On Friday morning, Ling arrived at the Martial Artist Assessment Center. Special vehicles would take them to the Martial Master Assessment site. The site was not in the city but in the wilderness, as only the wilderness harbored ferocious beasts. On the vehicle, there were fewer than 20 individuals participating in the Martial Master Assessment, indicating the scarcity of martial masters in Jiang City. Of course, the assessment would not be open solely for fewer than 20 people. Martial masters from nearby cities would also participate. Currently, there are 6 base cities in the Great Xia, and the base city, where Ling is now located, is called Tiannan Base City. Tiannan Base City consists of 12 cities, with Jiang City being just one of them. Old brother, you don't look too young. How old are you? A slightly rotund man sitting next to Ling appeared to be around the same age. In my early 40s. Ling did not hide this. Such information could easily be found out by anyone who cared to look. In your early 40s, breaking through to Martial Master, brother, that's quite lucky. The man was slightly surprised. Generally, after 40, the probability of breaking through to Martial Master greatly decreases. He then continued, actually, I'm about the same. I'm 39 this year. Thanks to my business, I bought some restorative blood-enhancing medicines, barely managing to push through to Martial Master. As for the practical assessment, I don't know if I can pass. I haven't fought anyone for over a decade. Although he had trained in practical combat a few times in the virtual hall, the effects weren't particularly significant, as virtual and real combat are fundamentally different. The man felt a bit melancholic, having invested heavily, even taking out loans to buy the medicines. It was all to ensure that after breaking through to Martial Master, his status would rise a level, making business dealings easier. If he couldn't obtain the Martial Master certificate, that would be a huge loss. During the actual combat, don't panic, trust yourself. Ling was unsure what else to say, so he could only offer some symbolic comfort. We are starting to feel a bit old. To look at the young ones. I estimate that Martial Master in the front row is not even 30 yet. The man looked enviously at the youth sitting in the front row. The young man appeared to be in his 20s, a hint of arrogance on his face, and he was dressed in brand-name clothes, clearly from a well-off family. It's normal to be arrogant. It's rare to be able to take the Martial Master assessment in one's 20s. If it were them, their noses would be in the air. Most on the vehicle were in their 30s, which is the most common age for breaking through to Martial Master. It's very rare for someone like the young man in the front to break through to Martial Master in their 20s. Such individuals are considered geniuses with great hopes of advancing to great Martial Master in the future. On the other hand, Ling, who broke through to Martial Master at 40, is also quite rare. After about 2 hours, the special vehicle entered the Martial Master Assessment Area. The Martial Master Assessment Area was also within the military camp. After disembarking, everyone could see soldiers training in neat formation. All these soldiers were martial artists, and some of the leading squad leaders and instructors were even martial masters. After all, as the front line against ferocious beasts, the military camp is where the most experts gather. These soldiers and officers exuded a kind of killing intent, a presence that could only come from those who had fought on the battlefield. What a nostalgic scent, Ling said, lightly inhaling the bloody smell in the air, seemingly recalling the feeling of hunting in the wilderness back in the day. Once the people from Jiang City arrived, individuals from several nearby cities also began to gather. Ultimately, about 100 people were assembled here. As noon approached, the martial masters present surrendered their communication devices and donned the equipment issued by the military camp. During the assessment, bringing personal equipment was prohibited, as the purpose of the assessment was to test combat strength and prevent anyone from using superior equipment to cheat. After getting dressed, each person was also issued a watch. In case of a crisis, pressing the watch would summon support. Once everyone was outfitted, an officer began to speak. This officer was in his 30s with a robust vitality, having reached the level of advanced martial master and had a certain chance of advancing to great martial master in the future. When someone like him spoke, even the somewhat rebellious martial masters present fell quiet. I'll keep my words short. I'm here to announce the rules. You will be deployed to an abandoned ancient town to fight ferocious beasts. Most of the ferocious beasts released in the ancient town are Quasi-beast soldiers, with a small portion being low-level beast soldiers. The assessment duration is 24 hours. The standard for passing is to individually hunt 10 Quasi-beast soldiers or individually hunt 1 low-level beast soldier. During the assessment, cooperation is prohibited, and the entire ancient town is monitored with cameras and patrolling drones. They do not think about cheating. Now I announce that the martial master assessment begins. A convoy of military vehicles drove in, promptly taking everyone to the outskirts of the assessment. In the secluded ancient town, Ling stepped in with a battle knife in hand. The martial artist assessment was not particularly difficult, and most of the creatures unleashed were merely Quasi-beast soldiers. As long as one was a competent martial artist with some practical combat ability, passing was quite simple. For Ling, it felt more like going through the motions, so he was quite relaxed. Upon entering the ancient town, the first ferocious beast he encountered was a gray-skinned creature resembling a lizard. However, this beast was significantly larger than an ordinary lizard, measuring nearly 2 meters in length with gray horns atop its head. This ferocious beast appeared to be merely a Quasi-beast soldier, not yet a true beast soldier. The moment it spotted Ling, it charged directly at him. Yet from Ling's perspective, its movements were sluggish. He sidestepped and countered with a slash from his knife, the overwhelming force cleaving it in two effortlessly. After slaying the lizard, Ling took its horn as a trophy. With the defeat of one ferocious beast, he continued on his path. Similar scenes erupted throughout other areas of the ancient town. Compared to Ling's ease in dispatching a beast soldier, other martial artists seemed to face a bit more difficulty. However, those who were able to enter the assessment were still martial artists, and the majority could handle the situation. As battles raged in the ancient town, numerous surveillance screens in a building within the military camp displayed everything happening in the town. A dozen personnel held documents as they monitored the footage. These individuals were not simple figures, they were all advanced martial artists. Their purpose for being there was to select true talents. While martial artists were considered talents, ordinary ones could be recruited by regular mid-tier personnel at the martial arts hall without requiring their direct involvement. They were there to find those with greater potential and unique attributes. This young man is not bad, only 25 years old and already a martial artist. His combat techniques seem decent with potential for development. This person is also acceptable. Although he only broke through to a martial artist at 32, his combat experience is rich. He took less than 3 minutes to kill a primary beast soldier, showing certain future potential. At times, these 12 individuals exchanged views, occasionally shaking their heads in judgment. This person's combat power is incredible. He nearly instantaneously defeated a primary beast soldier. One person observed on the monitor as a middle-aged man wielding a battle knife swiftly dispatched a primary beast soldier. His combat power is impressive, but unfortunately he is too old. A 42-year-old martial artist, he will likely remain a primary martial artist for life. The person next to him glanced at the middle-aged man's profile, Ling, and shook his head. Combat experience and martial arts can be gradually cultivated later, but age is a significant limitation, making potential insufficient, which is challenging. Others nodded in agreement. They had also noticed Ling, whose strikes were swift and powerful, clearly not an ordinary primary martial artist. The only drawback is his age. At Fortitwo, it is evident he has exhausted his potential, relying on luck to break through to a martial artist. However, one individual from the Xianing Martial Arts Hall had a different perspective. He firmly believed that there must be something to excavate from Ling. Both his movement techniques and martial arts were executed with remarkable finesse. This indicated that his understanding of martial arts was quite exceptional. The coaches the Martial Arts Hall needed placed great importance on martial comprehension, since they had to teach a diverse range of individuals. As time passed, Ling continued to battle in the ancient town, the glint of his blade flashing as he left no ferocious beast with a chance to survive. Ugh, this is dull. The ferocious beasts in the martial artist assessment are all too weak. Ling shook his head after slaying a primary beast soldier. To him, primary beast soldiers posed no threat whatsoever. Forget it, I'll rest and wait for the assessment to conclude. Ling did not choose to seek out more prey, as to him such actions held no interest. The assessment in the ancient town continued, nearly lasting until noon the next day. As it approached at that moment, a gray-white beast soldier wolf in the ancient town, having consumed the carcass of its kind, began to heat up, emanating a powerful aura. This beast soldier wolf let out a howl. Its originally gray-white fur gradually transforming into a silvery white. The people watching the surveillance screens suddenly changed their expressions. Not good. This beast soldier wolf harbors the bloodline of the silver moon wolf. After devouring a beast soldier earlier, its bloodline happened to be activated, and it has now broken through to a mid-level beast soldier. They shouted in alarm. For those who had just broken through to martial artists, a mid-level beast soldier was clearly a boss-level threat. Quick alert the military and send someone in to eliminate it. Although casualties were permitted during the martial artist assessment, it was unavoidable. However, if a large-scale casualty occurred due to unexpected circumstances, there would still be accountability. Now everyone hoped that a military expert would find it before any unfortunate soul encountered this mid-level beast soldier. Wait, what is that person doing? It seems he is heading towards the location of the silver moon wolf. Someone noticed Ling making his way towards the silver moon wolf. Is he planning to challenge a mid-level beast soldier? A terrifying thought crossed everyone's minds, and they quickly shook their heads. Wasn't it suicidal for a newly promoted primary martial artist to challenge a mid-level beast soldier? In reality, Ling had rushed over after hearing the howl of the silver moon wolf and sensing its stronger aura compared to ordinary primary beast soldiers. Upon arriving at the source of the sound, Ling indeed spotted the silver moon wolf, a mid-level beast soldier. Has it broken through? Ling was slightly surprised, not expecting a ferocious beast to break through at the assessment site. When the silver moon wolf saw Ling, its eyes revealed hatred. It was these humans who had captured it and brought it here. Damn it, they all deserve to die. Blinded by hatred, the silver moon wolf let out a howl and charged towards Ling at incredible speed. This person is really seeking death. Those outside the monitor chuckled and shook their heads. Knowing there was a powerful, ferocious beast present, he still chose to seek death. He truly believed that after killing a few primary beast soldiers, he was invincible in the world. Only the person in charge of the Shanting Martial Arts Hall kept a close watch on the monitor. He did not regard Ling as a foolish person rushing to death. His initiative indicated he had confidence in his own strength. As the silver moon wolf rushed towards him, Ling felt a surge of excitement. This fervor was slightly different from the virtual world. After all, this was real life with no chances for a restart. In the virtual world, being killed by a ferocious beast could simply be reset, but in reality, there were no resets. Death was final. Boom. Ling's entire body erupted with spiritual energy and blood vitality, unleashing an incredible speed as he executed the ninefold battle knife, the second strike, meeting the silver moon wolf heathen. As man and beast collided, a violent force surged outward, leading to a scene no one had anticipated. The battle knife forcefully tore through the silver moon wolf's striking claws, were sent flying from the impact, crashing into a dilapidated building and ultimately falling helplessly. Was this the power that a primary martial artist could unleash? This thought popped into everyone's minds. Before the surveillance monitor, a dozen powerful martial artists stared at the screen, their faces displaying disbelief and shock. Is it truly possible for a junior martial artist to directly crush a mid-level beast soldier with absolute strength? This person must have mastered a formidable sword technique and possesses considerable understanding, having cultivated it to a certain level. Moreover, he might have awakened some kind of strength-based talent, making it reasonable for him to defeat a mid-level beast soldier that has just broken through. Inside the monitoring room, someone analyzed this possibility, which aligned with what everyone was thinking. A 42-year-old from an ordinary family breaking through to become a martial artist and awakening a talent is indeed possible. Talent refers to certain individuals who awaken special enhancement abilities that are different from the norm. For instance, a strength-type talent would increase one's physical power out of thin air, or it could be elemental talents manipulating water, fire, and more. Of course, the rarest are bloodline talents, which activate one's bloodline, providing an enhancement, and importantly, bloodline talents can be passed down to descendants. Upon awakening a talent, one receives a significant boost of blood energy, breaking through existing boundaries. At 42, under normal circumstances, it would be somewhat hopeless to break through to become a martial artist, but if a talent is awakened, that makes sense. However, the age is still slightly on the older side. Some people shook their heads. Strength-type talents are merely the lowest tier of talents and are not enough to compensate for the disadvantage of age. However, since this person is a martial artist who has awakened a talent, it would be wise to notify the personnel department to take charge of recruiting him. After the assessment, over 100 exhausted individuals emerged from the ancient town, nearly everyone stained with blood, some bandaging wounds, and most wearing expressions of fatigue. They had just broken through to become martial artists, and a significant portion had not fought against ferocious beasts in a long time. Continuous battles naturally left them utterly fatigued. Fortunately, among this group, there were no deaths or disabilities. At most, some had sustained minor injuries, but with modern technology, they would recover quickly. At this time, a senior martial officer approached, scanning the crowd with a stern gaze before coldly stating, Before we tally the spoils, I warn you not to attempt any cheating. The items you submit will not serve as the final reference. The final results will be processed by artificial intelligence, analyzing the surveillance footage to determine your key. Therefore, I hope you will refrain from engaging in any private transactions, handing over others' spoils as your own, and falsely reporting your results. You still have time to turn back. Once caught, you will be entered into the personal integrity system and will be barred from taking the martial artist assessment for 3 years. The officer's words caused some individuals to panic. Some had indeed entertained such thoughts, secretly trading beast spoils in the narrow blind spots of the surveillance. After hearing the officer's warning, some individuals hesitated, but ultimately discarded those spoils. They reasoned that if they didn't pass, at least there would be opportunities to try again. However, if caught cheating and entered into the personal integrity system, that would be a serious matter. Once recorded, it would follow them for life, a permanent stain. Moreover, they would not be able to assess for a martial artist certificate for 3 years. The cost of cheating is too great. One at a time. Under the senior martial officer, each martial artist lined up to submit their spoils. Zhang Sen killed 11 Quasabis soldiers. Li Si killed 12 Quasabis soldiers. Each verifying officer announced the results, declaring anyone with fewer than 10 kills as having failed. When it was the turn of a young man, he wore a proud expression as he opened his backpack, spilling a large pile of so many spoils. It seems there are even genuine beast-level ones. The bystanders participating in the assessment erupted in gasps of astonishment. With such an abundance of spoils, how powerful must this person be? After quickly counting, the officer reported Song Hong killed 32 Quasabis soldiers and 4 junior beast soldiers. After this result was announced, even the nearby senior martial officers displayed smiles. Clearly, such combat power indicates familiarity with hunting ferocious beasts. To slay such a multitude of ferocious beasts during the assessment is something even some junior martial artists wandering the wilderness might not achieve. Next up was Ling. Before opening his backpack, he asked the officer, "Sir, I have some spoils I did not take. Should that count as falsely reporting my results?" "That's not considered false reporting. Only over-reporting counts as false reporting," the senior martial officer replied casually. At the same time, he curiously sized up Ling. Typically, martial artists participating in assessments are keen on their results and would not leave behind even a single spoil. Ling opened his backpack, causing a pile of spoils to tumble out instantly, attracting the attention of many. Soon someone noticed that all of Ling's spoils seemed to be beast level, not a single Quasabis soldier among them. All beast level. So many beast level spoils. That's too exaggerated. A participant expressed. Meanwhile, Song Hong, who had just been relishing the attention, found his expression slightly unpleasant upon seeing the multitude of beast level spoils. He had just enjoyed the worshipful gazes of the crowd, and now someone was stealing his thunder. Could he be a wilderness hunter here to obtain a martial artist certificate? Some speculated. Some wilderness hunters typically engaged in battles in the wild have little need for a martial artist certificate and only come to obtain it when they feel inclined. Their efficiency in slaying ferocious beasts is undoubtedly much higher than that of ordinary participants. The officer quickly counted and reported 29 junior beast soldiers and 1 mid-level beast soldier. A mid-level beast soldier. Instantly, the venue erupted in chaos. Aren't there only Quasabis soldiers and junior beast soldiers in the assessment? How could a mid-level beast soldier appear? This is cheating. Immediately someone shouted. That's right, cheating. Some others joined in the uproar. Silence. The senior martial officer's voice boomed, imbued with spiritual power, suppressing all sound in the vicinity. After scanning the surroundings with a stern gaze, he calmly stated, earlier in the assessment, there was a junior beast soldier whose bloodline awakened, breaking through to a mid-level beast soldier. We were just about to eliminate it when this candidate dispatched it. Everything is backed by surveillance, and if you have doubts, you may file an appeal. The senior martial officer's words sealed the outcome. Hiss. They really killed a mid-level beast soldier. Everyone looked at Ling with newfound respect and fear. Wherever one, maybe the strong, are always respected. After completing the count, the officer compared the data from the artificial intelligence statistics, finding no signs of fraud, and said, for the martial masters who have passed, your electronic martial master certificates will be synchronized to the Warrior Information Network within 2 hours. As for the physical copies, please collect them at your martial master preliminary assessment site 3 days later. After the assessment, some martial masters were overjoyed while others were disheartened. Those who passed cheered rejoicing and called their families to share the good news. Those who did not pass hung their heads low, awaiting the next opportunity. After the assessment, the military personnel escorted them back to the military camp they had come from. There Ling changed into a clean set of clothing, preparing to return to Jiang City. At that moment, a middle-aged man in his 30s stopped Ling. Mr. I am the deputy head of the Xianting Martial Arts School in Jiang City. My name is Hong Wu. Do you have time to chat? The middle-aged man proactively presented his business card. deputy head of the Xianting Martial Arts School. Ling was slightly taken aback. Such a figure could be considered a person of importance. Although this man was only in his 30s, he was already a senior martial master with a great chance of breaking through to a grand martial master in the future. This kind of person is here to recruit him. Ling found it somewhat unexpected. In Jiang City, although martial masters held a decent status and various martial arts schools competed to recruit, typically only senior executives of junior martial masters would come to recruit, unless they were young and possessed great potential, which might warrant the presence of a deputy head. Sure, talking with such a person could be beneficial, Ling agreed. As members of the Xianting Martial Arts School, they had their own negotiation office here, where Ling sat on the sofa. Hongwu wasted no time on pleasantries and got straight to the point. Mr. Yi, I have reviewed your basic information and previously saw on the surveillance footage your prowess in slaying fierce beasts. I would like to boldly ask, at the age of 42, how did you break through to a martial master, especially demonstrating extraordinary combat strength during the battle? May I ask what talent you have awakened? Ling suddenly realized that Hongwu presumed he had awakened some talent to break through to martial master. In fact, he seemed to have a point. He had awakened a system to break through to martial master, which could also be considered a type of talent. Of course, the matter of the system must remain secret, so Ling nodded and said, I can't explain it clearly. Anyway, a few days ago, I suddenly felt a surge of strength and my power increased significantly, allowing me to break through. In addition, I feel that my thinking has become more agile and my comprehension of martial arts has improved greatly compared to before. Ling described his hundredfold amplification as an awakening of talent, of course, without mentioning the hundredfold aspect. After all, saying it was a hundredfold would be too exaggerated. Your thinking and comprehension have improved? Hongwu was both surprised and delighted. Awakening that enhances one's comprehension is indeed rare. If this kind of talent truly existed, then Ling's potential was far greater than it appeared. An increase in comprehension could also shorten training time, allowing one to practice in the most suitable way for themselves, effectively speeding up the training process. The key is that as a martial arts school, they actually need talents in comprehension. Martial arts instructors teach many people and face various martial arts. If one has high comprehension, they can master various martial arts in a short time, teach all kinds of students, and even attract guidance from peers. Hongwu looked at Ling and extended an invitation. Mr. Yi, I sincerely invite you to join the Xianting Martial Arts School in Jiang City. As for the benefits, you were previously a martial arts instructor, so you should know that the instructors at the Xianting Martial Arts School are classified as silver medal instructors, gold medal instructors, and ace instructors. As long as you join us, I will guarantee you the benefits of a gold medal instructor. As for becoming an ace instructor, you will need to come to the school and personally demonstrate your understanding of martial arts. As long as you pass the assessment, you can be directly granted the title of ace instructor. Ling was slightly surprised. Previously, as a peer, he certainly understood the ranking of instructors at the Xianting Martial Arts School. Typically, normal junior martial masters and some intermediate martial masters serve as silver medal instructors, while outstanding intermediate martial masters and some senior martial masters serve as gold medal instructors. Only those top senior martial masters are qualified to be called ace instructors. Every ace instructor is formidable, possessing great strength and a unique comprehension of martial arts, and the fees for their classes are exorbitant. However, despite the high fees, many martial masters choose to consult ace instructors and attend their classes, which also leads to high income for ace instructors. Guaranteeing himself a gold medal instructor is a testament to Hongwu's sincerity. When will the assessment take place? Ling asked. If convenient, we can return to the Xianting Martial Arts School in Jiang City for the assessment now. Hongwu clearly wanted to sign Ling directly to avoid any prolonged negotiations. Sure, Ling nodded as well. Hongwu immediately ordered someone to drive them back to the Xianting Martial Arts School in Jiang City. In the car, Ling informed his wife that he was safe and explained that he was going to the Xianting Martial Arts School for an interview and would return later. 2 hours later, at the Xianting Martial Arts School in Jiang City. The Xianting Martial Arts School was indeed a global chain martial arts school, and even though it was just a branch in Jiang City, its grandeur was far superior to the Tianyao Martial Arts School he had previously led. Head Hong. Hongwu brought Ling into the Xianting Martial Arts School, and many people greeted him. At the same time, many people secretly observed Ling speculating about his identity. A junior martial master was actually brought in by the deputy head Hongwu himself. Who could it be that he had some special relationship with Hongwu? Deputy head Hongwu led Ling to a spacious martial arts room. He then took out a fragment of a stone tablet and handed it to Ling with a smile. This stone tablet was something I obtained by chance from a relic, and it records a fragment of a martial art that you have certainly never encountered before. If you can comprehend the first stance of the martial art within the stone tablet within half a day, I will acknowledge your comprehension, and we can directly sign you as an ace instructor. Upon seeing the stone tablet, Ling smiled and said, "Such a precious item, are you not afraid that I might learn it directly and take the martial art for free?" Ha ha, if you truly have the ability to comprehend all the fragmented martial arts within half a day, then what would it matter if I gave you this martial art for free? This is what your ability deserves. Hongwu laughed heartily. The stone tablet recorded a type of amplification martial art comprising only the first 4 stances. Even he had not fully grasped the 4th stance yet. He did not believe that Ling could learn all 4 stances in such a short time. In fact, he already felt he might be making it a bit difficult for Ling by asking him to learn the first stance within half a day. Ling smiled silently. With his 100-fold amplification, completing the learning was a piece of cake. He took out the stone tablet and began to comprehend the martial art within. Ling immersed himself in this martial art, various pieces of information floating in his mind. It records a technique that instantaneously amplifies explosive power. The first style can amplify a martial artist's strength by 10 times, while it only provides a half increase for a beginner martial master. The second style offers a 30% increase for beginner martial masters and a 50% increase for advanced martial masters. The third style provides a full increase for beginner martial masters and a 50% increase for advanced martial masters. As for the fourth style, it grants a 3-fold increase for beginner martial masters and a 1-fold increase for advanced martial masters. However, comprehending and learning it is quite challenging. Hongwu studied this martial art for several years after acquiring it, only managing to practice to the third style, while the fourth style remains just a vague understanding. Despite this, with this martial art, Hongwu has few rivals among advanced martial masters and can even exchange blows with a beginner grand martial master. The most formidable aspect of this martial art is not merely the amplification of strength. After all, some other martial arts, when deployed, may not be weaker than this one in terms of strength increase, and can even surpass it. Its true power lies in its ability to be combined with other martial arts, resembling a kind of secret technique. This is truly terrifying. Ling immersed himself in the martial art, continuously performing deductions and drills in his mind, seemingly forgetting the passage of time. Time passed unknowingly, and just as Ling deduced a critical moment, it came to an abrupt halt. This is because the stone tablet is incomplete with no subsequent content. Is that it? Ling sighed a bit, feeling as if he were following a captivating drama, only to find it abruptly ended midway. At that moment, a thought flashed through Ling's mind. Could he try to deduce the subsequent moves based on the previous? As this idea emerged, Ling's heart raced, and he continued to immerse himself, beginning to deduce. Having the content of the previous 4 styles greatly assisted him in deducing the 5th style. However, due to the lack of subsequent content, Ling needed to extrapolate, encountering certain difficulties along the way, occasionally getting stuck, and sometimes having other clever ideas. Through Ling's relentless deductions, the 5th style of this martial art was perfected, and he began to extrapolate the 6th style. After nearly half a day's time, Ling completed the 6th style. As he was deducing the 7th style, a profound fatigue engulfed his mind. At this moment, Ling stopped, realizing he was drenched in sweat, his mind a bit dizzy. This was a result of overexerting his mind. The 7th style proved particularly difficult to deduce, involving fields that were too advanced, compounded by the fact that the stone tablet only contained 4 styles. Managing to deduce the 6th style was already at his limit. Feeling overwhelmed, Ling pressed the button beside the table, grabbed a cup of water, and began to hydrate. Upon receiving Ling's signal, Hongwu entered the training room and noticed Ling's condition at that moment. "Mister, are you alright?" Hongwu asked, somewhat surprised. Ling appeared visibly fatigued, but this fatigue was not from physical exertion, rather it was a mental exhaustion, a depletion of spirit. It was evident that Ling was fully immersed in understanding the stone tablet. However, seeing that Ling had summoned him early, it suggested that he had comprehended the 1st style. "Mister, you have comprehended it," Hongwu said with a slight smile. "Thank you for this martial art, Master Hong," Ling replied, sounding somewhat fatigued. "Thanking me for this martial art?" Hongwu was slightly taken aback, and then a revolutionary thought emerged in his mind. The other party had comprehended all 4 styles. "Mister, you don't kid with me. You have comprehended all 4 styles." Hongwu chuckled nervously, scarcely able to believe the result. Indeed, Ling nodded. He naturally wouldn't mention that he had deduced the 6th style. After all, that would be too hiss. Hongwu gasped in astonishment. Did he really comprehend all 4 styles? What kind of monstrous comprehension ability is this? Then please, mister, demonstrate the 4th style, Hongwu said earnestly to Ling. He still couldn't believe that Ling had truly comprehended all 4 styles, unless Ling demonstrated it right there. "Well then, Deputy Master Hong, please cooperate with me, but be cautious and give it your all," Ling instructed Hongwu. "Rest assured," Hongwu replied, not daring to slack off as he initiated the opening stance, blood energy surging and spiritual power manifesting. Yi Ling rose, and at that moment an immense aura transformed around him, an invisible force emanating outward. In that moment, Hong Wu felt as if the other party was not a beginner martial master, but a grandmaster. This does not imply that Yi Ling possessed a master-level aura, but rather a similar charm. Master Hong, be careful. Yi Ling activated his power and unleashed a punch. Hong Wu instantly recognized the details of the force exerted by Yi Ling akin to the martial art on his stone tablet. He dared not slack off and focused entirely on defense. Boom. As the punch collided, Hong Wu's shoulder jolted, and he was forced to retreat 5 or 6 steps before barely stabilizing himself. At that moment, shock filled Hong Wu's eyes. He was an advanced martial master. Not just any advanced martial master, but one whose cultivated techniques and blood energy were superior to those of ordinary advanced martial masters. Yet he was unexpectedly pushed back by a beginner martial master. Despite being solely focused on defense during the recent confrontation, being driven back by a beginner martial master was an outcome he had not anticipated. Moreover, the transmission of the opponent's power and the method of deploying the martial art were familiar to Hong Wu, as it was the 4th style from his stone tablet. Had the other party truly succeeded in practicing the 4th style? While Hong Wu was astonished, he felt bitter in his heart, suddenly realizing that his years of comprehension of martial arts had amounted to nothing. The 4th style, which he had spent years studying without success, was learned by the other party in just half a day. Was this the difference between an ordinary person and a genius? Fortunately, Hong Wu was unaware that Yi Ling had already extrapolated the subsequent 5th and 6th styles. Otherwise, he would likely feel so ashamed that he would vomit blood on the spot. Master Hong, did I pass this performance? Yi Ling smiled and asked as he withdrew his fist. You passed, Hong Wu nodded repeatedly. If this didn't count as passing, what would happen to the other ace coaches of the Xuanyi Martial Hall? In fact, if it weren't for Yi Ling's cultivation limitation, he could have advanced even further. They'll have someone print the contract now. As a top coach, you can start next week. Hong Wu, fearing that Yi Ling might leave immediately, went to print the contract. After Yi Ling reviewed the contract and found no issues, he signed it without hesitation. After signing, Hong Wu suddenly bowed to Yi Ling. Master Yi, I have been stuck on the 4th style for a long time. I hope you can guide me. Of course, I will absolutely settle the required price according to market standards. Hong Wu suddenly bowed, leaving Yi Ling stunned. Hong Wu's actions indeed startled Yi Ling. I must thank you for imparting such a remarkable martial art to me. Yi Ling had no intention of viewing Hong Wu as a teacher. Although he had obtained the system and had great potential in the future, he still felt somewhat lacking at the moment. Being humble was the better approach, especially since this martial art had indeed benefited him significantly, and he owed Hong Wu a favor which he felt was repaid by sharing what he knew of the 4th form. Master Hong, please demonstrate the 4th form you have practiced. However, Master Hong had not fully mastered the 4th form, as it was clear he lost considerable power while executing it. With his enhanced comprehension, Yi Ling quickly identified the issues in Master Hong's technique. Master Hong, the flow of qi muscle enhancement and the operation of spiritual energy should be this way. Yi Ling demonstrated the 4th form again, this time deliberately slowing down his speed. Hong Wu was no fool. In fact, he had quite good martial arts talent. Having immersed himself in the 4th form for a long time after Yi Ling's guidance, and witnessing Yi Ling's execution, he suddenly realized and grasped a faint opportunity. Thank you for your guidance, Brother Yi. It is getting late. If you are busy, you can head home first. I believe I need to practice. Having finally found a glimmer of breakthrough opportunity, Hong Wu was determined to seize it to master the 4th. Yi Ling left the Xianting Martial Arts Hall. On his way back, Yi Ling felt quite pleased. The top coach at Xianting Martial Arts Hall earned a base salary of 100,000 daxia coins every month, not including commissions and bonuses. Xianting Martial Arts Hall top coach. My husband, are you sure you weren't deceived? I've heard that the requirements for the top coaches at Xianting Martial Arts Hall in Jiangxing are very high, and even senior martial artists rarely qualify. Yi Ling showed his wife the contract and explained, Honey, it seems I've awakened some kind of talent related to power during my breakthrough to martial artist. During the assessment, I chopped down an intermediate beast soldier with a single strike. The key is that I suddenly feel my comprehension has improved, as if I have opened my mind, making it easy to grasp martial arts concepts. He shared with his wife Chiu on the reasoning he provided to Hong Wu. Top coach with a base salary of 100,000. Seeing the salary stated in the contract, Chiu gasped, covering her mouth. A base salary of 100,000 is quite an astonishing figure for their family. Not to mention, even her parents' income wouldn't exceed that amount in a month. Yi Ling embraced his wife, laughing. I never expected to earn this much. Now that my income is so high, I think aside from asking your parents for some money, we should also consider taking out a loan. Wainer, you've been stuck at the senior martial artist level for so many years now that you've just turned 40. I think we should help you buy some tonics or pills to help you break through to martial artist. I'm not asking you to get the martial artist certificate, but breaking through to martial artist will significantly enhance your lifespan, physical condition, and various aspects. Ling was determined to help his wife break through to martial artist. Although his wife had worked as a clerk for many years and lacked practical combat skills, if she were to break through using pills, her combat power might not be very high, and the probability of passing the martial artist assessment wouldn't be high. However, as long as she broke through to martial artist, she would possess the authentic martial artist physique, which could enhance her condition, prolong her life, slow down aging, and maintain her skin's elasticity and beauty. In fact, many wealthy ladies or business people buy pills to break through to martial artist, not solely for the certificate or the meager government subsidies, but rather for the enhancement of their physique, longevity, and beauty. After hearing this, Xiao-Wan felt a bit tempted. After all, women always love beauty. Xiao-Wan knew that at 40 years old, maintaining her figure and looks was not just due to natural beauty and regular care, but also because she was still a senior martial artist, which slowed down aging and kept her in her prime. However, she also knew that this state could only last for another 2 years at most before aging became inevitable. But the pills to help break through to martial artist are not cheap, spending so much in advance. Xiao-Wan still had some concerns. Don't forget, I am now a top coach, and trust me, I definitely won't stop here in the future. Ling embraced his wife with great ambition, displaying a spirited demeanor. All right then, Xiao-Wan nodded. Honey, it seems we haven't. Hee. Ling grinned his hands, becoming a bit mischievous. Keep it down, we don't want to wake the kids. The next morning, Ling and Xiao-Wan prepared a small gift to visit Xiao-Wan's parents. The master of the Qin family stood at the door holding a gift, his expression slightly grim and somewhat awkward. That day, upon learning that his subordinate had laid off a martial artist, he was so furious that he felt his lungs might explode. He initially wanted to contact Ling online immediately, but felt that doing so would lack sincerity. The key was that Master Qin also wanted to wait and see whether Ling could obtain his martial artist certificate. If Ling failed to obtain the martial artist certificate, he would undoubtedly hold a significant advantage during the negotiation with the martial arts school. Thus, he leveraged his connections to find out the date of Ling's martial artist assessment, waiting for its conclusion to confirm that Ling had indeed secured the qualification. Today, Master Qin had come to visit. However, he did not expect the Xianing martial arts school to act so swiftly and sign him up immediately. Master Qin felt that Ling might be bluffing and forced a smile, saying, Ling, let's not say things in anger. I know it was the school's fault, and rest assured that the school will handle that matter seriously. As long as you're willing to come back, we can definitely negotiate your salary. Master Qin put down the gift and patted his chest. How much could the Tianyao martial arts school offer? Ling scoffed inwardly. The Xianting martial arts school had directly given him a top coach with a base salary of 100,000. Thus, Ling wasted no time and took out the contract, making Master Qin lose hope. Master Qin, it's really signed. The contract is right here. At the sight of the contract, Master Qin was stunned. It was indeed signed. He wanted to reach out for the contract to examine it closely, but Ling tucked it away. Master Qin, you know the industry rules. The content of the contract can't be shown to others. Seeing Ling's attitude, Master Qin forced a smile while feeling a bit irritated. An employee who had once been submissive before him now dared to speak to him like this. So what if he had broken through to become a martial artist? He was just a junior martial artist, a 42-year-old junior martial artist. Could he still advance further? I am a middle-tier martial artist. Thinking this, Master Qin felt much more confident and replied nonchalant, Hey Ling, that's not fair. You've broken through to become a martial artist, yet you're contacting other schools in secret, forcing the school to lay you off and dumping the blame on us. This behavior is rather unsightly. Master Qin's words darkened Ling's expression. He had initially hoped to leave room for future encounters, avoiding putting Master Qin in a difficult position. He had not intended to show off or seek to humiliate him. Unexpectedly, the other party had pushed the envelope, with the school first acting unjustly and then dumping the blame on him. So Ling was no longer polite and coldly said, Master Qin, let's part ways amicably. You don't have to slander me like that. I was notified of a pay cut the day after my breakthrough. I had no time to report it. Moreover, I didn't contact other schools in advance. This contract was signed with Vice Master Hong of the Xianting Martial Arts School after I passed the martial artist exam. That day was my first meeting with Vice Master Hong. Master Qin scoffed upon hearing this. Stop pretending. Vice Master Hong personally signed you, a junior martial artist whose potential has been exhausted, only breaking through at 42 years old. Ling, if you are going to lie, at least do your homework. Only a coach of gold medal caliber would have the qualification for Hong Wu to sign. A junior martial artist whose potential is spent like you. Honestly, even at our Tianyao martial arts school, you would only be worth signing by ordinary management. If it weren't for my sense of loyalty and the fact that you served the school for 10 years, do you think you would be worthy of my personal attention? After finishing his words, Master Qin deliberately released his middle-tier martial artist aura, clearly indicating he could suppress Ling. Ling smiled faintly and opened the beginning of the contract. Sorry, I signed with a top coach. That should qualify me for Master Hong to sign me personally, right? Top coach. Master Qin was taken aback, then sneered, all right, Yi Ling trying to fool me with a fake contract. Do you know the requirements to be a top coach at the Xianting martial arts school? Do you think you qualify? Why should I? Yi Ling shot him a cold glance, channeling his qi and blood, and directly threw a punch. The other party was talking too much. As he threw the punch, Master Qin was initially startled, but then a cruel smile emerged on his lips. A mere junior martial artist dared to strike at him. He must have been angered by what he said. However, since he had taken the initiative, Master Qin saw no need to hold back and decided to teach him a lesson and vent his frustration. Master Qin did not hold back and unleashed nearly all his strength in a punch. The two fists collided. In an instant, an invisible shockwave spread outward. Under this shockwave, Master Qin felt a powerful force surge into his body, causing him to stagger backward repeatedly before barely stabilizing himself. How is this possible? Master Qin found it hard to believe that his previous punch had been unguarded and was delivered with full force. He was actually at a complete disadvantage. What he did not realize was that this was still Yi Ling holding back, otherwise that punch could have caused him significant. It was just at his own doorstep, since the other party had not provoked too much it would cause trouble if he injured his opponent, so Yi Ling chose to stop. Now you know why. Please leave. Yi Ling said coldly, directly issuing the eviction order. He had originally wanted to leave some face for each other, but the other party insisted on tearing the facade, making him feel embarrassed. Yi Ling could only accommodate him. A vice master of the Tianyao martial arts school. To be honest, Yi Ling truly did not place him in high regard. Master Qin did not say much more. Having lost, he had no face to stay. He left with the gift, his tail between his legs. Honey, isn't this too disrespectful? Qiuwan asked. Yi Ling shook his head and replied indifferently, I had already given him face before he chose to throw it away himself. If a person treats me with a foot, I will treat them with a mile. If they ruin me with a single chestnut, I will take 3 dough from them. Qiuwan gazed at Yi Ling with a somewhat infatuated expression. At this moment, her husband's tall figure suddenly stood straight, like a pine tree, radiating a sharp aura like a divine spear piercing the sky. This feeling reminded her of the youthful courage and fearlessness she had seen in Yi Ling during their first meeting. Back then, despite his weak background and low strength, he always exuded a sense of fearlessness and confidence. However, after marriage, especially after having a child, Yi Ling began to be cautious and compromise. Although Qiuwan understood that time and family could smooth out sharp edges, she occasionally missed the spirited and confident Yi Ling from before. Now it seemed that the old Yi Ling had returned. Let's go, wife, to visit the in-laws. Yi Ling picked up the gift bag and went downstairs with Qiuwan, placing it in the car. This time, when going to the in-laws, Yi Ling no longer had the previous distress and resistance on his face. Everything had become calm and confident. Qiuwan's parents lived in a high-end residential area in Jiangqing in a standalone villa. As Yi Ling drove up to his in-laws' villa, a stylish, entry-level luxury car arrived at the same time. Oh, little sister, what a coincidence. You came to visit mom and dad too. Today is not a family gathering. It is merely Yi Ling and Qiuwan visiting her parents. At this time, Qiurong happened to encounter them, which is likely not a coincidence, as Qiuwan's parents have probably informed her. Qiurong twisted her waist, feigning a pose as she stepped out of the luxury car and walked up to Qiuwan, deliberately flaunting her new bag. Oh, little sister, why are you still carrying that bag? It must be 5 or 6 years old, and your husband doesn't care about you at all. Unlike our family, where my husband insists on getting me a new bag every year. As she spoke, Qiurong pretended to cover her mouth, her words dripping with boastfulness. At this moment, a middle-aged man stepped out of the driver's seat of the luxury car. The middle-aged man was full of vigor, exuding spiritual energy and unabashedly showcasing his cultivation as a mid-level martial artist. This is Qiurong's husband Yin Guang, who is also Qiuwan's brother-in-law. In the past, Yi Ling would feel somewhat intimidated in front of him. However, now Yi Ling met his gaze calmly, which surprised Yin Guang slightly, as he sensed a change in this brother-in-law, who had always been unremarkable. Wainer, let's go inside. Yi Ling ignored Qiurong and wrapped his arm around Qiuwan's waist as they entered the villa. Qiurong merely snorted coldly, linking her arm with Yin Guang's as they followed. Mom and Dad, we are here to see you. Upon entering the house, Qiuwan greeted them warmly. The 2 elderly people sitting on the sofa merely nodded. Though these 2 elders are not young, they are still spirited. They are Yi Ling's in-laws Qiu Yuqing and Xiao He. In their youth, both had considerable martial prowess. Qiu Yuqing was once a great martial artist. Although he is older now and his vitality has waned, his combat strength is still formidable among martial artists, making him a figure of intimidation. Xiao He was also a junior martial artist in her youth. Mom and Dad, we are here to see you. Qiurong's voice was loud and exaggerated as she directly sat on the sofa beside Xiao He, linking her arm with hers. Qiu Yuqing and Xiao He treated Yin Guang and Qiu Rong quite well, allowing them to sit down. Although Qiu Yuqing was not particularly satisfied with Yin Guang's background, he also viewed his own daughter as average, not even a martial artist, so he reluctantly accepted Yin Guang. Over the years, Yin Guang had utilized a considerable amount of funds and connections to assist him in business. As for Yi Ling, he was thoroughly dissatisfied. Especially in his view, his younger daughter was superior to the elder daughter with a better temperament and had potential in martial arts. Had she not married Yi Ling, becoming a martial artist would have been a certainty. Thus, he had never shown Yi Ling a pleasant countenance. If it weren't for Qiu Wan's staunch defense of Yi Ling, he wouldn't even have allowed him to step through the door. Not long after, another middle-aged man arrived at the villa. "Dad, Mom, I've come to see you." The man entered with a powerful stride, exuding an overwhelming presence and scanning the room with a commanding gaze. This is Qiu Wan's older brother Qiu Ruilong, who is 4 years older than Qiu Wan and has already become a high-level martial artist. At 44, he may not have much potential left, but there is still a glimmer of future for a high-level martial artist. Qiu Ruilong still has hope of breaking through to become a great martial artist. Ruilong. Qiu Yuqing stood up to personally receive Ruilong's gift and set it aside. He was quite pleased with his son. If Ruilong could break through to become a great martial artist in the future, he would be able to seamlessly take over his connections and resources. Qiu Wan did not expect both her older brother and sister to come, which made her feel she had little opportunity to speak with her parents. "Today it was your third sister who proposed visiting, so I thought I might as well invite you all together to have a reunion," Qiu Yuqing spoke. "No wonder they are all here." Yi Ling suddenly understood. "Third sister, how did you find the time to visit Mom and Dad? Did you run into some issues and want their help?" Qiu Rong's tone carried a tone of amusement as she looked at Qiu Wan. She knew her sister's son was about to take the college entrance exam, so this visit was likely to request resources for him. She would never want to miss out on the chance to mock her sister and the useless brother-in-law. After a brief hesitation, Qiu Wan was about to respond when Yi Ling jumped in first. "Yes, I actually came this time to ask Mom and Dad for a little help. Yi Hong is about to take the college entrance exam, and I want to buy some supplements to help him improve and facilitate his chances of getting into a better school." "Oh, brother-in-law, I remember you used to be quite adamant, saying you wouldn't ask our family for help and relied entirely on yourself. How come now you want to borrow money from Mom and Dad?" "But that's normal. Oh, everyone has their youthful arrogance. As we reach middle age, we become more tempered and often regret it later." Qiu Rong said this while glancing at Qiu Wan. Her words were clearly aimed at Qiu Wan. Her sister had always been better than her, excelling in everything. Yet in her youth, she had to pursue love, leading to her current situation. In Qiu Rong's view, Qiu Wan must deeply regret her choices. "If I thought you would stubbornly cling to your pride, disregarding your grandson's future." Qiu Yuqing snorted coldly, and then said, "I have prepared some refining supplements and some funds and resources. I will give them to Xiao Wan later." At this point, Yi Ling's expression softened considerably. Although his father-in-law looked down on him, he still had some affection for his daughter and grandson. He was not entirely devoid of feelings. Hearing her father so readily agree to provide resources, Qiu Rong felt somewhat dissatisfied. In her view, she should make Yi Ling ask a bit more, allowing him to be humiliated properly. Given how easily her father had acquiesced to Qiu Wan's request, Qiu Rong thought perhaps their own request would also be straightforward. Seizing the opportunity, she also mentioned, "Dad, Yin Guang, and I also have a small matter to ask for your help. Yin Guang has encountered some funding difficulties in his business and wants to borrow some money from you for a bit of a turnaround." Yin Guang nodded repeatedly in agreement. However, this time Qiu Yuqing remained silent and did not immediately respond. Seeing this, Qiu Rong grew dissatisfied, complaining, "Mom, look at Dad's favoritism. Why is it that when my sister's family asks, he instantly agrees? When my family encounters difficulties, Dad treats it like this." Qiu Wan was quite unhappy and retorted, "Qiu Rong, how many times have you asked Mom and Dad for help? How many times have they assisted your family? Over the years, this is our family's first time asking Dad to borrow some money." "Borrow?" Qiu Rong chuckled. "Qiu Wan, can your family even repay it? Calling it a loan, isn't it just asking Dad to support you? With Yi Ling's job, it will be ages before you can pay it back, especially with a little one to support. By the time your daughter Yi Yao approaches her college entrance exam, won't you be asking to borrow again? Our family Yin Guang is at least a martial artist engaged in substantial business. Encountering funding issues is normal." Hearing this, Qiu Wan stood tall and proudly said, "Just because your family Yin Guang is a martial artist, my Yi Ling has also just broken through to become a martial artist and has received his martial artist certificate." Yi Ling has broken through to become a martial artist. Instantly, all eyes turned to Yi Ling. At this moment, Yi Ling no longer concealed his spiritual energy and cooperatively displayed the light of his qi. The light of his qi, a martial artist. The light of spiritual power and the display of a martial master cannot be faked. Qiu Ruilong took a longer look at Yi Ling, whom he had previously overlooked and dismissed. He never expected that Ling could break through to the level of a martial master at such a young age. Qiu Yuqing's attitude softened considerably. He had always been particularly dissatisfied with Ling, and the root of the issue was simply because he was just a martial artist. Although a junior martial master may not be that impressive, at least it's somewhat acceptable. The most surprised and reactive person was naturally Qiu Rong. She could not accept that the brother-in-law she had always looked down upon could break through to a martial master. Feeling uncomfortable, Qiu Rong began to speak sarcastically. It seems brother-in-law has been quite lucky to break through to a martial master at this age. However, since you are already a martial master, why not go to the bank and use your martial master certificate to apply for a credit loan? Why come to dad for help? You haven't gotten your martial artist certificate yet, have you? I must say Qiu Rong's sarcasm was quite effective. Ling replied with a calm smile, I just passed the martial master assessment. I haven't received the paper certificate yet, but the electronic version has already been issued. Of course we will still go for the loan later. If you are going for a loan, then why come here to dad for resources? Qiu Rong snorted coldly. In her view, the Qiu Wan family coming to her father for resources was essentially taking away the resources that her family could have. Ling did not explain to Qiu Rong, but turned to Qiu Yuqing and said, Dad, I need to discuss something with you. I plan to use this martial master loan primarily for Weiner. Weiner is already 40 years old. If she doesn't break through to a martial master soon, it will be difficult for her to do so later. I intend to take out a loan to buy bloodkey pills that will aid Weiner in breaking through to a martial master as funds are somewhat tight. I thought of borrowing from Dad first. Buying bloodkey pills for Qiu Wan to break through to a martial master. Qiu Rong's face changed drastically upon hearing this, unable to believe it. Even Qiu Ruilong had some doubts. The bloodkey pills that assist in breaking through to a martial master are extremely expensive, more so than the resources normally required for a martial master to cultivate. It is hard to say that even a typical junior martial master could afford them. Even a mid-level martial master would struggle. The fact that Ling is willing to buy such bloodkey pills for Qiu Wan, even if it means taking out a loan, would likely require him to sell everything he has, and it is uncertain if he could even acquire them. Qiu Rong was even more envious as her husband had never been willing to buy her such bloodkey pills. At this moment, luxury handbags and other material possessions seemed insignificant compared to the bloodkey pills for breaking through to a martial master. Qiu Yuqing and Xiao He showed some comforting smiles. Despite the conflicts between parents and children, they genuinely hope for their children's happiness. The fact that Ling can take such a heartfelt step after breaking through to a martial master indicates that their little daughter's perseverance over the years has at least been justified. That's quite thoughtful. If you need a little more money later, feel free to ask me. I can sponsor you, as well. Qiu Yuqing nodded. Now Qiu Rong was even more anxious. Her father was actually willing to spend money to sponsor her sister in buying the pills for breaking through to a martial master. Mom, look at how Dad is so biased, willing to spend money to sponsor Qiu Wan for the breakthrough pills. I never received such treatment back then. This time Qiu Yuqing directly retorted, biased. Over the years, have I not provided you with funding and connections for your business with Yanguang? Your sister, to be honest, this is the first time I am helping her after all these years. She has never complained. Why do you complain? Qiu Yuqing was obviously angry this time, and when Qiu Rong tried to speak again, she was directly stopped by Yanguang. Dad, don't be angry. Renjier just has that kind of personality, you know that. Yanguang dared not offend. His ability to become a mid-level martial master and succeed in business over the years was largely due to the help of this father-in-law. Regarding Qiu Yuqing's offer of assistance, Ling confidently smiled and said, Dad, as for the money for Weiner to buy the pills, just leave it be. That amount of money, while quite substantial, is not astronomical for us at this point. Oh. At this moment, not only was Qiu Yuqing a bit surprised, but Qiu Ruilong and Yanguang were also quite astonished. Generally, the pills that assist in breaking through to a martial master are priced around 1 million. Although a junior martial master has decent treatment, their annual salary is typically around 25000. It seems that if one refrained from spending, they could save enough in 4 years. However, when excluding family expenses and daily consumption, the actual savings are quite limited. The most crucial point is that a junior martial master cannot secure a loan of 1 million relying solely on their martial master certificate. This time when I broke through to a martial master, I just happened to awaken my talent, and my strength has greatly increased. The key is that it seems my mind has opened up and my comprehension has improved significantly. I have passed the assessment of the Xianting Martial Arts School and officially become their ace coach. With this identity, it is relatively easy to take out a loan of 1 million from the bank, and the repayment will not be that much of a burden. Ling did not hide his identity as the ace coach. First, there was no need to conceal it, as anyone with a little initiative could find out. Secondly, he mainly wanted to show off a bit. After all the grievances he had suffered over the years, the key was that his wife had been looked down upon at home, seen as lacking vision and capricious. Now that he had gained strength through the system, he certainly needed to restore Weiner's dignity. the ace coach of the Xianting martial arts school. Even Qiu Yuqing and Qiu Ruilong could not remain calm. The expressions of Qiu Rong and Yin Guang were even more remarkable, filled with disbelief. They had naturally heard of the ace coach of the Xianting martial arts school. He is the top-level coach of the Xianting martial arts school in Jiangxing. Not to mention ordinary martial artists, many martial masters who engage in battles or pursue martial arts will seek to learn from the courses offered by the ace coach. Ordinary high-level martial masters do not have the qualifications to be ace coaches, only those with exceptional talent and comprehension in martial arts can qualify. Moreover, the income of an ace coach is considerable. It is said that the minimum base salary is at least 1 million a year, and with bonuses and commissions, an annual salary of 1.5 million is quite easy. In fact, those particularly outstanding can earn over 2 million per year. Earning over 2 million a year, not even Yin Guang can earn that much in a year of business. Even older brother Qiu Ruilong can barely manage. But Qiu Ruilong's income carries risks. After all, doing business involves both losses and gains. No one can guarantee that they will always make money. Qiu Rong wanted to argue again, but was silenced by Yin Guang. In such a situation, Yi Ling had no need to joke around. After all, it would be too easy to expose the truth later. You have awakened your talent, good. Qiu Yuqing laughed heartily. As a grand martial master, he has been to far greater and higher places, and his perspective is certainly different. He knows that some people may break through in their early life, but if they awaken extraordinary talents, rising in midlife is not impossible. Qiu Yuqing has witnessed such examples with his own eyes. Come, brother-in-law, have a drink. Little sister, this meat is delicious. You should eat more. During this meal at Qiu Yuqing's house, Yi Ling and Qiu Wan felt the warmest hospitality from family in over a decade. Sometimes reality is just like this. When you are weak, no one respects you, but when you become strong, many will come to curry favor. On the way back, Qiu Yuqing asked Qiu Wan to bring back the resources prepared for Yi Hong. After returning, Yi Ling announced to his son and daughter that he had broken through to become a martial master and was now the ace coach at the Xianting martial arts school. Wow, Dad, Mom, does this mean our family will have money in the future and we can move to a better big house? Yi Yao clapped her hands and laughed happily. Yes, once we have the means, we can move, Yi Ling said with a smile. Yi Hong, these are the cultivation resources from your grandfather. They include blood recovery pills and qi recovery pills. You're nearing your college entrance examination, so use these resources to make a final push. If you can break through to an intermediate martial artist, you will be able to apply to top martial arts universities. Yi Ling handed the resources given by Qiu Yuqing to his son. Seeing the blood recovery pills and qi recovery pills, his son's eyes lit up, and he immediately promised, Yi Ling, Dad, I guarantee I can break through to an intermediate martial artist before the exam. Maybe I can even become a high-level martial artist. High-level martial artist. If you can break through to an intermediate martial artist in a few months, your dad will be very happy. But don't put too much pressure on yourself. I've got your back. Yi Ling didn't want to put too much pressure on his son. Now that he had a system and could become a strong figure, his son could rest assured and enjoy being a strong second generation. However, Yi Hong was full of confidence, holding the resources and returning to his room to start cultivating. As he entered his room, a voice echoed in his mind. Blood recovery pills, qi recovery pills, you finally have some resources. Follow my method of absorption, and with these resources, breaking through to a high-level martial artist before the exam will be no problem. Your dad has good luck at this age. He can still break through to a martial master. This is a good thing. Your dad is a martial master, which allows him to provide you with these resources. This voice was very familiar to Yi Hong. He had inadvertently come across a ring not long ago, and an artificial intelligence claiming to be from a higher civilization had begun communicating with him in his mind. This artificial intelligence possessed more advanced cultivation methods, and it was with its help that he had successfully become a junior martial artist. Can I really break through to a high-level martial artist directly? Yi Hong's heart raced. If he could break through to a high-level martial artist, he would surely become the top scorer in Jiang City. Of course, your civilization is just too backward. High-level martial artists are quite ordinary in our civilization. Even a 3-year-old child can be one. You only lack energy right now. As long as you have enough energy, I guarantee that you will become the strongest in your civilization in the future. The strongest human being. Yi Hong felt a surge of excitement upon hearing this. Not only that, if you can pass the trials left by my master in the future, you can inherit his legacy and fly through the universe with me, no longer having to shrink back in your small civilization. The words of the artificial intelligence were very enticing, making Yi Hong feel that he would soon become a Dad, Mom, don't worry, I'll soon become a strong person. When that time comes, I will definitely take you to Uncle and Aunt, showing off and making those who once looked down on our family come to curry favor with us. Yi Hong silently made a resolution in his heart. Little did he know that his father Yi Ling had already reclaimed his reputation. On Monday, it was Yi Ling's first day at work at the Xianting martial arts school. The Xianting Martial Arts School was divided into 4 large areas. The first area was a concentrated training area equipped with various exercise equipment and precise instruments to test strength, speed, and so on. The second area was for martial artists level coaches teaching ordinary students, and this area had slightly more students attending classes. The third area was for martial master level coaches. Generally, there were fewer students in this area, but the fees were higher. Those who attended classes here usually had a certain level of economic capability. The fourth area was the administrative office area and the high-level office area of the martial arts school. Yiling's working area was naturally the third area. Today, the third area was surrounded by many people as they had previously received news that the martial arts school had signed an ace coach. An ace coach at Jiang City's Xianting Martial Arts School was among the top coaches with the highest salary. Many coaches were envious of the position. They had originally thought that the ace coach would be chosen from the existing coaches of the martial arts school, but instead it was snatched by an outsider. Everyone was eager to see just how capable the incoming coach was to secure an ace position. When they saw Yiling arrive, all the coaches were stunned. A junior martial master and ace coach. For a moment, the coaches of the Xianting Martial Arts School were indignant. If a high-level martial master had come, some might have had a few complaints, but most could have accepted it. Now, however, the ace coach was only a junior martial master, and everyone was unhappy. No way, let's go find the schoolmaster to discuss this. These martial master coaches went on strike, heading to the fourth area office building to demand an explanation. Such a commotion naturally attracted the attention of everyone at the Xianting Martial Arts School. The Daxiao Kingdom is never short of onlookers. Whether they were regular staff or students attending classes, they began to gather around to watch. Yiling rubbed his forehead. He had anticipated that gaining the title of ace coach with his cultivation would raise many questions. But he didn't expect the commotion to be this large. However, a big commotion could also be an opportunity. Yiling took a deep breath. Now most people at the Xianting Martial Arts School had gathered, including many students and customers. If he could demonstrate his abilities today and stabilize his position, it would essentially be like running a free advertisement inside the Xianting Martial Arts School. This advertisement would still be targeted at potential customers. So Yiling also headed to the fourth area office building. With such a big uproar, the Xianting Martial Arts School would surely respond, and Hongwu, who signed Yiling personally, came out to explain. Everyone, I know there are many opinions about the new colleague Yiling having the title of ace coach, but I want to say that Yiling's talent in martial arts is very high, and he is absolutely capable of being an ace coach. As long as everyone is patient and gives him some time, he will prove himself. But Hong Wu's words failed to convince the martial master coaches. Give him more time. Does that mean letting him establish? Seeing the somewhat chaotic scene, Hong Wu's expression grew darker. At that moment, Yiling stepped up and whispered a few words to him. Hong Wu handed him the microphone. Taking the microphone, Yiling looked at everyone and said, "Hello everyone, my name is Yiling, the ace coach. I don't have much to explain, it's all about ability. I can demonstrate my skills right now and compete against a few current ace coaches." Yiling's words silenced the room instantly, daring to challenge the academy's top-tier coach. "Agreed. Name your terms, I'll accept them. If you truly impress me, I'll acknowledge you as the new top coach." A middle-aged man stepped forward, broad-shouldered, closely cropped hair, clad in sleek black martial attire. Zhang Jin. Every coach at Zhuante Martial Arts Academy recognized him. Among their most esteemed senior instructors, renowned for years for both his formidable strength and exceptional teaching prowess. Within the academy, his mastery was widely respected. "Indeed, if you can earn Zhang Ji's respect, then mine is yours as well," chimed several coaches who shared a close rapport with him. Others echoed in agreement. "We're not unreasonable. If you truly possess such skill that you surpass Zhang Gu, we'll yield without hesitation." Zhang Jin strode forward, gazing calmly at Yiling. "I am Zhang Jin, also a senior instructor. Brother, Yiling, name your test. So long as it is fair, I accept." Yiling descended from the platform, smiling faintly. As all know, a martial arts instructor's ultimate duty is to impart authentic cultivation. Thus, personal mastery and profound insight into the art are paramount. My proposal is simple, a contest of martial comprehension, of depth, refinement, and essence. His words resonated among the assembled instructors. After all, true teaching springs from genuine understanding. Agreed. Zhang Jin nodded. Hearing the terms, Hong Wu exhaled quietly in relief. Yiling's martial intuition was extraordinary, forged through irreplaceable experience. "Let me propose a concrete method, simple and transparent, the whirlwind saber art, a foundational technique mastered by every instructor here at Zhuante. I have attained its 5th tier. Should you reach the same level within 1 month, I will concede. However, during this period, you must refrain from duties and receive no salary." Zhang Jin offered the fairest possible condition. All present accepted it. Testing spontaneous mastery eliminated ambiguity. No one could verify whether prior knowledge had been concealed. Better, they reasoned, to observe direct execution. If his proficiency matched Zhang Jin's recognition, would be unquestionable. Yi Ling smiled. I've never practiced the whirlwind saber art, but I shall learn it now, and I won't need a month. He paused, eyes gleaming. I'll learn and demonstrate on the spot. Director Hong, where might I find the whirlwind saber art? Yi Ling turned respectfully toward the academy's headmaster, the ultimate authority. In the practice hall at the entrance of Zone 3's first floor, a mural sculpture there depicts the entire sequence. Hong Wu replied aloud. The whirlwind saber art was public knowledge throughout Zhuante. Every instructor knew it. Very well, I'll go and observe. Yi Ling entered the practice hall at Zone 3's entrance, followed closely by a growing crowd. Before the sculpted mural on the wall, he selected a saber at random from a nearby weapon rack and began to move. At first, his movements betrayed unmistakable stiffness. His foundational technique impeccable, yet his execution of the whirlwind saber art raw and unrefined. This confirmed he had never trained the form before, as such awkwardness could not be feigned. True mastery imprints itself upon the body over time, instinctive, unconscious, revealing even the most guarded secrets to a discerning eye. Yet swiftly his demeanor shifted. His blade grew fluid, precise, alive. He's mastered the first tier, murmured an instructor, voice low and grave. That alone meant little. Even novice martial artists could achieve it. But he did not pause. He flowed seamlessly into the second tier. Second tier. Several instructors recoiled slightly. Such rapid live mastery stunned even seasoned observers. As his sabers carved fiercer arcs, wind spiraled violently around him, touching the very soul of the whirlwind saber art. Third tier. A voice trembled. Barely half an hour had passed since he began, and already he embodied its third layer of profundity. Another 30 minutes elapsed. His clothes clung drenched in sweat. Each strike roared with palpable force. Fourth tier. Silence fell. Some junior martial instructors present had never reached the fourth tier, even after years of disciplined practice. Yet Yi Ling had ascended it in just 1 hour, fueling quiet conviction that the fifth tier might indeed be within his grasp, right here, right now. A throng gathered outside the hall, its two walls of reinforced transparent glass offering perfect visibility from every angle. Coaches, students, even the academy's 2 deputy directors had arrived to witness. Director Hong, is this truly the top coach you signed? Such commotion hardly seems worth the trouble. Luo Qi, the deputy director standing beside Hong Wu, was considerably older and a junior grand martial artist in cultivation. Indeed, the deputy director's position traditionally required grand martial artist rank. Yet Hong Wu wielded considerable influence, hailing from Tiannan City, core metropolis of the Tiannan base. Nor was Hong Wu lacking in merit. Upon joining Zhuante, he challenged 4 senior instructors simultaneously to assert his authority. Senior instructors ranked among the strongest of advanced martial artists, yet he bested all 4 alone, proving his combat supremacy beyond doubt. That public duel cemented his position as deputy director, silencing dissent and securing unwavering loyalty. He is absolutely worth it. Don't let Yi Ling's 42 years deceive you. His talent has awakened, his perception unlocked. I sense a future forged in brilliance. Hong Wu sipped his coffee. Having come from Tiannan City, his perspective was broader. He knew well of midlife awakenings that sparked meteoric ascents. Such late-blooming cultivators often rose more steadily than youths, their resilience tempered by life's bittersweet trials, their judgment honed by decades of lived wisdom. His intuition whispered that Yi Ling might well become another such paragon. Another hour passed. Yi Ling's sabers wove ceaselessly, wind surging, gales erupting. Fifth tier, the pinnacle of the whirlwind saber art. With a thunderous shout, he channeled overwhelming force and struck a specially engineered wall with a single devastating slash. The wall was forged from memory alloy, resistant to permanent marking, yet capable of gradual When they saw the depth of the gash, several instructors stiffened, eyes narrowing in shock. The indentation surpassed what any intermediate martial artist could possibly produce. That single blow carried power exceeding the threshold of an intermediate martial artist. After this strike, the observing coaches fell silent. Coach Zhang Jin was a straightforward person and smiled as he clasped his hands, saying, "Brother, I concede. You are indeed the ace coach. If Coach Zhang Jin admits it, how could you not? Are you more formidable than him?" The key point is that Yi Ling's previous performance was indeed astonishing, which already earned the admiration of many. Just this 5th level of the Gale Blade technique is something few could achieve on the scene. Moreover, reaching the 5th level in such a short time is simply astonishing. However, they did not know that Yi Ling had intentionally slowed down his progress. Otherwise, with his current comprehension, he could have done it in an even shorter time. Hong Wu smiled upon witnessing this scene. Yi Ling was personally signed by him, and now receiving recognition from everyone is also a validation of his abilities. With Yi Ling showcasing his abilities, even if the other coaches wanted to protest, they had no grounds to do so, especially since he was contracted by Hong Wu, the deputy master. To stir trouble now would surely offend him. Subsequently, some people entered the martial arts hall to examine the knife marks left on the special alloy walls. The depth of this mark is probably at the level of a high-ranking martial master. Upon closer inspection of the knife marks, they realized they had previously underestimated the power of this strike. This led some coaches to take Yi Ling more seriously. After dispersing the onlookers, Yi Ling officially completed his employment procedures, marking the beginning of his first day at work. The first guest he welcomed was a junior martial master. This junior martial master was of average height, with a faint scar on his face, exuding a subtle aura of menace. Yi Ling recognized this aura. It belonged to wilderness adventurers. Wilderness adventurers are primarily hired to hunt fierce beasts in the wild. Warriors in this profession often possess top-tier combat strength among their ranks, as battling fierce beasts year-round requires significant power. Such professions are also quite lucrative. For instance, this martial master-level wilderness adventurer likely earns money comparable to that of an ace coach according to industry standards. But this is understandable given the high risks involved. The mortality rate for wilderness adventurers is quite high. Many so-called primary wilderness adventurers eventually choose to quit after a few years. Mr. Huanggong, what do you need? The front desk conveyed the customer's information to Yi Ling, informing him of the guest's name. My request is simple. I have a knife technique that is close to a breakthrough, but has been stuck. I want your guidance. As for the martial art, it is the most popular, the 9-stacked blade technique. Huanggong sat on the floor and briefly explained his needs. Yi Ling recognized the 9-stacked blade technique, a very common knife technique. Both warriors and martial masters can practice it. This technique unleashes power like towering waves. The higher the stack, the greater the explosive force. May I ask to which stack you have practiced? Yi Ling asked Huanggong. Huanggong replied indifferently, I have reached the 6th stack and want to break through to the 7th. Yi Ling was slightly surprised. Most junior martial masters only reach the 5th stack. The strength of wilderness adventurers is indeed notable. If he were to break through to the 7th stack, his combat power would likely not be inferior to that of intermediate martial masters. I understand the 9-stacked blade technique. Please demonstrate the 6th and 7th stacks. As a former coach, Yi Ling had dabbled in numerous martial arts, and he certainly knew about the relatively popular 9-stacked blade technique. All right, Huanggong demonstrated the 6th stack on the spot. He had mastered it, but Yi Ling noticed a slight issue. Then Huanggong attempted to execute the 7th stack. However, he could not complete it, stopping halfway. Coach, where do you think I went wrong with the 7th stack? Huanggong asked Yi Ling after finishing. Yi Ling smiled and said, your 9-stacked blade technique's 6th stack actually has a deviation in thinking. However, due to your vigorous energy and the deviation not being severe, it didn't affect your ability to execute it. But if you practice the 7th stack with the same mindset as the 6th, it will definitely lead to problems. Let me first demonstrate my understanding of the 6th stack. Yi Ling picked up a knife and began to swing it, producing a sound of slicing through the air as the technique flowed, tearing through layers of air. Huanggong was not foolish. He noticed that Yi Ling's 6th stack differed from his own. Yi Ling then performed the 7th stack of the 9-stacked blade technique. This strike cleaved through the air, creating a terrifying sonic boom. Had it not been for the special construction of this building, the sheer sound of the sonic boom would have shattered glass. Upon seeing Yi Ling successfully execute the 7th stack, Huanggong suddenly stood up. The fact that he could perform the 7th stack indicated that Yi Ling's interpretation of the 6th stack was correct. Mr. Huanggong, please demonstrate the 6th stack again, but slower. I will help you correct the force application. Yi Ling began to correct Huanggong's 6th stack. After correcting the 6th stack, Huanggong practiced it until he was proficient before starting to impart insights on the 7th stack. Thus, 3 hours passed. Thank you, coach. I will practice diligently when I return. I can faintly sense that I will certainly succeed in mastering the 7th stack this time. Huanggong was particularly excited. He originally thought that finding these martial arts coaches to help him break through to the 7th stack would take more than a month. To his surprise, Coach Yi Ling not only had a unique understanding of martial arts, but also a keen eye, directly pinpointing some of his minor flaws and saving him a lot of time. If you're satisfied, please leave a good review, Yi Ling said with a smile. Sure, Master Yi. After having his first customer, Yi Ling was subsequently assigned several more. These customers included both martial masters and warriors. Yi Ling could generally identify the issues with the requests made by these customers at a glance. A week later, all the clients taught by Yi Ling gave positive reviews, especially regarding the efficiency. Efficiency relates to commissions, as these clients signed result contracts with the martial arts hall, meaning the hall guaranteed they would learn. With Yi Ling's high efficiency in teaching them quickly, the martial arts hall naturally earned money faster, and his commissions increased. After a week, his performance was far ahead in the martial arts hall, surpassing even those ace coaches. Yi Ling had firmly established his position as an ace coach with no one daring to question it. After a week of work, Yi Ling went to find Hong Wu seeking a guarantee certificate. A certificate proving that he was an ace coach at the Xianting Martial Arts Hall and that it was a long-term contract. With this guarantee certificate from the Xianting Martial Arts Hall, he could go to the bank for a mortgage loan to buy blood-boosting pills that would assist Xiao Wan in breaking through. Hong Wu, upon hearing Yi Ling's intentions, guessed the purpose of the guarantee he needed. "You want to take out a loan from the bank?" Hong Wu inquired. "Yes, my wife is 40 years old and a senior martial artist. If we delay for a few more years, it will be even harder for her to break through to a martial master. I want to use my identity as a martial arts school owner to secure a loan." Yi Ling did not hide his intentions. "You are fortunate to have such a good husband." Hong Wu complimented Yi Ling with a smile before continuing. "However, I have some connections at the Treasure Pavilion. If you want to buy the Breakthrough Martial Master Pill, I can offer you an internal price of 850,000. You want me to take a loan from the bank? Oh, just consider it a debt to me. You can pay me back when you have the money later." Hong Wu decided to lend money directly to Yi Ling and was willing to use his personal connections to help him get an internal price. The reason Hong Wu was willing to do this was mainly because he believed in Yi Ling's future. After a week of working together, he could see just how extraordinary Yi Ling's talent in martial arts was. Such individuals have a promising future. Investing in them while they are still growing, providing timely support, is always better than waiting until they have succeeded to offer assistance. Yi Ling was somewhat astonished. The internal price of 850,000 was a full 15,000 less than the normal price. The key point was that Hong Wu was willing to lend him this amount. "Master, you make me feel quite embarrassed," Yi Ling admitted, feeling a bit sheepish. "It's a small matter. Given your work efficiency and salary, paying me back will be easy," Hong Wu reassured him. "Since Master Hong said so, I'll accept it," Yi Ling replied. "Let's go, but it's just that I finished work too. Let's head to the Treasure Pavilion." After Hong Wu tidied up his desk, he left work with Yi Ling. The Treasure Pavilion was a renowned mall within the Tiannan Bay city, dealing in auctions, exchanges, and various items needed by martial artists. Behind it were several top-tier companies specializing in biological agents and elixirs, wielding unimaginable funds and influence throughout the Tiannan base. Of course, with such a large enterprise, the Treasure Pavilion also had experts stationed there. In Jiang City alone, there were openly 4 great martial masters, and if any difficulties arose, personnel could be dispatched from the Tiannan base headquarters at any time. The event where items from the Treasure Pavilion were plundered became a notorious incident. Following that event, the headquarters of the Treasure Pavilion sent a Grandmaster to Jiang City for investigation. The power of the Grandmaster echoed throughout Jiang City that day. From then on, no one dared to covet the Treasure Pavilion was located in the most luxurious area of Jiang City. In fact, rather than saying it was situated in the most luxurious area, it was because the Treasure Pavilion was there that it became the most luxurious area. The entire Treasure Pavilion was a commercial building containing luxury goods, martial arts items, elixirs, weapons, armor, and all sorts of necessities for martial artists. When a junior martial master and a senior martial master entered the Treasure Pavilion, they would certainly attract attention. Hong Wu directly took out a platinum card and handed it to a nearby staff member. The platinum card. Upon seeing this card, Yi Ling's eyelids twitched slightly. The Treasure Pavilion's VIP cards were divided into regular VIP cards, gold VIP cards, platinum VIP cards, and even higher-tier black cards. To obtain a platinum VIP card, one generally had to be a great martial master and have made a certain amount of purchases at the Treasure Pavilion. Hong Wu's ability to produce a platinum VIP card proved his financial strength and background. "Please follow me, esteemed guests. I will call the manager to attend to you right away." Upon seeing the platinum VIP card, the staff member's heart trembled and their attitude became even more cautious and polite, directly leading the two into the best reception room. After staying in the reception room for a short while, a well-dressed senior martial master walked in. "Brother Hong, you didn't even give me a heads up before coming." This senior martial master greeted Hong Wu with particular enthusiasm, and the two embraced. "Manager Qin, I'm here, mainly for my brother here. He wants to buy a blood energy pill to break through to martial master. Could you possibly offer a discount?" After some pleasantries, Hong Wu got straight to the point. "A discount?" Manager Qin showed slight difficulty as he replied to Hong Wu. "You should know some of the rules of the Treasure Pavilion. Although there are internal discount prices, the quotas are very strict, and every internal discount must be recorded in detail. Your friend. Obtaining this is indeed a bit difficult for me." Manager Qin's meaning was clear. Yi Ling's cultivation was slightly low, making it hard for him to maneuver. "No problem, put it under my name. That way it won't be difficult for you," Hong Wu said with a smile. "Under your name?" Manager Qin was somewhat surprised and speculated about the relationship between Yi Ling and Hong Wu. Hong Wu looked at Manager Qin and chuckled. "What's the problem?" "No problem," Manager Qin promised, patting his chest. "He'll handle it immediately." Soon Manager Qin successfully processed the transaction, taking out a beautifully packaged box. Inside was a blood-red pill, and both parties recorded the transaction. Brother Hong, Brother Yi, this pill has undergone authoritative certification and testing, and its quality is absolutely guaranteed. Here is the accompanying certification document. Manager Qin even specially showed the certification document to the two. No problem. Yi Ling inspected the document and found everything to be in order. The two parties began to sign the contract to finalize the transaction. After signing, Hong Wu directly told Manager Qin, "He'll handle the payment. Let's go and swipe the card." This left Manager Qin even more astonished. Hong Wu was going to pay. What background did Yi Ling have? Hong Wu not only used his personal quota, but was also going to pay. However, Manager Qin did not feel it was appropriate to ask too many questions and let Hong Wu to make the payment. After Hong Wu completed the payment, Manager Qin handed Yi Ling a VIP card. "Brother Yi, this is the VIP card from the Treasure Pavilion. My authority only allows for this level." Manager Qin presented a gold VIP card. Yi Ling did not refuse it. Although the VIP card did not come with discounts, it still allowed access to other services. He would certainly need to return to a place like the Treasure Pavilion in the future. After purchasing the pill that evening, Yi Ling and Hong Wu had dinner out chatting. Of course, this meal was definitely on Yi Ling. Later that night, Yi Ling returned home slightly tipsy. "Did you drink?" Qiu Wan supported Yi Ling, noticing the smell of alcohol on him. Qiu Wan was quite surprised. Although Yi Ling did not abstain from alcohol entirely, he rarely drank outside. "I had dinner with our deputy master. Wainer, I have a surprise for you," Yi Ling said with a smile, pushing Qiu Wan into the room as he left. "What surprise? You're so mysterious," Qiu Wan remarked, though internally she felt sweet. Simultaneously, she speculated whether the gift was a necklace, a ring, or some other adornment. After all, she saw that Yi Ling had no other items on him, so the gift was likely to be something small. "Ding ding hee hee, my dear wife, the surprise is a blood energy pill for breaking through to Martial Master." Qiu Wan looked at the pills in the box before her, a bit incredulous. Then she quickly reacted, "Honey, where did these pills come? It can't be that fast to get a bank loan, right?" Because earlier today, Yi Ling had mentioned needing to get a work guarantee from the martial arts school to take to the bank for the loan. But getting a bank loan requires a process. How could it possibly be approved so quickly? Yi Ling explained the situation to his wife Qiu Wan. "Isn't your deputy director being too generous by directly lending you 85000?" Qiu Wan was startled by such a hefty amount. An 850,000 loan is no small sum. If it were her father, he probably wouldn't be able to come up with that much money immediately. 850,000 shouldn't be a big deal for our deputy director. Not to mention his income, it must be several times that of my ace coach. Just his background is likely impressive, and he probably has family businesses. His worth is higher than that of an average martial master." Yi Ling speculated. A high-level martial master being the deputy director of the Jiangxing Xianing Martial Arts School must have some background. If he has plenty of money, that's his business, but why would he voluntarily lend it to you? Qiu Wan still didn't quite understand. Borrowing money is something most people avoid, yet the deputy director actively lent money. It's an investment in relationships. By borrowing this money and getting me an internal prize through connections, I owe him a significant favor. Yi Ling understood this clearly. However, he felt indifferent to people in their middle age often mix personal relationships with interests. He had no objections to that. "All right, my dear, let's take this opportunity tonight to consume the pills and prepare for your breakthrough into a martial master." Yi Ling prepared to assist Qiu Wan in her breakthrough. Qiu Wan nodded, first circulating her cultivation technique. Once familiar, she formed hand seals and swallowed the pills. As the pills entered her stomach, a surge of overwhelming vitality flooded her limbs. Now what Qiu Wan needed to do was harness this overwhelming vitality to break through to the martial master level. "Why follow the route I drew for you and make the breakthrough?" Yi Ling had already studied Qiu Wan's cultivation technique in depth and had preemptively calculated the best route for her breakthrough. As his fingers glided over Qiu Wan, she followed his guidance to break through. With Yi Ling's precalculated best breakthrough route and the help of the pills, Qiu Wan successfully broke through to martial master. "Honey, I've become a martial master." After the breakthrough, Qiu Wan was overjoyed and tightly embraced Yi Ling. After the excitement, tears glistened in the corners of her eyes as she said, "Honey, to be honest, everything feels like a dream. Ever since you broke through to martial master half a month ago, everything at home has changed, becoming better than any dream I've ever had. Even I managed to break through to martial master, something I never even dared to dream of before." Tears filled Qiu Wan's eyes. Though she had no regrets about marrying Yi Ling over the years, life had gradually dulled the passion and aspirations she once had, leaving her lacking in dreams for the future. Everything is getting better, and the future will only be brighter. Yi Ling embraced Qiu Wan. The arrival of the system had indeed changed his life. This was just the first phase of the system's functions. He wondered what kinds of extraordinary permissions would be unlocked after reaching the Grand Martial Master level. After the breakthrough, Qiu took a shower to wash away the sweat. Ling then went to his study, sensing that he was about to break through as well. This wasn't unexpected. Although he hadn't consumed any pills or potions after a month of training with a 100-fold boost, he was nearly ready to break through to intermediate martial master. Ling's breakthrough went exceptionally smoothly. After breaking through to intermediate martial master, he felt a powerful force circulating through his limbs. I wonder if I can match an average beginner grand martial master now. Ling mused, dismissing the threat of high-level martial masters. Even before my breakthrough, when I gave it my all and unleashed the 9-fold wave, there shouldn't have been many high-level martial masters who could defeat me. Now that I've broken through to intermediate martial master, dealing with high-level martial masters should be a piece of cake. Ling's combat power was already comparable to that of grand martial masters. If this news got out, it would certainly be shocking. The gap between grand martial masters and high-level martial masters is usually insurmountable. Not to mention regular high-level martial masters, even top-tier ones like Hongwu can barely exchange a few moves with beginner grand martial masters. Once a beginner grand martial master gets serious, defeat is quick to follow. Yet here, I am an intermediate martial master daring to think of challenging beginner grand martial masters. If others knew this thought, they would surely think I was insane. Days passed slowly. Ling was quite satisfied with his current life. After the breakthrough, he also took a shower. When he returned to bed, Qiu took the initiative to hug him, her soft voice sounding honey. With over a decade of marital understanding, Ling instinctively knew what Qiu wanted. He naturally didn't hold back and turned to embrace her. In an instant, the room was filled with springtime warmth. At work, Ling didn't conceal the aura of his breakthrough, attracting the attention and surprise of many. The most shocked was Hongwu. He knew that Ling had only broken through to martial master half a month ago. In just half a month, he had managed to break through from beginner martial master to intermediate martial master. Hongwu felt great. It indicated that his investment in relationships had paid off. Life was supposed to continue smoothly like this. However, outside Jiangxing, the cannon fire roared as a new wave of beast tides approached. When this news reached Jiangxing, it caused a huge shock. This wave of beast tides was much stronger than previous ones, claimed to be a once-in-a-century occurrence. All cities in the Tian'an base were under attack. Even Tian'an City faced fierce assaults from powerful beasts. In such immense pressure, the government activated an emergency conscription order, summoning martial artists to fight. This conscription was mandatory. One must take part. After all, becoming a martial artist comes with state allowances, so one can't enjoy benefits in peace and then refuse to contribute when the base city is in trouble. However, people were worried about the safety of their loved ones. Ling volunteered to go to the front lines of special operations, the most dangerous place that also needed strong fighters the most. The reason Ling did this was for his wife Qiu and their son Yihong. His wife hadn't had any real combat experience for nearly 20 years, and given her recent breakthrough to martial master, it would be too dangerous for her to go to the battlefield. The same reasoning applied to his son Yihong. He was too young, and Ling surely wouldn't allow him to go. There was a government decree stating that if one's strength met the standards and they voluntarily applied to go to the front lines, direct relatives could be exempted from conscription. Here, direct relatives only referred to parents, children, and spouses. Before the deployment, Qiu was nestled in Ling's embrace, whispering and sobbing softly. "It's okay, my wife. I'm not the same person I used to be. I will definitely return alive," Ling reassured, stroking Qiu's hair. Besides comforting her, Ling also harbored his own confidence. Although frontline special operations were perilous, the military would not intentionally send them to their deaths. The difficulty of the assignments would be tailored to their cultivation levels. Ling's greatest advantage was his high combat ability. Though he was only a mid-level martial artist, his actual fighting power should be on par with a typical beginner great martial artist, significantly increasing his chances of survival during missions. Daddy. His son Yihong and daughter Yiyao tugged at Ling's clothing, reluctant to let him go. Ling gently patted his daughter Yiyao's head, saying softly, "When daddy is not home, Yao must listen to mommy." Yao is the most obedient," Yiyao nodded vigorously. Finally, Ling turned to his son, Yihong, his gaze and expression becoming considerably stern. "Yihong, you should be a martial artist now, considered half a man. You should share the responsibilities with your mother at home and protect your sister, understand?" "Dad, don't worry. I will definitely protect mom and my sister," Yihong replied, clenching his fists, his eyes brimming with tears as he fought back the urge to cry. "I'm leaving," Ling said, turning away and leaving the house, forcing himself not to look back. Once he boarded the vehicle heading to the front lines, Ling vowed to return alive. Upon arriving at the front lines, Ling distinctly sensed a chilling aura. The air was thick with smoke and the scent of blood lingered. Some injured soldiers were being withdrawn from the front for treatment. After reaching the front lines, Ling was assigned to a special operations group. Unlike ordinary frontline personnel, special operations groups did not directly confront the beast tide. Instead, they carried out various specialized tasks. For instance, they might infiltrate the wilderness to decapitate stronger beast soldiers, or go to specified locations in the wild to track beast generals, deploying signal emitters to provide coordinates, and so on. In simple terms, they were an elite squad. Most of their tasks required deep infiltration into the wilderness, making them highly dangerous. If luck was on their side, everyone would return safely from a mission. However, if luck was against them, a team wipe could happen very easily. Ling was assigned to the 4th Action Squad. The 4th Action Squad consisted of 7 members, 3 of whom were seasoned veterans, while the other 4, like Ling, volunteered to join for the sake of their families. Among the 3 veterans, there was 1 high-level martial artist, 1 mid-level martial artist, and 1 beginner martial artist. Of the 4 volunteers, only Ling was a mid-level martial artist. The remaining 3 were all beginners. Seeing this lineup, Ling felt somewhat relieved. Given their composition, it was unlikely they would be assigned tasks with particularly high difficulty. He had the ability to turn the tide. The high-level martial artist introduced himself first in the tent. "Hello, everyone, I am Zhong Kai, your team. This is Wei Shan, and this is Kong Gu." Zhong Kai introduced the other 2 veterans as well. Wei Shan and Kong Gu nodded towards the group. Zhong Kai continued, "We are all veterans with over 8 years of service, and our combat experience is unquestionable. To help everyone get to know each other better, please introduce yourselves, and if possible, mention your previous work, and whether you still maintain your combat readiness." After Zhong Kai finished speaking, a burly middle-aged man around 35 years old spoke first. "I am Mo Lee, you can call me Old Mo. I work as a security guard for a safety company and sometimes protect clients while they gather materials in the wilderness. I believe I still maintain decent combat ability." Following Old Mo, a slim middle-aged man who was only about 1.6 meters tall and spoke somewhat indifferently introduced himself. "Ensu, a wilderness adventurer. I once hunted down a mid-level beast soldier by myself, though I used some other methods." After Ensu spoke, not only did the volunteers look at him with newfound respect, but even the 2 veterans gave him an extra glance. The combat ability and instincts of wilderness adventurers were absolutely beyond doubt, and even veterans might not be able to match them. Next to introduce himself was a somewhat portly middle-aged man who awkwardly smiled and said, "My name is LV Ming. I don't possess the abilities of the first 2. To be honest, I just recently broke through to become a martial artist. Previously, I worked in a beast breeding facility doing slaughtering." Finally, it was Ling's turn, the only mid-level martial artist among the 4 volunteers. Ling smiled and said, "I am Ling, a martial arts coach. I teach martial arts and have decent talent in it alongside some power-related abilities. My combat ability should be quite good, but aside from the martial artist assessment, I haven't engaged in actual combat against beasts for a long time." Ling was mostly speaking the truth. His combat ability was indeed decent, and it had been quite some time since he had engaged in real combat aside from assessments. However, everyone was quite pleased to hear that he had power-related abilities. After all, in times like these, a stronger teammate translated to greater safety. In the following days, the 7 members became acquainted with each other, while also learning how to use firearms and some auxiliary technologies. Although martial arts were prevalent, firearms still had their uses. For martial artists like Ling, although their instincts were strong and regular firearms had no effect on them, specially designed high-powered weapons could still cause them harm. Moreover, some auxiliary technologies offered significant convenience in combat. Given the current wartime conditions, training time was limited to just 3 days. Fortunately, martial artists had strong learning abilities. While 3 days was not enough to master various weapons, they could at least familiarize themselves to a degree where they could use them normally. 3 days later, the 4th squad received their first mission: eliminate the Rat King. In the beast tide, mutated ferocious beasts like rats were difficult to deal with. These rats, after mutation, could gnaw through anything, were small in size, and reproduced rapidly. Under the control of the Rat King, they could cause significant trouble for the city defense forces. Of course, such rat tides were not just a single wave, but multiple waves. The 4th squad was tasked with eliminating only one of these waves. In the tent, an electronic map was projected. Zhong Kai pointed to a marked area on the map and said, "The Rat King we need to eliminate has been located by military drones, and its approximate position is here. The Rat King's strength is that of a mid-level beast soldier, but there are many rat guards nearby. In this battle, we will use the military-provided scent disruptors to confuse the rat swarm, create chaos, and swiftly eliminate it. Once we eliminate it, the mission will be complete, and we can return. Now let's set off." Before leaving the station, each member of the team received their set of special combat gear, special alloy combat boots, specially designed trousers, a vested jacket, and a custom-made backpack with night vision goggles. Do not underestimate this equipment. The vest and combat pants worn by Ling are made from the latest materials, resistant enough that even the claws of beast soldiers would find it difficult to tear them apart in a single strike. The vest is equipped with special force dissipation and cushioning properties, which reduce the impact threat from ferocious beasts. This set of gear is extremely valuable, and ordinary martial artists would not qualify to possess it. If it weren't for the wilderness assassination mission assigned to their team, which carries a high level of danger, this combat suit would not have been issued to them. After receiving this equipment, the members of the team noticeably felt more secure, and the oppressive atmosphere and fear within the group diminished significantly. The team set off, entering the wilderness through a special exit connected to the military. Upon reaching the wild area, the fourth squad headed toward the location of the Rat King according to the electronic map. Along the way, they encountered ferocious beasts, and everyone tried to avoid conflict as much as possible to prevent attracting more beasts, as their only mission was to eliminate the beast soldier-level Rat King. After nearly a day's travel, the group arrived at the location detected by the military drones where the Rat King appeared. It was an abandoned temporary gathering point. Before the beast tide arrived, this place should have been a temporary gathering point in the wilderness, but it was naturally abandoned once the beast tide struck. Wei Shan, a member of the team, controlled a simulated mouse to enter and probe the situation inside. Through the images transmitted by the simulated mouse, they discovered that the abandoned site was inhabited by numerous ferocious rats, indicating that the military's intelligence was likely correct. However, after the simulated mouse circled the abandoned gathering point, they did not find the Rat King. What should we do? We haven't found the Rat King. Wei Shan asked Zhong Kai. Zhong Kai fell silent, contemplating a solution. After a while, Lu Ming suggested, how about we stir up some commotion at the abandoned base to draw out the Rat King? But Lu Ming's suggestion was immediately refuted by Kong Gu. Stir up trouble at the abandoned base. That's a suicidal act. Just because the simulated mouse detected a few rats doesn't mean there aren't countless ferocious rats lurking in unseen corners of the underground tunnels. Once we fall into that situation, if we don't eliminate the Rat King, let alone our team, even a grand martial artist wouldn't dare claim they could leave unscathed. Listening to this, Lu Ming fell silent and refrained from speaking further. At this moment, Ensu, an adventurer in the wilderness, offered a suggestion. Actually, we can use something to lure out the Rat King. For example, the corpse of a beast soldier. The Rat King would definitely feast on the corpse of a beast soldier first, and since a large beast soldier's corpse cannot be dragged into tight spaces, the Rat King would have to come out to eat. At that time, we can directly use a special long-range sniper rifle to take it down and escape. As an adventurer in the wilderness, Ensu's suggestion was quite good and received immediate approval from everyone. Thus, they split into two groups. Team leader Zhong Kai and Lao Mo went to hunt a beast soldier, while the other 5 occupied a vantage point. Using the simulated mouse, they identified a safe route, and the 5 moved swiftly to secure a high ground. Among the team, the best marksman was only Kong Gu. Kong Gu opened the iron box he carried, revealing some firearm components. He skillfully assembled these mechanical parts into a Tumterlong heavy sniper rifle, predominantly black. Meanwhile, Kong Gu took out a specially designed silver-colored bullet and loaded it into the sniper rifle. The reason for using only one bullet was that Kong Gu only had one chance to shoot. If he failed, the Rat King would definitely hide away and not give him a second opportunity. Ling looked at the special bullet in Kong Gu's hand, feeling a shiver in her heart. This type of bullet was specially made, and when combined with the heavy sniper rifle, possessed tremendous power. Once hit, even high-level martial artists would die instantly. Of course, for a grand martial artist, the threat would be minimal. Once one advances to a grand martial artist, their internal spiritual energy can become robust enough to instinctively manifest and form protective chi in times of crisis. This protective chi can both neutralize attacks and alter the trajectory of the sniper bullet. The group remained silent on the upper floor, waiting patiently for team leader Zhong Kai to bring back the beast soldier's corpse to lure out the Rat King. After about an hour, team leader Zhong Kai dragged a mid-level beast soldier wild boar to an open area. Once he reached the open space, he quickly left the site and hid at a safe distance. Before long, some rats discovered the beast soldier wild boar and returned to the abandoned gathering point, emitting special sound waves to call their companions. Soon, thousands of rats surrounded the corpse of the beast soldier wild boar. Each of these rats was plump and robust, their sharp teeth visible at the corners of their mouths. If a martial artist were to fall among them, they would likely be torn to pieces. The rats gathered around the corpse of the beast soldier wild boar, but none dared to feast. They were all waiting for the Rat King. After a moment, a Rat King with fur that was slightly white and clearly different from the other rats appeared. Upon its arrival, the rat swarm noticeably parted to make way. This beast, soldier-level ferocious beast, could only be eaten by the Rat King first before the other rats could feast. The moment the Rat King appeared, Kong Gu aimed at it and began to gauge the position, wind speed, and light effects. Nearby, Ling and the others dared not even breathe, heavily fearful of disturbing Kong Gu. Just as the Rat King was about to feast on the beast soldier wild boar, bang! A deep and powerful sound resonated, and in an instant that special bullet shot through the air, piercing the Rat King's body. The bullet's immense penetrating power tore the Rat King's body in half, clearly killing it instantly. In an instant, the rat swarm was thrown into chaos. Without the Rat King's control, they scattered in all directions, unable to form a cohesive group. Good, both Lu Ming and Wei Shan cheered with a single shot, bringing down the Rat King. As long as they could bring back the Rat King's body, they would have completed their mission. The first mission went so smoothly, and everyone felt relaxed. Let's go. After completing the mission, Kong Gu put away his rifle, and the group prepared to return. Even Zhong Kai and Lao Mo were approaching the corpse of the ferocious wild boar when an unexpected sound emerged. At that moment, a sharp sound echoed from the abandoned gathering place. The sound, though not loud, had a penetrating quality that even a few martial artists might struggle to hear. However, when Su heard this sound, her complexion changed drastically. Not good, there's a second Rat King here. Is there another Rat King? On the rooftop, the 5 individuals felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. If there is indeed another Rat King here, they would be in grave danger. As expected, under the guidance of that sharp sound, the mice that had originally scattered began to regroup. Some even surged out from the abandoned building, all rushing toward the building where the 5 were located. The moment they fired their guns, their position was already exposed. However, if the Rat King was dead, the mice lacking a leader would not launch a collective attack against them. But now with a second Rat King, they could reorganize and launch another assault. Run, get out of this building. And Su shouted loudly, unleashing all his strength as he jumped from one building to the rooftop of another. The others followed suit, needing to leave the scene. However, the speed at which these rats surrounded them was too fast. They could still lock onto their scent. Use the disruptor. Wei Shan took out a grenade and tossed it into the swarm of rats. Yet this grenade did not explode with great force. Instead, it released a gas upon detonation. This gas could disrupt the beasts and track humans by scent. Sure enough, after throwing the grenade, the number of mice surrounding them decreased. The 5 navigated the rooftop, finally jumping to the ground just as more rats pounced on them. Ling drew his blade and struck with lightning speed, slashing down all the rats that lunged at him. However, the smell of blood attracted even more rats. The 5 could only hide and seek to shake off the rats. During this process, Ling listened with his ears to locate the source of the sound, rapidly calculating the position of the Rat King in his mind. With 100-fold amplification, his increased comprehension also enhanced his brain's computational capabilities. Soon Ling calculated the approximate location through the sound waves emitted by the Rat King. No, we will eventually be worn out like this. I've roughly calculated the Rat King's position. You all continue to draw their fire while I go and take it down. Ling wielded his blade and dashed towards the center of the gathering point from another side. Take down the rat. The other 4 felt Ling was a bit insane. Even though most of the rats had been drawn away, there were still many rat servants around the Rat King, and the Rat King itself was at the beast soldier level. But at this point, they could only let Ling try. Ling charged towards the Rat King's position from another side, encountering other rats along the way, swinging his long knife to slay all those that surrounded him. At the same time, Ling pushed his movement technique to the extreme, swiftly weaving through the path and closing in on the location of the other Rat King. Upon seeing the Rat King, Ling charged forward. At this moment, the rat servants guarding the Rat King pounced to stop Ling. If a high-level martial artist were here facing so many rat servants, they would have to retreat from the onslaught. 9 layers of Battle Blade. 4th layer. Ling unleashed the 4th layer of the 9 layers of Battle Blade, and his spiritual power surged forth, transforming into sharp blade aura that emanated from him, visibly slicing through the air. If anyone were present, they would surely be astonished and find it hard to believe. The release of spiritual power and the emanation of energy were hallmarks of a great martial artist, yet it was being executed by a mid-level martial artist. The release of spiritual power, the emanation of energy, and the slicing blade aura provided the martial artist with the power for group attacks. Generally, even the strongest high-level martial artists, when faced with an encirclement, could only chop down one by one. This not only consumed energy, but also made it easier to expose weaknesses in the face of a numerically superior opponent. However, once spiritual power could be released and energy emanated, it enabled wide-ranging area damage. At that moment, a single strike could kill not just one, but an entire group. A vast expanse of blade aura sliced through the attacking rat servants. 5th level of the Gale Blade technique. In an instant, the blade aura eliminated the rat servants that lunged at him, and Ling changed his technique, executing the Gale Blade technique and slicing the Rat King in half. After cutting the Rat King in half, Ling stored it in his backpack and quickly ran out toward the gathering point. Originally trapped in an encirclement and gradually being pushed toward a dead end, Kong Gu and the others suddenly noticed that the attacking rats had scattered in panic. The Rat King has been slain. Ling really did it. Kong Gu and the others felt it was a miracle. Ling had single-handedly taken down the Rat King. Let's go, we need to leave the gathering point first. Everyone knew that now wasn't the time for surprise. They needed to leave this dangerous place. After leaving the gathering point, they regrouped, and after moving a distance away, found a secluded spot among some stone piles to rest. At this time, the captain Zhong Kai asked, Kong Gu Weishan, how did you manage to slay the other Rat King? The situation was too unexpected. No one anticipated there was a second Rat King. Kong Gu Weishan and the other four all turned to look at Yi Ling in unison. And Su sighed. It was Yi Ling who single-handedly killed the Rat King. We didn't contribute at all. Yi Ling single-handedly took down the Rat King. Zhong Kai and Lao Mo were stunned. They had thought it was Kong Gu and the five of them working together to slay the Rat King. Yi Ling smiled helplessly and said, actually, the credit shouldn't go solely to me. Brother Kong and the others helped draw away a lot of fire, weakening the Rat King's forces. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to complete the decapitation task. Yi Ling took out the corpse of the Rat King. Zhong Kai also opened his backpack, revealing another Rat King's corpse that he had collected. We were just protecting ourselves and didn't exert much effort. Brother Yi is truly impressive. Kong Gu and Wei Shan understood that they had hardly contributed, relying entirely on Yi Ling to turn the situation around. Even Zhong Kai looked at Yi Ling with newfound respect. He asked himself if it were him, he would probably find it very difficult to complete the decapitation task and slay the Rat King alone. Yi Ling, the martial arts instructor, was far stronger than they had imagined. What kind of intelligence does the military have? They didn't inform us about such crucial information regarding the two Rat Kings, and we almost perished in there. Lu Ming complained a bit, recalling their earlier predicament with a hint of lingering fear. But Zhong Kai remained calm and said, it's normal. Generally, the information gathered using drones can only provide a partial picture. This is also why special operations teams are dangerous, because the battlefield can change rapidly. However, since we have slain two Rat Kings, our military contributions will definitely be greater than before. Military contributions. At the mention of military contributions, Lu Ming, Lao Mo, and the others' eyes lit up. During wartime, even the temporarily conscripted individuals enjoyed the rights to military contributions like the regular soldiers. And during wartime, military contributions could be exchanged for many resources. For instance, weapons or potions and pills that aid in cultivation. To put it bluntly, military contributions are equivalent to money. Let's discuss the military contributions once we return to the base. It's unsafe out here. After a short rest, Zhong Kai led everyone back through the secret passage to the safety zone within the city walls. After returning to the safety zone of the city defense, the 7 members of the squad let out a sigh of relief and relaxed slightly. In the wilderness zone, especially in the current tense situation, dangers abound. Encountering even a small beast tide could spell disaster for the entire team. However, upon reaching the camp, they felt much safer. After returning to the camp, the members first washed up, cleaning off the bloodstains from their earlier battle, while Zhong Kai, as the team leader, went to report the mission. When Zhong Kai returned, his expression indicated that the outcome was quite good. I reported the unexpected incident, and it was approved. The military merit for this mission has increased by half, totaling 3,000 military merits. 3,000 military merits brought smiles to the faces of the other squad members. They were quite satisfied with this amount. Next, we need to discuss the distribution of military merits within the squad, Zhong Kai said, addressing the key point. Military merits can be exchanged for various items, essentially functioning like currency, which involves interest. For this mission, the squad emerged unscathed thanks to Yi Ling single-handedly defeating another Mouse King. Among the 7 of us, he should receive the most shares, which should be uncontroversial. The proposed distribution by Zhong Kai met with no objections from the others. Indeed, Yi Ling had made the greatest contribution, and it was reasonable for him to receive the largest portion. Next, Zhong Kai, as the team leader and the most skilled among them, would receive the second largest share. Wei Shan and Kong Gu, 2 veteran soldiers skilled in unmanned control and sniping, would take the 3rd tier. The remaining members, Lao Mo, Lu Ming, and Su, would receive the 4th tier of military merits. As the distribution of military merits was settled, everyone seemed to have no objections for the time being, which relieved Zhong Kai. The greatest fear for any squad is conflict during merit distribution, especially when encountering those who only seek to take advantage without reasoning. Such teams do not last long. Yi Ling's share, according to the discussion, was 3,000 military merits, from which he would take 25%, totaling 750 battle merits. Once the military merits were allocated, Zhong Kai also suggested arranging for barbecued meat and roasted lamb. Although alcohol was not permitted in the military camp, beverages were still provided. As a special operations team, they faced high risks, but their treatment was quite good. Brother Yi, let me toast you. This mission was thanks to you, otherwise I might have perished in the beast tide. During the meal, Lu Ming proactively raised a glass to Yi Ling. In such a special operations team, everyone would naturally want to maintain good relations with the strong, as it might save their lives on the battlefield. Yi Ling clinked glasses with Lu Ming and smiled. "Ah, it's a small matter, we are all in the same team, now helping each other. I'm not even afraid of Captain Zhong, Brother Wei, and Brother Kong's jokes. My greatest aspiration now is simply to return home alive." Zhong Kai also laughed, saying, "Don't think too highly of us. We are just ordinary folks, and our greatest thought is to survive. Since that's the case, let's all work together sincerely to ensure we all survive this war. Let's raise a glass." Kongu stood up, raising a glass of beverage. Everyone stood up in unison and raised their glasses. After the gathering, Yi Ling opened the military merit system to check what could be exchanged in the military merit treasury. In the military merit treasury, there were numerous items available for exchange, including healing potions, temporary power enhancement potions, as well as weapons, techniques, martial arts, and elixirs for boosting strength. Yi Ling specifically looked at the elixirs for martial masters. Primary Spirit Enhancement Pill, 200 military merits. Martial Master Blood Chi Pill, 150 military merits. Basically, the elixirs for martial masters ranged from 150 to 300 military merits. The market price for a primary spirit enhancement pill was around 3,000 yuan. This means that 200 military merits are roughly equivalent to 3,000 yuan. Of course, there would be a discount if exchanged for elixirs, and then sold on the black market. The actual price wouldn't reach the market value, generally around 70 to 80%. This time, Yi Ling received 750 military merits, calculating it to be just about 1,000. It seems the government's funding is not low. However, in reality, the government's cost is much lower because the military obtains these elixirs at a first-hand price only slightly above the cost price, certainly far below the market price, and there are even state-owned enterprises that directly produce these elixirs. No wonder they use this military merit system. It's definitely much more cost-effective than direct financial compensation. I'll exchange for 3 primary spirit enhancement pills and 1 martial master blood chi pill. Yi Ling unhesitatingly exchanged the military merits for the elixirs. As he mentioned earlier, his ultimate goal was to survive, and for that he must strive to enhance his strength. If he could break through to a high-level martial master, or even a great martial master, he should be able to escape safely from any unexpected encounters in the wilderness. After the exchange, it wasn't long before Yi Ling received the elixirs. He immediately consumed a primary spirit enhancement pill, and as it entered his stomach, he began to refine it. After a while, when Yi Ling opened his eyes again, there was a hint of surprise in his gaze. His efficiency in absorbing the elixir had astonishingly increased 100-fold, nearly perfectly absorbing the potency of the primary spirit enhancement pill without any waste. It's important to note that under normal circumstances, a martial artist would typically lose a significant portion of an elixir's potency during refinement. This is unavoidable, much like how humans absorb energy from food. However, he had a 100-fold enhancement. Of course, this 100-fold enhancement doesn't mean that he could directly increase the potency absorbed 100-fold. Because energy is conserved, the amount of energy provided by the primary spirit enhancement pill is limited, and this system wouldn't generate extra energy out of thin air for him. Essentially, the 100-fold enhancement applied to the absorption of elixirs means improving efficiency, allowing him to perfectly absorb the elixir's potency. In this way, consuming 1 elixir for him was equivalent to 2.5 elixirs for others. Thus, Yi Ling began refining the other elixirs. In contrast to Yi Ling's extravagance, the other team members basically chose to save their military merits for now, waiting until the subsequent war ends to exchange for elixirs, possibly using some for themselves and selling others on the black market. From their perspective, consuming elixirs was still a relatively extravagant matter. Over the next month, Yi Ling and his team undertook 3 more missions. Among the 3 missions, 2 were executed relatively easily, but after completing the last mission, the squad encountered significant trouble. They not only faced a small beast horde, but also its leader, a junior beast general. Fortunately, at that time, Yi Ling had once again broken through to a high-level martial master, and with all his strength, he managed to slay the junior beast general, leading the squad out of the beast horde. Of course, the squad still paid a price. Lu Ming had his left arm torn apart, and Wei Shan was left on the brink of death, ultimately relying on Zhong Shan to carry him back. The others were also severely injured, having consumed some temporary power-enhancing drugs, and when they fled back to the base, they not only suffered serious injuries, but also faced backlash from the side effects of the potions, leading them to the rear medical department. But they were lucky because Yi Ling happened to be in the team. Otherwise, if it had been another high-level martial master on this mission, the outcome would have been a dead end. At least they managed to save their lives. In just 1 month, the brutality of the war between humans and fierce beasts became apparent. The front lines suffered heavy casualties, and the first line of defense was even breached at one point, forcing a retreat to the second line. As for the special operations team, Lin Yiling knew that several had been completely annihilated in the wilderness, and the number of severely injured was even greater. Not to mention others in their 4th combat team, only Lin Yiling and Zhong Kai still retained their combat effectiveness. Lu Ming had lost an arm. Wei Shan was still in a coma undergoing emergency treatment, and the others were heavily injured and hospitalized. This could be considered a relatively good outcome, as long as the situation did not worsen significantly. These injured could temporarily receive treatment in the rear. If only I could break through to become a Grand Martial Master, Lin Yiling sighed as he refined a spirit-enhancing pill in the camp. Now he was already a senior martial master, just one step away from becoming a Grand Martial Master. However, this step was not so easily crossed as it represented a significant gap in cultivation level. With 100-fold enhancement, he could certainly cross the threshold of a Grand Martial Master, but to do so in a short time, he needed an opportunity. Brother Yi, at that moment Zhong Kai walked into the tent. Since witnessing Lin Yiling personally slay a junior beast General Zhong, Kai had completely submitted to him. Team leader Zhong, Lin Yiling greeted him, then asked, "Is there any consideration for supplementing our 4th Special Operations team with more personnel?" Lin Yiling was somewhat puzzled. Currently, the 4th Special Operations team consisted only of him and Zhong Kai, and the others definitely could not return for the time being, so personnel supplementation was necessary. Team leader Zhong sat down and said, "I have heard that the crisis in Tiannan has been resolved, and they are beginning to dispatch a large number of powerful individuals to our aid, including some at the master level. They are preparing for a counterattack, intending to slay some Beast King level fierce beasts, and may even target Lord level fierce beasts. To slay some Beast King level fierce beasts, and potentially target Lord level fierce beasts." Lin Yiling's gaze sharpened. The classification of strength among fierce beasts is as follows: Beast Servant, Beast Soldier, Beast General, Beast King, Lord, and Overlord. These correspond to the human levels of Martial Artist, Martial Master, Grand Martial Master, Master, Grand Master, and Martial God. In the entire Tiannan base city, becoming a master signifies being a prominent figure. In Jiang City, individuals at the master level are the ones wielding the highest power. Characters at the Grand Master level generally look down upon Jiang City and have developed in the headquarters of Tiannan base city. As for the martial gods, they are almost legendary figures whom many may never even see in their lifetime. For humanity, they are the true guardians. "So we won't be required to carry out special missions anymore?" Lin Yiling inquired. Zhong Kai nodded and said, "Yes, no more special missions will be dispatched, but we will likely be incorporated under the command of the masters, forming an elite slaying team to assist in hunting Beast King level fierce beasts." "That's fortunate." Lin Yiling was not surprised by this. Based on past patterns of counterattacks against beast types, the death rate of the vanguard teams was not high. Before a counterattack, the military would locate the positions of powerful Beast Kings, first conducting a barrage to eliminate the lesser fierce beasts, followed by deploying slaying teams led by masters to encircle and kill the Beast King and its subordinates. Those of them who were martial masters certainly would not engage the Beast Kings. That task would be left to the masters, while they were responsible for clearing the fierce beasts under the Beast King's command. However, after undergoing a barrage, those fierce beasts, even if they did not die, would be severely injured, resulting in a low death rate for the slaying teams. As the day of the counterattack approached, a powerful aura began to spread throughout the military camp. This overwhelming presence did not cause dissatisfaction among the soldiers. Instead, it brought them a sense of security. Only those who reached the master level possessed such an aura, which was referred to as the master's might. The saying that a master must not be insulted means that a master represents a form of might that cannot be humiliated. Lin Yiling and Zhong Kai were both incorporated into the slaying teams under 2 masters. The lowest rank in the slaying teams consisted of senior martial masters equipped with 20 grand martial masters and led by 2 masters. This counterattack and slaying were conducted with overwhelming strength, 2 masters leading against 1 Beast King. Bang, bang, bang. As the sound of war drums echoed, the soldiers in the camp felt their blood boiling. Even Lin Yiling could feel the stirring of blood within him, and he involuntarily rose with a high-spirited battle intent. This war drum was no ordinary drum. It was likely a spirit treasure that resonated with blood energy and ignited the battle spirit. The one beating this war drum was indeed a master figure. Boom, boom, boom. As the army commenced its barrage, missiles and shells were launched. With an almost exaggerated barrage like meteors streaking from the base, they accurately struck the position of the Beast King. Kill! Kill! At that moment, a master figure stood in midair waving a battle flag and roaring kill. Countless shouts of release erupted, with many soldiers venting their pent-up anger. In recent days, they had witnessed injuries and deaths among their comrades, harboring a surge of fury inside, all of which was now unleashed. The army moved out. The counterattack slaying team charged forth, officially commencing the counteroffensive against the Beast Tide. Lin Yiling and Zhong Kai's counterattack slaying team arrived at the lair of a Beast King. The Beast King let out a roar, an overwhelming sense of oppression spread out, revealing a demon tiger with wings, its surface covered in shimmering crystal armor roaring. As this demon tiger roared, two powerful auras descended as the two masters, one wielding a spear and the other a blade, charged towards the Beast King-level demon tiger. A strong ripple of spiritual energy continued to resonate in the sky, shaking the heavens. Is this the master's might, the battle between masters? Seeing the battle in the sky, Lin Yiling's eyes were filled with longing and fervor. Standing in midair, soaring through the skies, this was a power exclusive to the masters. I will reach the master level, and I will not stop there. Lin Yiling retracted his gaze, took a deep breath, and began to clear the other fierce beasts in this area with the other members of the counterattack slaying team. After the previous barrage, the beast servants within the Beast King's territory were nearly all dead. Most of the beast soldier-level fierce beasts were killed, and the few lucky ones who survived were severely injured and could not withstand the onslaught of the peak state counterattack slaying team. As for the beast general level, they were somewhat injured and would certainly be targeted by the Grand Martial Masters from other teams. Lin Yiling wielded his blade with wild fury, reaping the lives of the fierce beasts like autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves. Under his hands, hardly a beast soldier could last for more than a few seconds. Thus, Lin Yiling also set his sights on those beast general-level fierce beasts. He intended to use this battlefield to build momentum for himself, accumulating enough strength to finally break through to become a Grand Martial Master. Yiling's swordsmanship was ferocious, with fierce beasts constantly falling under his blade, including even beast general-level creatures, while his own momentum steadily accumulated. This made it evident to those nearby that Ling was treating this battlefield as a training ground, aiming to break through to the Great Martial Master in one go. Great Martial Master. Many advanced martial masters present displayed envy. That was the realm they yearned for. Although there were many advanced martial masters present, few could ultimately break through to the Great Martial Master. Such a significant breakthrough required an instant accumulation of terrifying blood energy to succeed. Many advanced martial masters present no longer possessed such potential. Of course, while feeling envious, these advanced martial masters were also astonished by Ling's combat power. Though he was merely an advanced martial master, he could slay even beast generals, making it clear to all that his strength far surpassed that of ordinary advanced martial masters. More crucially, his martial arts expertise was exceptionally high. Everyone could see that Ling was employing a type of secret technique that amplified his strength, which he had mastered to a profound level, while also executing his martial arts excellently. Take, for instance, the whirlwind blade technique and the 9 layers blade technique that Ling had showcased. Many people had seen and practiced these two techniques. They could tell that Ling had brought these two martial arts to their peak, achieving the highest realm. Roar. In the center of the Beast King's lair, a roar of a tiger echoed. A demon tiger with wings and light-colored crystalline armor appeared. This demon tiger looked almost identical to the Beast King tiger, the only difference being that this one was significantly smaller and had a much weaker presence, possessing only the power of a junior beast general. However, it had the bloodline of a Beast King, making its combat power stronger than that of an ordinary junior beast general. Its sudden appearance on the battlefield was direct as it charged towards the nearby advanced martial masters. The 4 advanced martial masters nearby changed their expressions and hurriedly joined forces. However, they underestimated this demon tiger with the Beast King bloodline. In just one exchange, their combined might was shattered, and all 4 were sent flying. The demon tiger roared, lunging forward, its claws swinging as it aimed to strike the advanced martial master who had been knocked down. Witnessing this, the advanced martial master revealed a hint of despair. Boom. Just as the advanced martial master was about to despair and close his eyes, a figure holding a sword suddenly charged forward, clashing head-on with the demon tiger. Boom. The explosive force sent Ling and the demon tiger both staggering back a distance. Interesting, truly worthy of the Beast King bloodline. I'll use you as my whetstone to help me break through to Great Martial Master. Ling raised his sword and charged, unleashing his ultimate technique, the 9 layers battle blade. The man and the tiger fought fiercely. Ling struck with his sword, creating several residual shadows, multiple strikes overlapping. Bang! The demon tiger clashed with Ling. A single strike sent it reeling back a considerable distance, with visible cracks forming on its hard crystalline armor. Roar! As a direct descendant of the Beast King, the demon tiger had its pride, but found it hard to accept being repelled by this seemingly weak opponent. The demon tiger's momentum surged, its wings flapping as it harnessed the force of its charge, once again attacking Ling. Come on! Ling stood his ground, ready for another hard clash. With each clash, Ling's aura surged, forcing the demon tiger to retreat continuously. After several fierce encounters with multiple vicious claw wounds appearing on its body, the demon tiger finally accepted the reality that it was not a match for the seemingly insignificant opponent before it. The demon tiger turned to flee. Now you want to run. Don't you think it's too late? Ling pursued, slashing with his sword, and a wave of chi erupted, tearing through the demon tiger's crystalline armor before the blade even landed. Ling's blade descended, slaying the demon tiger that bore the bloodline of a beast king. However, after slaying the demon tiger, Ling furrowed his brow. He had already touched the barrier to break through to Great Martial Master, but felt that he was still lacking something. At the same time, a mournful roar echoed from above. The beast king-level demon tiger, besieged by two masters, fell, its massive body crashing to the ground. Roar. Perhaps sensing the death of its bloodline, the demon tiger emitted a cry of despair and fury, its battered body rising once more, wings spread wide. Yet this beast king made no attempt to flee. Instead, it charged toward Ling's position. Not good. This beast king seeks revenge before its death, targeting the one who killed its offspring. Ling quickly realized this beast king was too fast. Its target locked onto Ling, and the two masters in the sky could not intervene in time. As for the great martial masters on the ground, they dared not intervene. Despite the beast king being severely injured, its explosive power would still be greatly formidable, and these great martial masters were unwilling to clash Eden. In this life-and-death crisis, Ling suddenly felt a surge of blood boiling. He did not evade, nor had any path to retreat. Under the pressure of life and death, his momentum underwent a qualitative change, breaking through that barrier, his blood energy surging like a rainbow as the spiritual energy around him flooded into his body. In the face of mortal danger, Ling shattered the final barrier, successfully stepping into the ranks of the great martial master. Ling unleashed the mysterious secret method he had obtained from the deputy head of the Hongwu, evolving it to the 5th layer, while simultaneously executing the 9 layers battle blade to the 5th layer. Facing the severely injured beast king, Ling unleashed his strongest strike. Boom! The collision of claws and blades sent Ling flying. However, to everyone's surprise, the beast king also took a step back. Although it was just a single step, it was still a beast king. Even if it was a severely wounded beast king, to have just broken through to great martial master and managed to force such a beast king back by a step was an astonishing feat that would surely cause a great stir if it were known. Damn beast, die. At this moment, the two masters arrived from the sky and joining forces killed the injured beast king. Others hurried to where Ling was, checking if he was still alive. Cough, cough, cough. At this moment, Ling struggled to prop himself up from the ground, leaning against a nearby mound of earth, blood oozing from his mouth, nostrils, and ears. Even his head felt like it was buzzing, somewhat disoriented. A beast king was a beast king. Even after being heavily wounded, a furious full-force strike nearly cost him his life. Had he not broken through to great martial master, that strike would indeed have taken Ling's life. Although he had broken through, his current condition was still far from optimistic. He's still alive. Many gasped in astonishment at Ling's state. To be a newly minted great martial master and survive a furious strike from a beast king was already a miracle. Quick call for medical personnel, one of the masters said. Every counterattack squad was equipped with a professional. Within 3 minutes, medical vehicles and personnel arrived on the scene, providing emergency aid to Ling. With today's technological conditions, as long as one was not dead on the spot, even with other serious injuries, timely rescue would generally preserve life. As Ling was carried into the medical vehicle, the two masters couldn't help but express their admiration. For someone who has just entered the great martial master stage to survive a strike filled with the beast king's fury, he truly is a talent. One of the masters nodded in acknowledgement of Ling's combat strength. The gap between masters and great martial masters is immense, far greater than the difference between martial masters and warriors. In this situation, the fact that the opponent who had just entered the great martial master stage could withstand a blow from the beast king and not perish indeed made him worthy of respect. After Ling was carried into the medical vehicle, emergency rescue was immediately performed. Ling, already a bit dazed from the blow of the beast king, received a dose of strengthening anesthetic on the medical vehicle and fell into a deep slumber. The medical team conducted rescues, and after confirming that Ling was temporarily out of life-threatening danger, he was transferred to the rear battlefield hospital. This counterattack by humanity was relatively successful, having cleared out a considerable number of beast kings deep within the wilderness, and even slaying 2 lord-level ferocious beasts. However, when the counterattack reached a certain depth in the wilderness, humanity did not pursue further, as there were even more formidable beasts lurking deeper within. Nonetheless, with the counterattack, it is unlikely that the ferocious beasts will launch another wave in the short term, easing the pressure on the front lines. After lying in the rear battlefield hospital for 3 days, Ling was transferred to Jiang City First Hospital. As Yi Ling was now a great martial master and had made numerous contributions on the front lines, he was assigned an independent room upon returning to Jiang City First Hospital. Husband Dad. After being transferred to Jiang City First Hospital, the military also notified the family, and Xiao Wan brought their daughter, Yi Yao, rushing to the hospital at the first opportunity. Xiao Wan looked at Yi Ling lying on the hospital bed, tears welling up in her eyes. Yi Ling held Xiao Wan's hand and smiled reassuringly, saying, "It's nothing serious. I'm fine really. I'm alive and I haven't lost any limbs. Compared to many comrades, I'm already very lucky. Besides, your husband is now a great martial master." Yi Ling released his aura. Great martial master. Xiao Wan was stunned. Yi Ling had broken through to great martial master. She felt as if she were dreaming, unable to believe it. Yi Ling was only a mid-level martial master when he went to the front lines, and in just a month he had broken through to great martial master. Furthermore, if we trace the timeline back a bit, her husband was merely a senior warrior. In such a short time, Yi Ling had transformed into a great martial master, and Xiao Wan felt as if she were dreaming. In the chaos of the battlefield, I broke through in the heat of the moment. If it weren't for that timely breakthrough to great martial master, I probably wouldn't be lying here now. Yi Ling recalled how he had faced the Beast King's strike hidden, still feeling a bit guilty. Had it not been for the life and death crisis brought on by the Beast King, which propelled his aura to break through that barrier and achieve the great martial master realm, he would likely have perished under that claw. After visiting Yi Ling and listening to him recount the events on the battlefield, Xiao Wan decided to head home to prepare dinner, planning to bring food back for Yi Ling in the evening. After Xiao Wan left, Yi Ling closed his eyes to check the system. After his advancement to great martial master, the system activated the second phase of its functions. The ability granted to Yi Ling in the second phase was enhancement. The so-called enhancement is akin to a talent, momentarily strengthening all aspects of one's abilities upon activation. This includes soul power, physical body blood energy, and spiritual cultivation. The 100-fold increase from the first phase if it served cultivation, the enhancement from the second phase serves combat. This enhancement is similar to an awakened talent. According to the system, this enhancement would provide a significant boost to one's combat effectiveness and has no side effects once it concludes. Oh, it's a pity that at the moment of the breakthrough, the Beast King was already coming at me. I didn't even have time to understand the functions of the second phase. Otherwise, if I had activated the enhancement to confront the severely wounded Beast King, I might not have fallen behind by much. Yi Ling sighed, regretting not having unleashed the enhancement to see just how great its effect could be. Of course, there was an upside to this, which was that he had kept this enhancement as a trump card. As long as he did not reveal it externally, no one would know for the time being. After Yi Ling showed signs of recovery, the government sent representatives to visit, bringing rewards from the military and government. Due to Yi Ling's outstanding performance during combat, where he repeatedly completed missions perfectly and slayed multiple beast generals during the final counterattack, he received not only the corresponding military merit rewards, but also the title of honorary citizen. Honorary citizen. Yi Ling was slightly surprised. The title of honorary citizen is not just a simple honorary title, it comes with certain privileges. For instance, when paying taxes, one can receive reductions in some taxes and has the right to participate in political discussions. In every city with a registered household, there is an honorary citizen council that participates in major city decisions or votes on changes in important positions. Additionally, to capture an honorary citizen, one must submit a report to the honorary citizen council. Besides this, there are other privileges as well. This title of honorary citizen cannot be easily obtained. One must make significant contributions. Yi Ling's father-in-law Qiu Yuqing is not an honorary citizen. As for military merit, Yi Ling received a reward of 13,000 military merits for the final battle. Yi Ling exchanged all these military merits for cultivation resources, part of which was for his own cultivation as a great martial master, and the other part was for his son Yi Hong's cultivation. With only a month left until Yi Hong's college entrance examination, he wanted to give his son as much of a boost as possible. Many came to visit Yi Ling during his hospitalization, especially since he was now a great martial master. In addition to officials and government representatives coming to offer their condolences, the Xuani Martial Arts School also sent someone to visit, and it was none other than Deputy Master Hong Wu. Master Hong, congratulations on your breakthrough to great martial master. Upon seeing Master Hong, Yi Ling also clasped his hands in congratulations. It seemed that the trials of war indeed benefited cultivators' progress. I'm not as fast as Brother Yi. Now that I have also broken through to great martial master, your speed of cultivation is indeed enviable. Hong Wu's envy was genuine. When Yi Ling was first seen, he was merely a junior martial master. How long has it been? He had directly transformed into a junior great martial master. Had it not been for his own gains on the battlefield, he would have been surpassed in cultivation by Yi Ling. I'll fighting for life. If I hadn't broken through, you would have had to attend my funeral. Yi Ling joked heartily. Aside from Shuani Martial Arts School, when Yiling's father-in-law Qiu Yuqing, brother-in-law Qiu Ruilong, and elder sister's family heard that Yiling had broken through to great martial master, they couldn't sit still and rushed to the hospital to see him. It must be said that Qiu Wan's family was quite fortunate. They had not suffered any casualties on the front lines, only sustaining minor injuries. After confirming that Yiling had indeed broken through to great martial master, the expressions on their faces were beyond description, and their attitude towards him had completely turned 180 degrees. Previously, when Yiling broke through to martial master, they had regarded him with slight respect, but it hadn't reached the point of serious consideration. After all, a 42-year-old martial master was just acceptable. But with Yiling breaking through to great martial master, his status was no longer the same. Qiu Yuqing was only a junior great martial master. Moreover, at the age of 42, while a martial master's age was relatively old, a great martial master at 42 may not be particularly young, but he definitely still had a future. Furthermore, Yiling's strength as a great martial master was already significant in Jiang City, qualifying him to enter the upper echelon. Yiling, being a grand martial master, had a rapid recovery speed. Coupled with the advanced medical technology, now he was basically fully healed after 10 days in Jiang City, first hospital full of vigor. Yihong, when does the training camp end? Upon returning, Yiling inquired about his son, Yihong's situation. The reason Yihong didn't visit the hospital was mainly that the college entrance examination was approaching and the school had conducted a closed training camp. It ends today, Qiu Wan replied with a smile. Before long, Yihong came home. Dad. Yihong happily called out upon seeing Yiling return. Intermediate martial artist, not bad. Yiling was quite satisfied with his son's progress. An intermediate martial artist was already sufficient to attend the best martial arts academy in Tiannan-based city. Son, here are some training resources: warm blood potion and blood chi pill. Use them as you see fit. Yiling gave his son some training resources he had exchanged. Yihong's eyes lit up with excitement upon seeing these training resources, and he exclaimed, "Thank you, Dad. Honey, Dad and my brother, sister, and the others said you've been discharged from the hospital. Since everyone just came back from the front lines, they want to have a family reunion at our home." Qiu Wan came over to discuss this with Yiling, wanting to ask for his opinion. Well, if they want to come over, let them come. Not long ago, father-in-law Qiu Yuqing had sponsored Yihong, so it was unlikely for him to turn against them. Moreover, considering Qiu Wan's feelings, Yiling couldn't let her be caught in the middle between him and her family. I must say, my wife's family does have some influence. For this gathering, they chose to hold it at Yiling's home instead of dining out. Elder brother Qiu Ruilong and second sister Qiu Rong brought their families along, bringing their children. The entire gathering had a warm family atmosphere, and the children were having a great time. In terms of cooking, Qiu Ruilong, his sister-in-law, and Qiu Rong all went to the kitchen to help. Qiu Yuqing was pulling Yiling aside to talk, saying he wanted to introduce him to some connections, all of whom were prominent figures in Jiang City, all grand martial masters. To be honest, Yiling was no longer that concerned about these connections from Qiu Yuqing. It wasn't too difficult for him to become a master. Why would he care about the connections of grand martial masters? The family banquet ended peacefully. Now that he was discharged, Yiling should return to work at Xianting Martial Hall. The next day, when Yiling arrived at Xianting Martial Hall, he noticed that there were significantly fewer people in the hall than usual, and the atmosphere was much more somber. Yiling sighed, realizing that the war against the fierce beasts was indeed brutal. Of course, it wasn't to say that those who didn't come had all perished. A large number of them were still injured or disabled and were in recovery. As for the clients, they were even fewer. Most of them had experienced the high intensity of war and were likely looking for ways to relax after it ended, so they wouldn't be visiting the martial hall in the short term. After Yiling arrived at the martial hall, Hong Wu came to see him personally. Brother Yi, someone from the headquarters in Tiannan City has arrived to discuss a new contract, a new position, and your future development with you. Yiling was slightly taken aback, not expecting Xianting Martial Hall to act so quickly. He had just started work, and someone was already here to negotiate a new contract. After all, he was now a grand martial master, and the salary from his previous position as a top coach was a bit low for him. Of course, the martial hall wouldn't be so kind as to care about him and come to increase his salary. The main reason was that there were forces willing to recruit him given his current strength. They had to first secure the advantage and show sincerity to retain Yiling. After all, the previous contract didn't bind Yiling much, as the salary was set and the penalty for breaking the contract wouldn't be high. As long as Yiling wanted to switch jobs, there were plenty of forces willing to pay that penalty. Yiling followed Hong Wu to the top floor of the fourth area, the master's office. In the master's office, two individuals were engaged in discussion. One was the director of Xianting Martial Hall, surnamed Jiang, Master Jiang, while the other was a middle-aged man dressed in a gray tang suit of medium build. Before arriving, Hong Wu had mentioned that the person was the supervisor from the headquarters in Tiannan City, named Miao Yu, a senior grand martial master. Yiling entered the office and greeted Master Jiang's supervisor, Miao. "Coach Yi, come sit." Master Jiang warmly stood up, and invited Ling to sit on the sofa. Miao Yu also stood to show his respect. Once everyone was seated, Miao Yu fixed his gaze on Ling, and then smiled, saying, "Coach Yi, I have heard of your great name while at headquarters. Previously, during the war against the fierce beasts, you proactively joined the Special Operations Team, perfectly executing 4 missions in that team. Moreover, being integrated into the counterattack killing team was remarkable. Your advanced martial artist cultivation allowed you to slay a primary martial general of Beast King lineage. At a moment of life and death, you even broke through to Grand Martial Master and withstood a blow from a Beast King level fierce beast without dying." Miao Yu quickly clarified the events that occurred during Ling's time in the military, showcasing the impressive capabilities of Xianting Martial Hall's intelligence department. Both Hongwu and Master Jiang were left astonished by Ling's achievements, not knowing what to say. Withstanding a blow from a Beast King level fierce beast without dying was indeed outrageous. Ling humbly smiled and said it was just luck. That Beast King level fierce beast was already severely injured. Upon hearing that the Beast King was in a severely injured state, Hongwu and Master Jiang felt slightly more at ease, as it seemed more reasonable. Miao Yu replied with a smile, "Upon your return, the elders in the martial hall sang your praises and asked me to gather information about you. Unexpectedly, Coach, Yi happens to be one of our own. The elders specifically instructed me to come personally to renew your contract and offer you the best possible treatment. Are those 2 masters predecessors from Xianting Martial Hall?" Ling was a bit surprised. "Yes, the 2 predecessors who led the counterattack team you were part of are both masters from Xianting Martial Hall." As he spoke, Miao Yu exhibited a hint of pride. This is the strength of Xianting Martial Hall. It can be said that in the entire Tiannan base, there are very few forces that can stand side by side with Xianting Martial Hall. Even the government had to take Xianting Martial Hall's strength seriously. Today I came to discuss the contract with Coach Yi, but first I wanted to ask about your future development plans. Do you want to continue developing in Jiang City, or do you wish to go to the Tiannan headquarters? This question hit close to home for Ling. To be honest, Ling didn't have a plan at this moment. So he replied frankly, "I hope you won't laugh, but breaking through to Grand Martial Master was also unexpected for me. I never really had a plan before. At this moment, I can't provide an answer." Miao Yu, however, showed no surprise. He had reviewed Ling's resume, noting his rapid rise, so it was normal not to have plans for the future. Miao Yu had already considered this matter before arriving. He smiled, saying, "Since Coach Yi hasn't planned yet, why not let me help you analyze the prospects of staying in Jiang City versus going to the headquarters, and then let you make a decision." Miao Yu spoke up, and Ling wanted to hear his opinion. Miao Yu began to analyze. "If you want to stay in Jiang City to develop, currently the martial arts school can only offer you the basic treatment at the Grand Martial Master level, after which you can be promoted to the management of the Jiang City Xianting Martial Arts School. Once Vice Principal Hong and Principal Jiang are transferred, you will almost have a 100% chance of getting promoted." Ling believed half of what Miao Yu said. Currently, there are indeed no vacancies for either the vice principal or the principal position. He can only assume a management role, albeit with a salary based on the Grand Martial Master level. Ling felt that the probability of being chosen as the vice principal in the future at Xianting Martial Arts School was quite high, but for the principal, if he didn't have connections at the headquarters, it would be difficult to get it solely based on his strength as a Grand Martial Master. After all, this world is not only about martial arts, but also involves various human relationships. "What if I go to Tiannan City?" Ling asked. Miao Yu replied, "If you go to the martial arts school in Tiannan City, you could also become a coach. After all, Tiannan City is much larger than Jiang City, and it's normal for a Grand Martial Master to be a coach, but the salary would be better than in Jiang City. In addition, there are other benefits to going to Tiannan. The spiritual energy in Tiannan City is much denser than in Jiang City. Being in such an environment for an extended period can help the body to refine martial arts more easily, and it can also extend your lifespan. This would be a significant benefit for your family." This advantage made Ling's heart flutter. He was not too worried about his martial arts cultivation, but his wife and children were a different matter. Especially his daughter Yao, who had just embarked on her martial arts journey. A good training environment was crucial. "But what about my wife, children's residence, work, and school if I go to the headquarters in Tiannan?" Ling still had considerable concerns. Even if he went to Tiannan now, he wouldn't be able to obtain residency there immediately. His son Yihong was an easier case, as he would soon be taking the college entrance examination. With his current strength, it would be no problem for him to enroll in the Martial Arts Academy in Tiannan. But what about his daughter Yao's school? Miao Yu replied with a smile, "You don't need to worry about that. As for your residence, our Xianting Martial Arts School has a specialized employee housing community. With your strength as a Grand Martial Master, I can guarantee you will be assigned a villa, and its location in Tiannan will be excellent. However, you will only have the right to live there and cannot sell it. Regarding your children's schooling within our Xianting martial arts community, we have specially built an elite employee school whose teaching quality ranks among the best in Tiannan Bay City, definitely better than the best schools in Jiang City. Hearing Miao Ye's response, Yi Ling gasped. The influence of Xianting Martial Arts School was even greater than he had imagined. The consideration for elite employees was already this meticulous. Of course, these supporting facilities were also one of the strategies Xianting Martial Arts School used to attract elite personnel. At this point, Yi Ling was already somewhat tempted. Seeing this, Miao Yu continued, of course, these are merely benefits for your family. Going to Tiannan City will also be beneficial for your own advancement. Has Coach Yi ever heard of the Secret Realms? Secret Realms? Yi Ling was puzzled. To be honest, he had never. Miao Yu was not surprised. Yi Ling's rise was too rapid, and he was unaware of much information that was exclusive to the upper levels. So Miao Yu explained, after the revival of spiritual energy on Blue Star, humanity gradually established a foothold against the ferocious beasts, and the prosperous development of martial arts is significantly related to the Secret Realms. Secret Realms connect to other spaces that are different from Blue Star. In those spaces, one can find ancient legacies, ruins, and various heavenly materials and earthly treasures that do not exist on Blue Star. It is precisely because of these that human powerhouses have experienced explosive growth, going from barely surviving under the ferocious beasts to now being able to stand against them and even beginning to counterattack. Tiannan City has become the core city of Tiannan Bay City largely because it has a secret realm. In fact, the establishment of the entire Tiannan Bay City is due to that secret realm. Yi Ling couldn't help but gasp in surprise. It was his first time hearing about secret realms. He never expected them to be so important that even Tiannan Bay City was built around them. Since the secret realms have such a significant impact on martial arts, why are so few people aware of them? Yi Ling asked with some confusion. Miao Yu shook his head. Although the secret realms are rich in resources, they are equally dangerous. First, there are also ferocious beasts in the secret realms, and their average quality is even higher than those on Blue Star. Secondly, one might encounter other natives or civilized people within the secret realms, and those individuals can be quite formidable as well. Generally, aside from special individuals, only grand martial masters from major forces can enter the secret realms for safety reasons. After all, if your cultivation is too low, entering would be tantamount to seeking death. Yi Ling's eyes narrowed. He now felt that this world might be different from what he had previously understood. Of course, the most critical reason was that he had become stronger. Yi Ling did not respond immediately. What Miao Yu said made him quite tempted to go to Tiannan. However, now that he had a wife and children, he needed to discuss it with them. So Yi Ling replied, Manager Miao, this matter is quite significant. I need to go back and discuss it with my family, so I can't give you an answer right now. Miao Yu understood how everyone had families, and such an important matter needed to be discussed with loved ones, so he said, that's fine, but I hope Coach Yi can give me a reply within 3 days, as I will only be in Jiang City for 3 days. No problem, Yi Ling nodded. 3 days is enough. The next day at work, Yi Ling spent almost the entire day slacking off. Mainly, there were no clients. After the recent battle, it was like this. After work, Yi Ling returned home and told his wife Qiu-Wan about the choices the martial arts school presented him today. Going to Tiannan, Qiu-Wan was also somewhat caught off guard. After all, not long ago, when Yi Ling was not even a martial artist, the family was concerned about how to get through their current days and provide more martial arts resources for their children. Going to Tiannan City was something they never dared to think about. Are you sure the manager is telling the truth and not just trying to coax you into going to Tiannan? Qiu-Wan still needed Yi Ling to confirm the authenticity. After all, it was a significant matter. Yi Ling replied, I accessed the internal forum of Xianting Martial Arts School, saw the discussions and photos from employees there, and these policies do indeed exist. I also verified it online from other sources. There are indeed such benefits at Xianting Martial Arts School. After receiving her husband's confirmation, Qiu-Wan did not speak, but instead asked Yi Ling, Honey, do you personally want to go or not? I personally definitely want to go, Yi Ling replied after a moment of silence. Qiu-Wan also responded, If you want to go, I can go with you, but you need to ask Yaoer for her opinion. Hong'er is about to take the college entrance examination, so he will definitely go to Tiannan to study. But whether Yaoer is willing to go to Tiannan, you'll need to do some homework on that. Qiu-Wan agreed, making it much simpler to handle her daughter, Yi Yao's schooling. Coincidentally, this year, Yi Yao graduated from elementary school and was set to change schools to attend middle school. After giving Miao Yu a response, Yi Ling once again revised the contract with the Xianting Martial Arts School. After signing the contract, the school transferred the signing bonus, which amounted to 1.5 million yuan after tax deductions. This is merely the signing bonus with a subsequent monthly base salary of 2.0 yuan plus a position salary. Although the base salary is only double that of a top coach, there are additional position salaries to come. The so-called position salary is an additional sum based on the position you hold added on top of the base salary. However, Yi Ling has yet to secure a definite position. There are two reasons for this. First, after the Great Battle, the Xianing Martial Arts School needs to assess the casualties and identify which positions are vacant and urgently need to be filled. They cannot provide Yi Ling with a suitable position immediately. The second reason is that Yi Ling cannot sign the contract and immediately go to Tian'an City. Xiaowan needs time to resign, and her son Yi Hong is about to take the college entrance examination while her daughter Yi Yao must finish this semester. All of this requires some time. However, the martial arts school has been quite lenient, granting Yi Ling 2 months of paid leave. 2 months is sufficient for Yi Ling to handle these matters. As the college entrance examination approached, Yi Hong surprised Yi Ling once again. Yi Hong broke through to become an advanced martial artist. In just a few months, he had progressed from a martial artist to an advanced martial artist. It seems I really did delay my son in the past. Given him the resources, he truly progresses quickly. Yi Ling sighed, though he knew his son would no longer lack resources in the future. With the college entrance examination imminent, the atmosphere in Jiang City grew increasingly tense. It was not uncommon to see many soldiers patrolling, all fully armed. Although the people of Jiang City felt a bit strange about this, they did not pay it too much attention. After all, they had just experienced a war, and it coincided with the annual important college entrance examination. In the Jiang City mayor's office, the mayor, the chief of the Jiang City Police Department, and the director of the Jiang City Martial Artist Safety Bureau were present. "Have we found the person yet?" the mayor demanded sternly. The chief of the Jiang City Police Department, sweating profusely, replied, "We are already searching. Not only our police department is involved, but also the personnel from the Jiang City Martial Artist Safety Bureau have been mobilized. However, Mayor, that person is an advanced grand martial artist. Jiang City is so large that it is not easy to locate him quickly. How did he escape from Tian'an City and end up in Jiang City?" The mayor of Jiang City also looked worried. "How would I know? But he has come to Jiang City, and there are strict orders from above to apprehend him. Can we defy that order?" At this moment, the director of the Jiang City Martial Artist Safety Bureau spoke up. "How about we issue a wanted notice?" The mayor of Jiang City pondered for a moment, but shook his head in refusal. "It's inappropriate. The main issue is that the suspect's strength is too high. He's an advanced grand martial artist. Although he is injured, he is not someone ordinary people can deal with. Issuing a wanted notice would only cause panic. Our primary task now is to ensure he does not come out to harm anyone, and to find him as quickly as possible." "Understood," assured the chiefs of the Jiang City Police and Martial Artist Safety Bureau. As the college entrance examination approached, Yi Hong felt he had performed well in the humanities exam. The last subject was the martial arts examination, and Yi Ling personally stood guard outside the examination hall for his son. Not all candidates need to take the martial arts examination. The college entrance examination is divided into humanities and martial arts. Only those in the martial arts stream undergo martial arts testing. Outside the martial arts examination, many luxury cars were parked with parents who were all martial artists, and it was not surprising to see martial masters. After all, only those whose children have the talent to pursue martial arts or whose families are relatively well off can afford to support their children in the martial arts stream. However, among the crowd, Yi Ling noticed a particularly intriguing figure. Dressed in a black coat, wearing a mask and a hat pulled low, he was very inconspicuous amidst the crowd. Yet Yi Ling sensitively sensed his blood aura. He was a grand martial artist, and not just any grand martial artist, but an advanced one. Advanced grand martial artists are definitely significant figures in Jiang City. But why is such an important figure trying to conceal himself, deliberately suppressing his aura? If it weren't for Yi Ling's enhanced perception and insight, he might not have been able to detect the other's cultivation. Perhaps he wanted to keep a low profile. Yi Ling did not think too much of it. Meanwhile, outside the examination hall, some individuals wearing Bluetooth headsets were engaged in conversation. "Have we identified the suspect?" "Yes, it should be him." "Do not take action. This is outside the martial arts examination hall. If a fight breaks out, many people will be affected and the situation will be too severe." A command came through the earpiece. This was the venue for the college entrance examination, with numerous media present. If a conflict arose, the casualties could be severe, especially affecting the examinees, which would be a major issue. As the sound of the examination concluding echoed from the examination hall, many candidates began to exit. Most of these students had reached the level of martial artists, given they were martial arts stream candidates. "Yi Hong, over here." Yi Ling spotted Yi Hong chatting and laughing with a girl amidst the crowd. "Dad." Yi Hong waved his hand upon seeing Yi Ling, speaking a few words with the girl before parting ways. "A classmate, huh?" Yi Ling glanced at the departing figure of the girl. She had decent talent and was already a mid-level martial artist at this age. "Dad, she's just a classmate," Yi Hong said somewhat sheepishly. "I didn't imply that you two had any other relationship," Yi Ling replied with a knowing smile at his son. As someone who has been through it, he knew that children's affairs are hard to hide from parents. However, Yi Ling thought it was inconsequential. Just as he was leading Yi Hong away, he sensed that something was off. He noticed that there were significantly more powerful individuals around, and importantly, these strong figures were not focusing their attention on the examination hall's entrance, indicating they were not there to pick up children. The college entrance examination site was not the place for picking up children, or what were they there for? Following their line of sight, Ling discovered that they were all concentrated in one direction. That advanced grand martial artist is suspicious. Ling felt something was amiss. Hong, we need to leave here quickly. Ling urged Hong to vacate the area as soon as possible. He was not afraid of the advanced grand martial artist. He was just worried that if something went wrong it might involve his. Just as Ling and Hong had not gotten far, a terrifying battle erupted on a street behind the examination site, and a terrifying spiritual force swept through, felt by everyone. Run! The nearby crowd scattered in panic. After all, anyone could sense that this was definitely a clash between grand martial artists. Ordinary people would be courting death if they didn't leave quickly. Boom! The powerful collision erupted and innate chi surged. The previously concealed advanced grand martial artist broke through the encirclement. Stop him! Shouted the chief of the Jiang City Police and the director of the Jiang City Martial Artist Safety Bureau. The strength of this advanced grand martial artist was far beyond their expectations. Wasn't he supposed to be seriously injured? How could he still possess such strength? If he managed to escape or went on a killing spree, they would be in big trouble. Moreover, the direction the advanced grand martial artist was escaping and happened to be the same direction Ling and his son Hong were heading. As he watched the high-level martial master approaching his direction, Ling could no longer remain seated. Who knows when this person might go mad? He must not allow the battle to draw near this area. Hong, hurry and run outside, I'll meet you there. After instructing Hong, Ling suddenly turned around, unleashing his spiritual energy and executing the secret technique of Hong Wu to the 5th level, amplifying its power layer by layer as the ninefold blade technique activated. Despite Ling currently being unarmed, he could still unleash the power of the blade technique, and he hurled a punch towards the high-level martial master. Is there anyone to stop him? A junior martial master. As he beheld the person attempting to block him, he realized it was merely an ordinary junior martial master. The high-level martial master's gaze was fierce. How dare a mere junior martial master obstruct his path, seeking death? Thus, the high-level martial master exploded with spiritual energy and retaliated with a punch. The two fists collided. A visible wave of air spread out in all directions. Ling was knocked back through the air, crashing to the ground and skidding several meters before stabilizing himself. The high-level martial master was also forced back to the ground by the impact before steadying himself. In his eyes, disbelief filled him. How could a mere junior martial master have the power to push him back? The chief of the Jiangxing Police and the director of the Jiangxing Martial Safety Bureau, who were chasing behind, were equally astonished by the scene, but also filled with joy. The junior martial master had successfully blocked the suspect, which was crucial for them. Shun Guang, surrender now. The chief of the Jiangxing Police and the director of the Jiangxing Martial Safety Bureau, accompanied by some elite military police, surrounded him. Surrender? Just based on you? Shun Guang smirked with disdain. Without a master present, you think you can capture me? I originally did not want to use that move, but since you insist on seeking death, I shall fulfill your wish. Shun Guang suddenly let out a howl towards the sky, a powerful and terrifying blood energy surging forth. His upper garment rent asunder, muscles bulging, a golden light shimmered across his skin, and an overwhelming power seemed to distort the air around him. Innate divine ability. The faces of the chief of the Jiangxing Police and the director of the Jiangxing Martial Safety Bureau changed drastically. Wasn't he heavily injured? How could he possess an innate divine ability? This information was completely absent from the intelligence reports. Shun Guang slammed the ground, causing it to shatter into countless fragments which shot outwards like gusts of wind. Oh! In an instant, screams echoed as numerous military police were struck by the shards. Though their lives were not in danger, they lost their combat capability in a short time. So strong. The hearts of the chief of the Jiangxing Police and the director of the Jiangxing Martial Safety Bureau. These military police were all elite, consisting entirely of high-level martial masters and even some grand martial masters, yet they were rendered incapable of resistance by a single move. Next, it's your turn. Shun Guang charged at the two bureau chiefs. As high-level martial masters themselves, they knew they could not back down. Their blood surged as they charged forward. Being bureau chiefs, they were not without skill. They possessed a certain combat strength, unleashing their chi as the ground beneath them was utterly destroyed. The three engaged in a fierce battle on the street. Fortunately, bystanders had already fled, otherwise this battle would likely have endangered many. Watching the situation unfold, Ling sighed inwardly. The two high-level martial masters surrounding Shun Guang were likely not his opponents. With the awakening of his innate divine ability, Shun Guang's strength was formidable. Boom! As Ling had anticipated, after several dozen fierce exchanges, the two bureau chiefs were each knocked back several dozen meters, and upon steadying themselves, they spat out a mouthful of blood. There was a huge problem with the intelligence. The two bureau chiefs cursed inwardly. According to the reports, Shen Guang was heavily injured and his strength greatly diminished. Yet in reality, he was unscathed and even possessed an innate divine ability. Had they known he had such strength, they would have certainly summoned a master to take action personally. With this level of strength, you dare come to capture me? What fools! After glancing around, Shen Guang intended to leave, but was stopped by Ling. Kid, are you seeking death? Shen Guang glared at Ling with cold, sharp eyes. Who is dying is still uncertain. Ling looked at Shen Guang, smiling faintly. You have injuries within you. You must have taken some kind of forbidden drug to temporarily suppress your wounds, but using your innate divine ability has exacerbated your injuries. Therefore, you cannot fight for long, otherwise those two will surely not be let go easily. The reason you are letting them go is that you can defeat them, but killing them would definitely take a lot of time, and your condition won't last until then. Upon hearing Ling's words, the two bureau chiefs were astonished. No wonder Shen Guang did not pursue them after defeating them. He was actually trying to escape. So it was the situation. Seeing his secret laid bare, Shen Guang's expression changed drastically, and he snarled. Even so, I can still maintain my current condition for a while. Killing you will still be quick. Shen Guang's murderous intent surged as his fingers clawed towards Ling. I told you, who dies is still uncertain. Ling absolutely could not let Shen Guang escape. If he were to let him go, he might harbor thoughts of revenge against him in the future. He wouldn't fear for himself, but he must worry about his family. Thus Shen Guang must die. Strengthening himself, Ling activated the innate enhancement given by his second stage system. In an instant, Ling's blood energy surged dramatically. Golden patterns faintly appeared on his skin. His spiritual energy soared directly, rising to the level of an intermediate martial master. Innate divine ability. The two bureau chiefs revealed joy on their faces upon witnessing this. The person before them also possessed an innate divine ability. Ling unleashed that mysterious secret technique, reaching the 6th layer that he had derived, with powers compounding upon each other. Coupled with the explosive increase in his physical strength and cultivation, this punch would be impossible for a grand martial master to block. Boom! As their claws and fists collided, a crisp sound of bones breaking echoed. Shen Guang let out a scream, his body violently pushed back, his fingers shattered, and his arm broken. The overwhelming internal force surged into his body, displacing his organs. Shen Guang flew out, crashing into a tree before finally landing. How is this possible? Shen Guang's eyes widened in disbelief as he muttered to himself. He could not believe that he would ultimately fall to a junior martial master. Already severely injured, he now suffered the backlash from the forbidden drug along with Ling's powerful punch. The three factors combined, causing his life force to rapidly dissipate. In the end, Shen Guang unwillingly stared wide-eyed as he passed away. Upon seeing Shen Guang dead, Ling let out a slight sigh of relief. Dealing with such a violent criminal required a thorough eradication. Otherwise, if he posed a threat to his family, it would be too late to regret. Did Shen Guang die just like that? The two directors were left stunned. They initially thought the capture plan had failed, and they might even be in danger themselves. Then came an incredible twist. Such a formidable bandit was unexpectedly killed by a mysteriously emerging junior grand martial artist. Such consecutive reversals left them momentarily unable to fully digest the situation. After Ling beheaded Shen Guang, more military police arrived along with an ambulance. More critically, a terrifying aura descended as an elderly man in plain clothes and shoes soared into the battlefield within a few breaths. A master. Ling's gaze sharpened. The overwhelming oppressive aura could only belong to a master. It must be said that masters are a watershed. The gap between a master and a grand martial artist is greater than any previous levels. Although Shen Guang was strong, he had almost no ability to resist in front of a master, even a junior one. Even in Ling's current state, he was no match for a master. Dead. The master looked at Shen Guang with slight surprise, then turned to Ling. What an interesting young fellow. The master could see some of Ling's background and realized that his current state must have been enhanced by some talent. However, this talent was somewhat too powerful. Other enhancement talents might only provide a slight boost to strength, allowing one to improve their combat abilities to a certain extent. Yet this person before him had been completely enhanced after utilizing his talent, and his overall qualities surpassed those of an ordinary advanced grand martial artist. Elder Jiang. Upon seeing the newcomer, the two directors were respectful. The person before them held significant status, being a master. This time the intelligence was erroneous, and it has little to do with you. After Elder Jiang spoke, the two directors let out a sigh of relief. With his words, they at least wouldn't have to bear responsibility for this incident. However, to be fair, they were also quite unwilling to accept responsibility. According to the intelligence, their capture plan should have been flawless. The reason for such a significant failure, they believed, was due to erroneous intelligence. Young brother, where do you work? Elder Jiang asked, having not sensed any aura from the system within Yi Ling. In response to the elder at the Xianting Martial School, Yi Ling replied respectfully. Elder Jiang was not too surprised. The ambulance arrived shortly after to treat the injured military police. Yi Ling first went to check on his son, Yi Hong's safety. After seeing that Yi Hong was fine, Yi Ling let out a slight sigh of relief. Dad, you are truly amazing. Yi Hong looked at his father with admiration. The suspect had been so formidable, taking down so many military police, yet his father had easily defeated him. Yi Hong, you should go home first. I need to cooperate with the military police for an investigation, Yi Ling said to his son. Given this incident, although Shen Guang was ultimately dealt with by him, they still had to go back and follow the procedure to cooperate with the investigation. Due to the commotion caused by this incident, especially being near a college entrance examination site, many media personnel were present. Ultimately, the government held a press conference to provide a detailed explanation of the incident, commending Yi Ling and awarding him a bonus of 1 million. As a result of this incident, Yi Ling became somewhat well known in Jiang City. Various media outlets rushed to interview him. After accepting interviews from 2 official media outlets, Yi Ling declined the rest. With his son's college entrance examination completed and his daughter, Yi Yao, also graduating from elementary school, the family began planning to move. No problem, I'll arrange it for you right away. Coach Yi, you truly are discreet. You possess a talent enhancement ability, and even advanced grand martial artists are no match for you. Miao Yu was much more courteous to Yi Ling. Previously, Yi Ling could only be considered a slightly distinguished grand martial artist in Miao Yu's eyes. Their previous interactions were primarily work-related to sign a contract with this grand martial artist, but privately Miao Yu would not show much courtesy. After all, Miao Yu was himself an advanced grand martial artist. In the fiercely competitive Tian Nan Xianting Martial School, being a supervisor was no small feat, and both strength and connections were significant. However, when he saw the news from Jiang City, Yi Ling's status in his heart rose a notch, making him equal and alright, then he'll go to the Xianting Martial School tomorrow. The next day, Yi Ling drove his family to Tiannan City. Dad, the spiritual energy here is so rich. As soon as they entered Tiannan City, Yi Hong noticed that the spiritual energy there was on a completely different level from that of Jiang City. Yi Ling laughed. While driving beneath Tiannan City lies a spiritual vein that supplies the entire city. Living and cultivating here makes everything twice as effective. Looking at the streets, the number of martial artists far exceeds that of Jiang City, and grand martial artists are quite common. Yi Ling had specifically researched Tiannan online. The conditions here are indeed excellent. A living here long-term and receiving nurturing, becoming a martial artist is practically guaranteed. Also, due to the good cultivation environment and abundant resources, grand martial artists are everywhere in Tiannan. In Jiang City, grand martial artists are considered middle class. However, in Tiannan City, grand martial artists can barely be considered as having a moderately prosperous life. Only grand martial artists can be considered as middle class. After becoming a master, one enters the upper echelons of society. According to Miao Yu, the residence assigned to him by the Xianting Martial School is in the Shiyu community. The Shiyu community, which Yi Ling had also searched for online, is a high-end community built by the Xianting Martial School specifically for elite individuals of the school. When Yi Ling and his family arrived at the Shiyu community, he called the number Miao Yu had provided him earlier. Hello, I am Yi Ling. As soon as Yi Ling opened his mouth, a warm voice came from the other end. Mr. Yi, where are you? I'm at the entrance of the Shiyu community. Okay, Mr. Yi, please wait a moment. Oh, I will be there shortly. Soon a young woman arrived. The young woman smiled at Yi Ling and said, Mr. Yi, did you come with your family? Yes, Yi Ling nodded in response. All right, please come in. After speaking to the front desk guard, the gate opened and Yi Ling and his family entered. Once inside, Yi Yao exclaimed in awe, running around the community. The community featured small bridges, flowing water rockeries, and even a small park for walks. The entire environment was very pleasant, and within the community one could often see security patrolling. The security personnel here were all of considerable strength, with ordinary guards being advanced martial artists, and each team leader was a grand martial artist. From these facilities, it is clear that this community is undoubtedly a high-end one. Yi Yao and Yi Hong had never seen such a high-end community before, and as they wandered around, they expressed their astonishment repeatedly. Even his wife Chiu once showed her surprise through her eyes. A young woman led them to a standalone villa. Mr. Yi Ling, this is the home assigned to you by the company. This standalone villa has 4 floors in total, 3 above ground and 1 basement, along with a large terrace and courtyard. The total area is about 1,000 square meters. 1,000 square meters. When Xiuwan heard this number, she was taken aback. The young woman then showed them around the villa's interior, which included a maid's room, a study, a Chinese restaurant, a Western restaurant, a reception room, and other rooms. In addition, there was a dedicated martial arts room and a multimedia room in the basement. Overall, Yi Ling was very satisfied, and so was his family. especially Yi Yao, who was initially reluctant about moving to Tiannan City and had to be coaxed by Yi Ling. However, upon seeing this villa, she was overjoyed and excitedly ran back and forth. Sir, the villa is equipped with appliances like the washing machine, kitchen hardware, and sofas. If you're not satisfied and want personal customization, just let us know and we can remove them for you. No need. Yi Ling shook his head. For now, these were sufficient for their family. After viewing the house, everyone was very pleased. After changing the locks, Yi Ling returned to Jiang City with his family. The next day, he specifically contacted a moving company to move from Jiang City to Tiannan. Although the price was a bit high for Yi Ling at the moment, it was nothing. Regarding the items, aside from a few that had sentimental value, most of the things were discarded, as Yi Ling suggested, since many items were already provided in the new villa. Once they arrived at the new place, anything that was missing could be purchased again. Previously, Qiu-Wan might have been frugal about spending money, but now that she knew Yi Ling's earning capability, she was less inclined to be economical. Upon arriving at the Shiyu community, the security personnel were not allowed to enter. The community's property management arranged special staff to assist with the move. Not only security personnel, but also delivery and takeout services were not permitted to enter the community freely. Deliveries were left at the community entrance, and dedicated personnel from the community would then bring them to the door. After arriving at the new home, it took about 2 or 3 days to procure the missing items. Once everything was settled to celebrate moving into the new home, they held a hot pot dinner. In the evening, after a warm moment with Qiu-Wan, she mentioned, "Husband, what kind of job should I look for here in Tiannan City?" Yi Ling pondered for a moment and replied, "Wife, why not just stay home? Yao Yao is still young, and being a full-time housewife is quite good. Now that we have enough money at home." Qiu-Wan thought for a moment and agreed. Yi Ling then said, "I think we can also hire a maid. With such a large villa, it would help relieve some of your stress." Over the past decade, his wife Qiu-Wan had endured a lot of hardships with him. Now Yi Ling just wanted her to. On the 5th day after moving into the new home in the martial arts hall, Yi Ling was seated on the ground in loose training attire, hands forming seals as spiritual energy surged into his body. In the next moment, his momentum underwent a transformation. He broke through to the intermediate Great Martial Master. Indeed, to reach the Great Martial Master level requires much more foundational accumulation, and the breakthrough speed is significantly slower than that of martial masters. Yi Ling opened his eyes and sighed. It had been 2 months since he had broken through to the Junior Great Martial Master, and he had finally achieved this breakthrough. Previously, it had only taken him half a month to advance from Junior Martial Master to Intermediate Martial Master. However, if this thought were known to others, it would surely infuriate them. Even a genius would take years to break through at the Great Martial Master level. To achieve it in 2 months would make others wake up laughing in their sleep. However, even with his breakthrough to Intermediate Great Martial Master, Yi Ling felt that even with all his strength, he might not be able to match a Grandmaster in a test of strength. The key lies in lacking one crucial element: power. The reason Grandmasters are strong is not only due to their spiritual energy and physical quality, but also because they have comprehended the essence of power. The so-called power is a realm of mastery that exists in the world. Mountains have their own momentum, rivers have their own flow, a powerful swordsman possesses sword momentum, while a knife wielder possesses knife momentum. This is why Grandmasters cannot be insulted, for they possess an innate aura of power that makes them impervious to the humiliation of the weak. Once one comprehends power, they can not only perfectly combine their physical body and spiritual energy to unleash their full potential, but also draw upon the power of heaven and earth to enhance themselves. It is precisely because of this power that Grandmasters are so formidable. To contend with a Grandmaster, Yi Ling must master the essence of power. Yi Ling closed his eyes. Even with 100-fold comprehension, grasping the essence of power would not be something that could be achieved in a short time. After all, understanding power requires some fortuitous encounters and sudden insights. After 2 months, the Xianting Martial Arts Hall also sent someone to discuss employment with Yi Ling. The person sent happened to be Supervisor Miao. "Coach Yu, you've broken through to Intermediate Great Martial Master." Supervisor Miao was stunned when he saw Yi Ling again, suddenly taken aback. Yi Ling broke through again, directly becoming an Intermediate Great Martial Master. This speed of cultivation is too exaggerated. Just lucky, Yi Ling smiled. Supervisor Miao didn't dwell on it much and began to discuss work. Yi Ling, the company has 3 positions available for you to choose from. First, you can serve as a coach. The coaches in Tiannan City are still classified into silver, gold, and ace levels. The salary will be significantly higher based on your current cultivation and displayed combat power. You can be an ace coach. Second, Tiannan City is much larger than Jiang City. Although the headquarters of Xianting Martial Arts Hall is in Tiannan, other branches have opened in Tiannan, and there are vacant supervisory positions in these branches that you can take up. Third, you can go to the secret realm. Every faction, including the government, has sent many people into the secret realm for exploration. Anything you obtain in the secret realm belongs to you, including what you hunt from ferocious beasts. However, these items can only be sold to the martial arts hall if you sell them. If you work in the secret realm, the martial arts hall will sometimes assign you tasks to complete, and these tasks will provide funds. However, I must warn you in advance, the secret realm is dangerous. Among the three options, the first two have very low risk, but the secret realm does carry some danger. Of course, the potential gains there are also the greatest. Now it's up to you to decide. After Supervisor Miao finished his introduction, he said no more and waited for Yi Ling to choose. Yi Ling pondered for a moment and asked Supervisor Miao, "Supervisor Miao, can you elaborate on just how dangerous the secret realm is?" Supervisor Miao thought for a moment and replied, "Generally, for a junior great martial master, the danger level is slightly higher. However, if you are an intermediate great martial master, or even a senior great martial master, as long as your luck isn't too bad, or you don't act recklessly, it is generally not dangerous." Yi Ling hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to choose the secret realm primarily out of curiosity. Yi Ling chose to work in the secret realm and shared these matters with Qiu Wan. Qiu Wan understood that Yi Ling had reached a relatively high position and could not offer much advice, so she chose to support him unconditionally. After choosing to work in the secret realm, Yi Ling followed some people from the Xianing Martial Arts Hall to a military camp. The only strange thing was that in this military camp, there were not only government personnel, but also powerful figures from other forces. In the military camp, there was a huge portal that shimmered with light, resembling a door to another world from a sci-fi movie. "Brother Yi, behind this door is the secret realm," a sturdy middle-aged man explained to Yi Ling with a smile. This man was named Wen Huang, a senior martial artist, and one of the individuals sent by the Xianing Martial Arts Hall to the secret realm. A total of 13 people were to enter the secret realm from the Xianing Martial Arts Hall. Among them were 2 junior martial artists, 8 intermediate martial artists, and 3 senior martial artists. Wen Huang was one of the senior martial artists. Do not underestimate this portal. It was developed from the ruins of the secret realm. Besides connecting to the secret realm, it also possesses the ability to guard and seal, as sometimes it is not only our people who want to enter through this portal, but also other races. Other races. This was the first time Yi Ling officially heard this term. However, he was not surprised, as Miao Yu had mentioned before, that there might be other races within the secret realm. Wen Huang continued, "Although the military camp does not seem to have many people, it contains a significant number of experts, including masters and even grandmasters stationed here as a precaution." Yi Ling acknowledged this point. After entering the military camp, he subtly sensed some rather robust auras. Moreover, the portal did not open at any time. It usually opened uniformly after gathering a number of people. As for whom to gather, it naturally included government personnel and those from various major forces. Yi Ling had been in Tiannan Bay City for a while now and had exchanged views with other martial artists, giving him some understanding of the current forces in Tiannan City. The strongest among them was undoubtedly the government, which held absolute dominance in terms of both the number of strong individuals and technological strength. Next were the 2 major martial arts halls, Xianing Martial Arts Hall and Holy Light Martial Arts Hall. These 2 martial arts halls have a long history, having been established during the difficult survival era of humanity amidst ferocious beasts accumulating numerous resources. While they are called martial arts halls, they are also involved in business and other fields. Next are forces created by local strong individuals in Tiannan Bay City, such as the Treasure Pavilion, Tiannan Chamber of Commerce, and various family alliances. The portal opens once every 3 months, each time allowing a batch of people to exit and another batch to enter. Today just happens to be the portal opening time after 3 months. When the time came, the portal opened, revealing many people coming out. Of course, not all who emerged were martial artists. In fact, there were also martial artists and warriors inside the secret realm, and their numbers exceeded those of the senior martial artists. However, these individuals were more akin to service personnel, maintaining the operations of the base within the secret realm, providing medical care and accommodation. These people could only stay within the base and could not go outside. Only those who reached the level of martial artist could enter freely. After these individuals exited, the senior martial artists from various forces chose to cross the portal into the secret realm. Yi Ling glanced around and estimated that there were nearly 200 senior martial artists entering this time, including several masters. Upon entering the portal, Yi Ling immediately found himself in a base. The base was heavily armed with a thin energy shield overhead, and the surrounding facilities appeared quite high-tech. This is our Tiannan Bay City's portal connecting to the base in the secret realm. This base was transformed from a ruin with stationed troops and experts from various major forces present. The safest place in the secret realm is this base. Wen Huang was no stranger to the secret realm, moving about with ease. "Come, our Xianing Martial Arts Hall area is over there." Wen Huang led the group through the base, showing them around. There were not many people in the base, only a little over 10,000. While the station troops were few, they were all martial artists with senior martial artists from various forces stationed there. The rest were medical personnel, maintenance workers, and those attending to daily needs. There are some restricted areas in the base, all marked with warning signs. Do not trespass into those areas, otherwise people can truly die. Also, do not engage in conflicts inside the base. Wen Huang began explaining the rules of the base to the newcomers. While talking, they arrived at the area where the Xianting Martial Arts Hall was located. As for accommodation, since they were in the secret realm, it naturally could not compare to the outside world, and everyone lived in ordinary houses. After Ling moved into the assigned house, he started connecting to the internet in the secret realm. Currently, the internet in the secret realm could not connect with the outside world. The network here was solely for communication within the base. Once outside the base, the internet would be unusable. After staying in the base for a few days, Ling had a general understanding of the situation in the secret realm. The base where Ling and the others were located was actually a ruin, but this ruin had not yet been fully developed by humanity, or rather only its surface had been developed. Outside the base, there was a mountain range known as the Blood Marsh Mountain Range, filled with swamps, toxic gas, and miasma, along with some powerful ferocious beasts. Of course, there were also various rare materials in the mountains that attracted senior martial artists to excavate. After all, the quality of the rare materials grown there was exceptional, and they could generally be sold for a good price. In addition, hunting ferocious beasts inside could also yield considerable wealth. However, the rarest item in the mountains was a substance called spirit stone. This was a special type of stone that contained very pure energy, easily absorbed by people without sight. Such spirit stones were beneficial not only for senior martial artists, but also for masters in their cultivation. They were strategic energy resources that could be used in special situations. A piece of spirit stone sold to the Xianting Martial Arts Hall typically started at 5 million. With benefits also came risks. Aside from the threats posed by the toxic gas and ferocious beasts of the Blood Marsh Mountain Range, the greatest threat actually came from other races. The so-called other races are currently referred to by humanity as barbarian tribes. They are called barbarian tribes because they seem to be uncivilized, akin to the primitive civilization of humanity. They wear animal skin clothing and live in tribes. However, such a race can pose a significant threat. These barbarian tribes possess strong physiques and high combat abilities, with elite warriors reaching the level of senior martial artists, and even masters and grandmasters existing within the tribes. When humanity first entered the secret realm to develop the ruins, they were attacked several times by these barbarian tribes. In response, Tiannan Base City requested support from the Dixia headquarters, sending powerful individuals to station there. Later, as the ruins were developed and Tiannan Base City grew stronger, the base developed self-defense capabilities and no longer needed to worry about the barbarian tribes breaching it. However, if one were to venture out of the base, the barbarian tribes still posed a significant threat to humanity. After staying in the base for a few days, Ling decided to take a look at the Bloodzay Mountain Range. His confidence in his own strength allowed him to venture alone into the Bloodzay Mountain Range. With his talent activated, he might not be able to face a master Heathen, but escaping from one was certainly within his capabilities. Ling changed into a specialized outfit and headed towards the base's exit. The base exit was heavily guarded and protected by a special energy shield. Ling presented his identity card, and after a successful verification, was allowed to leave. Once outside, Ling received a locator device. This device had one marker for the base, and the other marked his own so-called position. This was to prevent him from getting lost in the Bloodzay Mountain Range and being unable to find his way back. Not long after arriving at the Bloodzay Mountain Range, Ling encountered a python. The python was massive, launching an attack at Ling. Ling swiftly drew his battle knife, unleashing a burst of spiritual energy and blood chi, executing the ninefold battle blade technique to swiftly deal with the python and retrieve its precious gallbladder. No wonder the danger level is high. Even regular junior Grand Martial Masters are advised against coming here. Ling said, somewhat astonished as he looked at the slain python. Although it seemed easy for him to slay this python, its strength was not weak, comparable to a junior beast general on Blue Star. After his initial victory, Ling ventured deeper into the Bloodzay Mountain Range, encountering several beast attacks along the way. The weakest of these beasts were at the beast soldier level, while the strongest was an intermediate beast general. However, they were all ultimately slain by Ling. Perhaps due to his experience in killing and practicing his sword techniques, Ling felt a faint new understanding as he wielded his battle knife, though this understanding was still veiled behind a thin membrane, not yet fully realized. That is momentum. Ling said, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he realized that breaking through this thin membrane represented his comprehension of momentum. I need pressure and killing to complete my understanding of momentum, Ling exclaimed, eagerly beginning to wildly search for opponents in the Bloodzay Mountain Range. Once he comprehended momentum, he would no longer need a master. In the Bloodsay mountain range, Ling actively provoked several powerful beasts, even foregoing enhancements to create pressure for himself. After slaying another beast, Ling shook his head. The pressure these beasts provided was insufficient. Even without enhancements, he could easily defeat them. He needed a truly formidable opponent. Just as Ling was seeking prey, he suddenly reacted, his figure darting away to avoid an arrow's attack. Who? Ling's eyes narrowed. Moments later, a six-man team emerged from the jungle. All six were formidable, comprising a senior Grand Martial Master, 2 intermediate Grand Martial Masters, and 3 junior Grand Martial Masters. These individuals were clad in animal skins, robust and tall, exuding a powerful blood chi. They spoke in a language incomprehensible to Ling, clearly belonging to a barbarian tribe. Seeing this team of barbarians, Ling's eyes gleamed with excitement. He was in need of opponents to sharpen his skills. Kill! He shouted, his momentum surging as he charged toward the barbarians. His blade sliced through the air, targeting one of the intermediate Grand Martial Masters. That Martial Master howled, charging forward with a spear. Clash, clash, clash. However, within just a few exchanges, Ling swiftly killed the barbarian. The other barbarians, enraged at the sight, immediately surrounded him. Boom. Unafraid, Ling unleashed his full strength and engaged in combat with the remaining 5 barbarians. It must be said that although these barbarians were culturally primitive, their survival of the fittest and years of fighting beasts had honed their combat skills. The 5 barbarians joined forces momentarily, preventing Ling from gaining the upper hand. Though Ling could have switched to his enhanced state to turn the tide in an instant, he chose not to. This was because Ling aimed to temper himself, seeking a transformation in his sword techniques. As the battle progressed, Ling became fiercer, and the 3 weaker junior Grand Martial Masters were swiftly slain. Only 1 intermediate Grand Martial Master and the senior Grand Martial Master remained, struggling to hold on. Ninefold Battle Blade. Ling's battle knife slashed like a phantom, catching the intermediate Grand Martial Master off guard, resulting in immediate death. The senior Grand Martial Master, having been terrified, turned to flee. Ling would not allow him to escape. The barbarian, devoid of combat spirit, was no match for Ling. Just as he was about to be slain, a special mark appeared on his hand and struck Ling. What is this? Ling exclaimed in shock as he concentrated his spiritual energy to locate the special mark. This mark was composed of blood chi and spiritual energy, lacking any lethality, more like a trace left behind. A mark not good. Ling suddenly realized this was bad. With this mark, the barbarians might be able to trace him through some means. Ling attempted to erase the mark immediately, but found the process of refining it was rather slow. No good, I need to return to the base. Ling picked up the animal skin bags of the fallen barbarians, placing them into his backpack, and hurried back towards the base. Although he wanted to train hard and break through the momentum in his sword techniques. However, who knew what kind of powerful experts this mark would attract? The one he faced was a senior Grand Martial Master, and clearly the barbarian pursuing him would require at least a master. If it were a junior master, it would be manageable, but what if it were a senior master, or even a grand master? That would not be training, or it would be seeking death. In the Bloodsay mountain range, a withered old barbarian suddenly opened his eyes, a terrifying blood chi exploding from his emaciated form. He muttered some words in a language incomprehensible to humans, then locked onto a direction and charged forward. Looking at the locator, Ling realized he had ventured quite far into the Bloodsay mountain range, and returning to the base would take some time. However, he hadn't run far when he sensed a powerful aura locking onto him. A master. Without needing to think further, Ling knew it was a master that had locked onto him. So fast. Ling was taken aback by how quickly the barbarians had arrived. As Ling accelerated to escape, a stone flew toward him from behind. The power contained in that stone was immense, creating a sonic boom. Ling had no choice but to draw his sword to defend. Clang! The stone collided with the blade, sending a shockwave through his hands and forcing him back a few steps to stabilize his stance. Moments later, a withered figure descended from the air. The emaciated figure looked at Ling, revealing a hint of disbelief in his eyes. He never expected that it was merely an intermediate Grand Martial Master who had killed his kin. What shocked Ling even more was that this withered master spoke in the human language. Blue Star person, are you the one who killed my kin? To Ling's surprise, the barbarian spoke in the language of Blue Star. Looking at the emaciated old man's attire, it was not made of animal skins, but rather crafted goods from Blue Star. However, Ling was relieved to see that the emaciated old man was merely a junior master. You speak the language of Blue Star, Ling said, though he remained vigilant. The old man casually replied, I once captured a few Blue Star people, learned a bit of their language, and gathered some information about you. Ling could tell from the old man's pronunciation that he was not very proficient in the language of Blue Star. Did you kill the warriors of my tribe? The old man questioned Ling from a position of authority. Indeed, Ling admitted frankly, knowing that it was futile to deny it at this point. Do you wish to die, or do you want to live? The old man stared at Ling. This piqued Ling's interest. The old man seemed different from other barbarians. What if I want to die, and what if I want to live? Ling asked. With a gaze as sharp as an eagle's, the old man fixed his eyes on Ling and said, dying is easy. If you want to live, let me leave a trace of energy within you and come back to my tribe with me. To be honest, the emaciated old man, a master of the barbarian tribe, was quite intriguing. Judging by his demeanor, it seemed he wanted to absorb talents from Blue Star. Unbeknownst to Ling, some individuals in certain barbarian tribes had realized the advantages of Blue Star after engagements with them and sought to learn from it. Of course, these individuals were only a minority. Most barbarians still looked down on Blue Star. The old man awaited Ling's response. Meanwhile, Ling loosened his muscles, gripped his battle knife tightly, and braced himself for battle. My choice is my life. Oh, I make the decisions here. Ling activated his enhancement state, a violent surge of blood energy bursting forth and faint golden patterns appearing on his skin. The old man observed Ling's so-called enhancement state with only a hint of curiosity, showing no signs of panic. Interesting. This must be what you call innate divine abilities. The old man showed little change in expression. The gap between a master and a great warrior is something ordinary people cannot fathom. Kill. Ling unleashed all his power, activating the secret technique to amplify his strength alongside the ninefold battle knife, delivering a powerful strike. This blow was the peak of Ling's ability, capable of easily slaying any high-level great warrior. Quite interesting. After witnessing Ling strike, the old man exhibited a slight seriousness, and then an inexplicable pressure emanated from him as he countered with his own strike. A brilliant flash of blade light tore through the air as the two blades collided. In that moment of impact, Ling felt a tingling in his hands, and his arms shook, sending him staggering back 100 meters. What? Ling could not fathom that his most powerful strike had failed to inflict significant damage on him. You have some power, but unfortunately you underestimate the master, the old man said, sneering after being slightly surprised by Ling's outburst. Ling said nothing further, not turning to flee, but instead charged forward again. Utilizing his agile movements, he attacked from different angles with his knife. However, he still underestimated the master. No matter from which direction Ling attacked, his strikes were easily blocked, and the counterforce from the old man always left Ling in a precarious position. Kill. Yet with each successive attack, Ling became more invigorated, unleashing his full strength and feeling an immense sense of exhilaration. Each time he faced a counterattack, it did not extinguish the excitement within him, but instead heightened it. After several exchanges, the old man noticed Ling's unusual behavior. You want to use me as a whetstone to break through your limits, but are you not afraid of dulling your own blade? At this moment, the old man began to panic, no longer maintaining his previous composure. He knew that his ability to toy with Ling was not due to superior physicality or strength, but rather his mastery of the momentum, allowing him to unleash power more effectively and guide the forces of heaven and earth. Once the opponent also grasped the momentum, his advantages would vanish, and the opponent could even threaten him in return. Die. With this thought in mind, the old man held nothing back and struck down with his blade, infusing it with the force of his entire being. Here it comes. However, Ling threw his head back and laughed maniacally, a terrifying force forming around him. At this moment, Ling resembled a sharp blade, invincible and severing all. Blood energy and spiritual power merged perfectly. Under the influence of the momentum, the forces of heaven and earth were at his disposal. This strike was terrifying. As the blade light flashed, it was breathtaking. Even before the blade reached its target, the terrifying blade chi had already manifested. Clang! As the two blades met, a terrifying force erupted. In that instant, the old man's eyes widened in shock as the overwhelming force sent him flying. After crashing through several tall trees, he barely managed to stop himself. He actually comprehended the momentum. The old man turned and tried to escape with his grievously injured body. The moment Ling grasped the momentum, he knew he was no longer the old man's match. Isn't it a bit late to think of fleeing? Ling closed in rapidly, his knife techniques flowing as he invoked the forces of heaven and earth. Clang, clang, clang. After exchanging 10 strikes, the old man was ultimately slain by Ling's knife. This was only to be expected. In his enhanced state, Ling, a mid-level martial arts master, was already stronger than an average junior. It was simply that the master had the advantage of momentum, guiding the forces of heaven and earth, which allowed him to suppress Ling. However, after Ling comprehended the momentum, the old man's advantage was utterly gone. He was naturally no longer a match for him. Is this the momentum? No wonder the master should not be underestimated. Oh, without becoming a master, one is ultimately nothing. Ling sheathed his knife, realizing that only by comprehending the momentum could one understand its terror. Now, without activating the enhancement state, he could easily defeat his former self who had activated it. Let's see what a master has to offer. Ling began to rummage through the spoils, but the master had used a special bag. Is this a storage bag? Ling's heart leaped with joy. A storage bag possesses a unique space. It appeared small, but it actually contained a special independent space. Ling activated his spiritual and mental energy to open the storage bag, discovering that its space was substantial, equivalent to a room. Inside were many valuable parts of ferocious beasts, as well as rare herbs and even spirit stones. 8 pieces of spirit stones. Ling's breathing quickened. There were directly 8 pieces of spirit stones here. Each piece of spirit stone was worth at least 5 million, and just the value of the 8 pieces amounted to 40 million. Not to mention the other materials from ferocious beasts and the rare herbs within. I've struck it rich. This time I've truly hit the jackpot. Ling happily stored the storage bag and hurried back to the base. Although he had comprehended the momentum, he still bore a mark on him. Who knows if there were other strong warriors among the barbarians? Returning to the base was the safest option. Upon returning to the base, Ling felt a slight relaxation. During most of his time in the Bludgeon Mountain range, his nerves were tense due to the myriad threats. Even with formidable strength, one must remain cautious to avoid ambushes from lurking beasts. With the return to the base, those worries dissipated. After arriving, Ling took a hot shower and began to examine his gains. Although he had glanced at his spoils earlier, he had not counted them in detail, merely taking a rough look. Now that he had some leisure, he was determined to inspect everything thoroughly. The 6 great martial masters of the barbarian tribe carried no spirit stones, only some key materials from ferocious beasts. The main highlight lay in the storage bag of that master. Inside the master's storage bag, along with 8 spirit stones, there were various materials from ferocious beasts and some martial arts recorded on animal skins. However, these martial arts were documented in the barbarian language, which Ling could not comprehend. Ling discovered a stone tablet, a glimmer of joy appearing on his face. Such stone tablets used for recording could transcend the constraints of language, much like the 9-fold battle blade. Ling picked up the stone tablet and focused on the contents within, discovering it detailed a form of boxing technique. This technique was incredibly fierce, akin to raging flames, requiring sufficient blood energy and spiritual power to sustain its activation. Moreover, the entry threshold for this boxing technique was quite high. One needed to comprehend the essence of the punches before beginning cultivation, which was divided into 4 levels. TSK. To cultivate, one must grasp the punch's essence. The requirements are not low at all. Yet Ling was not disheartened by the high threshold of this boxing technique. Within the artistic conception of the stone tablet, he vaguely sensed the essence. With this stone tablet, grasping the essence would not be difficult for him. For these spoils, Ling planned to keep the storage bag, spirit stones, and the stone tablet, while selling off the other materials from ferocious beasts. He needed spirit stones as well. They served as hard currency among martial artists, retaining value far better than gold. The Shinting Martial Arts Hall within the base had a designated place for recycling materials from ferocious beasts, so Ling headed to the Recycling Exchange Center. Since there weren't many people in the base, the Recycling Exchange Center was relatively quiet. However, when the staff saw Ling enter carrying a large bag, they knew there would be work to do. Ling chose not to use the storage bag, mainly to avoid drawing attention. The value of a storage bag was not low, being too ostentatious could easily attract unwanted scrutiny. Though Ling did not mind trouble, he preferred to avoid it when possible. "Excuse me, sir, may I ask how to address you? Are you here to sell materials from ferocious beasts?" A fairly attractive young woman with short, neat hair approached with a smile. "My surname is Ling nodded. "Mister, please come upstairs for a detailed discussion. We've already informed the manager." The young woman led Ling into the elevator, which ascended to the 2nd floor. On the 2nd floor, there was a spacious office equipped with various testing instruments to assess the value of the materials from ferocious beasts. "Mister, here is the beverage menu. What would you like to order?" The woman presented a list in front of Ling. He glanced at the menu and casually ordered a drink. Soon an elderly man with a friendly demeanor and a cheerful disposition entered. "Mister, thank you for your patience." The elderly man wore a broad smile. His peripheral vision caught sight of the bag Ling had brought, which was sizable, likely containing a substantial amount of materials from ferocious beasts. "Great martial master." Ling was somewhat taken aback. He did not expect the manager attending to him to be a grand martial master, albeit a junior one. However, considering his age, he was nearly as old as Ling's father-in-law Qiu Yuqing. Typically, grand martial masters of this age begin to see a decline in their vigor, their combat prowess no longer at its peak. It is indeed reasonable for them to step back and engage in business. "Mister, my surname is Gao. Just call me Manager Gao. Could you please open the bag and let me see what materials are inside?" Manager Gao asked with a smile. "Sure." Ling opened the bag, revealing various beast materials that filled the entire office with a bloody stench. Manager Gao was involved in procurement within the Secret Realm base, and upon examining the beast materials, he could tell at a glance that most of them were from beast general level beasts. This was undoubtedly a significant business opportunity. Please hold on. Manager Gao immediately got busy calling over several subordinates to use instruments to assess the strength of the beasts and determined the pricing based on the rarity of the materials. After a group of people worked tirelessly for over half an hour, Manager Gao finally presented a quote to Ling. Mr. Yi, for this batch of beast materials our offer is 23 million. Manager Gao took a deep breath. Over 20 million. Ling was slightly surprised. No wonder the earnings of wilderness adventurers surpassed those of martial artists of the same rank. Indeed, beast materials are valuable. Of course, hunting beasts requires not only strength, but also skill along with a fair share of risk. Manager Gao, these items cannot be accepted by the martial arts school, Ling stated as he took out the recorded materials of the barbarian beast skins. Upon seeing these, Manager Gao's eyes lit up. Mr. Yi, you even hunted barbarians. Ling smiled and replied, I was ambushed by them and managed to counterattack by luck. Counterattack by luck. Manager Gao surely did not believe it. To hunt so many beasts and slay barbarians only proved that this person possessed formidable combat strength. However, Manager Gao still showed a hint of difficulty on his face as he said to Ling, Mr. Yi, I must inform you that these items from the barbarians might not be worth as much as you think. First, the martial arts of the barbarians need to be translated by experts to be converted into Blue Star script, and due to the nature of martial arts requiring precision, the translation demands are high, which incurs a cost. Secondly, the martial arts of the barbarians may not necessarily be useful for us humans. Ling was not very surprised after all. Although the barbarians were also human, they were a bit different from the people of Blue Star, which could lead to the martial arts not being very compatible with them. Give me a price, and let's see if I can accept it, Ling smiled. 2 million, Manager Gao glanced at Ling. This price was what Ling had estimated in his mind. Before coming here, he had seen discussions on the internal forum of the base, where people complained that hunting barbarians was not worth it. Not only is it harder to kill than beasts, but if one is lucky they might end up with some beast materials. If unlucky, they are left with a pile of incomprehensible beast skin manuals, which are not worth much. Ling did not respond immediately, and Manager Gao felt uneasy beside him. To be honest, the price he quoted for the manual was quite high. If the other party only presented the barbarian beast skins, there would be no issue if a deal was not made. But since the other party also brought a large number of beast materials which were worth over 20 million, it was a significant business, and Manager Gao did not want to see it fall through. After a moment of contemplation, Ling spoke. Manager Gao, I am not one to haggle extensively. Let's settle on 25 million for the materials, and these barbarian beast skins sold as a package. If you can accept it, then good. If not, I will have to consider other options. 25 million. Manager Gao frowned slightly. Calculating this way, it would mean the barbarian beast skins would cost over 300,000. Eventually, Manager Gao sighed and said, Mr. You consider it a favor to a friend. 25 million as you wish. 25 million. After the price was agreed upon, both parties signed the contract. As for the money transfer, 1 million to my base account and the rest to the account on Blue Star. Ling said, the base is not connected to the internet of Blue Star, at least not for people like them. So there is a special account in the base that requires people to recharge currency. The exchange rate is the same as Blue Star 11. Mr. Yi, regarding the money, you should know that it's difficult to connect the network here with the outside world. I can only report it and let the higher-ups transmit information in a special way to transfer the funds to you. Even if the funds arrive, you won't receive any information, but I will notify you once I receive news. After the contract was signed and the transaction was completed, Manager Gao revealed a relaxed smile. A transaction of 25 million is a substantial deal. Few of the great martial artists who come to the base are willing to venture out for hunts. After reaching this level, many people are quite cautious about their lives. Going out to hunt generally yields little reward, and transactions are usually in the range of several million. Deals like Ling's that exceed 20 million are extremely rare. Mr. Yi, here is my contact information within the base, and here is my contact information outside. I hope to receive your favor in the future. I will definitely provide the best price. Manager Gao handed his contact information to Ling. He valued a master like Ling greatly. If they could collaborate, his performance pressure would be significantly alleviated. Ling accepted the contact information. As he exited the second floor and walked into the hall, the woman who had previously attended to him approached with a light jog. Mr. Yi, is there anything else you need? The short-haired, capable woman smiled as she trotted over. The woman wore a form-fitting dress, her bosom ample, intentionally pushing her chest out slightly, evoking a desire to tear off her blazer and ravage her. No, Ling replied. Do you need data contact? If you have any needs, feel free to ask me anytime. It doesn't necessarily have to be business related. Oh, we can communicate privately. The woman took out her contact information from within the base. No need, my wife is strict, and she wouldn't be pleased if she found out. Ling immediately discerned her intentions and directly refused. Such phenomena were quite common due to the boredom at the base and the lack of entertainment options. Even the regional network games consisted only of a few outdated classic games. Moreover, the base only connects with the outside world once every 3 months, and many people may not even be able to go out within that time, having to stay longer. As a result, the base became even more monotonous, leading to the emergence of some primitive trading and entertainment methods. Temporary flings within the base had become quite common. But Ling would not engage in such behavior for the reason was simple. Wan had accompanied him through the most difficult years, and if he were to betray her, it would be utterly inhumane. The woman felt a bit disappointed after being declined. She was not particularly easygoing. On the contrary, she had relatively high standards and generally looked down upon ordinary great martial artists. However, upon seeing Ling selling an abundance of fierce beast materials, which clearly indicated his strength, she chose to approach him proactively. Despite being rejected, she still maintained her professionalism and smiled as she saw Ling off. 3 months passed quickly, during which Ling received 2 missions from the Xianting Martial Arts Hall. One was to escort a research team into the Blood Marsh Mountains to collect samples and plants for research. The other mission was an extermination task. A small barbarian team had been lingering near the base for a long time, and the base naturally needed to eliminate them. Of course, neither of these missions was an individual task. They were both team missions, and Ling was merely going through the motions while perfectly completing them. He even grasped the fundamentals of that set of boxing techniques. The only regret was that he had not achieved a breakthrough. Could it be that his foundational qualifications were indeed lacking? Even with 100-fold enhancement, 3 months had passed, and it seemed he was still a bit short of breaking through to the advanced martial artist level. But Ling was not anxious. Decades had passed, and he was no longer in his youth needing to rush for a breakthrough. Soon 3 months passed, and the secret realm base reconnected with the outside world. As Ling returned to the land of Blue Star, he took a deep breath and looked at the connected network on his phone, feeling much more at ease. After connecting to the internet, Ling immediately called Wan. Hello, wife, I'm back. Hubby, him good. Wan at the villa excitedly flipped over from the bed. It was impossible for Wan not to worry during these 3 months, especially since Ling was going to a place that was quite mysterious and unfamiliar. Now hearing Ling's voice again, Wan finally felt relieved. As soon as Ling returned home, Wan leaped into his arms. Yihong, where is Yao Yao? Ling gently stroked Wan's hair. Yao Yao hasn't gotten off school yet. Yihong is living on campus at the university. Thanks to his wife Wan's reminder, Ling realized that his son Yihong seemed to have already started college. When he left, his son had just finished the college entrance examination, and he had been at home every day, causing him to get used to having his son around. Aunt Wang, where is she? Ling asked Wan as they had hired a nanny. Aunt Wang had something to do today, so I gave her a day off, Wan said. That means it's just you and me at home now. Ling revealed a mischievous smile. Before Wan could react, Ling picked her up. Wife, it's been 3 months. I was going crazy. Wan did not expect Ling to think of that right away as soon as he came out. Hubby, we still have to pick up Yao Yao later tonight. It's okay, it's still early before Yao Yao gets out of school this afternoon. Ling carried Wan into the bedroom and closed the door behind him. 2.5 hours later, after Wan took a shower, she lay down on the bed feeling a bit exhausted. Hubby, why don't you go pick up Yao Yao? I really don't want to move anymore. Okay, I'll go pick her up. Ling chuckled and turned to get up. When his daughter Yao Yao saw that it was Ling who came to pick her up, she shouted happily. After picking up his daughter, Yao Yao, Ling drove her back home. After dinner, Ling also had a video call with his son Yihong. To Ling's surprise, his son Yihong had actually made a breakthrough and became a junior martial artist. Does Yihong have such high martial arts talent? Ling felt it was somewhat abnormal. His son was so young, yet he was already a junior martial artist. He could no longer simply be described as a genius, but rather as a prodigy. Fortunately, I have the system, otherwise I would have been surpassed by my son, Ling chuckled to himself. However, seeing his son's rapid progress, Ling was genuinely delighted. After departing the secret realm, Ling was granted a 3-month respite before he would need to return. The family's standard of living had improved markedly. The batch of materials he sold alone brought in over 20 million. During this time, Ling resolved to spend quality moments with his family. He planned outings with Wan, his daughter Yi Yao, and his son Yihong. They visited the principal scenic spots of Tian'an City, sampled fare at several high-end restaurants, and savored the pleasures of a leisurely life. In that relaxed atmosphere, Ling unexpectedly achieved a breakthrough, ascending to the rank of advanced Grand Martialist. He now stood but 1 step shy of Grandmaster. That final step might seem a chasm to ordinary masters, yet Yi Ling had already perceived the nature of Shi. For him, the leap to Grandmaster was simply the culmination of accumulated energy. Frankly, Yi Ling looked forward to reaching Grandmaster. He longed to discover what the system's third stage would bestow upon him. With the system, perhaps I truly can ascend to humanity's pinnacle, he thought. Yi Ling murmured the thought beneath his breath. In merely a few months, he had gone from an obscure advanced martial artist to standing on the verge of Grandmasterhood. The surge in his confidence was immense. Grandmasterhood could wait. Although he had not yet attained a Grandmaster's cultivation, Yi Ling's combat prowess rivaled, and in many cases surpassed, that of Grandmasters. Many junior Grandmasters would not be his match. After breaking through to Advanced Grand Martialist, Yi Ling registered his new rank at the Martial Hall. After all, the Hall's base stipend was determined by cultivation. The higher the rank, the greater the remuneration. He cared little for the stipend, yet most cultivators registered after a breakthrough. Unless one deliberately concealed their chi, the truth would sooner or later be discovered. Yi Ling has advanced to Advanced Grand Martialist. Miao Yu was stunned when he received the news. Yi Ling had broken through to mid-level Martialist about 4 months ago. In just 4 months, he had surged forward again and become an Advanced Martialist. With Yi Ling now at Advanced Martialist rank, their cultivations were ostensibly comparable. As for true combat ability, Miao Yu knew full well he would not stand a chance against Yi Ling. Yi Ling's advancement into Advanced Grand Martialist had also drawn the attention of the Martial Hall's upper echelon. Being one step from Grandmaster warranted priority observation. Under heightened scrutiny, the Hall's leaders extended a personal invitation to Yi Ling for a conversation. Yi Ling was slightly surprised. He had not expected his rise to alarm the higher-ups so much. Since the leadership requested a meeting, Yi Ling could only accept. The rendezvous took place at the highest level of Xianting Wugwan's Tianan headquarters. Yi Ling had assumed a Grandmaster would come, but to his astonishment, it was a Great Grandmaster who arrived. The Great Grandmaster carried an ethereal bearing clad in a flowing white Tai Chi training robe and simple white cloth shoes. In his every gesture, there seemed to be communion with heaven and earth. Heaven and unity is a necessary attainment for a Great Grandmaster. If one comprehends, sure one can guide certain forces of heaven and earth. Yet Tianren He, the unity of heaven and man, is an elevation of the whole person, a merging of mind with the surrounding cosmos. The forces one can marshal at that level are of an entirely different magnitude than mere sure. Crucially, upon reaching the unity of heaven and man, the spirit and soul receive a nourishing of the cosmos, undergoing a metamorphosis that greatly strengthens spiritual power. The physical body likewise is tempered by heavenly forces, undergoing profound fortification of strength and vitality, increase markedly. That a mere Grand Martialist would draw a Great Grandmaster was astonishing. Faced with such a presence, Yi Ling could only characterize him as inscrutable. He could not fathom the man's true strength. His attempts to probe the elder's aura fell away like a stone swallowed by the sea. When the Great Grandmaster greeted Yi Ling, his manner was gentle. He smiled and said, "Do not be nervous. First introduce yourself. I am the person in charge of Xianting Wugwan's Tianan Bay City. You may call me Xuandaozi." Xuandaozi. The name sounded less like a given name and more like a Dao name. The distinction seemed unimportant. "Senior Xuandaozi," Yi Ling offered in greeting. "Do you know why I wish to see you?" Xuandaozi asked. Yi Ling shook his head. He had assumed only a Grandmaster would come. He had not expected Xuandaozi himself to appear. Xuandaozi regarded Yi Ling with a half-smile and said, "You possess sure, though it is faint. Ordinary Grandmasters would not perceive it, but before a Great Grandmaster, nothing remains concealed. For one such as you, having grasped sure, and coupled with that awakened innate divine talent of yours, even many junior Grandmasters might not be your match," he added. Yi Ling smiled wryly. Before a Great Grandmaster, his little secrets no longer qualified as secrets. "I have observed your trajectory," Xuandaozi continued. "Before 42, you were unremarkable, only an advanced martial artist, yet suddenly you shot skyward, from advanced martial artist to martialist, and now to advanced grand martialist, all in less than a year." When Xuandaozi mentioned this, Yi Ling felt a chill. Had his recent meteoric progress already aroused suspicion from above? 1,000 thoughts rushed through Yi Ling's mind as he searched for an excuse. Whatever he did, he could not reveal the existence of the system. "Do you wish to know the reason?" Xuandaozi asked once more. Yi Ling forced a troubled expression and shook his head. "Senior Xuandaozi, I do not know. One day I suddenly broke through to martialist, and thereafter my cultivation accelerated tremendously until it became unstoppable." He could do no more than feign ignorance. Xuandaozi chuckled. "But I have a conjecture," he said. Hearing that, Yi Ling's heart leapt. If Xuandaozi pierced the truth or pressed the matter, he had no recourse. "Senior Xuandaozi, what conjecture?" Yi Ling asked, keeping his composure. Xuandaozi observed him and replied, "I believe you are a bloodline martialist, a very high-grade bloodline martialist." At the mention of a bloodline martial list, Ling breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Though he knew little of bloodline martial lists, as long as Xuandaozi was mistaken it would work in his favor. Senior Xuandaozi, I have heard of bloodline talents, Ling said, but those examples did not exhibit cultivation speed as exaggerated as mine recently. Xuandaozi shook his head. There is a difference between bloodline talent and a true bloodline martial list. Perhaps bloodline talent is merely a branch beneath the bloodline martial list classification. A genuine bloodline martial list is of noble caliber. Their potential and strength rank among Langsing's bloodline warriors the highest potential group on Blue Star. Ling found it somewhat difficult to understand these terms, but the misunderstanding from Xuandaozi was a tremendous benefit for her. Senior Xuandaozi, forgive my lack of understanding, but what exactly is the difference between awakened bloodline talents and bloodline warriors? Ling asked, genuinely confused. Xuandaozi was not surprised and smiled as he explained, awakened bloodline talents are indeed considered bloodline warriors, but they are more like a lower version. True bloodline warriors, once their bloodlines awaken, experience a breakthrough akin to enlightenment, with their comprehension, combat ability, and cultivation all advancing by leaps and bounds. For example, our Xianting martial arts school's founder Huang Ting was once unremarkable and only awakened his thunder bloodline at the age of 30, becoming a top powerhouse in the Great Xia. There are many such examples among the top powerhouses on Blue Star, many of whom are bloodline warriors. Despite Xuandaozi's words, Ling did not feel overly excited, as she knew her rise was not due to being a bloodline warrior, but rather due to the system. However, Ling was confident that the system was far stronger than any bloodline warrior. After explaining all of this, Xuandaozi spoke to Ling saying, originally, I just wanted to tell you these things to encourage you to train hard and become a strong individual in the future, but seeing your comprehension of momentum, I have some new ideas. Ling knew the important part was coming, so she asked, please speak, Senior Xuandaozi. Xuandaozi first smiled and asked Ling, what do you think about the development level of our secret realms? Ling thought for a moment and said, although the secret realm is good and has many resources, the level of development is not high, currently limited to the base without external expansion. Xuandaozi nodded and said, among the 6 major base cities in Great Xia, the Tiannan base city is the latest to develop. Other base cities have already stationed a large number of troops in the secret realms to mine the ore veins and extract a significant amount of spirit stones. Even the capital base city has begun to send immigrants into the secret realm to construct new cities. These words startled Ling. Are other base cities developing this well? Ling had received spirit stones before and knew how valuable they were. If these could be developed on a large scale, humanity's overall strength would at least increase by a tier. Moreover, the cultivation conditions in the secret realm are better than on Blue Star. If immigration to the secret realm could be realized, it would not be a dream for everyone to become martial artists. Currently, due to everyone using regional networks, the networks of each base city are not the same, and ordinary people can only understand matters related to their own base city. As for wanting to learn about the situations in other base cities, one would need a dedicated network channel and account. Such accounts are only available to masters. In short, only master-level individuals in Tiannan base city can know about the situations in other base cities. But masters are exceedingly rare. However, our Tiannan base city is also preparing to further develop the secret realms and intends to educate the general public and open up information about the secret realms. Currently, we have discovered a rare or vein near the secret realm base, and we plan to mine this vein and establish a new base centered around it. However, as you know, the secret realm is plagued by barbarian attacks, and before the base is fully established, there will certainly be barbarian incursions, so we need strength to defend it and provide support. The main force of this strength must be masters, but as you know, we have to keep a significant number of masters in Blue Star to fend off fierce beasts, so the number of masters we can dispatch to the base is limited, and we also need to consider rotation. Now that you have comprehended momentum and possess combat strength equivalent to a master, you are precisely suited to take on a mission in the secret realm. I hope you will join us. As for rewards, simple money may not be very attractive to you. However, I promise that those who join for defense and support will receive the latest cultivation enhancements, as well as spirit stones, and those who perform well will even be allowed to access the core knowledge regarding the development of relic inheritances. Such opportunities were previously only accessible to grandmasters. Xuandaozi's offered conditions were indeed tempting. Generally, those who reach the master level have a significantly reduced need for money. It's not that money is worthless to masters, rather their demand for it is not as high. Just like when Ling previously explored the Bloods Mountains, she earned 20 million. Other masters hunting fierce beasts in the Bloods Mountains also reaped substantial rewards. Essentially, once one reaches the master realm, they either begin to enjoy life or strive to advance further. To advance further, resources are crucial, Here resources refer to martial arts resources. The conditions Xuandaozi offered were all martial arts resources. Ultimately, Ling agreed. Her true combat strength had indeed reached the master level. Moving forward, she also needed resources to break through to Grandmaster. Not long after Ling's conversation with Xuandaozi, news about the secret realm began to circulate online. This news caused quite a stir. Previously, although matters regarding the secret realm were not entirely secret, they were generally concentrated in a smaller circle and not publicly discussed. Most people were still unaware, especially those in the smaller cities of Tiannan-based city. Now, with the public revelation of such a secret realm abundant in resources and treasures, the authorities described it as a new type of undeveloped land rich in treasures, especially since they also released results from other base cities' development of secret realms. This led to a fervor across the networks of Tiannan-based city, with everyone feeling that a better era was about to arrive. At this time, the authorities announced that to develop the secret realm, they needed labor and people offering quite favorable conditions. The minimum standard for recruiting labor was martial artists. Due to the environment of the secret realm being different from that of Blue Star, those who are not martial artists would find it difficult to adapt and could experience various adverse reactions, with severe cases even affecting life. In response to the government's recruitment of labor to develop the secret realm, the people of Tiannan-based city exhibited two entirely different attitudes. The conservatives held doubts about the safety of this secret realm and the government's claims. They did not want to be the first to take risks and preferred to observe further. On the other hand, a group of radical individuals with an adventurous spirit believed that the existing opportunities in Tiannan-based city had already been fully divided, and with the emergence of this new opportunity in the secret realm, they must seize it even if it involved risks. The first batch of recruited labor was offered very high treatment conditions along with some preferential policies. If the development of the secret realm stabilized in the future, such favorable terms would certainly not be available. With this group of adventurous radicals, the authorities successfully recruited many people to enter the secret realm for development. Meanwhile, high-ranking government officials alongside various major forces began to conduct safety protection work for the secret realm, and the formation of the protective team gradually took shape. Within the secret realm, a protective force was organized comprising both a conventional military contingent and an elite task force. The conventional contingent consisted of stationed troops, though even these were selected from among the most capable warriors, with each soldier required to be at least a martial artist. The elite task force demanded even greater prowess. Every member had to be at least a grand martial artist, and its commander had to be a master. In addition, the Tiannan base would dispatch grandmasters to oversee and secure the newly explored regions of the realm. Rosters for the elite task force members were finalized one by one. Each squad was provisionally structured with 8 operatives, 1 squad leader, and 7 team members. 40 such elite squads were planned for the newly opened zones of the secret realm. Though 40 may sound substantial, it was in fact barely sufficient. Firstly, elite squads rotated every 3 months within the realm. This meant only 20 squads were stationed on-site at any given time, and even those 20 could not operate continuously for the full term of shifts, and scheduling inevitably reduced active capacity further. Thus, the number of squads simultaneously operational was far smaller than it appeared. Yet this represented the absolute limit of personnel the Tiannan base could currently mobilize. After all, 40 squads required 40 masters, a formidable demand. Masters were already deployed across city defense lines throughout the base, and several declined involvement altogether. Assembling 40 willing and available masters was no small feat. Ling's squad was designated Task Force 12. Before entering the secret realm, each elite squad convened once, to foster familiarity among members and ensure seamless coordination. In a lounge at the Xuani Martial Arts Academy, 7 grand martial artists conversed casually. Had Ling been present, he would have recognized 2 of them. One was Miao Yu, the other Hongwu. Miao Yu needed no introduction, an advanced grand martial artist standing just 1 step away from mastery, yearning intensely to cross that threshold. Participation in the elite task force offered precisely such an opportunity. To advance the realm's development, the high command of the Tiannan base had resolved to unlock abundant resources for all task force members. Beyond martial cultivation resources, they granted rare privileges, personal guidance from eminent elders, and access to ancient martial stone tablets inscribed with profound intent, artifacts recovered from ruins proven to dramatically increase one's chances of attaining mastery. Consequently, many advanced grand martial artists, those fiercely ambitious to ascend further, volunteered eagerly for the elite squads. Indeed, among the 7 grand martial artists gathered here, 3 were advanced. Hongwu, by contrast, had secured his place through familial connections. Of the 7 grand martial artists present, he alone was a novice grand martial artist. The others comprised 3 advanced and 3 intermediate grand martial artists. Brother Miao, Hongwu asked, do you know who our squad leader is? Is he approachable? He hoped Miao Yu, well connected within the Xuanyi Academy, might have heard something. Miao Yu shook his head. No word yet. The selection process has been tightly sealed. But I can confirm one thing, our commander hails from the Xuanyi Martial Arts Academy. Others joined the conversation as well. Shortly thereafter, Yi Ling entered the lounge. Yi Ling? Hong Wu exclaimed, startled. Then upon sensing Yi Ling's cultivation level, his eyes widened in disbelief. Brother Yi, have you broken through to advanced grand martial artist? He drew a sharp breath. Yi Ling's progress was staggering. When they first met, Yi Ling had been merely a novice martial artist. Yet now, in so short a time, he stood at the peak of grand martial artists. His ascent defied metaphor. Even comparing it to a rocket launch would fall short of capturing its velocity. Advanced grand martial artist. Though Miao Yu was astonished, he had grown accustomed to Yi Ling's extraordinary pace. After all, Yi Ling had advanced from novice to intermediate grand martial artist in little over a month, now nearing 6 months. Since then, reaching the advanced rank was almost expected. Brother Yi, you've joined the elite squad too? Miao Yu asked warmly. Yes, Yi Ling nodded. Which squad are you assigned to, Brother Yi? Miao Yu pressed. Yi Ling glanced at the 7 grand martial artists assembled and replied, if I haven't mistaken the location, I believe we're all part of the same squad. Task Force 12. Task Force 12. Miao Yu and Hong Wu exchanged glances, puzzled. Aren't elite squads composed of exactly 8 members? If Yi Ling belonged to Task Force 12, that would make 8 members, plus their master commander, totaling 9. Then Miao Yu considered a possibility, his expression shifting to disbelief, doubt, and dawning awe. Brother Yi, surely you aren't our Task Force 12 commander. At that, every gaze, including those of the other grand martial artists, snapped toward Yi Ling. Yes, he affirmed calmly. I am the commander of Task Force 12. Yi Ling produced his official appointment decree. Was he truly the commander? Hong Wu and Miao Yu fell silent, glancing uncertainly at the others. Though Hong Wu and Miao Yu knew Yi Ling personally, and thus hesitated to speak, several of the other grand martial artists did not. One immediately voiced his objection without restraint. This appointment is absurd. Elite squad commanders must be masters. Appointing an advanced grand martial artist is nothing short of mockery. If advanced grand martial artists qualify as commanders, then why not any of us? We are all equally formidable. The speaker was Lu Zhan, a senior grand martial artist whose dossier Yi Ling had reviewed beforehand. Once a wilderness adventurer, he had later joined the Xuanyi Martial Arts Academy. He spent years guarding the secret realm and frequently hunted ferocious beasts in the Shueza Mountains, slaying numerous barbarian warriors along the way. He had once fought 3 barbarian advanced grand martial artists single-handedly in bloody combat, and emerged unscathed. His legendary combat prowess fueled his fiery temperament, and when Yi Ling revealed his command status, Lu Zhan was the first to challenge it. Brother Lu speaks truth, another senior grand martial artist, Pan Jin, chimed in. I refuse to accept an advanced grand martial artist as commander. Let us jointly petition higher authorities. With 2 senior grand martial artists leading the charge, the remaining 3 quickly echoed their stance. Miao Yu and Hong Wu could only offer wry smiles. They remained silent, though inwardly they shared the same reservations about Yi Ling's appointment. Yet they also remembered Yi Ling's unparalleled cultivation speed, and his near certainty of ascending to mastery in the near future. For now, they chose not to antagonize him or cause him undue embarrassment. Yi Ling had anticipated precisely this reaction. He merely smiled faintly, offering no explanation. In the next instant, an indescribable aura erupted from him. With that overwhelming pressure, Lu Zhan, Pan Zhun, and the grand martial artists beside them felt suffocated, their spiritual energy sluggish, their very movements constrained. Intent. It was pure intent, martial intent of the highest order. And yet, he was no master. He had grasped intent nonetheless. As Yi Ling released his momentum, the lounge fell into silence. The previously boisterous grand martial masters wore expressions of fear, while Lu Zhan and Pan Zhun were both deeply intimidated. They had not anticipated that Yi Ling had comprehended the concept of momentum. Momentum is the key to breaking through to the master realm. Many advanced grand martial masters possess sufficient accumulation to reach the master level, yet they are often hindered by their grasp of momentum. Without comprehending momentum, one cannot harness the power of heaven and earth. Without this assistance, they cannot break through the shackles of the master realm. However, they had not expected that this person before them would be the first to comprehend momentum while still lacking the accumulation to meet the breakthrough standard of a grand martial master. Such occurrences are quite rare. Advanced grand martial masters are unable to transition to the master realm precisely because they lack momentum and are thus stuck. It is nearly unheard of for someone to grasp momentum before their own accumulation has reached the requisite level. Regardless, since Yi Ling comprehended momentum, his strength absolutely overshadowed those present. For those who grasped momentum, breaking through to the master level was merely a matter of time. With the right resources allocated, it would not be long before they ascended. Lu Jun and Pan Jin said nothing and took a seat. Sitting down at this moment symbolized their concession and acknowledgement of Yi Ling's status. After seeing everyone seated, Yi Ling slowly spoke. I understand that the cultivation of advanced Grand Martial Masters might cause some dissent, but there is no need to worry about my combat power. The fact that I have been appointed as the team leader signifies that I possess this level of strength. Of course, to prove this, Lu Jun and Pan Jin, you both excel in shield defense. I allow you to use shields to block a punch from me and test my combat power. Yi Ling knew that even if he demonstrated momentum, it would only silence these people temporarily, and they would still harbor doubts in their hearts. All right, Lu Jun and Pan Jin did not hesitate. They all proceeded to a secluded training hall within the Xianting Martial Arts School, where each of the two picked up a shield. The others watched the battle from the side, eager to discover just how powerful this advanced Grand Martial Master, who had comprehended momentum, truly was. Lu Jun and Pan Jin raised their shields, spiritual energy emanating from their bodies, enveloping the shields in a yellowish spiritual force resembling towering mountains, steadfast and unyielding. Yi Ling summoned his spiritual energy, and at the same time a force of fist momentum radiated around him, causing the temperature in the entire training room to rise noticeably. Yi Ling surged forward, reaching Lu Jun and Pan Jin in the blink of an eye. The violent spiritual energy surged as he clenched his fingers into fists seemingly covered in searing flames, and simultaneously struck with both fists against their shields. This was Yi Ling's first public demonstration of the Blazing Sun Fist. The Blazing Sun Fist was a technique he had derived from the stone tablet obtained from that barbarian sect master, which he named the Blazing Fist. As he unleashed his fist, visible waves of energy rippled outward. Boom! When his fist collided with the shield, Lu Jun and Pan Jin were sent flying, crashing into the wall. The shields flew from their hands and shattered upon hitting the ground. At that moment, the Grand Martial Masters watching from the sidelines gasped in astonishment. They could see that Lu Jun and Pan Jin had exerted their full strength to defend, yet under Yi Ling's punch, they had almost no resistance. Moreover, they noticed that at the last moment Yi Ling had retracted some of his power, otherwise Lu Jun and Pan Jin would have been thrown out in a wretched manner, likely sustaining severe injuries that would have displaced their internal organs. Captain, everyone else respectfully called out at this moment. In the martial world, power is revered. The combat power displayed by Yi Ling was equivalent to that of a master. Even though he was currently only an advanced Grand Martial Master, his combat prowess rivaled that of a master. In real combat, it is not merely about cultivation levels, it is about actual combat effectiveness. This individual who could match master-level combat power, even while still a Grand Martial Master, would be formidable if he were to break through to the master realm in the future. Such a strong person would be unlikely to offend unless they were a fool. Captain Lu Jun and Pan Jin also conceded, addressing Yi Ling with respect. Seeing these proud Grand Martial Masters humbled, Yi Ling understood that he had achieved his objective. After showcasing his strength with a big stick, it was time to offer a little carrot for reassurance. Yi Ling smiled gently and said, "Everyone, there's no need to be too formal. I understand that you are all concerned for safety. After all, the secret realm poses dangers, and if our team lacks a strong presence, it could threaten our safety. However, having proven my strength, I hope we can work together sincerely in the future." Absolutely, absolutely, the others echoed in agreement. Before we proceed with our collaboration, let me introduce myself formally. I am Yi Ling. Tonight, I have reserved a table at the Yushuan Pavilion for us to gather and have a meal together. All expenses will be. At the mention of the Yushuan Pavilion, the Grand Martial Masters present were slightly taken aback. The Yushuan Pavilion is the highest standard private dining club in Tiannan City, with average expenses nearing 100,000 per evening. They did not expect that their captain would be so extravagant as to invite everyone to dine there. How can we accept this? It seems too much for you, Captain Lu Jun spoke up. It's not too much, or I just want everyone to enjoy themselves later. Yi Ling's actions greatly increased his favorability among the team members. At the very least, they felt that this captain seemed quite approachable. Hongwu, meow you, let's go, Yi Ling called to Hongwu. At this moment, the two finally reacted, their words tinged with admiration. Brother, yes, progress truly leaves us in awe. You've already comprehended momentum, masterhood is just around the corner. Miao Yes' address to Yi Ling had also changed. Hongwu felt even more delighted, not expecting that his prior small investment would lead to Yi Ling's rapid growth. To be honest, at the beginning, Hongwu merely thought Yi Ling had the potential to break through to Grand Martial Master and wanted to invest in a friendship. But in the blink of an eye, Yi Ling was on the verge of becoming a master. This investment was certainly worth it. That evening, they indulged in food and fun at the Yushuan Pavilion. Although the Grand Martial Masters present could afford such high-end places, they rarely came due to the steep costs. As the saying goes, a mouthful can be a burden. Yi Ling's generous treat tonight cost him a significant amount of money, greatly enhancing his respect among the team. Due to plans to intensify the development of the secret realm, the opening time for the secret realm was much earlier than before, commencing 5 days ahead. The military, equipped with various large-scale lethal weapons, was the first to move and heading to new development points. Subsequently, elite teams followed suit, entering the secret realm to clear out ferocious beasts near the base and prevent barbarian incursions. After these tasks were completed, groups of recruits entered in droves. In the newly developed mining area within the secret realm, the location is approximately 100 kilometers away from the main base. This distance is neither too far nor too close. According to the plans laid out by the higher-ups of the Tiannan base city, another base will be constructed here. Most of the infrastructure at this base has already been successfully built by engineers and intelligent robots. Clearly, this base has been in implementation for several years. The first batch of laborers recruited by the government reached 50,000, which included not only miners, but also those responsible for logistics. Large flying vehicles transport these laborers to the new base. Of course, these laborers are prohibited from leaving the base. This is to ensure their safety, as their chances of survival outside the base with their current strength are minimal. If too many people die in the secret realm, the pressure from public opinion outside would be immense. Now that this base has just been established, except for critical areas that have energy shields, other places temporarily do not, necessitating patrol teams around the base perimeter. The elite team has 2 main tasks: first, to escort the transportation of mined ores. Second, to remain on standby within the base. Whether the patrol team encounters enemies or the elite team escorting or transportation faces an attack, they must be ready to provide support. The first batch of elite teams consisted of 20 groups. When these elite teams settled in, some were surprised to find that the captain of the 12th squad was merely a senior martial master. In the base tavern, a group of senior martial masters were drinking. Lu Jin, Panjin, I heard your 12th squad's captain is only a senior martial master. How can you endure this? Other senior martial masters in the tavern teased Lu Jun and Panjun, who were drinking there. Exactly, if it were me, I definitely wouldn't endure it. I would confront him. Having a senior martial master as a captain is a matter of life and death. If a senior martial master can be a captain, why are we just regular members? Someone else chimed in. Panjin glanced at those who were jeering and replied coolly, our captain has already comprehended the momentum. If any of you are unconvinced, you can challenge him on Ianon. If you can defeat him, I will not stop you. Comprehended the momentum. Upon hearing this, the faces of the other senior martial masters displayed shock. It is indeed quite rare for a senior martial master to comprehend this without breaking through to the master level. No wonder he could suppress Lu Jun and Panjun. First, having comprehended the momentum means his strength is certainly far beyond that of a typical senior martial master. Moreover, having comprehended the momentum means that even if he has not broken through to master level, he is not far from it, and no one wants to offend a potential master. Then your squad is quite unfortunate. Even if you have comprehended the momentum, you are still not a master. There are plenty of beast kings in the secret realm, and there are also masters among the barbarian tribes. You too should be careful. If you encounter a master barbarian, you might be wiped out before reinforcements arrive. The other senior martial masters in the tavern jested, shaking their heads, feeling that Lu Jun and Panjun were somewhat unlucky. Lu Jun and Panjun also did not know how to explain. They believed Yi Ling possessed the strength of a master. However, if they said this, no one would believe them. We can only wait for a real battle to let the captain prove it to them. Lu Jun and Panjin felt a bit frustrated. In any case, the news that the captain of the 12th squad is a senior martial master spread within a small circle. Initially surprising, but once it was learned that the senior martial master had comprehended the momentum, it was no longer shocking. Because currently the number of masters is indeed tight. 40 elite teams do not mean there are only 40 masters in the secret realm. Some masters are needed to guard the main base, and there are also masters responsible for defense and surveillance at the new base from the military. In reality, the number of masters in the secret realm is far more than 40. Each city's defensive line in the outside world also requires masters to be stationed, and each city internally also needs masters to oversee. Thus, the arrangement of masters is quite strained. A senior martial master who has comprehended the momentum is not far from becoming a master. Promoting him to captain and treating him as a master-level combatant is reasonable. However, being treated as a master-level combatant does not mean he possesses true master-level strength. In such a dangerous place as the secret realm, lacking a true master to oversee the squad still poses a certain danger. Regarding these rumors and some doubts from the outside world, Yi Ling did not take them to heart. In the future, a real battle will resolve the issue. Brother, Yi not good. You should go to the equipment depot to take a look. When Lu Jun and Panjun went to claim our team's equipment, there was a conflict because the equipment depot withheld our gear and the two of them were detained. Hong Wu rushed over panting, which showed how urgent he was. Ling frowned slightly. How could there be a conflict just to claim some equipment? This is really not Lu Jun and Pan Jun's fault. When we went to the equipment depot to claim our gear, the quality of the equipment given to us was substandard. We were supposed to receive equipment specially made for elite teams, but instead we were given standard defense team gear. Lu Jun couldn't take it anymore and argued, leading to a significant quarrel. Lu Jun threatened to make a scene which angered the people at the equipment depot, and they struck first. Originally, Lu Jun and Pan Jun had the upper hand, but then a master appeared at the equipment depot and swiftly subdued the two. Upon hearing this, Ling remarked, only our elite team's equipment was compromised, or is everyone else's too? From the squads I've inquired about, the quality is fine. It seems that only our elite team's quality has been reduced. Hey, it seems someone really thinks they can bully us. Ling sneered. He was originally not very concerned about the rumors, but now that someone had crossed the line treating him like a soft target, he felt differently. Let's go to the equipment depot. At the equipment depot, a crowd had gathered consisting of elite team senior martial masters and ordinary defense team martial masters. Within the equipment depot, 2 senior martial masters had their spiritual energy sealed and were tied up. These 2 senior martial masters were Lu Jun and Pan Jun, who looked bruised, clearly having suffered quite a bit. Beside them sat an old man sipping tea, with a female martial master providing him a massage. In the military camp, such ostentatious enjoyment went unchallenged. Because this old man was a master. Lu Chu, enjoying a massage from the female martial master, coldly looked at Lu Jun and Pan Jun and said, "You 2 senior martial masters dare to question my decisions. You even dare to act out at the equipment depot. Today you will be tied up so everyone can see that our equipment depot is not a place for nonsense." Just as Lu Chu finished speaking, a cold voice rang out from afar. "If the existence of the equipment depot is merely to withhold equipment, then I suggest we disband it." A cold voice rang out, drawing many gazes towards its source. Who had the audacity to speak to a master in such a manner? Many assumed it would be another master, only to turn and see a high-ranking Grand Martial Master accompanied by a junior Grand Martial Master. Some Martial Masters present were puzzled. How could this Grand Martial Master be so bold to confront a master directly? What kind of courage did he possess? Only a few knowledgeable Grand Martial Masters understood the situation. The one before them was the only Grand Martial Master among the elite team leaders who had comprehended the concept of force. However, it remained uncertain how long this comprehension of force could withstand the presence of a master. Lu Chu's gaze swept over, yet he appeared indifferent, a playful smile on his face. "What do you mean I withheld equipment? An elite team consists of 1 master and 7 Grand Martial Masters. That is a set standard, and only such an elite team deserves elite equipment. Your team lacks a master and your combat strength is insufficient, thus the equipment must be scaled down." "Oh, so you think my strength is lacking?" Ling seemed to ponder for a moment, but in the next instant his gaze sharpened and a powerful force erupted. The fierce and blazing punch force caused many onlookers to step back and shock their eyes wide with astonishment. Force, this high-ranking Grand Martial Master has actually comprehended force. I would like to see just how proud this master truly is. With a surge of violent spiritual power and blood energy, Ling unleashed a torrent of punches toward Lu Chu. No one expected Ling to be so direct, launching an attack without much dialogue. "You young one, so arrogant." Lu Chu was angered by Ling's actions. How could a Grand Martial Master dare to strike at a master? Boom. A similar force erupted from Lu Chu. Compared to Ling's fierce and blazing force, Lu Chu's force was more like a continuous stream, endless and flowing. Flowing cloud palm. Lu Chu also struck out with a palm colliding with Ling's punch. The moment their palms met, a visible shockwave spread out from beneath their feet. In this clash, Lu Chu could only feel the overwhelming power invading him. No matter how he tried to deflect or absorb the force, he could not completely dissipate it. Boom. Lu Chu was sent staggering back dozens of meters. Hiss. The onlookers were stunned by the scene before them. A master was actually pushed back by a Grand Martial Master. This completely overturned their previous perceptions. Until now, they had believed masters to be exalted and untouchable. Now in front of them, that illusion was shattered. A master was forced back by a Grand Martial Master. After pushing Lu Chu back, Ling did not hold back, advancing with a relentless wave of punches toward Lu Chu. Lu Chu could only be forced to fight back. Their fists clashed, producing explosive sounds, a tremendous momentum. Yet amidst this grand display, everyone saw the master Lu Chu progressively retreating. Boom. Ling struck out another punch, and Lu Chu crossed his arms to block, but still was sent flying several meters away, barely managing to steady himself. Just as Ling was about to launch another attack, a few auras of masters approached. "Gentlemen, what is the reason for such a violent confrontation within the base?" 3 masters appeared, halting the fight. They were also astonished by Ling's strength. They had heard of a high-ranking Grand Martial Master being the captain of an elite team, but that he had comprehended force was news to them. However, most masters did not find it particularly surprising as the other party had not yet become a master. But seeing him overpower Lu Chu today, did that not mean his combat strength surpassed that of most junior masters? Ling understood that he had achieved his goal of establishing dominance and calmly said, "This person in charge of equipment has reduced the allocation for my 12th squad and even bound our team members here in such humiliation. According to his words, he believes my 12th squad is unworthy of elite team equipment, so I can only use strength to show him whether we are worthy or not." Upon hearing Ling's words, the three masters realized that Lu Chu had no justification in this matter. Thus, one master stepped forward to mediate, saying, "Haha, misunderstandings are just misunderstandings. It's just a matter of equipment, we'll make up for it. Brother Lu will provide it to you immediately. Isn't that right?" Despite Lu Chu being furious, he had to admit after their earlier confrontation that Ling's strength was indeed above his own. "Make up for it immediately." Lu Chu took a deep breath. However, Ling chuckled coldly. "The equipment was originally ours. Our two members were bound here in such humiliation. What will be done about this? If there is no resolution for today's matter, I will report it upward. At worst, I will escalate it to Senior Xuandaozi. It was Senior Xuandaozi who appointed me as the captain of the elite team. If treated this way, I can only tell him that my personal ability is limited and I choose to withdraw." Ling's words made Lu Chu and the three masters' eyelids twitch. Ling was actually invited by Xuandaozi. They had no doubt about this, as Xuandaozi had indeed met with Ling before. "Brother Ling, how do you wish to handle this?" one of the mediating masters asked with a smile. Though he still called Ling young brother, it was clear he was placing both sides on the same level. "My demands are not high. It's not too much to ask for an apology for the wrongdoing, is it?" Ling said indifferently. This left Lu Jun and Pan Jun sweating nervously. The thought of having a master apologize to them was unimaginable. Yet with Ling proposing it, they felt a mix of anxiety and a hint of anticipation. Having a master apologize to a grand martial master was indeed a tremendous honor. "You must be dreaming, that's impossible." Lu Chu as a master was used to being revered and possessed a strong sense of pride. He would rather pay money than apologize to two grand martial masters. "Gentlemen, it's not that I am unwilling to give face, but if such a low demand cannot be met, then I will have to report it upward." Ling raised his hands helplessly. One master advised Lu Chu, "Old Lu, don't be stubborn. Withholding equipment is inherently your fault, and it's a minor issue if it doesn't escalate. But if it escalates, then it becomes a major issue. If it really reaches Xuandaozi, you might not be able to sit peacefully in the equipment office anymore." Hearing the name Xuandaozi, Lu Chu showed clear apprehension. Although masters held high positions, grand masters were evidently more transcendent. If he violated regulations and escalated the matter to Xuandaozi, things could indeed spiral out of control. Beyond potential economic sanctions, he might even be reassigned to the front lines. Though he was currently a master, his age was catching up to him, and his combat strength was no longer at its peak. If sent to the front lines, it could easily lead to mishaps. After much internal struggle, Lu Chu had no choice but to bow his head and apologize to Lu Jun, and the turmoil at the equipment department quickly spread throughout the base, especially among the elite teams. When they heard that the captain of the 12th squad with the cultivation of a grand martial master had overpowered Master Lu Chu, it astonished everyone. They did not expect that the grand martial master truly possessed the combat strength of a master. Instantly, the rumors circulating among the elite teams vanished. Ling thought that if a grand martial master had the strength of a master, what if he were to break through to master? It seemed that the higher-ups had their reasons for their selections. Anyone capable of leading an elite team must possess considerable skills. Although Ling was not yet a master in the eyes of others, his status was akin to that of a master. What a thrill today has been, truly exhilarating. In the house assigned to Ling in the base, the 8 members of the 12th squad gathered for a meal. Although Lu Jun was bruised and battered, he happily drank cold beer, unable to hide the smile on his face. "If a master apologizes to me, it would be worth it for a lifetime." The mere thought of Lu Chu personally untying him and apologizing brought an indescribable thrill to Lu Jun, sweeping away the prior gloom in his heart. However, compared to Lu Jun, Pan Jun seemed a bit more contemplative. "What's the matter, Pan Jun? Are you dissatisfied with the outcome?" Miao Yu asked with a smile. "I'm certainly satisfied. The feeling of being apologized to by a master is quite delightful, but this also offends Lu Chu. After all, I am a grand martial master. Facing a master, there is always some trepidation." Pan Jun still feared retaliation from Lu Chu after some time. "What's there to fear? It's just a master. Can he really confront us openly? If he truly seeks revenge, then it's better for both of us to perish together. If I can't have a good time, he shouldn't either." Lu Jun's temper was much more explosive than Pan Jun's, and he was quite straightforward. "Exactly, it's just a master. You are all advanced grand martial masters, only one step away from becoming a master, and there are great chances for further breakthroughs ahead." Ling smiled lightly while drinking a beverage. Break through to master. Even the straightforward Lu Jin shook his head and sighed. Captain, you've comprehended the momentum. Perhaps you don't have such worries. But for us advanced Grand Martial Masters, that one step feels like an insurmountable chasm. With so many Grand Martial Masters in the elite team aside from you who dares to claim, they can definitely break through to master. This statement resonated with Pan Zhun and Miao Yu. Comprehending the Tao momentum and breaking through to master is genuinely challenging. Not necessarily. If someone guides us, it would be much easier. Ling smiled. At this point, all the Grand Martial Masters turned their attention towards him. Did Ling imply that he had a way? Their eyes held a glimmer of hope. Ling directly raised his hand to stop them, saying, I cannot directly make you comprehend the momentum. I can only say that I have previously been a coach, and I believe my understanding of martial arts is quite decent. I can provide guidance based on your styles during practice. As for whether you can comprehend it or not, it ultimately depends on you. After Ling finished speaking, Hongwu immediately chimed in, I can personally attest to this. Back then, I had a martial art stuck at the 4th level for several years. After showing it to Brother Yi, he comprehended it completely in just a few hours and taught it to me. The students I taught in the past had a 100 satisfaction rate. Upon hearing this, the other Grand Martial Masters raised their glasses to toast, Ling smiling and complimenting, Captain, it seems we will be troubling you a lot in the future. Everyone present, whether it was Lu Jun, Pan Jin, Miao Yu, or the other Grand Martial Masters, wished to break through to master. Although Ling said he couldn't make someone directly comprehend the momentum that was to be expected. If someone could guarantee a 100 comprehension, it would undoubtedly shake the entire humanity. That would be akin to mass-producing masters. However, for Ling to provide some assistance was already a rare glimmer of hope for them. Moreover, today Ling stood up for Lu Jun and Pan Jun, which solidified his position as captain. Everyone in the team was genuinely convinced by him. After the labor force from the new base was transferred over and underwent a week's training, they formally started work and the mine began to be developed and extracted. The entire new base was getting on track. In addition to the development of the mine, there was also a small team responsible for improving new infrastructure. This new infrastructure included resources such as network, electricity, water supply, hospitals, and education. According to government plans, the first batch of immigrants is expected within 5 years. Looking at future plans, humanity will gradually shift its focus from Blue Star to the Secret Realm. Of course, this will be a relatively long process. It cannot be achieved overnight, and development will not be smooth sailing. After all, the dangers of the Secret Realm are higher than those of Blue Star. The elite team, of course, also had its tasks. Ling and the other members of the 12th squad were lounging in the aircraft. The technology here was much more advanced than what Ling had in his previous life, with small and medium-sized aircraft already in existence. These aircraft can be fully controlled by artificial intelligence, equipped with various monitoring and detection methods, and also provided with certain firepower and defense capabilities. Today's mission for the 12th squad was patrol and support. They were to pilot the aircraft to patrol designated routes around the base. If they encountered any enemy rescue, they were to rush over for support. This job was quite leisurely when there were. After all, the aircraft does not require human pilots. Detection is also done by the aircraft, and they only need to sit inside the aircraft. Of course, this is only when there are no troubles, or once trouble arises, the role of the elite team becomes evident. The network in the Secret Realm has nothing interesting. Even the games are just some boring single-player mini-games. One of the team members complained in the aircraft. Be grateful. Due to the recruitment of a large number of laborers this time, the government has also placed many shows from Blue Star onto the Secret Realm network and has built a new interactive network platform. If it were the previous Secret Realm network, that would have truly been boring, Pan Jin said with a smile. It was evident that Pan Jun had also been to the Secret Realm before. Take it slow. Since the government wants to establish cities for immigration, they will definitely improve the network step by step. Ling also chimed in. As for him, when bored, he could catch up on shows. Before obtaining the system, most of his energy was devoted to work, and he had only heard of some classic and interesting shows and movies, but had never actually watched them. Now he finally had time to watch these so-called classic shows. Just then, while everyone was chatting, the aircraft's communicator turned on, and a voice of distress came through. Requesting support, escorting the transport of, or has encountered barbarian interception, requesting assistance. After the voice in the communicator issued the request for support, the radar map displayed the coordinates of the distress signal. Between the new base and the main headquarters, ripples of spiritual energy undulated incessantly as an elite squad and a supply convoy found themselves encircled by a barbarian force. The encircling barbarians vastly outnumbered the elite squad, 2 masters among them, and their number of grand martial artists doubled, resulting in the squad's complete suppression. As for the supply convoy, it possessed virtually no combat capability and could only take shelter behind armored transport vehicles while signaling for aid. The escorting elite squad was the 3rd Division, led by Shayu. a junior master. Bai Xiaoyu brandished a spirit-forged blade. Potent razor-sharp spiritual energy surged forth from her sword aura peerless as she stood alone against two barbarian junior masters. Thousand Shadow Sword Art. In with one hand gripping her sword, Bai Xiaoyu unleashed a whirlwind of blinding light. Countless illusory sword images flickering into existence, each radiating lethal sword chi. Her sword light slashed forward, trailing razor-edged chi toward the two barbarian masters. From their throats burst guttural cries in an incomprehensible tongue. Their muscles swelled violently, exuding a bloodthirsty aura as an overwhelming pressure descended upon the battlefield. Wielding bone clubs, the two barbarian masters swung with crushing force, shattering Bai Xiaoyu's sword light outright and sending her hurtling backward hundreds of meters. Bai Xiaoyu's expression darkened. Against a single barbarian master, she was confident of victory, but facing two in tandem, she sensed herself faltering. Watching her comrades driven relentlessly back, resolve hardened in Bai Xiaoyu's eyes, and a pale golden sword light began to emanate from her very being. Gongjin's sword body. This was her innate divine ability, an art that dramatically amplified the piercing sharpness of her sword chi. Once activated, her offensive power surged, her sword chi roared across the field, enabling her, single-handedly, to overpower both barbarian masters. Her display ignited renewed confidence among the 3rd Division. Yet moments later, the advancing barbarians chanted incantations in low rhythmic tones, their upper garments rupturing as intricate patterns emerged upon their bare torsos. To one versed in barbarian lore, such a pattern would be instantly recognized as a sacred totem. Upon activating the totem, the two barbarian masters' spiritual auras visibly intensified. Their bone clubs carved through the air with mountain-shaking force, shattering Bai Xiaoyu's sword light without effort. As her sword light dissolved, the two barbarians lunged in unison, striking Bai Xiaoyu directly. She raised her blade to block, but the sheer savage might behind their blow hurled her body violently backward. They pressed their assault relentlessly, flanking her from both sides, allowing no respite. My fate is sealed, despair whispered coldly within Bai Xiaoyu's heart. Yet at that very instant, a swift aerial vessel streaked across the horizon, and from its hull a lone figure stepped into open sky. Ninefold Warblade. Reinforcements had arrived. Yi Ling's 12th Division. Yi Ling entered the fray, channeling spiritual energy as his blade descended, a single devastating strike aimed at one barbarian master. The barbarian master abandoned his assault on Bai Xiaoyu and whirled to meet Yi Ling's blow with his bone club. And clang. In the deafening clash of weapons sent spiraling shockwaves tearing through the air. Both Yi Ling and the barbarian master recoiled midair, but the distance each retreated revealed Yi Ling's clear superiority. Remarkably brutish strength, Yi Ling's gaze sharpened. This barbarian junior master's raw power far exceeded his expectations, evidently surpassing even Lu Chu, another junior master he had previously subdued. Then, Yi Ling noticed the totem etched upon the barbarian's chest, an arcane sigil pulsing with ceaseless surging power, augmenting the warrior's very essence. These barbarians are unlike any we've encountered before, Yi Ling observed, sensing a profound divergence from ordinary barbarian warriors. Regardless of distinction, kill first. Yi Ling activated his innate enhancement. Golden lustrous runes shimmered faintly across his skin, unleashing an overwhelming torrent of power. He charged forward, blade drawn. His opponent, already inferior in skill, now stood utterly defenseless against Yi Ling's augmented might. After a dozen exchanges, a blinding crescent of blade light erupted. Blood trickled from the barbarian master's lips as he raised his bone club in desperate defense, only for the blade's terrifying force to cleave him cleanly in two, splitting man and weapon alike. Elsewhere, Bai Xiaoyu, now unburdened, maintained firm dominance over the second barbarian master. With Yi Ling's intervention, the latter fell even faster. With both barbarian masters slain, the remaining warriors crumbled into insignificance. Yi Ling deliberately spared several captives. Esteemed commander, you must be Captain Yi Ling. Captain Bai, Yi Ling replied with a respectful nod. Among all elite divisions, only the 12th Division's leader held the rank of senior grand martial artist. So upon sensing Yi Ling's cultivation level, Bai Xiaoyu immediately identified him. Yet inwardly she remained deeply astonished by his combat prowess. She had heard rumors, how Yi Ling had grasped the Tao of momentum, subduing even Master Lu Chu. Still, she had dismissed those accounts lightly. Lu Chu was aged, his strength barely ranking among the weakest of junior masters. Defeating him meant little. Today, however, Yi Ling had swiftly and decisively slain a barbarian master, far exceeding her expectations. Bai Xiaoyu herself had engaged both barbarian masters in close combat, and knew well their exceptional strength, placing them among the most formidable of junior masters. Even in unknown duels, she could only suppress, not easily slay, such opponents. That Yi Ling achieved a swift kill spoke volumes about his extraordinary martial might. Captain Bai. Yi Ling had reviewed dossiers of all elite division commanders, and knew well of this renowned officer by Shayu, a prodigy who attained masterhood at 30. Masterhood at 30 marked exceptional talent. For most cultivators, attaining even grand martial artist status by that age would be considered extraordinary. These barbarians truly differ from the norm, Yi Ling murmured, examining the corpses. The mysterious totem upon their bodies was unprecedented. A singular occurrence might suggest innate ability, but every captured barbarian bore this same mark, implying mass production, a stark departure from all prior encounters. Indeed, they are anomalous. I believe this warrants immediate reporting, Bai Shayu said gravely. I concur, Yi Ling nodded. Such deviation demanded urgent escalation. Fortunately, several captives remained alive, though their resolve appeared unyielding. Extracting intelligence, however, fell outside Yi Ling's purview. It belonged to specialized departments. I shall continue escorting this convoy. Reporting will fall to you, Captain Yi, Bai Shayu remarked. Her unit still bore the duty of safe delivery. Understood, Yi Ling affirmed, gathering the barbarian corpses and escorting the captives back to base for formal debriefing. After slaying 2 masters of the barbarian tribe, this achievement caused a small shock within the base when reported. After all, since the elite team settled in, it was the first time anyone had slain a master of the barbarian tribe. Upon returning to the base, some masters, after learning about the battle situation from Bai Shayu, raised their evaluation of Yi Ling even higher. This advanced martial master, although not yet a master, appeared to be stronger than an ordinary junior master. However, after delivering these special barbarian corpses and a few barbarian captives, it caused quite a stir. After expert interrogations and translations by language specialists, they discovered that this group of barbarians was different from the surrounding barbarian tribes. They seemed to come from a more powerful civilization empire. To verify this information, the military organized a secret operation. Of course, such operations would not involve elite teams like Yi Ling's. Since Yi Ling achieved the feat of slaying a master of the barbarian tribe, he was officially accepted into the small circle of masters within the base. Yi Ling privately attended several gatherings of this small circle, temporarily integrating into the circle of masters. After a peaceful month and a half at the base, the military's investigation began to yield some results, and they started gathering the leaders of various elite teams for a meeting. The meeting was presided over by a military Major General Che Chengtian, an advanced master. In the conference room, over 20 masters gathered, including elite team leaders and some other masters. Naturally, Yi Ling became the only advanced martial master present. Che Chengtian activated a 3D projection presenting various materials and images. Most of the masters present were seeing these materials and images for the first time, exchanging glances. Che Chengtian pointed at the materials and images, saying, "This data is all about the barbarians." Previously, everyone may have only had a vague understanding of the barbarians, and now I will explain the situation in more detail. Che Chengtian began to elaborate. The barbarians in our nearby area are organized into tribes with a total of 13 tribes nearby. The strongest among each tribe is a Grand Master. The strongest of each tribe is a Grand Master. Upon hearing this, the present masters felt a jolt of surprise. This meant that there were 13 Grand Masters among the nearby barbarians. Instantly, the masters felt a sense of insecurity. Although they were strong as masters, they had little ability to resist against Grand Masters. Seeing their reactions, Che Chengtian reassured them, "Rest assured, we have reached an understanding with the barbarians of the 13 nearby tribes. As long as we do not invade each other's headquarters, the Grand Masters will not take action." With these words, the masters present relaxed slightly. They still trusted this agreement, as the secret base had indeed never suffered an attack from a Grand Master. Most of these 13 tribes actually maintain a non-interference relationship with us and will not send anyone to attack us. However, 3 tribes are highly aggressive and possess the strongest overall strength. We refer to them as the 3 savage tribes. Che Chengtian circled 3 tribes on the map. These 3 tribes have the highest overall strength and are the most aggressive. They have not only harassed us, but have also frequently attacked other tribes. The 3 tribes formed an alliance with the goal of annexing other tribes. Facing the aggression of these 3 tribes, the other 10 tribes also formed an alliance, resulting in a prolonged stalemate and friction. However, recently Captain Yi Ling and Captain Bai Shayu encountered a special barbarian team. According to the results of our interrogations of the captives and our latest investigations, this group of barbarians does not come from the 13 nearby tribes. It seems to originate from a more powerful empire within the barbarian ranks. A more powerful empire. Upon hearing this, the masters present could no longer sit still. Just the 13 barbarian tribes already had several Grand Masters. How terrifying could that powerful empire be? General Che, do you mean that our base here has been targeted by that powerful empire? A master asked. The other masters also looked toward Che Chengtian. If that were the case, they would definitely consider returning. Che Qingtian shook his head, saying this area should be at the very edge of that powerful empire with only 13 tribes belonging to a neglected zone. This group of barbarians that came this time seems to be a force that was forced to relocate to the edge after losing power within that powerful empire. They possess a source of strength stronger than the local barbarians' totems. Che Qingtian displayed the patterns on the barbarians' bodies, stating after expert research these patterns should be totems. Totems. The masters present were certainly familiar with this term, but it was more commonly associated with movies and novels. They never expected that the barbarians truly had such totems. The source of this totem power is said to come from the deities worshipped by the barbarians. To obtain a totem, one must accept the corresponding inheritance and offerings to imprint the totem and cultivate the totem's power. As for the benefits of totem power, it is said that activating a totem temporarily grants some special powers similar to our innate abilities. After Che Qingtian finished this segment, there was a brief silence in the conference room. This information was too abrupt for the masters present. At this moment, Ling, who had remained silent, asked General Che, "Will this newly arrived barbarian force change the current situation in our area?" Ling touched upon a key point which was also a concern for many of the masters present. Che Qingtian revealed a slightly pessimistic attitude, saying, "We cannot know the specific situation for now, but based on the patterns of development, it is highly likely to have a significant impact, and we cannot escape it. However, rest assured we have reported this, and when the secret realm opens next time, 2 more Grand Masters will come in to oversee things. There is even consideration from above to request support from the Central Command, asking other 5 base cities to send forces to assist us in Tiannan Base City." Che Qingshan's words encouraged the masters present. As masters, they were aware of more than ordinary people. Tiannan Base City ranks lowest among the 6 major base cities of Dixia, while powerful cities like Jingdu and Modu have far surpassed Tiannan in development. They have several times more experts compared to Tiannan Base City and have already established a relatively stable development of the secret realm. If other base cities are willing to send reinforcements, the pressure would be significantly reduced. In the coming days, please be a bit more cautious during patrols. At the same time, I have reported this matter to General Qi, who stated that he would personally intervene if powerful experts appeared. The General Qi mentioned by Che Qingtian is the Grand Master stationed here by the military. The meeting concluded, leaving some masters feeling rather uneasy. Although nothing significant had occurred thus far, their instincts warned them that soon the secret realm would spark a wave of turmoil. "What does Captain Yi think of the content discussed in today's meeting?" Bai Xiaoyu inquired of Yi Ling after the meeting. Since the rescue mission, Yi Ling and Bai Xiaoyu had maintained a good relationship. "When soldiers come, let the generals block. When water comes, let the earth cover. The best way to deal with risk is to enhance one's strength," Yi Ling stated directly. Indeed, Bai Xiaoyu agreed. Only by strengthening himself can he confront these crises. Yi Ling was also contemplating the matter of breaking through to the master level. In his view, whether it was sooner or later, it made little difference. However, given the current unstable situation, Yi Ling felt it was necessary to enter the ranks of the masters as soon as possible. Firstly, advancing to the master level would undoubtedly enhance his strength once more. Secondly, once he achieved master status, the system would grant him abilities from the 3rd stage, further increasing his combat power. Of course, breaking through to the master level was not something Yi Ling could achieve on a whim. Even with 100-fold enhancement, Yi Ling's original qualifications were lacking. Under such amplification, he could not leap into the master realm in a short time without relying on certain resources. Fortunately, as the captain of the elite squad, he had access to training resources, specifically those at the master level. In addition, Yi Ling decided to utilize a few spirit stones for cultivation. He aimed to break through to the master realm by the time he returned to the secret realm after this duty. The subsequent days passed rather uneventfully without encountering any marauder attacks. 3 months passed, and the gates of the secret realm opened once more, signaling the elite squad's changeover time. Of course, only the elite squad was changing, while the laborers inside had to wait 6 months for a break, having to return after 3 months outside. Yi Ling initially thought he could take a rest after coming out. Unexpectedly, Xian Daozi sought him out. "Senior Xian Daozi," Yi Ling addressed this grandmaster with great respect. However, such a prominent figure would not approach him without reason. It was highly likely that he had something to discuss. As expected, just as Yi Ling anticipated, after exchanging a few pleasantries, Xian Daozi asked, "Yi Ling, have you considered visiting other base cities?" Visiting other base cities? Yi Ling was slightly taken aback, furrowing his brows. Why was Xian Daozi asking about this? Although Yi Ling had heard that other base cities seemed to be developing well, his son, daughter, and wife were all in Tiannan Base City, making a trip to other base cities unnecessary. Xian Daozi noticed Yi Ling's misunderstanding and explained, "It's not about staying long in other base cities, but rather about learning, sparring, and exchanging ideas. You should know that our Xianting Martial Arts Hall has branches in all 6 major base cities. Do you know why that is?" It's because our Hall Master is powerful, one of the peak powerhouses of the Great Xia, he continued. The true headquarters of our Xianting Martial Arts Hall is established in the capital-based city, and every year the hall dispatches people for mutual exchange. This is a rare opportunity. If someone excels during the exchange, they might even get a chance to meet the Hall Master and receive additional benefits. Simply learning and exchanging ideas made Ling somewhat intrigued. After all, he had never been to other base cities, and as for meeting the Hall Master, he had little expectation. However, the benefits of learning and exchanging ideas were indeed appealing to Ling. What he needed now was resources to break through to the master level. Senior Xian Daozi, regarding this learning exchange, why was I chosen? Ling asked, voicing his doubts. Logically, such exchanges would either send experts or involve talented individuals. Although he could be considered an expert in the eyes of the secular world, he had yet to reach the level of true experts in the eyes of someone like Xian Daozi. As for talent, Ling did not consider himself a genius. Individuals like Bai Xiaoyu, who broke through to the master level at the age of 30, were true geniuses. There are two reasons. First, although you are not a master, your understanding of the momentum and your strong combat power means you won't embarrass our Tiannan base city's Xianting Martial Arts Hall during the exchange. The second reason pertains to your status as a bloodline martial artist. Tiannan base city lacks the equipment to test bloodline martial artists, and only at the headquarters can such tests be conducted. Xian Daozi specified two reasons. Testing for bloodline martial artists. Ling felt a bit uneasy. He was well aware that he was not a bloodline martial artist, but had grown through the system. If he really went for testing, it would expose his secret. However, observing Xian Daozi's expression and demeanor, it seemed he was not here to discuss, but to convey. Xian Daozi earnestly spoke to Ling. Yes, bloodline martial artists are highly valued by the hall. I have informed the headquarters of your situation. The headquarters is paying close attention. Should you indeed detect a high-level bloodline martial artist, this time the resources you receive afterward would be unimaginable. This would be very beneficial for your future path in martial arts, and who knows, you might even have the chance to reach the pinnacle of humanity. With Xian Daozi saying this, Ling realized he could not refuse. Fine, he would go. Even if they could not detect him as a bloodline martial artist, it was unlikely they would dismantle him. Ling sighed, acknowledging that he could not avoid this. Senior Xian Daozi, how will we travel to the other base city, and when is the time set? Ling asked. The reason for the limited connectivity between base cities lies primarily in the vast distances and the need to cross territories inhabited by fierce beasts. Even traveling by plane, there was a high chance of encountering flying beasts midway. We will take a specially made ship, and I will accompany you, Xian Daozi replied. Xian Daozi would be going along. Ling felt a bit more at ease. With a grandmaster accompanying him is safe. Senior Xian Daozi, how long is the learning exchange likely to last, and when should we depart? I should inform my family, Ling asked. The time is set for next Monday, and it will last between 1 to 2 months, Xian Daozi replied with a smile. Ling returned home and shared this news with Qiu Wan. Just returned from the secret realm, and now you have to go for learning exchanges. You seem busier than before, Qiu Wan remarked with a hint of complaint. After all, they had not seen each other for 3 months, and he would soon leave again. Sai, at least I can spend a few days at home. After the learning exchange, I can accompany you all for some time as well. Life is indeed much better now compared to before. Ling held Qiu Wan close, expressing his apologies. To make up for his wife and child, Ling had not practiced in the past few days and spent time playing with the whole family. On Monday, Ling arrived at the martial arts hall on time. Upon arriving at the martial arts hall and seeing Xuan Dozi, he was accompanied by 4 others, 2 junior martial arts masters and 2 junior grand martial masters. The 2 junior grand martial masters appeared quite young, likely just in their early 20s. It seems that these 2 junior grand martial masters are indeed representatives of the younger generation from Tiannan Base City. Junior grand martial masters in their 20s are truly top-tier prodigies. The 2 junior grand martial masters, 1 male and 1 female, were vibrant and full of energy, exuding an air of arrogance. Among the 2 junior martial arts masters, one appeared older with even some white hair, while the other, Ling recognized him as Bai Xiaoyu. Brother Yi, Bai Xiaoyu greeted with a smile upon seeing Ling. While Bai Xiaoyu was greeting, the elder junior martial master beside him remarked with slight surprise, "So it's Dao friend Ling. I've long admired your name. Your reputation has been quite prominent lately." "It's just a false name," Ling humbly replied. Xuan Daozi led the 5 of them to an open area in the suburbs. In the center of the open area was a flying saucer parked. Indeed, it was the kind of flying saucer seen in science fiction films from Ling's past life. This intrigued Ling. Although the technology in this world was advanced compared to his previous life, he had never seen a flying saucer before. Seeing the curious gaze of Ling, Xuan Daozi explained, "This is a flying saucer imitated based on ancient techniques discovered in the ruins of the secret realm by the Kyoto base city. Do not underestimate this flying saucer. It employs entirely new technology and is driven by the latest artificial intelligence. It has once slain a Lord-level beast by itself. Everyone displayed expressions of shock upon hearing this. A Lord-level beast was comparable to a human. Don't be surprised, this flying saucer is not even the latest model. There are even stronger ones in Kyoto-based city, Zhuangdaozi said with a smile. This clearly indicated the gap between Tianjin-based city and Kyoto-based city. Master, how much would this flying saucer cost if it were to be sold? The young male Grand Marshal Master asked curiously. Money. Zhuangdaozi shook his head and said, currently this type of flying saucer cannot be mass-produced, it cannot be purchased with money. Only those with high cultivation or those who obtain something very precious in the secret realm can exchange it, or those who have made significant contributions may be rewarded. This flying saucer does not belong to me, it is provided to Tianjin-based city by the headquarters. I only have the right to use it, and I must report each time I use it. This was within Yi Ling's expectations. For those at the pinnacle of humanity, money was nearly as worthless as paper, it would essentially revert to bartering. Upon boarding the flying saucer, Yi Ling noticed two intelligent skeletal robots. The two skeletal robots were highly intelligent, capable of normal conversation and providing services. The two young Grand Marshal Masters were quite excited, occasionally speaking lofty words. By Xiaoyu seeing this side, I hope they can maintain such optimism and spirit when they arrive in Kyoto-based city. What's wrong? Yi Ling asked beside him. By Xiaoyu sighed. When I was their age, I also represented Tianjin-based city and Kyoto-based city once. On the way there, I imagined being able to push through everything in Kyoto-based city and bring glory to Tianjin-based city, but upon arrival, I realized what true despair was. In that genius battle, we only sent 2 representatives from Tianjin-based city, while the other base cities sent at least 5. A total of 48 people participated in the battle among 6 base cities. I fought with all my might and only managed to take down 40 opponents. Can you guess how strong the strongest opponent I faced from Kyoto-based city was? Bai Xiaoyu tilted his head and asked Yi Ling. Could it be that they were almost at the Grand Master level? Yi Ling speculated. Bai Xiaoyu nodded. They were a high-level Grand Marshal Master. Although they had not comprehended the momentum, their foundation was sufficient. That person is likely not far from understanding it. Yi Ling took a deep breath, although he had mentally prepared himself. He did not expect the gap between Tianjin-based city and other base cities to be so vast. He could understand why Bai Xiaoyu's Dao heart had shattered when a once invincible genius in his base city faced such humiliation in Kyoto-based city. Fortunately, Yi Ling did not consider himself a genius, so he did not face the issue of a shattered Dao heart. What about the situation for the Grand Masters? Yi Ling inquired. If the genius battle had already seen near Grand Master figures, would the Grand Master battle not be even more terrifying? It's not so bad here, there won't be any mutual dueling. Generally, we are taken to tour secret realms and observe the developments of the headquarters. There is even an opportunity to comprehend some inherited murals. If one has good comprehension, they might discern something. If one is confident in their strength, they can even participate in some combat sparring, but it's not mandatory. Since this was not Bai Xiaoyu's first visit to Kyoto-based city, he was quite familiar with these processes. Yi Ling felt it was acceptable, as there was no compulsion to fight. Bai Xiaoyu seemed to notice Yi Ling's thoughts and added, "It only seems feasible. The chances of gaining substantial benefits are very slim. For instance, regarding comprehending the inherited murals, there is only a limited amount of time to gain insight. Even without mandatory combat, the other base cities regard Tianjin-based city with disdain. It is difficult to integrate into their circles, and one is easily subjected to ridicule. Grand Masters have been revered in Tianjin-based city, who would willingly endure such humiliation." Yi Ling understood Bai Xiaoyu's words. Grand Masters in Tianjin-based city are considered upper-class figures, and in a small city, they are among the core authorities. Accustomed to being revered, they would certainly be reluctant to be looked down upon in Kyoto-based city. However, Yi Ling was very interested in the inherited murals. With 100-fold amplification, he had a certain advantage in comprehension and wondered if he could gain insight from the murals. The flying saucer flew for about half an hour before arriving at Kyoto-based city. Upon disembarking, Yi Ling noticed that the density of spiritual energy in Kyoto-based city was significantly higher than in Tianjin-based city. "Master Xian, I can't believe you are personally leading the team this year." As they got off the flying saucer, a middle-aged man in a tang suit approached them. The middle-aged man had a well-proportioned figure seemingly surrounded by an invisible energy. He was a great master embodying the unity of man and nature. He seemed to hold Zhuangdaozi in high regard, indicating that Zhuangdaozi was once his teacher. "Come, let me introduce you. This is Qian Yuanhua, the financial supervisor of Shuani Martial Hall." "Supervisor Qian." The group greeted him. Even the 2 young Grand Martial Masters who carried a certain arrogance reined in their haughtiness a bit. Qian Yuanhua casually glanced at the 5 individuals before finally focusing on Yi Ling. Qian Yuanhua's gaze fell upon Yi Ling. With his realm of unity with heaven and man, he could certainly sense the aura emanating from Yi Ling. What astonished him, however, was that Yi Ling was merely a senior martial master, yet not a young man. The comprehension of aura by a senior martial master without advancing to a grandmaster could only be explained by insufficient foundation, indicating that more time was needed to accumulate it. If such a situation were to occur with a young prodigy, it wouldn't be too surprising, as young talents could indeed face issues of insufficient foundation. However, Yi Ling appeared to be of considerable age. How could he be lacking in foundational strength? Xian Daozi noticed Qian Yuanhua's confusion and explained, Yi Ling is a rising figure from our base city, having progressed from a junior martial master to a senior martial master in less than a year. I believe he must be a bloodline warrior and has come to the main hall for testing. From junior martial master to senior martial master in under a year. Even Qian Yuanhua displayed shock. Such a pace of cultivation was indeed astonishing. The suspicion that he was a bloodline warrior made sense. Qian Yuanhua chuckled helplessly at Xian Daozi, saying, if only you had come earlier, perhaps we could have verified it. But currently the ruins are under maintenance and temporarily closed. Unless the main hall master intervenes, it cannot be opened for now. Xian Daozi was somewhat dumbfounded upon hearing this. He hadn't expected that the location of the instrument was under maintenance. As for asking the main hall master for assistance, Xian Daozi wouldn't dare to trouble him over such a trivial matter. Though he was the head of the Xianting Martial Hall in Tian'an Bay City and could meet the main hall master alone, it seemed their statuses weren't vastly different. Yet only someone like Xian Daozi, who had met the main hall master, understood the latter's terrifying nature. To Xian Daozi, the main hall master was like a deity, powerful, mysterious, and unfathomable. Xian Daozi even believed that the main hall master could easily slay grandmasters like them with a mere thought. Therefore, for the sake of such a minor test, he wouldn't dare to inconvenience the main hall master. We'll discuss it later. Xian Daozi could only seek another opportunity. Yi Ling let out a slight sigh of relief, grateful that the ruins were temporarily closed. However, now that they were here, Xian Daozi wouldn't let Yi Ling return just yet. They still had to stay in Kyoto Bay City for a while. Currently, Yi Ling and the others were located in the outskirts of Kyoto Bay City. To reach the city center, they needed to take a special vehicle, which was essentially a flying car. Yi Ling had seen flying cars in Tian'an Bay City, but they were rare, typically owned only by the extremely wealthy. The main issue was that there were no detailed plans for flight routes and policies yet. However, in Kyoto Bay City, flying cars were ubiquitous, with their number being a third of that of ground vehicles. The city was also filled with towering skyscrapers and various technologically advanced buildings. This indicated the level of safety in Kyoto Bay City. Constructing skyscrapers wasn't particularly challenging. Yi Ling had seen many in his past life. But in this world with ferocious beasts roaming, there was always a risk of flying beasts attacking cities. Thus, the presence of skyscrapers was quite risky. Therefore, in Tian'an Bay City, aside from a few exceptionally tall buildings, others generally did not exceed 10 stories. The fact that Kyoto Bay City dared to build such numerous skyscrapers proved one thing. That is, Kyoto Bay City was unafraid of the attacks from ferocious beasts, indirectly demonstrating its strength. Soon the group arrived at the main hall of the Xianting Martial Hall. The main hall of the Xianting Martial Hall was vast, so vast that it was difficult to describe, resembling a small city within a city. From a high vantage point, one could see that the Xianting Martial Hall was equipped with various facilities, and some individuals were even conducting business. This area is the private zone of the Xianting Martial Hall, which includes not just the Martial Hall, but also schools, residences, and shopping centers. The entire Xianting Martial Hall is divided into 3 regions. This area consists of the residential quarters for staff, schools, and living quarters for merchants and other personnel, and it also allows for shopping centers and entertainment facilities. This area is designated for the martial hall's teaching, where students attend classes, and various martial arts facilities exist. Lastly, the core area features an artificial river, an artificial lake, an island in the lake, and separate advanced training grounds which are exclusive to core members of the Xianting Martial Hall. Someone nearby was explaining everything. Eventually, the flying car landed in the teaching area of the Xianting. At the entrance of the teaching area stood a massive stone sculpture resembling a ferocious beast, exuding a unique beastly aura. Anyone who probed too deeply would find themselves ensnared in unfathomable depths. What is this? Yi Ling couldn't help but ask. This is not merely a stone sculpture, but a Dominator-level ferocious beast petrified by the main hall master, using special methods for display to showcase the martial prowess of the Xianting Martial Hall. Qian Yuanhua replied with a smile. A petrified Dominator-level ferocious beast. Both Yi Ling and the 2 talented senior martial masters accompanying him were deeply shocked. What is a Dominator-level ferocious beast? It is comparable to a martial deity-level beast. Martial deities are considered legendary figures in Tian'an Bay City. Some say there are martial deities while others claim there aren't. In everyone's impression, martial deities belong to the realm of legends, as no one has ever seen one. At the very least, ordinary grandmasters in Tiananmen City have never encountered a martial deity. The highest martial cultivators they have encountered are grandmasters like Xian Daozi. To think that upon arriving in Kyoto Bay City they would witness a dominator-level ferocious beast comparable to a martial deity, and it was still petrified by the main hall master of the Xianting Martial Hall. No wonder the Xianting Martial Hall could possess a city within a city in a place like Kyoto Bay City. The strength displayed by the main hall master was deserving of it. Once inside the Xianting Martial Hall, Ling observed a considerable number of students coming and going. Among these students were martial artists, martial masters, and even senior martial masters. The instructors responsible for teaching were at least senior martial masters, and there were even grandmasters among them, and not just one or two. This left Ling, who had just arrived in Kyoto Bay City, and the two talented senior martial masters in silence. Especially the two talented senior martial masters, who were filled with doubt as they noticed junior senior martial masters of similar age diligently attending classes. It seemed that those few individuals were not even the strongest among the younger generation of Kyoto Bay City. This is the gap, Ling sighed, shaking his head. In Jiangxing, even the deputy hall master was merely a junior martial master, while the hall master was just a middle martial master. However, such cultivation here could not even qualify one to be an instructor, relegating them to being a teaching assistant. Even in Tiananmen City, grandmasters were the higher-ups and wouldn't serve as instructors, yet ordinary grandmasters here were also required to teach. He'll arrange accommodations for you first. Qian Yuanhua ultimately arranged for everyone to stay in the reception area of the martial hall. The reception area of the martial arts school is quite well built. There are small buildings, pavilions, various precious flowers and trees, as well as a man-made stream with good quality water home to various fish and small bridges built over the flowing stream. After being settled in, Ling connected to the network of the Kyoto Bay City according to the specific instructions in the room. After connecting to the network of the Kyoto Bay City, Ling began to understand the city better. The Kyoto Bay City has a total of 27 cities, which is significantly more than the 12 cities in the Tiananmen Bay City. The key point is that each city in the Kyoto Bay City must have at least one grandmaster stationed there. Some slightly famous cities visibly have multiple grandmasters. The core of the Kyoto Bay City, Kyoto City, is attended by not just one, but multiple martial gods. This refers to those who frequently appear in public, such as the headmaster of the Xianting Martial Arts School, who must at least be a martial god, but they have not shown themselves in public for a long time and are not counted among them, as they may not even be in Kyoto City. Since the development of secret realms in Kyoto City is far ahead of Tiananmen Bay City, cities have already been established within the secret realms, and many elites have already immigrated there. The name of that city is called Kaiduo City, which signifies the pioneer of expanding human territory. Kaiduo City has now reached a city scale, though its population is still not very large. According to the plans of the Kyoto Bay City, in the next 5 years, they will continue to immigrate millions of people. No wonder Tiananmen Bay City is in such a hurry to develop secret realms. If they don't act soon, they might not even catch a whiff of Kyoto Bay City's exhaust fumes. Ling sighed. However, the Kyoto Bay City is still strong. The 6 major Bay cities are Kyoto Bay City, Magic Capital Bay City, Black Soil Bay City, Misty Rain Bay City, Haoyu Bay City, and Tiananmen Bay City. Among them, Kyoto Bay City and Magic Capital Bay City are the most powerful. For example, the Xianting Martial Arts School and the Holy Light Martial Arts School, one is headquartered in Kyoto Bay City, while the other is in Magic Capital Bay City. The Black Soil Bay City, Misty Rain Bay City, and Haoyu Bay City are relatively equal in strength. The weakest is Tiananmen Bay City. In the first few days of staying in Kyoto City, the Xianting Martial Arts School held a genius exchange meeting, which was essentially a contest among geniuses. Ling went to watch and could only say that the gap was vast. They were not on the same level. Both Kyoto Bay City and Magic Capital Bay City have advanced Grand Martial Masters appearing. The other 3 base cities also have intermediate Grand Martial Masters. In terms of martial arts attainment and practice, they are basically ahead of the 2 Grand Martial Masters from Tiananmen Bay City. These 2 prodigies were truly defeated to the point of having their Tao hearts shattered, and after being eliminated, they did not leave their homes for 2 consecutive days. After a few days of settling in, Ling by Sheiyu and Wu Chun were informed that they could enter the secret realm. Unlike Tiananmen Bay City, there are multiple entrances to the secret realm in Kyoto Bay City, with one located in the most core area of the Xianting Martial Arts School. Before entering the core of the Xianting Martial Arts School, Ling and the others encountered people from several other base cities. However, those were mostly high-level masters, and only the junior masters from Tiananmen Bay City were present, with even Ling, a high-level Grand Martial Master, among them. This led to expressions of surprise among the nearby high-level masters. Has your Tiananmen Bay City fallen to such a degree? Are you now using high-level Grand Martial Masters to make up the numbers? A high-level martial arts master from Black Soil Bay City sneered and said to the masters of Kyoto Bay City, I think we should inform the higher-ups to set some restrictions in the future, otherwise anyone can mix in with us on the same level, which would lower our standards. Although the other Bay City masters did not speak, their shaking heads and expressions of doubt indicated their stance. They agreed with the words of the high-level master from Black Soil Bay City. Tian Bay City has been increasingly perfunctory, sending junior masters, which could be tolerated as they could still be considered masters. This time, however, they sent a high-level Grand Martial Master to compete at our level. What cultivation level do you have to dare compete with us? This is the thought in the minds of the masters from the other. Of course, they would not cause trouble now, as each Bay City can send people to learn, which is a rule established by the headmaster of the Xianting Martial Arts School. Not to mention these high-level masters, even Grand Masters would not dare to question the headmaster's rules. If they felt it was inappropriate, they could only express some suggestions in writing afterward. Passing through the portal, everyone arrived in the secret realm. The development of the secret realm in Kyoto Bay City exceeded most people's expectations. Aside from the masters from Magic Capital Bay City, the other 3 Bay City masters all expressed their amazement. Led by the guides sent from Kyoto Bay City, they took an elevator to the underground base of the secret realm. Upon reaching the underground, the elevator opened, and everyone saw a hall made of some unknown metal. In the hall, people were coming and going, and the arrival of some masters did not attract too much attention. Among the people in the hall, some had reached the master level, while others had lower cultivation levels, but most of those with lower levels should be similar to research personnel. The guide continued to lead everyone through the hall, arriving at an alloy passage. After crossing the alloy passage, they entered another room. The room is not particularly large, but the materials are obviously different from those outside. The key point is that the 3 walls of the room are adorned with various murals. These murals appear chaotic and lack aesthetic appeal, but they possess a unique artistic charm. Is this the mural inheritance? Ling curiously examined the murals around him. At that moment, an old man in a white robe appeared. His face was serene, yet upon his arrival, the high-level masters present all showed some respect. This old man in a white robe is a grandmaster. Everyone, this is the mural inheritance you came to observe. Let me tell you first, this mural inheritance is a bit different from other inheritances. The information it contains may not be very important, but it serves as a key to unlock an important place. If you have any insights, I guarantee you will receive a tremendous surprise. Of course, if you do not gain insights, that is also normal. You need not feel discouraged. After hearing the Grand Master's words, the high-level masters present became even more interested in the mural. Since even a Grand Master said it would be a tremendous surprise, it proves that if they gain something, they will certainly receive great benefits. At the very least, such benefits could allow them to break through to the master level. Thus, the high-level masters present began to contemplate. Ling did the same, gazing at the 3 walls, gradually immersing himself in the experience. Once immersed in this understanding, Ling did not even notice how absorbed he had become. He sometimes frowned, sometimes relaxed his brow, and at times even revealed a smile. These actions drew the attention of the Grand Master present. The Grand Master in the room observed Ling's changing expressions, revealing a hint of surprise and anticipation. He understood that this mural's inheritance was tied to an ancient relic. Unfortunately, the ancient relic had a cultivation restriction for the first time. Those who entered for the first time must be below the Grand Master. Of course, not everyone below the Grand Master could go. To enter, one must fulfill a prerequisite to comprehend the essence depicted in the mural. As for what exactly was in the mural, it actually concealed a cultivation technique. However, this cultivation technique was unique. It could not be spread through others. Only by gaining insight from this mural could one practice it. Under the enhancement of 100-fold amplification, Ling fell into a state of fervent enlightenment. It was akin to a researcher finding inspiration consumed by an obsessive fervor. Especially since this mural's inheritance had a certain level of difficulty, unlike the martial arts Ling encountered previously, which required only a little deduction to understand, posing no challenge. The mural presented a significant challenge. After about 2 hours, Ling formed hand seals, and a mysterious substance emanated from the mural, flowing into his body. Under this mysterious substance, the aura surrounding Ling underwent a transformation, signaling a potential breakthrough to the Grand Master level. This act drew the attention of the other Grand Masters in the room. Is he about to break through? The other Grand Masters were slightly astonished, not expecting Ling to actually gain insight and cross over to the Grand Master level. After a moment, Ling exhaled deeply, a look of undeniable excitement on his face. Of course, he wasn't excited about successfully breaking through to the Grand Master. For him, being stuck at the Grand Master level had lasted quite a while. He was already on the verge of a breakthrough. He could only say that this time he happened upon an opportunity that allowed him to naturally attain this realm. His excitement stemmed from the fact that the mural contained a technique that utilized the power of heaven and earth to refine one's cellular structure, performing a form of genetic modification. According to the technique, undergoing genetic modification could bring one's body closer to perfection, allowing every cell to store spiritual power. The explosive strength that would emerge was unimaginable. This was a completely new approach distinct from the techniques currently circulating in the market. According to this technique, the modified body is divided into 5 levels: initial formation, flaws, deficiencies, no leaks, and perfection. The highest realm is the perfect body. Once one achieves the perfect body, their combat power would be Of course, to shape a perfect body, one needs not only talent, but also resources. Relying solely on the usual methods of utilizing the power of heaven and earth to refine one's cells would take an exorbitant amount of time. The so-called resources are not ordinary spirit stones, pills, or potions, but rather a special chaotic essence used for refining. The special energy that previously emanated from the mural was indeed chaotic essence. However, that little bit of chaotic essence could only slightly enhance Ling's body, not even reaching the initial stage of modification. However, if the Grand Master from earlier gained insight, it would be a tremendous surprise, indicating that there are further developments in the capital-based city. Aside from this gain, his breakthrough to the Grand Master level granted him a third ability from the system: refining. This refining perfectly aligned with this cultivation technique. Refining means Ling can infuse energy into every cell of his body, effectively strengthening each cell, which corresponds to the technique depicted in the mural. The technique on the mural, aiming to condense to the highest realm of a perfect body, is a challenging endeavor. The difficulty of refining one's cells increases as one progresses. However, with the ability to refine, this issue is resolved. Ling can actively control the energy to refine into his cells, essentially paving the path to perfecting his body. Congratulations, Brother Yi, for gaining insight. The old man in the white robe congratulated Ling, treating him as an equal. The other high-level Grand Masters were somewhat astonished. Oh, why was this Grand Master so polite to Ling? Ling exited the room with the old man in the white robe. Ling also asked the white-robed Grand Master politely, "May I know your esteemed name?" "Yuhan," the old man in white replied with a smile. "So it's Elder Yu." Ling clasped his hands in greeting. Yuhan waved his hand with a smile, saying, "No need to call me Elder, we are contemporaries. If you hold me in regard, just call me Brother Yu. Then I shall respectfully comply, Brother Yu." Ling was not being polite. He understood that the reason this Grand Master was so amiable was likely related to his insight gained from the mural. Yuhan invited Ling into a room. After they both sat down, Yuhan got straight to the point. "Have you heard of the ancient relics, Brother Yi?" Ling nodded and replied, "I have heard of them, but my knowledge is limited to hearsay. I have no understanding of what the ancient relics really are." It's normal not to have knowledge of the ancient relics while you are in the Tiannan-based city," Yuhan said, continuing. "The mural you saw earlier comes from a super-large relic developed in the Kyoto base, within a secret realm. This type of relic has an assessment inheritance that requires one to be below the Grand Master level, but to have some understanding of the mural to qualify for the assessment through subtle refining of the cells." Yuhan's response did not exceed Ling's expectations. He knew there must be further developments. The so-called subtle refining of cells should refer to the assessment inheritance, having a means to detect whether one has refined their cells through that strand of chaotic essence. Is this assessment inheritance very important? Ling couldn't help but ask. Yuhan's expression turned serious as he replied, "This inheritance is likely the most significant ancient relic inheritance we've encountered so far, providing the greatest enhancement to individuals. For example, the head of the Xuanyi Martial Arts Institute has received this inheritance, and he personally stated that this inheritance has been the most beneficial to him to date." Ling was astonished. If even the head of the Xuanyi Martial Arts Institute deemed this inheritance important, it clearly was extraordinary. After all, the head of the Xuanyi Martial Arts Institute was a peak powerhouse in the entire Blue Star. "Brother Yu, are you saying I also have the chance to undergo this inheritance assessment?" Ling asked. Yuhan nodded and said, "Indeed, it's not just you. Anyone who comprehends the mural while at the Grand Master level can undergo the inheritance assessment." "Brother Yi, if you go for this inheritance assessment, the future is boundless," Yuhan encouraged. Ling waved his hand modestly, saying, It's just an opportunity. Such assessments must have their challenges. Whether I can pass is another question." Yuhan shook his head and said, "Currently, only 13 individuals have undergone this inheritance assessment. Can you guess what realm at least those 13 individuals have achieved?" In response to Han's question, Ling pondered for a moment and said, "Grand Master." Han chuckled and replied, "Partly right and partly wrong. Among the 13, 10 have reached the martial god realm, 2 perished while battling fierce beasts, and 1 is your Tiannan-based city's Xianting Martial Arts Institute's head Xiandaozi." "Did Senior Xiandaozi also undergo this assessment?" Ling asked in surprise. Han sighed and said indeed Xiandaozi also took part in the assessment. Don't underestimate your head brother Yi. Although he is not yet a martial god, he is very close to that step. In fact, Xiandaozi's current real combat strength is already comparable to that of a junior martial god. Yi Ling clicked his tongue, realizing that Xiandaozi's head was indeed underestimated. The strength of a junior martial god would be considered top tier, even in the capital city of Kyoto. Moreover, Xiandaozi should still be classified as a high-level grandmaster, and according to Han, he is not far from breaking through to martial god. If Xiandaozi were to break through to martial god, his combat power would likely be quite formidable among martial gods. Currently, Yi Ling was not clear on how many martial gods existed. He had no idea if there were junior, intermediate, or even high-level martial gods. Brother Yu, when will we go to that relic for the assessment? Yi Ling inquired. This needs to be applied for up the chain, but it should be quite fast. 3 days at the earliest and 5 or 6 days at the latest, Han replied. Han certainly could not provide an exact time. However, whether it was 3 days or 5 or 6 days, Yi Ling thought of another question. Senior, may I ask how high is the mortality rate for this inheritance assessment, and how long does it last? Han waved his hand to reassure Yi Ling, saying, as of now, there have been no deaths during the assessment. The duration is variable, some last 1 or 2 months, while others can last 6 months to over half a year. Half a year, or even longer. This duration was somewhat beyond Yi Ling's expectations. But abandoning it was not an option. With Yi Ling's growing cultivation, his experiences had also increased significantly compared to before. Sometimes having more knowledge brings a sense of crisis. For instance, in secret realms, the Tiannan base city's secret realm has so-called barbarian tribes. The nearby barbarian tribes in Tiannan base city's secret realm consist of 13 small tribes, and behind them lies a vast empire. How formidable must that empire be? What if that vast empire sets its sights on the base within the Tiannan base city's secret realm? If they were to destroy the base, what would happen if they then invaded Tiannan base city? This is the worry that arises from knowing too much. Sometimes ignorance can be a blissful state. If Yi Ling were merely a martial master staying in Jiang City, he would not have such troubles. Thus Yi Ling sought to become stronger. After finishing his conversation with Han, he returned to the secret base of Kyoto base city, the Kaifa city. Kaifa city now had the initial scale of a city with a permanent population of approximately 1. While that sounds like a lot, the actual registered population in Kaifa city was less than 3,000. The rest were merely workers who came to Kaifa city for jobs, earning money to send back to Blue Star. Within Kaifa city, there were also specialized estates for the masters who came from other base cities to rest and stay. The estate not only provided leisure areas, but also spaces for sparring and exchanges. This time a total of 24 masters were exchanging ideas. Besides Yi Ling and the other 2 masters from Tiannan base city, the rest were all high-level masters. Most of the masters from other base cities looked down upon those from Tiannan base city. This was evident from their earlier visit to that relic base. Brother Yi, you should go check out the exchange arena. Bai Xiaoyu has been bullied. Wu Chen rushed over. Bai Xiaoyu, why are you engaging in exchanges with those people? Yi Ling said, somewhat surprised, as they initially came from Tiannan base city, just to make up the numbers. Bai Xiaoyu was just a junior master. How could she possibly spar with other base cities' high-level masters? We originally had no interest in this exchange, but the other base cities invited us. We thought we could just watch from the sidelines and not participate. But then the people from Haida base city deliberately came to cause trouble, and in a moment, Bai Xiaoyu couldn't hold back and struck first, resulting in. Wu Chen sighed. Over the years, Tiannan base city had always been looked down upon in these exchanges, but this time Haida base city had gone too far in causing trouble. Let's go take a look. Since they were all from Tiannan base city, Yi Ling could not just sit idly by while Bai Xiaoyu was bullied. Moreover, what was more important was that Yi Ling had already advanced to master. Combined with his innate abilities and understanding of martial arts, he was not necessarily weaker than high-level masters. Upon arriving at the exchange arena, Bai Xiaoyu was leaning against a chair, blood at the corner of her mouth, while a physician tended to her wounds. In the arena, whether it was the masters from other base cities or even the service personnel, all looked at Bai Xiaoyu with a hint of derision. Brother Yi, brother Wu, Bai Xiaoyu greeted upon seeing Yi Ling and Wu Chen. Are you alright? Yi Ling asked first. Bai Xiaoyu shook her head and said, it's just sparring, a minor injury, nothing serious. Indeed, it was not a serious injury, but Yi Ling noticed that Bai Xiaoyu was wearing an outer garment that clearly did not belong to her, and beneath it her clothing was torn, exposing her figure. Clearly, during the sparring, her opponent had deliberately attacked her sensitive areas to humiliate Bai Xiaoyu. It must be the people from Haida base city, Yi Ling said flatly. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaoyu hurriedly advised, brother, you don't be impulsive, they are high-level masters. Relax, I never engage in battles I am not confident in. Yi Ling sneered, then walked towards the area of Haida. This scene caused many to show slight expressions of amusement. Was this guy really trying to stand up for his companion and seek an explanation from Haida Base City? If that really was the case, it would be entertaining to watch. A junior master daring to provoke a high-level master. The four high-level masters from Haida Base City saw Yi Ling approaching and erupted in laughter, mockingly looking at him. Yi Ling did not hesitate, glancing at the four high-level masters from Haida Base City, and casually said, "Who provoked our Tian Nan Base City first? Come out, let us spar and exchange ideas. Don't back down now. Are you afraid of me, a junior master?" Seeing Yi Ling genuinely coming to cause trouble and proactively suggesting a sparring session, the high-level master from Haida Base City, who had previously mocked Yi Ling as merely a senior grand martial master, stepped forward, jumped into the arena, and stared at him with a challenging gaze. "So it's you after all?" Yi Ling glanced at the high-ranking master from the Haishan Base City. When he first arrived, this person had already started provoking him with an inexplicable sense of superiority. Other base cities looked down on Tiannan Base City, at most harboring disdain in their hearts, which was reflected in their gazes, but they would not openly voice it. However, Haida Base City openly expressed their disdain, and today they even came specifically to provoke. Don't think that just because you were lucky enough to break through to a master, you can stand on the same level as us. A mere junior master dares to be arrogant in front of me. The high-ranking master from Haida Base City looked down upon him with an air of superiority. "You talk too much." Yi Ling shook his head, and in the next moment his eyes sharpened as terrifying spiritual power and blood energy surged forth. Enhancement. Yi Ling did not hesitate to use his innate divine ability, enhancing himself. Golden patterns emerged around Yi Ling's body, elevating his spiritual power and physical strength to another level. Fiery Sun Fist. Yi Ling unleashed an overwhelming fist momentum, even more vigorous and fierce than before, with flames swirling around his fists, dazzling like the sun. Fiery Sun Fist, second level. At this moment, Yi Ling exuded a terrifying presence that caught the attention of the high-ranking masters present. The same momentum can actually vary in strength depending on one's understanding. Yet this strength cannot be clearly defined with a specific rank. However, the momentum of this junior master from Tiannan Base City was undoubtedly stronger than all the high-ranking masters present, even approaching a feeling of unity with the heavens. This person has actually comprehended the momentum to such a degree. When the other high-ranking masters from different base cities looked at Yi Ling again, their previous disdain had vanished. What a show-off. Yi Ling's momentum startled the high-ranking master from Haida Base City. Yet he quickly regained his composure. What did it matter if the momentum was impressive? The other party was merely a junior master. Blood Shadow Claw. His blood energy surged, spiritual power erupted, and his fingers curled into claws, emanating a chilling, bloodthirsty momentum as he lunged toward Yi Ling. As their claws met, the high-ranking master from Haida Base City twitched at the corners of his mouth, then suddenly staggered back several dozen steps. But it was not over yet. Yi Ling unleashed a powerful speed, rushing forward with waves of punches coming one after another, the force growing more and more intense. As the punch momentum reached its peak, Yi Ling swung his fist with great force, colliding once more with the high-ranking master from Haida Base City. This time, he sent that master flying dozens of meters away, crashing into the specially designed viewing seats. The high-ranking master from Haida Base City coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, disbelief flashing in his eyes. How could a high-ranking master like him be suppressed and beaten by a junior master? Not only did he not expect it, but even the other high-ranking masters from different base cities were taken aback. When they first saw Yi Ling's powerful momentum, they merely thought he could exchange a few blows with the high-ranking master from Haida Base City and would not be completely crushed to such an extent. They did not expect Yi Ling's full-force explosion would actually crush the high-ranking master from Haida Base City. His martial arts are cultivated to a profound level, coupled with his understanding of momentum nearing perfection, and that innate divine ability provides him with immense enhancement. A high-ranking master from Jingdu Base City analyzed. Beyond his cultivation level, Yi Ling's other attributes were clearly superior to those of a high-ranking master, allowing him to unleash such power. How bold! In a friendly exchange, you are so ruthless and heavy-handed. The other three high-ranking masters from Haida Base City revealed fierce expressions as they rushed onto the field, almost surrounding Yi Ling. What do you want? Bai Xiaoyu and Wu Chun, knowing that joining the fight would not be of much use, still stood unwaveringly beside Yi Ling to support him. Faced with the accusations from Haida Base City, Yi Ling merely raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said, "A junior master fighting a high-ranking master, I will definitely go all out, but I did not expect my opponent to be weaker than I imagined. It seems I owe you an apology." This explanation fell on the ears of the high-ranking masters from Haida Base City, undoubtedly a blatant humiliation. Just as the three high-ranking masters from Haida Base City were about to strike back, the high-ranking master from Jingdu Base City spoke up. "Brothers from Haida Base City, is it still a friendly exchange, or are you resorting to a group attack?" Three high-ranking masters attacking a junior master. If this gets out, your reputation in Haida Bay City might be ruined. The masters from Jingdu Bay City as the hosts naturally had to step in to stop this scene. Friendly exchanges should remain as such. However, if it turned into a chaotic brawl between the two base cities, the nature would be different. Although Tiannan Bay City ranked last among the 6 major base cities. But who would dare to claim that Tiannan Bay City is not a part of the Great Xia Kingdom? During regular exchanges, they privately looked down on Tiannan Bay City, but nothing was said officially, turning a blind eye. However, if it were to escalate, openly bullying Tiannan Bay City could provoke anger from above, and they would not have a good outcome. With the high-ranking master from Jingdu Bay City speaking up, the three high-ranking masters from Haida Bay City did not truly attack. Though they were all high-ranking masters, it was evident that the high-ranking masters from Jingdu Bay City were stronger. They dared to flaunt their power before Tiannan Bay City, but they still had to lower their heads in front of Jingdu Bay City. Let's go, we're leaving. Ling had no interest in continuing the exchange. Had it not been for the people from Haida Bay City coming to provoke him, he would not have shown up. Not long after returning to his residence, Ling welcomed a new guest. Senior Xiandaozi, what brings you here? Hearing a knock at the door, Ling opened it to find it was actually Xiandaozi. Ling invited Xiandaozi to the living room. After sitting down in the living room, Xiandaozi spoke. I heard from Han that you gained some insights at the mural inheritance. Yes, but I'm still quite confused about that mysterious inheritance. I can't find any information about it, only knowing that it's a great opportunity. Seeing Xiandaozi come, Ling naturally wanted to inquire about the assessment of the inheritance ruins. After all, Xiandaozi had also participated in this inheritance assessment and surely knew many hidden secrets. Originally, I wanted you to come to test your bloodline as a warrior, but unexpectedly, there were some incidents with the bloodline testing which instead allowed you to comprehend the mural, he said. I can only say that this inheritance is very important. If you gain anything from it, becoming a martial god in the future will be effortless. Xiandaozi sighed. Hearing this, Ling continued to ask, I heard that Senior Xiandaozi also participated in this assessment. Could you reveal some information regarding this inheritance assessment to me? Ling was completely unaware of the inheritance relic assessment. Since Xiandaozi had undergone the assessment, he must have some understanding of it. If he could gather some useful information, it would greatly benefit him. Xiandaozi smiled and said, I came to visit today primarily to discuss this topic with you. The relic assessment you are about to undergo is codenamed Qi Shun among the higher-ups, meaning simply that it can forge a martial god. As for our understanding of it, we can only say we know very little. This assessment does not involve life and death crises. It will provide corresponding ratings based on your performance in the assessment. This rating is very important as it relates to the benefits the relic will provide you and the future assessments for your development. After finishing these words, Ling pondered before asking, Senior Xiandaozi, what is the content of the assessment? It involves the body refinement from your previous martial arts practice. The content of the assessment did not surprise Ling, as he knew that he first needed to pass the mural test to proceed, and the assessment content should be somewhat related to the mural. Body refinement requires the use of special chaotic energy. No one can help you with this. Make sure to prepare well. I can inform your family, so there's no need to worry. Xiandaozi also assured Ling not to worry, as he would inform his family about his current situation. About 3 days later, Ling received notification that the Qi Shun relic assessment had been approved. Soon Ling was taken to an inheritance base of relics buried deep underground in a secret realm. As soon as he entered the base, he was greeted by a female grandmaster clad in black battle armor. Ling. This female grandmaster first scanned Ling's entire body with a device confirming his identity before handing him a watch. The language within the relic is different from our Blue Star language. This is a language translation watch kit can translate everything you see and hear in the relic into our Blue Star language. Ling took the watch, knowing that while it was a convenient translator, it was also a device for monitoring by the high. It was evident that this watch records everything heard and seen in the relic. This was normal. After all, the secrets of the relic were something the higher-ups wanted to know. Ling also needed this translation watch, otherwise how could he conduct translations if he couldn't even understand the language? The female grandmaster then led Ling to a wall made of alloy. The alloy wall split apart under her control, forming a circular passage. This passage connects to the inheritance of the relic. Just walk along it. Ling looked at the passage behind the alloy wall, which seemed to be made of an unknown material, exuding a sense of quality and bathed in a gentle glow. Ling stepped into the passage, slowly making his way deeper as the alloy wall behind him gradually closed. Once the alloy wall closed, the passage still emanated a soft light. After advancing nearly 5,000 meters, Ling finally arrived at a grand hall. Upon entering the hall, a beam of light suddenly appeared, directly locking onto Ling. Ling had no idea what was happening. Instinctively, he wanted to dodge the light, but found that no matter how he tried to evade, the light always enveloped him. Moreover, as Ling seemed to realize that the light posed no harm to him, he dismissed the thought of resistance. After a while, a voice resonated in the hall, which Ling could not comprehend, but the translation watch quickly translated the voice. Detecting reinforced traces meeting the assessment standards, please enter the passage for the assessment. At this moment, another passage appeared before Ling. However, when Ling stepped onto the passage again, everything behind him, including the hall, vanished. Ling could only grit his teeth and move forward step by step. With each step forward, Ling felt as if the space was shifting. This was indeed an unusual path. After an unknown amount of time, Ling arrived at an open hall surrounded by various murals. At this moment, a language he could not understand echoed through the hall. Ling opened the translation watch, which projected a segment displaying text. Tester, your assessment has officially begun. Comprehend the contents of the murals. You will have 1 year to strengthen yourself. After a year, either the system will determine that you can no longer continue to strengthen yourself, or you will have perfected your body, marking the end of the assessment. Ratings will be given based on your strengthening progress. During this time, energy supplies will be provided to ensure your life. Seeing the content projected by the translation watch, Ling was not particularly surprised. 1 year, huh? This duration was longer than Ling had previously anticipated. Once this assessment commenced, Ling had only 3 choices to leave. First, stay for a full year to leave. Second, reach the point where he can no longer strengthen himself, which would actively interrupt the assessment. Third, perfect his body to complete the assessment ahead of time. Naturally, Ling desired the third outcome, so he began to comprehend the murals. Having a foundation from the previous comprehension, the remaining mural content was not difficult to understand, was the continuation of that martial art. Of course, this martial art was not so important. What mattered was the chaotic energy. As Ling comprehended the martial art, chaotic energy began to merge with his body. As this chaotic energy merged with him, Ling activated his talent refining. At this moment, Ling's body resembled a furnace, refining the chaotic energy flooding into him and distributing the strengthening to every cell and the genes within. The greatest challenge encountered when using chaotic energy to forge the body, as described in the mural's martial art, was that after refining a certain amount of chaotic energy, the body cells would reject it, preventing further forging. When faced with such a bottleneck, although the martial art mentioned some techniques to reduce this rejection, allowing the forging process to continue, this method could only slightly extend the forging progress and could not solve the root problem. However, with the talent of refining, Ling possessed the ability to completely resolve the root of the problem. During the process of refining chaotic energy to strengthen himself, Ling clearly felt changes in his body. In addition to enhancing his own strength, Ling seemed to sense another change, an increase in foundation. In any case, Ling felt that this assessment opportunity would greatly enhance his strength. More importantly, it would provide a significant cover for his future cultivation growth. When others saw his rapid increase in cultivation, they would associate it with this inheritance assessment, thinking he had gained benefits and would not suspect otherwise. As the master of the Xianting Martial Arts Hall in the Tiannan-based city, Xiandaozi was undoubtedly quite busy, especially with the ongoing exploration of the secret realm in Tiannan-based city, requiring powerful experts to oversee it. After the exchange meeting concluded, he returned to Tiannan-based city. Upon returning to Tiannan-based city, he personally went to Ling's home to explain. In Shiyu community, Qiu Wan was tutoring her daughter Yao when the doorbell rang. "Hello, who is it?" Qiu Wan opened the door to find the property supervisor standing behind a man dressed in a white training outfit. It was evident that this man in white held a much higher status than the property supervisor. "Supervisor Wang, is there something you need? Please come in." Supervisor Wang was the manager of Shiyu community and usually had a good relationship with the residents. Ling took out a few pairs of disposable slippers to let them in. Once inside, Supervisor Wang introduced Madame Qiu. "This is our Xianting Martial Arts Hall master from Tiannan-based city, Master Xian." The master of Xianting Martial Arts Hall in Tiannan-based city. Upon hearing this identity, Qiu Wan was taken aback. This was a real big shot. This was someone who could stir up a storm across the entire Tiannan-based city among the elite who held the highest power. "Master Xian, I apologize, I didn't know you were coming. The house is a bit messy." Qiu Wan felt a bit flustered and slightly nervous. Xian Daozi smiled to reassure her. "Madam Qiu, there's no need to be nervous. I'm here today mainly to discuss Ling." Discuss Ling? Qiu Wan's face suddenly turned pale. The fact that Xian Daozi personally came to explain meant something might have happened to Ling. Instantly, Qiu Wan's face went pale, cold sweat streaming down as despair filled her heart, causing her to weaken. Seeing her state, Xian Daozi immediately understood that she had misunderstood. He quickly called upon the power of heaven and earth to calm her down, then hastily said, "Madam Qiu, you may have misunderstood. I'm not here to bring bad news, rather I come with good news." "Good news?" Upon hearing it was not bad news, Qiuwan finally felt a bit of relief, but still hurriedly asked, Master Xian, what exactly happened to Yi Ling? Qiuwan was still a bit worried and anxious. Master Xian smiled and said, Don't worry, Yi Ling is currently in no danger. He is undergoing an opportunity in the Kyoto-based city. This opportunity is rare, but it will take some time, probably close to a year. Master Xian was unsure how long Yi Ling would take to complete the assessment, so he estimated a longer time. Close to a year. A year was quite a long time for Qiuwan. Yes, but there's no need to worry. This assessment opportunity is not something everyone can receive. It holds great benefits for Yi Ling. If he succeeds, his future will not be inferior to mine. Upon hearing this, even Supervisor Wang was shocked. Yi Ling's future being comparable to Xian Daozi's. Could it be that Yi Ling also had the potential to advance to a Grand Master? Even Qiuwan was a bit stunned. Her husband could have such a bright future. I'm here today mainly to reassure you, Madam Qiu. During this period, we will ensure that all of Yi Ling's wages are deposited on time. If you have any needs or encounter difficulties, please let us know. The Xianting Martial Arts Hall will help you resolve them. Xian Daozi, aware of Yi Ling's future potential, naturally wanted to take good care of Yi Ling's family and maintain a positive relationship. Xian Daozi was particularly worried that after Yi Ling completed the inheritance, the Kyoto-based city might try to poach him. After all, once he passed that assessment, as long as he survived, he would basically be able to reach the position of a martial god. For the current human race, even in Kyoto-based city, a martial god was considered a top-tier combat force and a crucial talent resource that everyone would surely vie for. Xian Daozi hoped that Yi Ling could return to Tiannan-based city. After all, Tiannan-based city had been weak for a long time, and having one more martial god would add a layer of safety and allow for further development. If you encounter any difficulties, please do let us know, Qiuwan said with a smile. Subsequently, Xian Daozi also instructed Supervisor Wang to take extra care of Yi Ling's family and to enhance the security forces here. 7 months had passed since Yi Ling underwent the assessment. Yi Ling sat cross-legged in the hall, surrounded by chaotic energy with terrifying power accumulating in every inch of his body. At a certain moment, Yi Ling suddenly opened his eyes, and a fierce light burst forth from his gaze like a torch. Perfect physique. Yi Ling clenched his fist, excitement brimming in his eyes. During these 7 months, Yi Ling successfully consolidated the perfect physique realm described in the martial arts technique. As he threw punches in the hall, even a casual strike produced intense sonic booms. Although Yi Ling had only advanced slightly since entering, he was now merely a mid-level grandmaster. However, he felt incredibly powerful. Even a casual punch equaled the full force of his previous enhanced state. Yi Ling even felt he could contend with a grandmaster. At that moment, a voice echoed in the hall, but this time, Yi Ling understood it. It was the language of the Blue Star humans. Congratulations, challenger, for refining a perfect physique and passing the complete assessment, triggering a hidden assessment. Another assessment. Yi Ling was dumbfounded. He had just passed one assessment, and now he was told there was another. At this moment, light and shadow gathered before Yi Ling, revealing a crystalline humanoid projection. The crystalline figure spoke to Yi Ling, saying, You have refined a perfect physique, triggering a hidden assessment. You are qualified to undergo the true assessment of our inheritance. Of course not right now. You can only undergo the true assessment of our inheritance when you reach the star level. Star level. Yi Ling paused slightly. What realm was this? The crystalline figure explained the so-called star level is a designation of a realm. According to your civilization's classification of realms, it should be above martial god. Above martial god. Yi Ling gasped, taking a sharp breath. For him, even martial god felt mysterious and unattainable, and being above martial god was even more out of reach. Do you know much about our civilization? Yi Ling asked. The crystalline figure nodded, saying, Yes, when your civilization began to explore this relic, I was able to infiltrate your civilization's network, gaining insight into all information about your civilization and monitoring all developments. That's why I can speak your civilization's language. Yi Ling felt a chill. Their entire Blue Star civilization was likely under surveillance in this relic, and it was very possible that the Blue Star civilization was completely unaware of this fact. How terrifying. The crystalline figure smiled and explained there's no need to feel panic or astonishment. In our eyes, Blue Star civilization is at most a semi-primitive civilization, a half-star civilization, not even reaching the lowest level of star civilization. We hold no ill will towards you. If we truly had malice, it would be effortless for us to destroy your entire Blue Star civilization. The words of the Crystal Man caused Yi Ling to fall silent and calm down. Indeed, considering the potential of this inheritance relic, it would not be difficult to annihilate the Blue Star civilization. However, Yi Ling still had some questions and asked, What do you mean by star level, and what is a star level civilization? The Crystal Man explained to Yi Ling, the so-called star level represents a realm where one can move through planetary space solely relying on one's own power without external assistance. As for star-level civilization, it refers to the overall development level of a civilization, specifically whether it possesses the capability to establish civilizations on other planets independent of its own. The reason your blue star is considered a half-primitive, half-star-level civilization is that there are individuals of star-level caliber among you, but the overall development level of your civilization still falls short. However, under the guidance of the information I occasionally reveal, your blue star should soon enter the star-level civilization stage. Ling felt a spark of curiosity. After all, a star-level powerhouse is a being that surpasses a martial god. Does Blue Star truly have such a significant figure now? The Crystal Man, noticing Ling's curiosity, directly stated, "At present, the headmaster of the Xian Ting Martial Arts Academy is indeed of star level." Of course, he is not the only one. Ling was both surprised and yet found this within reason. The Xian Ting Martial Arts Academy has branches in all 6 major base cities, and in the capital city, it has even established a city within a city. Without the pinnacle strength of Blue Star, how could this be achieved? Since the headmaster of Xian Ting Martial Arts Academy is a star-level powerhouse, it stands to reason that the headmaster of the Holy Light Martial Academy should also belong to a star-level civilization. Moreover, the government must also have corresponding interstellar powerhouses to maintain the balance between the major factions. It seems there is still a long way for me to go. Now that you have passed the assessment according to the rules, I will grant you some reward. With a wave of the Crystal Man's hand, 6 glowing orbs appeared in the hall. The first reward is a biological battle armor. This armor is powered by your own strength, significantly enhancing your capabilities with a limit reaching star level. A small scale landed in Ling's hand. A limit reaching star level. Ling was overjoyed. Although it was limited to star level, the fact that the Crystal Man mentioned it could greatly enhance his strength indicated it would provide him with a timely boost in combat power. The second reward is the Starlight Candidate mark. With another wave of his hand, a mark entered Ling's. Starlight is the name of our inheritance. As a candidate, this is your current identity. Once you reach star level, you can use this mark to take the formal candidate assessment. Ling also valued this mark. While it did not enhance him immediately, it held significant potential. The third reward is the Soul and Mind Elixir, which enhances your soul and mind. Simply put, what you refer to as the force, the unity of man and heaven, is actually an elevation of the mind, which will grow with the increase in your soul. After consuming it, you can achieve the state of unity of man and heaven. Ling gasped, "Oh, were these items truly that powerful?" The Crystal Man waved his hand again, and another piece of information surged into Ling's mind. The so-called perfect physique is merely laying a foundation. With this foundation, you can practice the true techniques of our Starlight, the Hunyuan technique. Besides the technique itself, it also contains various ways to execute the techniques which you refer to as martial arts. This is the fourth reward. Indeed, numerous pieces of information emerged in Ling's mind. After digesting this information, the Crystal Man waved his hand once more. The fifth reward is the teleportation token, which can be preset with a coordinate. In the event of a life-threatening crisis, shattering the token will return you to the predetermined coordinate. Of course, the location where you shatter the token and the preset coordinate cannot exceed a certain distance. However, at your current realm, you shouldn't be able to leave too far. If you exceed the teleportation distance, the token will provide a warning. A token materialized in Ling's hand. The teleportation token is indeed a good life-saving item. Ling wouldn't mind having more life-saving items. After all, there is only one life. If he dies, it's truly over. The sixth reward is the spatial belt, which according to your civilization is akin to a storage bag, but this spatial belt has a larger storage capacity. With a wave of the Crystal Man's hand, a belt automatically wrapped around Ling's waist. The spatial belt is acceptable. Ling's excitement about this spatial belt wasn't as pronounced. Additionally, I must remind you not to disclose your experiences here. The public portrayal of your physique can only remain at a state of incompleteness. This is for your own good. The Crystal Man reiterated. Ling understood this was for his own benefit, but he helplessly raised his watch. The translation watch could listen to everything he experienced. Don't worry. The moment you forge a perfect physique, I will use methods to shield the translation watch. I have implanted a new program to replace part of the information. Once the biological battle armor recognizes its master with blood, it cannot be changed. You can acknowledge it in the outside world. Among the 6 rewards, the Hunyuan technique and the Starlight Candidate mark cannot be disclosed. According to my replacement information, you have only received 4 rewards. Seeing the Crystal Man's meticulousness and ability to easily conceal the replacement of information from humanity, it was evident that the technological advancement of the civilization was indeed high. Ling, I have gathered your information from your civilization's database. I hope that you can develop safely in the future and grow to star level. What I can tell you is that if you can grow to star level and pass the true candidate assessment, you will gain unimaginable benefits, and lead your civilization to new heights. The Crystal Man held a high regard for Yi Ling. Among those who entered now only, Yi Ling forged even during the peak period of Starlight, those who could forge a perfect physique were already considered excellent seeds. Such talents were highly valued, even in Starlight itself. Unfortunately, there was a problem with Starlight itself. It still hoped that Yi Ling could grow well. If not for the restrictions of the authority program, the Crystal Man would have liked to give Yi Ling a few more life-saving items. In the Qishan Ruins, the underground base. Due to the rarity of people entering the Qishan Ruins, most of the staff here are in a leisurely state. The atmosphere in the base is rather dull, as there is no connection to the outside network. Even communication with the outside world is done through dedicated lines. Therefore, those who work here generally prepare TV shows or novels in advance to pass the time. Kacha kacha kacha. Just as everyone was feeling bored, the alloy wall slowly opened. Someone is coming out, it's Yi Ling. Everyone perked up. Since Yi Ling's entrance 7 months ago, no one else had entered the Qishan Ruins. Mr. Yi Ling, do you need to change clothes or take a shower? There are designated places for that in the base. A female martial artist approached and asked. Yes, I do. Yi Ling had not shaved or bathed in 7 months. Although he possessed a certain degree of self-cleaning ability at the master level, he still desired a nice relaxing bath. Soon the services were prepared, a set of clean clothes and a bathtub filled with water at the perfect temperature. Yi Ling comfortably soaked in the hot bath. Others in the base also reported Yi Ling's emergence to various factions. After bathing, Yi Ling shaved and changed into a clean outfit before returning to the surface. As soon as Yi Ling returned to the surface, he was approached by 2 senior masters dressed in Xian Ting martial arts uniforms. Mr. Yi Ling, the 2 senior masters greeted him politely. They knew Yi Ling had received the inheritance, and his future prospects were bright, so it was better to be polite. What can we do for you two? The Grand Master wishes to see you. The 2 senior masters explained their purpose. The Grand Master wants to see me. Yi Ling was slightly taken aback. The Grand Master of Xian Ting martial arts actually wanted to meet him. From the crystal person, he learned that this Grand Master was a star-level powerhouse. That is an existence beyond the martial god, the pinnacle of humanity. However, since the Grand Master wanted to see him, Yi Ling certainly could not refuse, and directly said, then please lead the way. The 2 senior masters guided Yi Ling to the Xian Ting martial arts hall in Kai Tua City and finally brought him to a room. Please. The 2 senior masters stopped on either side of an alloy door, gestured for him to enter, and then retreated. At that moment, the alloy door opened, revealing a room with a highly sci-fi ambience. At the end of the room stood a figure in white looking out over the entire Kai Tua City through the glass. Yi Ling stepped into the room and paused at a distance from the white figure. Grandmaster, Yi Ling spoke. At that moment, the figure in white turned around, revealing its full appearance. It was a young man with sharp features, bright eyes, and a well-proportioned figure exuding a unique aura. Under that aura, Yi Ling felt that his perception was completely distorted, unable to gauge the depth of his cultivation. Yi Ling even faintly sensed that he was unable to move, locked in by an unseen force. This force bore no hostility, it simply locked onto him, making Yi Ling feel like a sheep waiting to be slaughtered without any ability to resist. So strong. Is this what a star-level powerhouse is like? Indeed, you are worthy of being forged into a flawless physique. The Grand Master nodded at Yi Ling with approval in his eyes. Yi Ling obviously knew that the Grand Master had been misled by the modified translation watch from the crystal person. Naturally, Yi Ling would not explain. With a mid-level master physique and a flawless body combined with your previous data, there may be some kind of bloodline involved, along with a strengthened talent and even your unique understanding of martial arts. As you are now even against a Grand Master, you might still have the strength to fight. The Grand Master's analysis of Yi Ling's strength was quite accurate. If you were to take the Soul Mind Elixir and combine it with a biological battle armor, your combat power among Grand Masters would likely be outstanding. The Grand Master knew from the tampered translation watch that Yi Ling had received 4 rewards. However, these 4 rewards did not intrigue the Grand Master. Biological battle armor. The Grand Master thought little of it, as it was limited to star-level products, yet he himself was already at that level. Soul Mind Elixir. That was something useful only for masters. To him, it was no different from trash. Spatial Belt. The Grand Master already had a spatial belt, and humans could currently produce such spatial products on a small scale. Teleportation token. The Grand Master had experienced the assessment and had one himself, and for him, at present, it posed little threat. In the face of real danger, the teleportation token would not be very effective. Yi Ling did not feel any pride from the Grand Master's analysis that he could now unleash various methods to reach master-level combat power. Having seen a broader world, even Grand Masters did not seem particularly powerful in Yi Ling's eyes. You currently do not have a suitable weapon, right? What size and weight are you skilled with? You can list your requirements, and I can have the armory customize one for you. Since the Grand Master had spoken, Ling was not shy about it. What he needed most now was a knife. At his level, an ordinary knife held little significance, and a fist was even more useful. Ling needed a good knife. The Grand Master clearly intended to gift him a weapon, which would certainly not be an ordinary item. Upon seeing Ling's listed requirements regarding the knife, the Grand Master was slightly surprised. Using a knife, that's perfect. Oh, I also use a knife. I was just worried about what to adapt for you. Since you use a knife, I will bestow upon you a knife technique I created. The Grand Master pointed to a stone tablet, which contained a certain knife, intent clearly representing the essence of that knife technique. Thank you, Grand Master. Ling felt a bit excited. A knife technique created by a star-level powerhouse would be of great help to him now. I would like to ask, do you wish to serve in the Kyoto-based city, or continue to stay in the Tiannan-based city? If you wish to serve in the Kyoto-based city, I can arrange for someone to pick you and your relatives up and bring them to Kyoto. You need not worry about treatment. The Grand Master asked Ling. Ling did not hesitate much and directly replied, I still want to stay in the Tiannan-based city. Grand Master, you should know that the Tiannan-based city is currently weak in military force and lacks masters. Especially now that we plan to develop the secret realm, we need upper-level combat power even more. My return can alleviate some pressure for the Tiannan-based city. The Grand Master was quite satisfied with this answer and immediately said, it's good that you have this intention. I will help you request a position as an inspector from the government. In the future, you will be the inspector of Tiannan-based city. Additionally, I will allocate a wave of resources from Xin Ting martial arts for you, so you can quickly elevate your cultivation to Grandmaster level. This wave of meeting the head of the headquarters can only be described with the words blood profit. He obtained a government-level position. Although the inspector's power is limited, he is responsible for oversight and can directly report significant issues concerning the officials of Tiannan-based city to the capital, which is enough to make the officials of Tiannan-based city wary. Additionally, he acquired new weapons, martial arts, and resources. Through this conversation, Ling learned the head of the headquarters name Yuan. Although it is not a real name for someone at his level, this title is more versatile than a real name. About 5 days later, Ling received the government's appointment letter along with new resources, and especially forged new knife was delivered into his hands. Afterward, Ling took a private plane back to Tiannan-based city. The moment he landed in Tiannan-based city, he connected to the local network to share the good news with his family. Wife, I'm back, Ling said to Wan. Husband. Wan was overjoyed. After not seeing him for 8 months, she was genuinely surprised by this call from Ling. I just got off the plane and will be home soon. After getting off the plane, Ling didn't take a car, but flew directly back home. Ding dong. After Ling pressed the doorbell, Wan opened the door, and upon seeing Ling's face, she immediately embraced him. Husband. Come in, Ling said as he entered the house, finding it much the same as before. Once inside, he began to recount his experiences during this time to Wan. Husband, you have broken through to an intermediate Grandmaster. Hearing that Ling had advanced to an intermediate Grandmaster, Wan covered her mouth, her eyes reflecting surprise. In Wan's eyes, a Grandmaster is a figure of great stature. In Jiang City, you are at the pinnacle of power, and even in Tiannan City, a Grandmaster is still a significant presence. Your husband is not only a Grandmaster now, but also an inspector, Ling said with a hint of pride. What is an inspector? Wan asked, a bit confused. Oh, it means I can supervise the officials of Tiannan-based city. Anyway, the position is quite high. Ling replied, unsure how to explain to his wife. After returning, he would definitely spend time with his wife, then pick up Yao Yao and call Yihong back home for a family reunion dinner. Advanced Martial Master, not bad. During the dinner, when Ling saw that Yihong had been promoted to Advanced Martial Master, he felt joy in his heart. Yihong had been in university for over a year, and at not yet 20 had already achieved the rank of Advanced Martial Master. If he could advance further, he would become a top talent in Tiannan-based city. Yihong, Dad will give you some money, whatever training resources you want, don't hold back. By the way, Dad will also give you a spirit stone. Remember, don't flaunt it, absorb it little by little yourself. Ling thought for a moment and decided to give Yihong a spirit stone. Only giving Yihong one piece is not because Ling is stingy, but because the spirit stone contains very pure energy, which is beneficial even for a Grandmaster's training. One spirit stone is enough for Yihong to cultivate for a long time. Spirit stone. Yihong has a spirit stone. With this spirit stone, your cultivation will allow you to reach Grandmaster much faster. At this moment, Yihong heard the voice of the artificial intelligence in his mind. Thank you, Dad, Yihong said as he stored the spirit stone away. While Ling was returning home, the higher-ups of Tiannan-based city also received an important piece of news. The capital city had arranged for an inspector to be assigned to Tiannan-based city. Although this inspector position does not hold much real power, it allows for reporting directly to the capital city, which is the central authority of the Great Xia. This is something the officials of Tiannan-based city are quite wary of. Generally, those assigned as inspectors indicate that they not only have considerable strength, but also possess a decent background with support from higher-ups. This support likely comes from a martial god. With such a position and background, the officials of Tian'an Bay City cannot help but be cautious. Previously, there were 3 inspectors in Tian'an Bay City. One inspector is the martial god stationed in Tian'an Bay City, another is Xian Daozi, the head of the Xianting Martial Arts School in Tian'an Bay City, and the last one is a grandmaster. Among these 3 inspectors, the martial god is elusive, yet he has never had conflicts with the officials of Tian'an Bay City. Xian Daozi maintains a relatively close relationship with the officials of Tian'an Bay City. As for the other grandmaster, he has been focusing on research in the ruins of the secret realm, diligently working toward breaking through to martial god. It is unknown what the character of the newly appointed inspector will be like. The 6 high-level government officials of Tian'an Bay City gathered in the office awaiting detailed information about this inspector from above. Not long after the capital city sent detailed information regarding Ling. Ling, 44 years old, originally from Tian'an Bay City, Jiang City, cultivation, level intermediate grandmaster, currently serving at the Xianting Martial Arts School in Tian'an Bay City, concurrently holding the position of inspector. Jiang City. The high-ranking officials present all had some impression of this place, though it seemed just a small city. More critically, how could Ling only be an intermediate grandmaster? Can a grandmaster even hold the position of inspector? An inspector should at least be a grandmaster. Even a beginner grandmaster would be acceptable to those present. How could a grandmaster oversee them? The 6 high-ranking officials began to feel uncomfortable. They were all grandmasters themselves. Perhaps some of them were getting older, merely being beginner grandmasters with exhausted potential, and their future plateaued, but they were still grandmasters. How could they tolerate having an intermediate grandmaster oversee them? Isn't this a farce? Even if there are connections, how could they appoint an intermediate grandmaster? What kind of nonsense is this? Sending an intermediate grandmaster to monitor us is too insulting. I must voice my objections. Exactly, I want to voice my objections too. Immediately someone shouted. They were unwilling to accept being monitored by an intermediate grandmaster. Quiet, quiet. An elderly man with graying hair and a robust physique spoke. This elder was Zhuang Haoran, the mayor of Tian'an Bay City, an advanced grandmaster. His words carried significant authority, though once he spoke, the other 5 officials quieted down. This was arranged by above. Do you think your objections will matter? Without understanding the situation, acting this way will only offend this inspector. Since this inspector is from the Xianting Martial Arts School, Xian Daozi should know his information. Let's ask Xian Daozi first. Exactly, Mayor Zhuang. Contact Xian Daozi. Others echoed in agreement. They still held respect for people like Xian Daozi. Zhuang Haoran directly initiated a virtual call to Xian Daozi in front of everyone. After a short while, the call ended and Xian Daozi's virtual projection appeared before the 6 individuals. Mayor Zhuang, haha, quite lively here. Xian Daozi looked at Mayor Zhuang, and the 5 old friends behind him took a sip of tea and smiled. Since everyone is gathered to see me, there must be something to discuss. Let me guess, is it about our new inspector at the Xianting Martial Arts Academy? Xian Daozi spoke, revealing the identities of the few present. Ling had taken the position of inspector, and he learned of it even before the Tian'an Bay City government. It seems that the Academy Master has known for a long time. In that case, let's speak plainly. Does the Academy Master know anything about this person? A mid-level grandmaster serving as an inspector is truly unprecedented among the 6 base cities. Zhuang Haoran did not directly say that Ling was unworthy of the inspector position, yet his words still carried a hint of skepticism. Xian Daozi was not surprised by this. He smiled and said, "This Ling is a local of Tian'an Bay City. Don't underestimate him just because he is merely a mid-level grandmaster. He has passed the assessment of the Qishan ruins with commendable results and has garnered the attention of our Academy Master. The position of inspector was personally recommended by the Academy Master. Don't think that just because Ling is a mid-level grandmaster, if he were to unleash all his abilities, to put it bluntly, most of you 6 would not be his match. Having passed the assessment of the Qishan ruins, the 6 individuals across from him were astonished. Although they were in Tian'an Bay City as grandmasters, they had ample sources of information and naturally understood the significance of the Qishan ruins. To pass the assessment of the Qishan ruins means that as long as one does not die, they are likely to become a martial god in the future. Including Xian Daozi himself, despite being a high-level grandmaster, his combat power was comparable to that of a beginner martial god, and his cultivation was just a step away from becoming a martial god. This also indicated that Ling had a promising future, especially since he had gained the favor of the Academy Master. The Academy Master of the Xianting Martial Arts Academy is an extraordinary figure. They were simply not someone they could provoke. After some thought, Zhuang Haoran smiled and said, "There's nothing else. I just wanted to learn more about this inspector." The new inspector's appointment is a significant event for Tian'an Bay City. I believe many prominent figures want to meet him. I want to hold a welcome banquet, and since you are familiar with him, Academy Master, I would like to ask you to invite him for us. Xian Daozi knew that this welcome banquet was customary. When he served as inspector, a similar banquet was held in Tiannan Bay City. I can ask on your behalf, but I cannot guarantee that I can get him to come, Xian Daozi smiled. That's fine as long as you can convey the message. After chatting a few more pleasantries, they ended the call. After hanging up, Xian Daozi made a virtual call to Ling. On the other end, Ling was practicing at home. When he saw the virtual call from Xian Daozi on his smartwatch, he answered. Xian Daozi's virtual projection appeared before Ling. Ling, are you practicing? Xian Daozi saw Ling dressed in martial attire in the training room. Ling smiled and replied, just some simple exercise, nothing serious. Do you have any instructions, Academy Master? Instructions? That won't do. Xian Daozi quickly waved his hand. We are both inspectors, strictly speaking, at the same level. The reason for this call is mainly that the higher-ups of Tiannan Base want to hold a welcome banquet for you, and many prominent figures from Tiannan Base City will be present. Those old fellows from Tiannan Base asked me to inquire whether you would like to honor them with your presence at the welcome banquet. Ling pondered for a moment. To be honest, he was not very interested in such welcome banquets. However, this was organized by the higher-ups of Tiannan Base City for him. In the future, he would have to deal with these higher-ups, and he should save some face to avoid making the relationships too strained. After thinking it over, Ling ultimately decided to attend. Sure, just inform me of the time and location. Xian Daozi was not surprised by Ling's agreement. After chatting a bit more, they hung up. Xian Daozi then informed Zhuang Haoran of the outcome. When Ling told Xiao Wan that he would be attending a welcome banquet, Xiao Wan pulled Ling to customize a special suit. According to Xiao Wan, some etiquette must be observed, and one cannot just wear anything to such an event. In the evening, Ling stood on the rooftop of the villa enjoying the evening breeze, reminiscing about the past year. He had leaped from being stuck as a high-level martial artist struggling to break through to a martial master to now being a mid-level martial master, an inspector of Tiannan Bay City, a figure respected even by the government elites. Such a transformation gave Ling a dreamlike feeling. Being a grandmaster will not be my endpoint. In fact, being a star-level warrior is not even the standard. Star-level warriors are merely the beginning of my pursuit. Ling was filled with ambition. He knew that for him, now star-level warriors were indeed unattainable in invincible existence. However, to become a true disciple of the Qixin ruins, he needed to have at least star-level strength. This proves that in a broader world, star-level is just another starting point. Several days later, in the core reception area of Tiannan Bay City, although this was not the center of Tiannan City, it held a unique status. Those who could hold a banquet here were basically welcoming important figures. Today, music resonated here. In the reception hall, prominent figures from politics, business, academia, and martial arts, as well as some upper-class socialites, gathered together. Most of those qualified to attend today's banquet possessed a certain level of capability and resources in Tiannan Bay City. Even the vase-like socialites were the type who were very understanding and could navigate between various parties. Even those serving here had been meticulously selected. Mayor Zhuang. When Zhuang Haoran arrived at the banquet, many people gathered around greeting him. As the mayor of Tiannan Bay City, although Zhuang Haoran was not powerful, the resources he could control were unimaginably vast. Just a single policy could influence entire industries. Thus, many figures sought to build a good relationship with him. Hello everyone, Zhuang Haoran smiled, handling the situation. For him, dealing with such situations was nothing new. Soon Xian Daozi also arrived. However, Xian Daozi was typically low-key, and many prominent figures did not recognize him. However, seeing various big shots approaching to greet him, they knew he must be a significant figure. In a relatively secluded corner of the banquet, the mayor of Jiangqing, Shan Tu, appeared somewhat lonely. As a mid-level grandmaster, his cultivation was not low on site, and he was also the mayor of a city. Unfortunately, this was the highest standard banquet in Tiannan Bay City. Many socialites were from the Tiannan City circle, and they had little interaction with Shan Tu. In fact, many did not even know who he was. Mayor Shan. At this moment, Zhuang Haoran took the initiative to walk over and clink glasses with Shan Tu. Shan Tu shivered, feeling flattered, and quickly replied. Even though he was also a mayor compared to Zhuang Haoran of Tiannan Bay City, there was simply no comparison. It was like comparing clouds and mud. After finishing their drinks, Zhuang Haoran leaned closer to Shan Tu and said, "The new inspector is from your Jiangqing. After you return, please help me look into some information regarding this Inspector Yi and his relatives in Jiangqing and see if there's anything they need. Try to accommodate them as best as you can." Zhuang Haoran specifically invited Shan Tu and initiated the conversation because he knew Shan Tu was the mayor of Jiangqing and Ling was also from Jiangqing. "Don't worry, Mayor Zhuang, I will personally handle it." Shan Tu understood this was his opportunity to showcase himself. Just as Shan Tu was exchanging words with Zhuang Haoran, a voice sounded. "Ling, the inspector has arrived." As the announcement echoed, everyone in the hall stood up. They all understood that the main character of this banquet was none other than the newly appointed inspector of Tiannan Bay City. Though the inspector holds little real power, the responsibility of oversight is significant, and their connection to the Tian Hall is enough to instill fear in the many officials of Tiannan Bay City. While it may be true that the inspector lacks authority in a conventional sense, to attain this position, one must either possess great strength or have deep connections. However, when Yi Ling walked down the red carpet to the entrance of the hall, there was a moment of astonishment. An intermediate master. An inspector. Was this a joke? An intermediate master is present, while not entirely without stature, such a level truly ranks as quite ordinary in the context of this banquet. An inspector, one would expect them to possess the strength of a grand master. How could they merely be a master? At that moment, Zhuang Haoran stepped forward, leading the applause, saying, "Welcome, Inspector Yi Ling." With Zhuang Haoran taking the lead, the others naturally followed suit, and applause resonated throughout the hall. Yet from the sound of the applause one could discern a hint of perfunctory attitude. It was not a truly warm welcome, but rather a gesture to save face for Zhuang Haoran and prevent the new inspector from losing too much dignity. Mayor Zhuang Yi Ling extended his hand to shake Zhuang Haoran's. He had already met Zhuang Haoran before coming here. "Come, let me introduce you to the top players of Tiannan Bay City. This is the commander of the Tiannan War Zone, Du Lu." Commander Du. Zhuang Haoran introduced the first notable figure to Yi Ling, a commander who held military power over Tiannan Bay City. Commander Du, though showing signs of gray hair, stood tall, exuding a vigorous aura. The spirit of warfare emanated from him, undoubtedly a man forged in the crucible of battle. Commander Lu. Yi Ling took the initiative to greet him. "Inspector Yi." Commander Lu nodded, but did not show much. An intermediate master could merely extend a greeting, and it was only due to the title of inspector that he did so. Moving to the right, Zuan Daozi smiled as he looked at Yi Ling. Zhuang Haoran introduced, "Inspector Yi, you are also from the Xuanyi Martial Arts Academy. I need not elaborate on the academy master. And this is the head of the Xinguang Martial Arts Academy in Tiannan Bay City, Rue Guang." Rue Guang, the head of the Xinguang Martial Arts Academy, appeared quite young, tall, and with cascading golden waves, looking to be in his 20s, a senior grandmaster. Of course, his actual age is undoubtedly more. Upon reaching the grandmaster level, one can easily maintain a youthful appearance if they are not particularly aged. Inspector Yi. Rue Guang merely nodded at Yi Ling, his attitude somewhat indifferent. The Xinguang Martial Arts Academy is not a government body, so the inspector holds little sway over her. Moreover, there exists a competitive relationship between the Xinguang Martial Arts Academy and the Xuanyi Martial Arts Academy. Next, Commander Lu introduced the slightly plump yet cheerful elder beside him. "This is the president of the Tiannan Chamber of Commerce, Ji Luo." President Ji. The Jinbao Pavilion is his most famous enterprise. Zhuang Haoran introduced the elder. Yi Ling naturally knew of the Jinbao Pavilion, which was renowned throughout Tiannan Bay City. Indeed, behind him stood a grandmaster, and Ji Luo was a middle grandmaster. "Inspector Yi, you are quite young." Ji Luo's words were not meant to mock Yi Ling. At 44, he is quite old for an ordinary person. However, for the position of Inspector, 44 is undeniably considered young. As a businessman, Ji Luo was astute and did not let Yi Ling's intermediate master status lead him to be dismissive. Zhuang Haoran subsequently introduced Yi Ling to several others. Finally, Zhuang Haoran deliberately introduced Yi Ling to the mayor of Jiang City, Shan Tu. "Inspector Yi, I hear your hometown is Jiang City. This is the governing official of Jiang City, Mayor Shan Tu." "Inspector Yi." Mayor Shan Tu quickly took the initiative to greet him. Shan Tu understood that although both were intermediate masters, their statuses were clearly not on the same level. Mayor Shan. Yi Ling greeted him, and the two exchanged pleasantries. Compared to other big shots, Yi Ling found it easier to converse with Shan Tu. The reason was simple: Yi Ling could sense the slight disdain from other grandmasters towards him. Those willing to converse with him did so purely because of his title as inspector and out of respect for Zhuang Haoran's introduction. This was reminiscent of the previous time when he was merely a grandmaster and those masters looked down on him. To resolve all of this, it was straightforward: demonstrate the strength they had to respect. Of course, there was no need to rush, as there would be ample opportunities in the future. While the grandmasters might look down on Yi Ling, the masters present had no qualification to act arrogantly before him, with most approaching him with smiles. Meanwhile, the president of the Tiannan Chamber of Commerce, Ji Luo, found Zhuang Haoran for a detailed conversation. "Mayor Zhuang, what background does our new inspector have? An intermediate master serving as an inspector is unprecedented." As a businessman, Ji Luo was more sensitive to such matters. He also understood that it was unlikely for someone at the higher echelons to send an intermediate master to serve as an inspector without reason. Zhuang Haoran had a good relationship with Ji Luo and shared numerous interests with him. Thus, he revealed a bit of information to Ji Luo. "President Ji, have you heard of the Qixin relic?" "The Qixin relic? Mayor Zhuang, are you implying?" Ji Luo, as a middle grandmaster, was naturally aware of the Qixin relic. Zhuang Haoran smiled, without saying anything, which was enough to convey everything. I see, Ji Luo exclaimed, realizing the implication as he clinked glasses with Zhuang Haoran. Thank you, Mayor Zhuang. The mention of the Qixin relic said it all. After dealing with numerous masters, Yi Ling noticed Ji Luo approaching. Observing Ji Luo coming over, many masters nearby tactfully made space for the two. President Ji Yi Ling was somewhat surprised, not expecting Ji Luo to initiate a private conversation with him. As you assume office, the Tiannan Chamber of Commerce has a gift we would like to present to you. A gift? Yi Ling smiled politely. President Ji, under such circumstances, accepting gifts could imply, don't worry, it's just a membership card, it's compliant with regulations. Otherwise, how would I dare to present it publicly? This is the limited edition black card from our Tiannan Chamber of Commerce. No matter which city you are in within Tiannan Bay City, as long as it's a store cooperating with the chamber, you can enjoy the highest discounts, including at the Jinbao Pavilion. Ji Luo produced a black and gold card and placed it before Yi Ling. Yi Ling picked up the limited edition black card on the table. The texture of the black card felt very pleasant to the touch, and its material was hard, not easily breakable. Under normal circumstances, only the Tiannan Chamber of Commerce would consider it precious enough to grant such a limited edition black card to a guest. The primary value of this limited edition black card is not the discount. Aside from special cases like Yi Ling, those who can obtain this limited edition black card are generally grandmasters. Do the grandmasters of Tiannan Bay City lack mundane wealth? To put it plainly, it signifies a form of respect and prestige. Possessing this limited edition black card ensures the highest treatment at any establishment of the Tiannan Chamber of Commerce, enjoying an emperor-like status. Ji Luo took the initiative to be friendly, and Yi Ling certainly returned the favor by putting away the limited edition black card. As the banquet neared its end, Xian Daozi also approached Yi Ling. Xian Pavilion Master, Yi Ling greeted. It seems that you as the inspector are not receiving much attention. Xian Daozi chuckled as he came over. During today's banquet, although Yi Ling was not ignored, and people often came to engage in conversation, most were figures of the master level. The grandmasters basically just exchanged a few pleasantries, clearly not too invested in Yi Ling. It's somewhat better this way. I prefer a quieter life. Pavilion Master Xian should know my character. I am not very fond of socializing. Yi Ling was indifferent. In this high martial world, strength is everything. So-called power and connections all stem from the foundation of strength. If Yi Ling were a martial god today, the grandmasters present would surely want to surround him tightly. Ultimately, the current situation arises solely from his superficial cultivation level being inadequate. However, they will regret this in due time. Xian Daozi chuckled. He knew more about Yi Ling than others in Tiannan Bay City. He was aware that Yi Ling had shown no flaws in the Qixin ruins. A body enhanced at such a level harbors terrifying potential. He is destined to become a formidable figure among martial gods with a significant chance of breaking through to the star level. After the banquet concluded, Yi Ling returned home. Given his current status, he could easily move to a better estate, but for now both Xiao Wan and he were too lazy to relocate and were quite satisfied with their current villa. Half a month later, a vial of potion appeared in Yi Ling's hand, the reward he received for the soul and mind potion. Although he had spent 7 months in the assessment, his cultivation had only reached the intermediate master level. However, at that time, Yi Ling was not far from breaking through to the advanced master level. After exiting the ruins assessment and switching to the Hunyuan skill, his cultivation progressed much faster than before. He felt he was on the verge of entering the advanced master level. Tonight, Yi Ling planned to use this vial of soul and mind potion to achieve a breakthrough to the advanced master level. After consuming the potion, he felt a cool sensation enveloping his entire body. With every breath, Yi Ling felt his body empty, his thoughts clear, and his mind tranquil. The evening breeze blew gently, and he had never felt so deeply immersed in clarity. At that moment, Yi Ling sensed a certain resonance with the universe. It wasn't merely him resonating with the heavens and earth, rather it was his mind and spirit transcending to a higher state, harmonizing with the universe. In that instant, Yi Ling felt his mind and spirit breaking through a certain constraint, merging with the power of the universe, the force he could manipulate vastly stronger than before. Every gesture and movement blended seamlessly with the environment. This is the unity of man and nature. In such a state, Yi Ling's perception became much sharper. He could sense everything around him without even looking. The power of the spirit was no longer confined within his body, but could erupt externally. Guided by the spirit, continuous streams of power surged into Yi Ling's body, amplifying his strength. At this moment, Yi Ling, who had been stuck at the intermediate master level, erupted with energy, stepping into the advanced master realm. Feeling the surging power within him, a slight curve formed at the corners of Yi Ling's mouth. Now, with a single punch, he could easily slay an advanced master, and even against a beginner grandmaster, Yi Ling was confident he could vanquish them without activating any enhancement. Advanced master. Ling sat at the top of the villa enjoying the evening breeze. Since obtaining the system, he had unknowingly reached this stage. Reflecting back to 2 years ago, he was merely an advanced warrior suffocated by life, a common middle-aged man struggling for survival. In just 2 years, he had transformed into an advanced master holding the position of inspector with significant oversight authority, able to stand on equal footing with those lofty figures in Tiannan-based city. This transformation felt surreal, as if it belonged in a science fiction novel. Yet it was genuinely happening to him. All changes stemmed from the system. This is not the end for him. Ling believes that it won't be long before he becomes a star-level powerhouse, a true force standing tall in Blue Star, thus unveiling higher mysteries. The new year is approaching. Ling noticed the property management in the community preparing lanterns and other decorations, which made him reflect. A few days ago, Wan had mentioned the new year. His father-in-law Qiu Yuqing mentioned that this year they would celebrate the new year at his home for a grand reunion. Ling was aware of Qiu Yuqing's intentions. Although Wan had only occasionally hinted to her father, he could sense that Ling had undergone significant change. In such matters, Qiu Yuqing surely wanted to use familial ties to bind Ling as closely as possible. This applied to both his father-in-law Qiu Yuqing and his wife Wan's older brother and sister. Ling was not particularly enthusiastic. However, he also needed to consider his wife Wan. Furthermore, they were also the grandparents of Hong and Yao. Even though Ling was indifferent towards Qiu Yuqing, he still remembered the kindness shown to Hong during his college entrance exams when Qiu Yuqing prepared cultivation resources for him. In those years, although Wan's family did not acknowledge him as their son-in-law, at least Qiu Yuqing recognized his grandchildren. So a few days ago, Ling agreed. Hong and Yao, hurry up, don't keep your dad waiting too long. As the new year approached, Wan urged Hong and Yao. Compared to 2 years ago, Hong had completely grown up tall and strong, and was now an advanced martial artist starting to stand on his own. His daughter Yao had also begun to develop, blossoming like a flower. With the support of resources, Yao recently broke through to become a martial artist, successfully stepping onto the path of martial arts. Ling drove the flying car, landing in front of the villa. Wow, a flying car. Hong and Yao rushed over to the flying car, circling it excitedly. Initially, I planned to drive the old car from my family back home. However, considering that it is the new year and many people in Tiannan City are also returning to their hometowns, traveling by a regular car would likely result in a long traffic jam. Thus, Ling decided to take a flying car. For Ling, now getting a flying car is as simple as eating and drinking. Currently, flying cars are not common in Tiannan-based city, so Hong and Yao naturally found it quite rare. Get in the car, and feel it out. Ling opened the car door, and the two siblings rushed in, curiously examining the interior. Wan sat in the passenger seat. Ling started the car, and the flying car ascended. It's really flying. Hong and Wan leaned against the car window, watching as they gradually gained height. According to the navigation, Ling activated the assisted driving function, and the flying car sped towards Jiang City. Currently, flying cars can only operate at low altitudes. They are incapable of high-altitude flights. Moreover, high-altitude flying carries certain risks, such as cold currents and temperature variations. For ordinary people, encountering these conditions can directly threaten their safety. Additionally, high altitudes can also present dangers from fierce beasts. However, for Ling, as long as he does not encounter a Lord-level beast, there will be no danger. Lord-level beasts generally hide in deep mountains and far away from human-based cities, so one would certainly not encounter them within Tiannan-based city. In Tiannan-based city, not to mention Lord-level beasts, even King-level beasts cannot exist. When they reached the Jiang City area, Wan called her father-in-law Qiu Yuqing to inform him that they were almost there. At Qiu Yuqing's home, Qiu Rong and their family gathered together. Fortunately, Qiu Yuqing's villa is spacious, otherwise it would not be enough for so many people. Your third sister and brother-in-law are coming back. Be polite when they arrive, as times have changed. Especially you, the trouble you caused. Oh, I hope your brother-in-law can use his connections to help you solve your problems. Qiu Yuqing warned Qiu Ruilong, and Qiu Rong then shot a disappointed glance at Qiu Rong. Don't worry, Dad, my relationship with my third sister has always been good. Qiu Ruilong, being a businessman, was naturally very shrewd and knew how to behave according to the situation. Qiu Rong lowered her head. Previously, she had looked down on Ling and mocked Qiu Wan, but now she had to seek Ling's help. Xiao Wan sent a message. They have arrived in Jiang City and will be home soon. Let's go out to welcome them, Qiu Yuqing said. Qiu Ruilong had no objections, but Qiu Rong was grumbling. Do we really need to go out to greet them, Dad? Before Qiu Yuqing could respond, her husband, Yingguang, pinched her and said, We are all family. Going out to greet them is a show of warmth. The group had just left the villa when they saw a flying car approaching from afar. A flying car. Qiu Rong was a bit surprised. In Tiannan City, the number of flying cars is quite limited, and there are even fewer in Jiang City. Whenever a flying car appears, it draws a lot of attention. Is that coming towards us? It can't be. Xiao Wan and Yi Ling can it. Qiu Ruolong's eyelids twitched as he saw the flying car racing towards them. It can't be true, Qiu Rong said somewhat incredulous. Has Qiu Wan's family really done so well? They even have a flying car. Under everyone's gaze, the flying car stopped in front of them. Dad, mom, brother, sister, brother-in-law. Qiu Wan greeted as she got out of the car. Then she took out some supplements from the trunk to hand to Qiu Yuqing and Xiao He. Third sister, did you buy a flying car? Qiu Ruelong circled around the flying car, his eyes filled with obvious shock and envy. Flying cars are not something just anyone can afford or maintain. Each flying car must undergo quality inspections every year, and the fuel required is specially manufactured. The annual inspection fee, fuel costs, and maintenance expenses for flying cars generally start at around 200. Of course, this is the situation in Tianjin Bay City. In Kyoto Bay City, due to mass production and more advanced technology, costs are significantly lower. Qiu Wan smiled and said for the spring festival Yi Ling thought the roads would definitely be congested, so he bought a flying car. At this moment Yi Ling also got out of the car. Although Yi Ling had restrained his aura, Qiu Yuqing, as an experienced grand martial artist, discovered that he could not perceive his son-in-law's aura, and his expression instantly stiffened. He realized that he could not see through his son-in-law's cultivation level. Even as a grand martial artist, he should not exhibit such signs. Unless... Qiu Yuqing thought of a notion so shocking that even he found it hard to believe. Yi Ling, have you broken through to the master level? In the end, Qiu Yuqing still asked the question that had been on his mind. Breakthrough to master. Both Qiu Ruelong and Qiu Rong, as well as Yin Guang, instantly focused their gazes on Yi Ling. Their eyes held a mix of disbelief and anticipation. Yi Ling has become a master. A master is truly a top-tier powerhouse. In Jiang City, they are among the most powerful elite. It was just luck. I was assigned to Kyoto Bay City for training a few days ago and obtained a relic's inheritance which led to rapid progress. Yi Ling no longer concealed his master-level aura. As the aura of a master was revealed, Qiu Yuqing was still fine, but Qiu Ruelong, Qiu Wan, and Yin Guang felt their legs weaken. They had no resistance against a master. Even if Yi Ling did not target them and merely revealed his master-level aura normally, they found it somewhat unbearable. This is the power of a master. He is truly a master. At this moment, the gaze of everyone towards Yi Ling was filled not with jealousy or envy but with reverence. Yi Ling is a grand martial artist, and they could still feel jealousy. After all, there is a gap between a grand martial artist and a martial artist, but it is not so vast as to cause despair. Especially for Qiu Ruelong, a high-level martial artist who might also break through to grand martial artist in the future. However, the master level is different. Yi Ling is a master, directly severing their thoughts of chasing and being jealous. The gap is too large. Yin Guang, on the other hand, appeared somewhat excited. If Yi Ling is a master, then the minor troubles his family has encountered are completely insignificant. It was Qiu Yuqing who reacted first. Oh, good son-in-law, come in, come in. Qiu Yuqing's face was filled with smiles. A master, he actually has a master son-in-law. Once this news spreads, his status among his old friends will soar, and he may even be able to walk proudly in Jiang City in the future. Regarding Qiu Yuqing's drastic change in attitude, Yi Ling merely smiled. This world is so realistic. As long as you have strength, everyone around you becomes kind. Looking at Qiu Wan's proud, triumphant face, Yi Ling smiled slightly as he linked his arm with his wife's and stepped into the Qiu family home. From the moment they got married until now, Qiu Wan had never been so proud as she stepped through this door. This family gathering is undoubtedly the most extravagant occasion since Yi Ling and Qiu Wan's marriage. Even the rooms reserved for guests in the villa are the best prepared. After the banquet, Yi Ling sat on the sofa and whispered to Qiu Wan. It seems Qiu Rong is facing some difficulties. I noticed she and Yin Guang were hesitant to speak at the dining table several times. Having mastered the unity of man and nature, Yi Ling's perception of people and emotions has reached another level. Let's wait for them to speak up first. Although Qiu Wan is gentle and virtuous by nature, she is not without temper. In earlier years when their family was struggling, Qiu Rong was the most sarcastic. Despite the spaciousness of the father-in-law's villa, accommodating 3 families is still a bit challenging. After all, each family brings along their children, and there is more than one. However, Qiu Ruelong and Qiu Rong have a solution. The adults will return home, while the children will stay here. The children will spend time with Yi Hong and Yi Yao, fostering bonds among the younger generation. It must be said that Qiu Ruelong and Qiu Rong's method is quite clever. They are currently trying to curry favor with Yi Ling and Qiu Wan, which, while not entirely useless, has limited effectiveness. However, the emotional ties between both sides are already established, and what maintains their superficial relationship now is blood relation. No matter what, Qiu Ruelong and Qiu Rong are still Qiu Wan's own siblings. The adults' relationships may not improve further, but the younger generation can certainly strengthen their bonds. Friends made in youth often have the most sincere feelings and the best relationships. Although the adults will return home at night, they will also come back during the day. Ling's family has been staying at the father-in-law's house, and their relationships have been relatively harmonious during the first 2 days. On the third day, when Ling suggested preparing to return to Tiannan City, Qiurong and Yin Guang became a bit anxious. Ling Wainer, you have only stayed for 2 days. It's no longer like before, when we were all in Jiang City, making family reunions convenient. In the current situation, the family can only gather once a year during the new year. Sometimes we may not even gather. Anyway, Yihong and Yiyao are on holiday and not attending school, and Wainer is not working either. Ling, you have no pressing matters for now. Everyone is looking forward to spending a few days together, Qiu Yuqing advised. Originally, Ling was merely mentioning it casually, and seeing his daughter Yao doing well these days, he had no real intention of leaving. At this moment, Qiurong and Yin Guang finally made up their minds. Well, Wainer, brother-in-law, there is something we initially did not want to trouble you with, but my husband and I truly cannot resolve it. We have also asked Dad and my elder brother for help, but it hasn't worked out. Now we can only think of bothering you. Qiurong and Yin Guang spoke hesitantly, stuttering, their tone carrying a hint of humility, their posture very low. Dad and elder brother couldn't resolve this through connections. Sister, brother-in-law, did you offend a grandmaster? Qiuwan asked half-jokingly. Well, Qiurong and Yin Guang replied with bitter smiles, their eyes reflecting some bitterness. It was evident that they had indeed offended a grandmaster. Qiuwan's expression also grew slightly serious. If it were a minor matter, she would certainly agree to help Ling, considering they were close sisters. However, if it meant offending a grandmaster, Qiuwan chose to remain silent. In her view, Ling had only recently become a grandmaster, his foundation unstable and connections limited. Now is certainly not the right time to offend a grandmaster. Qiuwan looked at Ling, indicating that her attitude towards this matter depended on him. Seeing Qiuwan's attitude, Qiurong and Yin Guang became a bit anxious. They knew that whether they could persuade Ling to help depended on Qiuwan's appeal. Yin Guang anxiously exclaimed, "Third sister, brother-in-law, this matter is definitely not major. We did not offend the grandmaster himself. It was the grandmaster's daughter, and it was a minor conflict. Please tell us what exactly happened." Ling spoke up. Thus Qiurong and Yin Guang recounted the event. It turns out that Qiurong and Yin Guang had a conflict with the daughter of a junior grandmaster. While Yin Guang was driving, he collided with a car belonging to a woman named Gan Fei. Originally, it was just a minor accident, and from a responsibility standpoint, they were not mainly at fault. However, the man who got out of Gan Fei's car was very arrogant, leading to an intense verbal conflict that escalated the situation. Of course, the escalation of this issue did not mean that it resulted in physical conflict, but rather that it was recorded and posted online. Although it did not gain much popularity online, it did become somewhat well known within Jiang City's network. The key point is that the man who got out of Gan Fei's car was not her husband, but rather a young man she was having an affair with. Gan Fei's own background and her husband's identity were soon exposed. Gan Fei's husband is also not a pushover. He is the son of a grandmaster, and how could he tolerate being cuckolded? The conflict between both sides became quite ugly, even affecting the reputation of their fathers, who were grandmasters. Although the matter was quickly suppressed online through the efforts of their fathers, both families lost a significant amount of face. Therefore, Gan Fei vented all her anger and blame onto Qiurong and Yin Guang. In her view, if they had not collided with Qiurong and Yin Guang's car, they wouldn't have had such an argument, and the subsequent issues would not have arisen. As a result, she took retaliatory actions. Originally, Yin Guang was engaged in business, and as the daughter of a grandmaster, Gan Fei had extensive connections. With just a simple instruction, Yin Guang's business was nearly ruined, and his company is now on the brink of bankruptcy. After hearing all this, Ling felt some sympathy for Qiurong and Yin Guang. From their descriptions, it was clear they had suffered an undeserved disaster. Third sister's husband, you see, this matter really has nothing to do with us. You are a grandmaster. If you are willing to help us say a few words, Gan Fei will definitely not make things difficult for us anymore. Yin Guang and Qiurong looked at him with pleading eyes, tears welling up. If their business really goes bankrupt, it wouldn't merely mean losing future income, but would leave them with a significant debt. Qiu Yucheng and Qiu Ruilong stood by, wanting to speak, but holding back. Speaking up at this moment would seem like trying to manipulate familial ties. If Ling found it distasteful, it could lead to a negative outcome. Ling, my sister hasn't done anything wrong, Qiuwan interjected at this moment. After hearing about Qiurong's situation, she felt it was not a big deal. If it were just to have Ling stand in support to show that Qiurong and the others had a grandmaster backing them, it wouldn't be a major issue. By the way, do you know where Gan Fei lives? Ling asked. Upon hearing him speak, Qiurong and Yin Guang were overjoyed and quickly replied, "Yes, we do. We had thought of visiting her earlier, but she wouldn't even let us through the door. Let's go," he said. "We will resolve this matter," Ling said lightly. Even without revealing his identity as an inspector, his status as a high-level grandmaster alone would easily intimidate a junior grandmaster. Originally, I intended to go to Gan Fei's home. However, after being reminded by my father-in-law Chiu Yuqing that during the New Year period Gan Fei is very likely to be at her father's house Master Gan Dong. Generally, the better the family conditions, the more united they are during the New Year and festivals. Because the house is large and there are plenty of rooms. As a Master Gan Dong has a manor cultivated in Jiangxing. The manor features mountains and waters, artificial streams, and lawns. The architectural style of the manor combines ancient and modern elements and covers a vast area. Such a house cannot be built in Jiangxing even with money. The reason is simple, the land resources in the current base city are still quite tight. Building a manor on such a large piece of land not only requires paying luxury taxes, but also demands approval from higher authorities, which is basically a privilege of masters. In the living room of the manor, Gan Fei sat on the sofa with some of her relatives, aunts and uncles. Since that incident occurred, although she and her husband have not divorced, they have essentially severed contact and are in a cold war teetering on the edge of divorce. This has made her uneasy even at her father's house as various relatives come and scold her. Oh, enough, don't say anything more, I know my own business, I don't need your interference. Faced with the incessant comments from her relatives, Gan Fei exploded and shouted. Her outburst momentarily stunned the other relatives. Having done something wrong, you dare to lose your temper. A cold snort sounded, and an elderly man in a bathrobe with gray hair appeared from upstairs. The old man appeared to show signs of aging, however, as he walked he moved with the grace of a dragon and tiger, exuding a formidable aura. This old man is the Master Gan Dong. Dad. Seeing Gan Dong come out, the usually arrogant Gan Fei immediately sat up properly. In front of her master father, Gan Fei had to temper her disposition. Gan Dong looked at his inept daughter, feeling an anger rising within him. Her infidelity had caused such a public uproar, leaving him embarrassed. Especially since Gan Fei's husband's father was an old friend of his, and also a master. I have already arranged it. Tomorrow you will go to Uncle Zhao's house, say some good words, sincerely apologize, and bring Zhao Chen back. Upon hearing this, Gan Fei's mood soured immediately. Dad, I won't go. If I go to his house to apologize, how can I maintain any dignity? Gan Fei was quite unwilling. She had already imagined how embarrassing it would be if she went to Zhao Chen's house. You must go even if it means losing face. It's a mess of your own making. Gan Dong's voice rose as he slammed the table. Gan Fei gritted her teeth, blaming that dog couple. If they hadn't crashed into her car, this wouldn't have escalated to this extent. No, she had to urge her subordinates to ensure that their family went bankrupt. Just as Gan Fei was seething with hatred, Ling and his group arrived at the manor's entrance. While quite impressive, Ling gazed at the vast manor, noting that its level of luxury far exceeded his own residence. As Ling, Xiu Rong, and Yin Guang reached the entrance of the manor, they were stopped by security. Hey, don't you see where this is? Is this a place you can come to freely? Several security guards blocked them with police batons. Brothers, could you please inform us that we wish to meet President Gan? Yin Guang stepped forward and handed over a business card. What a trash company, never heard of it. Do you think President Gan can be seen just because you wanna? If you have an appointment, stated, if not, get lost. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. The security guard glanced at the business card, tossed it aside, and let a few martial artists dared to claim to meet President Gan without an appointment. Xiuan wanted to step forward to say something, but was stopped by Ling. Ling said nothing. He merely stepped forward and released a hint of the master's aura. Master's aura. Upon sensing this aura, the several security guards were so frightened that they took several steps back, bowing repeatedly to apologize. Master, we were blind and didn't recognize your greatness. Please forgive us. We will notify President Gan. The security guards were trembling with fear, realizing they had suddenly encountered a master-level powerhouse. If their boss found out they had offended such a figure, they wouldn't know how they would die. Dear esteemed guests, this way please. The security's attitude completely transformed, inviting them into the reception room. While Gan Dong was scolding Gan Fei, his phone rang, and he looked to see it was the front desk security calling. What is it? Gan Dong said irately, as he was already furious. Boss, there are several people who want to see you, the front desk security said eagerly. I have no appointments today, and will not see anyone, Gan Dong replied, impatiently, ready to hang up the phone. Boss, but one of the visitors is a master, the other side quickly explained. A master? Gan Dong calmed down slightly. The front desk security should know the familiar masters. Since they didn't mention a name, it was clearly an unfamiliar master. What could an unfamiliar master want with him? Regardless, since the visitor is a master, he should give some face and meet. Please show the guests in, Gan Dong instructed. Once informed, the security respectfully brought Ling and the others inside. Upon entering the main hall, Gan Dong stepped forward with a smile to greet them. Happy New Year, my dear friends. Gan Dong greeted with cupped hands. Happy New Year, boss Gan. Ling returned the gesture. During the New Year, family and relatives gather, and it seems there are quite a few people. Please forgive the crowd. Gan Dong led them to the living room. Although the living room was indeed large, there were quite a few people inside. Looking around, there were at least a dozen. The sharpie Gan Fei twisted her face in anger upon seeing Qiu Rong and Yin Guang. Despite Gan Fei's unpleasant attitude, even with Qiu Rong and Yin Guang having Yi Ling's backing behind them, their demeanor remained relatively humble. Boss Gan, Miss Gan, it was a misunderstanding, truly a misunderstanding on that day. We did not intend to offend. We did not realize it was Boss Gan and Miss Gan's intention. We are willing to compensate for some losses. We kindly ask you both to be merciful. Yin Guang, being a businessman, understood that even with Yi Ling's support, he could not afford to be arrogant in front of a master. Thus he adopted a very low attitude. Compensation, Gan Fei sneered. If you're willing to compensate several tens of millions, I might consider forgiving you. Several tens of millions. Yin Guang and Qiu Rong exchanged bitter smiles, as their family could not possibly produce that much money. If it were a few 100,000, they might manage to scrape it together. However, several tens of millions were beyond their reach. Thus the two shifted their gaze towards Yi Ling. At this moment, Yi Ling spoke up. Boss Gan, I have also come to understand the details of that incident. If we are to discuss victims, my sister and brother-in-law certainly qualify as victims. Their car was struck by you, and now your young lady has caused them trouble, leaving their business on the brink of bankruptcy. Boss Gan, has your young lady gone a bit too far in her actions? Gan Dong was unaware of this matter, as everything had been orchestrated privately by Gan Fei. However, upon hearing Yi Ling's words, he roughly understood the situation, considering his precious daughter's temperament. It was clear that his daughter had taken offense to this couple. Two martial masters were relatively easy targets for his daughter to take revenge upon. He never expected these two minor martial masters to be able to forge connections with a master. Yet Yi Ling's questioning attitude left Gan Dong feeling somewhat displeased, prompting him to say, "This cannot be said like that. A business has its ups and downs. Is it really my daughter's doing if the business is about to collapse? That reasoning simply does not hold water. If you claim it was my daughter who instigated this, then bring forth evidence. Let whoever made the claim come forward to testify." This rebuttal left Qiu Rong and Yin Guang both angry and somewhat helpless. Evidence? Where could they possibly find physical evidence for such a thing? They had only heard about it through various connections. The key point was, would anyone be willing to come forward to testify? Absolutely not. Doing so would mean offending. In Gan Dong's view, this matter could not be admitted, or otherwise if it spread, it would tarnish his reputation further. Moreover, he had relatives visiting today, and he had to protect his daughter's interests. Gan Dong was thinking about firmly defending his daughter today, and then later ordering her to cease her actions. Once his daughter stopped, the master before him should understand that he had given face. In this way, he could maintain his current face while not offending the master. Naturally, Yi Ling was unaware of Gan Dong's thoughts. Yi Ling simply felt that this master was being unreasonable. If the other party were to say something like, "Let's end this matter here," and not pursue it further, he would not force the issue for Qiu Rong and risk creating a serious conflict with the master. However, the way the other party was handling things was entirely unreasonable, showing no respect. This involved Yi Ling's face. Face was still valuable in higher circles. As an inspector, if he could not even give face to a junior master, word would spread, and he would likely lose significant face in Tiannan City, making it even less likely that those grand masters would take him seriously. Thus, Yi Ling no longer concealed himself, fully revealing the aura of a high-level master. A high-level master. Gan Dong was taken aback and took a step back. He never expected this master before him to be a high-level master. When did Jiang City gain a high-level master? The other relatives of Gan Dong in the room were also startled. How could a high-level master show up at their home to settle accounts during the new year? Even Qiu Rong and Yin Guang were stunned. They had thought that Yi Ling had merely broken through to become a master, certainly just a beginner, yet he had become a high-level master. Gan Dong, being a junior master himself and having managed in Jiang City for many years, took a deep breath and said, "Brother, are you planning to resort to violence to subdue me? It's better to discuss things amicably. If you truly act impulsively, even if you are a high-level master, you cannot do as you please." This statement from Gan Dong actually indicated a willingness to back down. Subdue you by force? No need for that. I'm a person who values reason, and I am also in the right. Yi Ling spoke lightly. Although the current Blue Star is a high martial world, there are still certain legal rules. Having power does not mean one can act wantonly. During the new year, I do not wish to make things particularly unpleasant. Let's do this. I'll have the city mayor speak to you. He did not want to make the situation awkward during the new year. The city mayor is the local power broker. Although he is only a middle-level master, his words carry more weight in Jiang City than that of a high-level master like himself. Yi Ling called Shan Tu's phone. During that banquet, he had exchanged contact information with Shan Tu. It was the new year and Shan Tu was busy enjoying family time, so the call bothered him somewhat. However, when he saw the caller ID, Shan Tu instantly became alert. Inspector Yi Ling. It was actually Shan Tu remembered the orders from the mayor of Tiannan-based city Zhuanghaoren. If Yi Ling encountered difficulties in Jiang City, he was to do everything possible to assist. Thus Shan Tu answered the call with a respectful attitude, saying, "Inspector Yi, Happy New Year. I wonder what orders you have for me, Inspector." Shan Tu had taken a very low stance. "Mayor Shan, it's like this. I have encountered some issues in Jiang City, and there seems to be a misunderstanding with Boss Gon. I kindly ask you to relay this to him." Yi Ling directly handed the phone to Gan Dong. The city mayor. Gan Dong was startled. The city mayor had served as mayor for 20 years in Jiang City. His prestige and power were such that even he had to handle him with care. "Hello, is this Gan Dong?" A familiar voice came from the other end of the line, and Gan Dong's tone was very low. "Mayor Shan, it's me." Without waiting for Gan Dong to continue, the mayor's voice sounded, "No matter what conflict you have with Lord Yi, you need to take a step back and adopt a better attitude. Since Lord Yi has called me, and his tone as calm, it indicates he is not angry, yet you should handle this matter properly. Boss Gon, this is a reminder based on our many years of friendship." After listening to the mayor's words, Gan Dong understood that this high-level master before him not only had high combat power, but his connections and status were also unimaginably vast. Gan Dong voluntarily admitted defeat. "Lord Yi, whatever you say goes." Gan Dong bowed his head. The other party was a high-level master with extensive connections. If this matter was not handled well, it would surely lead to great trouble. "You manage it as you see fit. During the new year, I won't disturb your gathering." Yi Ling did not say much and directly left with Chiu Wan and the others. He did not want to waste more words, since the city mayor had spoken to Gan Dong. The latter should know how to handle it. Upon seeing Yi Ling leave, Gan Dong slumped onto the sofa. "Dad." At this moment, Gan Fei finally dared to speak. "What have you been doing? It seems I spoiled you too much in the past." Gan Dong was furious and did not care that there were relatives around. This time, Gan Fei had actually provoked a high-level master. Fortunately, this high-level master had a decent temperament and did not intend to make things worse. Otherwise, today's events would have been difficult to resolve. The advanced master knows the city mayor. When Xiu Rong returned to Qiu Yuqing's home, this news spread, leaving Qiu Yuqing and Xiu Ruilong utterly dumbfounded. They naturally assumed that Yi Ling was a junior master. How did Yi Ling become an advanced master? It took 2 years for an advanced warrior to become an advanced master. This cultivation speed was something that if someone had boasted about it to him before, he would have laughed at the exaggeration. Yi Ling had already thought of a plausible explanation. The Xianting Martial Arts School said I am a bloodline warrior, and subsequently I received a legacy in the Kyoto-based city. As for the nature of that legacy, I must keep it confidential. Bloodline warrior. Although Qiu Yuqing was merely a junior grandmaster, having lived for so many years and having followed some prominent figures in his youth, he had heard of bloodline warriors. "Dad, what is a bloodline warrior?" Qiu Ruilong asked Qiu Yuqing. Taking a deep breath, Qiu Yuqing replied, "A bloodline warrior is one who possesses a special bloodline within their body. They appear no different from ordinary people in daily life, but once the bloodline is activated, their cultivation speed will soar. I heard that the headmaster of the Xianting Martial Arts School is a bloodline warrior." Everyone present couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The headmaster of the Xianting Martial Arts School was someone of legendary status to Qiu Yuqing, Xiu Ruilong, and Yin Guang. Could Yi Ling possibly reach such a legendary status? Seeing this, Yi Ling smiled and said, "Don't think too much. Even among bloodline warriors there are distinctions. How could I possibly compare to the headmaster?" Qiu Yuqing and the others never considered that Yi Ling could be compared to the headmaster. However, looking at Yi Ling's capabilities as a bloodline warrior, it seemed there would be no issues for him to break through to the grandmaster level in the future. A grandmaster would dominate in the entire Tiannan-based city. Suddenly, Qiu Ruilong felt a bit regretful. Why wasn't it him who encountered troubles with Yin Guang or Qiu Rong's family? Now that Yin Guang and Qiu Rong had greeted Yi Ling, their future business would definitely prosper. Yi Ling spoke up, "The city mayor will likely investigate my background, and I've already given him a heads up to take care of everyone's business. After all, I'm not in Tiannan City, and the mayor's support for you should be greater." With Yi Ling's words, Qiu Yuqing and Xiu Ruilong felt even more inclined to elevate him. Subsequently, Yi Ling stayed at Qiu Yuqing's place for another 2 days, after which the headmaster initiated a virtual call with him. After the virtual call ended, Yi Ling's expression turned serious. Previously, Xian Daozi mentioned that there were some issues in the secret realm. They needed to send in more personnel, especially grandmasters. Thus, Xian Daozi informed Yi Ling. He knew Yi Ling's combat power was not weaker than that of a grandmaster. "Qiu Wan, I need to return to Tiannan City. There are some urgent situations there. You should spend more time playing with the kids. The situation is quite urgent, and Yi Ling must rush back to Tiannan City." At this critical moment, the Qiu family would definitely not come to stop or dissuade him. After returning to Tiannan City, Yi Ling went directly to the entrance of the secret realm. Upon arriving at the military camp at the entrance, Yi Ling sensed the presence of multiple grandmasters. When Yi Ling arrived, Xian Daozi came to greet him. "How is the situation in the secret realm?" Yi Ling asked. "Not optimistic. Since you had previously stayed in the secret realm, you should know some of the situation. Xian Daozi asked Yiling. Yiling nodded and said, I can only say I know a little about the situation, such as the 13 tribes near the base and a group of barbarian warriors that seems to have come from a distant empire. Yes, it's that group of barbarian warriors from the barbarian empire that has caused the trouble. Xian Daozi continued, as far as we know, this group of barbarian warriors seems to have been expelled for certain reasons. Even though they were expelled, they are powerful and have greater ambitions, wanting to unify the surrounding tribes and our base to accumulate strength for their return to the barbarian empire. Is this group of barbarian warriors really that strong? Yiling asked. Xian Daozi explained, compared to the 13 barbarian tribes, they are much stronger. This group of barbarian warriors has completely reclaimed the 3 most warlike tribes among the 13 in just a few months. We don't know what kind of promises they made to the 3 barbarian tribes, but the 3 tribes are willingly fighting for them. Now among the remaining tribes, 4 have already been destroyed and incorporated into this group of barbarian warriors, while the remaining 6 tribes are in a panic and have chosen to ally with us. Initially, we didn't want to get involved in the infighting among the barbarians, but this group of barbarian warriors is too aggressive and has repeatedly attacked our base's transport teams, and even 3 masters have fallen to their hands. For the safety of the base, we must ally with these barbarian tribes. 3 fallen masters. Yiling's expression turned grave. The death of masters is a significant matter enough to prove the aggressiveness of this barbarian group. What does the higher-ups say? Yiling inquired, clearly referring to the current recommendations from the highest levels of the Tiannan base city. I will lead the team personally into the secret realm to completely eliminate this group of barbarian warriors and force the other barbarian tribes to submit and no longer harass us. Xian Daozi said calmly. Xian Daozi personally leading the team. Yiling was taken aback. He knew Xian Daozi's combat power was comparable to that of a martial deity. It seems that the Tiannan base city truly wants to deal with these barbarians. After all, the development of the secret realm base requires a stable environment. How many Grand Masters are you planning to take in this time? Yiling asked. Previously, the base had 2 Grand Masters. This time, in addition to me, I'm planning to gather 8 Grand Masters. Including your combat power that is comparable to a Grand Master, we should have 11 Grand Master level combat powers on our side. Xian Daozi replied. Yiling calculated with 1 martial deity level combat power and Xian Daozi 11 Grand Master level powers, and at least 6 Grand Masters from the 6 tribes that allied with the barbarians. Their combat power could indeed quell that group of barbarian warriors. After another day, the 8 Grand Masters appointed by the higher-ups arrived. In addition to the Grand Masters, there were also some Masters and Grand Warriors. Since this was an emergency wartime situation, the higher-ups had the authority to directly mobilize personnel. Even if the Masters were unwilling when faced with the mobilization, they had no choice but to obediently comply with the orders. The portal to the secret realm was opened in advance, and Yiling entered the secret realm once more. Upon entering the secret realm, Yiling clearly felt that the atmosphere of the secret realm base was different from before. The energy shield was activated and the soldiers were armed and ready, with patrol teams significantly increased. There was clearly a sense of impending war. When Xian Daozi arrived at the base, the first thing he did was hold in the secret realm of Tiannan Base City. In the conference room of the new base, Xian Daozi presided over the meeting with the other 11 Grand Masters in attendance, including Yiling. Although Yiling was the only senior master present, his identity as an inspector made it difficult for others to voice their opinions. Xian Daozi projected a virtual map which depicted the terrain surrounding the base. Without further ado, let's get straight to the point. Currently, the barbarian team and the divisions of the 3 barbarian factions are as follows. The 3 barbarian factions are still separated, located here, and here. As for the barbarian team, they are positioned in the central area of the 3 factions. No matter which faction is attacked, this barbarian team can quickly provide support. Alternatively, if this barbarian team is attacked, the 3 factions can also swiftly come to their aid. Xian Daozi explained while indicating the locations of the 3 barbarian factions and the special team on the map. What is their military strength? Asked a newly arrived martial arts grandmaster. Xian Daozi replied. According to our intelligence, each faction of the 3 barbarian divisions has 2 grandmasters, while the special action team of the barbarians has a total of 9 grandmasters, including 1 senior grandmaster. After Xian Daozi finished speaking, it caused quite a stir. With 2 grandmasters from each of the 3 factions, that totals 6, plus the 9 grandmasters, they have a total of 15 grandmasters. On our side, we only have 16 grandmasters. We do not have a significant numerical advantage. Xian Daozi understood the concerns of the grandmasters present and said again, do not worry, we previously requested support from the Kyoto base city. Although they did not agree to send personnel, they did send a batch of the latest developed battle armor. The grandmasters present became somewhat excited. As grandmasters, even though they were in Tiannan Bay City, they had channels connected to the networks of Kyoto Bay City. They also had friends in Kyoto Bay City and were naturally aware of the battle armor being developed there. The newly developed battle armor was powerful. A junior grandmaster wearing it could contend with an intermediate grandmaster. An intermediate grandmaster wearing it could compete with a senior grandmaster. Of course, a senior grandmaster could not contend with a martial god. The gap between senior grandmasters and martial gods is substantial. With the current technology of Blue Star, the battle armor is not enough to bridge that gap. With this battle armor, although our numbers haven't increased, our combat power has uniformly risen to a new level, which is more effective than doubling our numbers. However, do not disclose this matter to the barbarians we are cooperating with, Xian Daozi cautioned. Master Xian, are you suggesting that they will? A junior grandmaster began to speak. Although the statement was not explicit, everyone understood what he meant. Xian Daozi replied calmly. It is merely a precaution. The barbarians are trustworthy, but cannot be fully trusted. All the other grandmasters present nodded in agreement. Those who are not of our kind must have different hearts. Though this statement was overly absolute, it certainly held some truth. We must be cautious of the barbarians. The next discussion was about the offensive plan. The higher-ups also wanted to take this opportunity to eliminate the surrounding barbarian threats. Both the barbarian team and the three factions must be wiped out. The plan formulated was to launch a simultaneous four-pronged attack aiming to eradicate all opposing barbarians. In the past, such a proposed plan would have met with opposition from other grandmasters, as Tiannan Bay City did not hold a significant advantage in terms of grandmaster numbers. However, with the support of battle armor, the combat strength of the grandmasters has greatly improved, and they naturally felt emboldened. After the meeting, Xian Daozi led the 11 grandmasters along with Ling to receive their equipment. The battle armor is a metallic power box. Once activated, it will automatically merge with the wearer, forming a suit of armor. However, this type of battle armor is not particularly convenient. For instance, the biological gene armor Ling obtained in the Qi Shun relic activates instantly and covers his entire body, making it lighter and enhancing his combat power even more than this battle armor. Current human technology is still insufficient to achieve such a feat. Under the guidance of the researchers, the grandmasters began to don their battle armor. Click, click. The metallic power boxes automatically merged, attaching themselves to the grandmasters. These grandmasters demonstrated their skills within the base, testing the power of the battle armor. Not bad, not bad. Although the faces of the grandmasters were obscured and their expressions were unclear, their voices conveyed their inner excitement. Master Xian, why isn't there one for me? Ling looked around, seemingly unable to find one for himself. Xian Daozi smiled at Ling, saying, You already have biological armor. You don't need this. All right. Ling shrugged helplessly. Having biological armor, he indeed had no need for this item. Xian Daozi then said with a serious expression, In this operation, be cautious. You are our trump card. Seeing Xian Daozi's demeanor, Ling's expression stiffened. It seemed the higher-ups still held great apprehension towards the remaining 6 factions of the barbarians. As Tiannan Bay City prepared for war, top-tier fighter jets descended upon the base. The martial masters and grandmasters were all equipped. Their equipment, though not battle armor, consisted of specially designed protective suits. Under these specialized protective suits, they could reduce the damage they would sustain. Among the top-tier fighter jets, there were also 3 new types of flying saucer-class warships. These flying saucer-class warships were similar to the intelligent flying saucer Ling had taken to Kyoto Bay City, evidently provided by the Kyoto Bay City. This new type of flying saucer-class warship inherently possesses combat capabilities that could threaten grandmasters, making it one of humanity's trump cards. These developments were unknown to the barbarians. After formulating a plan, Tiannan Bay City held talks with the remaining 6 barbarian factions. To facilitate communication, Tiannan Bay City mass-produced language translation devices. These translation devices had been prepared in advance and were in adjustment for the purpose of war. In fact, Tiannan Bay City intended to initiate war even without this barbarian team. It aimed to eradicate the most belligerent 3 factions of the barbarians, compelling the remaining barbarian tribes to submit through force. However, this plan was set for the coming years. The appearance of this barbarian team expedited Tiannan Bay City's plans. In a small plain not far from the Tiannan Bay City, there are 6 tribes of the barbarian people. These 6 tribes were not originally located here, but due to the overwhelming strength of 3 barbarian tribes and a certain barbarian team, they were forced to relocate to this temporary camp. In the camp, one can see traces of human civilization and technology. For instance, there are tents and some power generation equipment, and most of the clothing worn by these barbarians is produced from this side of Tiannan. Compared to the relatively primitive, unprocessed animal skins of their tribes, it is clear that they prefer the clothing produced in Tiannan, with most of them having changed into it. This temporary camp was hastily constructed by the Tiannan side. Together, the 6 tribes comprise approximately 60,000 people, with each tribe having over 10,000. This is post-war data. Previously, each of these 6 tribes had over 20,000 people. The 3 barbarian tribes and that barbarian team are extremely aggressive, having directly annihilated 4 of the original 13 tribes, with the remaining 6 tribes losing nearly half of their members. Although the 6 barbarian tribes are not numerous, they possess an innate advantage, with nearly all adults being martial artists, elite warriors being grandmasters, and there are quite a few masters among them. The proportion of strong individuals among them is significantly higher compared to the humans of Blue Star. The arrival of warplanes from Tiannan Bay City has brought some great masters to negotiate combat opportunities with the barbarians. Many barbarian people curiously observed them, having never seen such novelties before. They wondered how these individuals who appeared to be weaker than them could create such peculiar items. Negotiations for combat opportunities are undoubtedly led by Tiannan Bay City. After all, the strength of the 6 barbarian tribes has greatly diminished, leaving them with little room for negotiation. They can only follow the actions of Tiannan Bay City. According to the negotiations, 4 of the 6 Grand Masters of the barbarian tribes will follow Xuandozi to attack that barbarian team, while the other 2 will be assigned to Ling. In Xuandozi's words, it is to keep an eye on these few masters. The possibility of the 6 Grand Masters of the barbarian tribes turning against them is quite low, but 1 or 2 might still betray. Given this uncertain situation, splitting the troops into multiple paths would be unsafe. Therefore, Xuandozi decided to divide the 6 Grand Masters of the barbarian tribes into 2 groups. The 4 Grand Masters following Xuandozi do not concern him with the possibility of any of them betraying. This confidence stems from his own power. As for why the other 2 Grand Masters are arranged with Ling, it is because once Ling activates his biological battle armor, his combat strength is formidable and unafraid of betrayal. After arranging everything, the 4 armies will hold a brief meeting with their respective commanders. In an open area, Ling meets with another Grand Master from the human side, Hui, along with several masters and 2 Grand Masters from the barbarian side. Did you from Tiannan Bay City not say that 2 commanders would be assigned? Why is there only 1 Grand Master here? One of the barbarian voices boomed, speaking in a language they did not understand, but thanks to the language translation device, Ling and the others understood the gist. At this moment, Hui explained, "This is our inspector from Tiannan Bay City, holding an equal rank to mine." The translation device conveyed the gist to the barbarian side as well. The barbarian Grand Master sneered, saying, "Your internal positions and customs are of no concern to us. To our warriors only strength matters. He is not worthy to sit with us." This barbarian Grand Master looked at Ling with a provocative gaze. The other barbarians roared in agreement. In the barbarian tribes, the principle of the survival of the fittest prevails, respecting the strong and valuing strength. All positions must be based on strength, even that of the tribe leader's son. Hui looked at Ling awkwardly, as he felt unable to handle the situation. As for the other masters from Tiannan, they looked at Ling with a sense of schadenfreude. Due to Ling's status, they did not dare offend him, but the barbarians would not be as easy to deal with. In response, Ling stood up without saying a word, leaping into the air, merging with the heavens as blazing flames engulfed his back. Ling threw a punch into the air and boundless flames swirled around it as it rushed toward the barbarian Grand Master. The barbarian Grand Master, upon seeing this, changed his expression, suddenly rising, forming seals with his hands, his face carrying a fierce aura. Combining spiritual power and fierce energy, it resembled a roaring tiger. The howling of the tiger released a torrent of fierce energy, surging toward the flaming punch. When the punch and the tiger collided in midair, a massive shockwave erupted. Under this shockwave, some Grand Masters could still stand firm, while a few Grand Martial Artists were directly knocked over, unable to maintain their footing. As the shockwave dissipated, the Grand Master staggered back several hundred steps with burns from the flames visible on his skin. In contrast, Ling stood in midair, his breath steady, unaffected, the superiority evident. "My apologies, I was blind," the barbarian said, one hand clenched into a fist over his chest, giving Ling a high degree of respect among the barbarians. Having previously engaged with Ling, he knew the other's power was beyond his ability to withstand. However, the other Grand Master beside the barbarian, upon witnessing Ling's strength, had a fluctuating expression, not knowing what to think. The masters from Tiannan Bay City were astonished. They had heard of Ling's combat power. When he was still a Grand Martial Artist, he could battle with Grand Masters. However, what one hears is often misleading, and seeing is believing. They did not believe Ling could possess the power of a Grand Master. But now it seems that Ling not only possesses the strength of a Grand Master, but also appears to be subtly suppressing the junior Grand Masters. After Ling demonstrated his strength, the subsequent negotiations proceeded relatively smoothly, and both sides confirmed the number of participants for the combat. This time they emphasized a swift resolution, whether Tian or the 6 barbarian tribes, only elite forces, at least grand martial artists, would participate in the battle. Once the target of the attack was determined, the soldiers from Tian and the warriors from the barbarian tribes took off in their warplanes, heading straight for their target. Of course, they were not the vanguard. Before their attack, a batch of warplanes would first launch an assault on the Although they did not expect this batch of warplanes to inflict significant damage on the barbarian tribes, they aimed to create chaos among them, giving the subsequent troops an advantage in launching their attack. Tat-a-tat. When the first batch of warplanes reached the barbarian tribes, they first opened fire, unleashing new type bombs and missiles upon the barbarian tribes. Instantly, the barbarian tribes cried out in agony, flames erupting and chaos ensuing. The warplanes conducted only one round of attack before returning. The subsequent warplanes opened their windows to deploy troops. Masters and Grand Masters soared into the air, charging toward the barbarian forces. As for the Grand Martial Artists, although they cannot yet fly, they can safely land without parachutes by utilizing the airflow in low altitudes. Following the deployment of war machines, a large number of soldiers from Tian Bay City and barbarian warriors descended from the sky, directly launching an attack on the burning barbarian tribes. As the soldiers stormed into the barbarian tribe, a terrifying force erupted from within, and a barbarian grandmaster charged out, striking at the soldiers of Tian Bay City with a palm. Seeing this, Ling took the lead and rushed out to clash palms with the barbarian grandmaster. A thunderous sound reverberated as a shockwave surged from Ling's feet. Under the impact of the shockwave, the barbarian grandmaster was sent flying a distance, with a look of disbelief appearing on his face. As a grandmaster, he was actually repelled by a mere master. At that moment, 2 other barbarian grandmasters clad in armor arrived on the battlefield. The 2 barbarian grandmasters looked at the armored Yin Hui with surprise and curiosity. Meanwhile, another grandmaster from the barbarian tribe emerged to join the previous one. With Ling's combat strength counted among the grandmasters, Tian Bay City now had the equivalent of 4 grandmasters. Coupled with Yin Hui's armor, his strength rivaled that of a mid-level grandmaster. With the advantage in numbers, the situation appeared favorable for us. Eliminate them, leave no one alive, Ling commanded. However, just as Ling spoke, a barbarian grandmaster from the rear launched an attack against Yin Hui. Yin Hui was completely unprepared and was sent flying. Fortunately, his armor protected him, allowing him to roll in the air and leave a long mark on the ground as he stabilized himself. The other barbarian grandmaster, looking stunned, asked in panic, "Minister Haji, what do you mean by this?" Minister Haji opened his mouth and sighed, saying, "Give up. We cannot compete with the forces sent by the Sacred Department. There are powerful figures among them who have been hiding until now. Rather than opposing them, we should cooperate, eliminate these outsiders, and capture them as slaves. Why not produce various valuable goods? With our strength bolstered by the support of these outsiders, we can follow the Sacred Department and reclaim our position in the Empire." Haji tried to persuade the other Grandmaster. "Impossible." The barbarian Grandmaster's eyes burned with rage. "Almost half of my tribe has perished at their hands. This enmity cannot be forgiven. Stubbornness will only lead your people to destruction." At that moment, a voice echoed in the barbarian language. A grandmaster, bare-chested with a golden totem resembling a blazing sun etched on his chest, stood with arms crossed atop a towering tree. The imposing aura of this grandmaster was clearly stronger than that of the other grandmasters present. A mid-level grandmaster. Upon seeing this figure, the loyal grandmaster to Tian Bay City roared with. This particular grandmaster had previously led an assault on his tribe, resulting in nearly half of its members being killed or injured. The enraged barbarian grandmaster let out a roar, his spiritual energy surging, muscles bulging as he stomped the ground, shattering it. His figure turned into a streak of light, unleashing a punch towards the mid-level grandmaster in the tree. At this moment, the barbarian grandmaster held nothing back, unleashing all his spiritual energy, a tide of murderous intent flowing around him. As he threw the punch, his powerful spiritual energy transformed into a man-eating giant tiger, charging with overwhelming malevolence towards the mid-level grandmaster. Overestimating yourself. The mid-level grandmaster let out a cold snort, channeling his spiritual energy, as his right arm shone with light akin to the sun bursting forth, and he retaliated with a punch. Boom. The 2 tremendous forces collided, and after a brief clash, the tiger, wreathed in malevolence, was torn apart, and the violent force erupted. The vengeful barbarian grandmaster was shaken and sent sprawling, sliding for over 1,000 meters on the ground before barely stabilizing himself. After regaining his footing, his face flushed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Clearly, he was at a disadvantage against this mid-level grandmaster. It's not too late to surrender now. These outsiders are unreliable, and we have deliberately concealed some of our power to deal with them. Outsiders certainly have powerful figures dealing with them. When mentioning this powerful figure, the mid-level Grandmaster's face showed a hint of respect. This made Ling realize that the powerful figure referred to by the mid-level Grandmaster was likely the martial deity. Otherwise, a high-level Grandmaster would not command such respect from a mid-level Grandmaster. If there was a martial deity involved, the battle situation would become troublesome. Ling wondered if the Xian Pavilion Master could handle it. At that moment, Yin Hui stepped forward and said, "I will deal with this mid-level Grandmaster. You all hold off the other 3 Grandmasters." Now the situation had shifted. It was originally 4 against 2, but with someone from Tianan Bay City, defecting the barbarian tribe, gained an additional mid-level Grandmaster as support. In terms of numbers, it became 3 against 4. With Yin Hui's armor, he could indeed engage with this mid-level. However, it remained uncertain whether Ling and the remaining barbarian Grandmaster could withstand the attacks of the other 3 barbarian Grandmasters. "No, Yin Hui will handle him. You two take on the other 3, Ling insisted. Yin Hui was taken aback. He did not expect Ling to voluntarily choose to confront the mid-level Grandmaster. "Are you confident?" Yin Hui still asked. He was not only worried about Ling, but also concerned for his own safety. If Ling were to fall short against this mid-level Grandmaster, it could endanger his own life. "Don't worry, I would never joke with my life," Ling replied with a light smile. Seeing Ling's confidence, Yin Hui said no more. He himself did not want to engage a mid-level Grandmaster. After allocating their opponents, a mighty sun rose behind Ling, spreading crimson flames. Blazing Sun Fist. Ling hurled a punch at the mid-level Grandmaster from a distance, the fist imbued with the essence of the blazing sun, launching a powerful assault. "A mere master dares to strike at me." The mid-level Grandmaster merely sneered, showing disdain as he retaliated with a punch of his own. This mid-level Grandmaster also excelled in pure yang, pure strength. The two forces clashed in the air, reducing the surrounding trees and withered leaves to ashes. However, during the clash, the mid-level Grandmaster's expression changed slightly as the shockwave sent him reeling a distance away. The scorching waves of air surged forth, causing the mid-level Grandmaster to be pushed back a distance. Facing the oncoming wave of red-hot flames, the mid-level Grandmaster summoned his protective chi to completely isolate it. Although it looked somewhat disheveled, he suffered no substantial harm. "I underestimated you." The mid-level Grandmaster snorted coldly, his gaze toward Ling now filled with more respect. He retrieved a knife made of an unknown material from his storage bag, and the blade's momentum surged forth. Ling also drew his knife. This was the first time he would use it in battle since acquiring it in the Kyoto-based city. Ling and the mid-level Grandmaster clashed in the woods, with blade energy wreaking havoc and destroying the surrounding forest. Both were fully committed, with every strike aimed at killing the other. Clang, clang, clang. As their blades collided, sparks flew, and the mid-level Grandmaster became increasingly alarmed. The prowess of this high-level Grandmaster was astonishing. If he were to break through to the Grandmaster stage, it would be catastrophic. Thinking of this, he intended to utterly slay Ling here. After a hard clash with Ling's blade, the mid-level Grandmaster suddenly distanced himself, forming seals with his hands. The totem on his chest erupted with radiance, and faint golden patterns spread across his body. In that moment, the mid-level Grandmaster's aura soared, his blood energy, rising, and flames even began to swirl around his body. Is this the power of the totem? How fascinating. Ling was quite curious about the powers of these barbarian totems. Enhance. Ling activated his talent enhancement, and faint golden light patterns emerged all over his body. At this moment, both his physical body and spiritual energy saw a significant boost. Especially after Ling condensed a perfect physique, his enhancement became even more terrifying. He was now capable of forcibly pushing his cultivation to the initial Grandmaster level. Seeing Ling's tremendous increase, the mid-level Grandmaster of the barbarian tribe was shocked. He thought the power of the totem he unleashed was already terrifying enough. But now it appeared that the opponent's enhancements were even stronger. Boom. As Ling once again stepped on the ground, his body surged forward, unleashing a power and speed far beyond before. Ninefold Battle Blade. Ling suddenly struck out with the Ninefold Battle Blade. Given his current physical condition, he could unleash the technique up to the 7th level. Crimson Flame Blade. Faced with Ling's fierce assault, the mid-level Grandmaster's pride would not allow him to retreat, unleashing a torrent of crimson flame spiritual energy. Crimson flames enveloped the entire blade, radiating intense heat that began to crack and melt the ground, the terrifying high temperature distorting the air around. Endless streams of spiritual energy surged toward the mid-level Grandmaster, the sheer might causing the expressions of the other Grandmasters embroiled in battle to shift. Boom. The two blades clashed in midair, a wave of heat sweeping across. In this confrontation, Ling's battle blade exploded with layers of hidden power. The hidden power suppressed the crimson flames. Bang bang bang. The two sides clashed in midair, each strike capable of shocking an initial grandmaster. The mid-level grandmaster of the barbarian tribe wielded a crimson battle blade, and every slash of blade energy was accompanied by consuming flames. However, anyone with even a slight understanding could see that this mid-level grandmaster, despite appearing ferocious, was gradually being suppressed by Ling. After hundreds of exchanges, the mid-level grandmaster finally could not hold on any longer, his battle blade slipping from his grasp. Ling's blade light swept across, slicing through this mid-level grandmaster of the barbarian tribe. In that moment, the protective chi that the mid-level grandmaster had summoned offered no defense whatsoever, easily being sliced apart before being cut in half. A single strike to kill. After this mid-level grandmaster was dealt with, the remaining three grandmasters of the barbarian tribe were filled with dread, wanting to flee. Want to escape? Dream on. Yin Hui unleashed the power of his battle armor, delivering a powerful kick that pierced through the body of one barbarian grandmaster. The other two barbarian grandmasters, including the one who betrayed the Tiannan base city, seeing this, fled even faster. But they were intercepted by Ling. With even the mid-level grandmaster falling to Ling, these two initial grandmasters had little resistance left. They were swiftly cut down. With all the grandmasters falling, one of the three barbarian factions in this area was completely wiped out. Yi Inspector, your strength is truly unfathomable. Ooh, I admire you. At this moment, Yin Hui's attitude toward Ling became significantly more respectful. Before him, Ling had personally slain a mid-level grandmaster. Such strength was enough to instill awe in him. The key was that Ling was only a high-level grandmaster now. Once he broke through to the grandmaster stage, it would be hard to find anyone to rival him in the entire grandmaster realm. No wonder the higher-ups appointed him as an inspector. There must be reason behind it. The other grandmaster of the barbarian tribe, who had not betrayed, also regarded Ling with newfound respect. The barbarians already revered the strong. Now that Ling's power far exceeded theirs, it was only natural for them to hold genuine respect for him. Lord Inspector, how do you plan to deal with the remaining tribesmen? Asked the barbarian grandmaster regarding the captured barbarians. Temporarily detain them using spirit-binding locks, and keep a strict watch transporting them back on the battle aircraft. Ling did not unilaterally decide the fate of these barbarians. How to handle these barbarians should be the responsibility of Xian Daozi. Xian Daozi, Ling thought of him, revealing a hint of worry. According to what the previous mid-level grandmaster revealed, it seemed there were still hidden experts in the barbarians' special team waiting for the Tiannan base city to fall into their trap. I hope Xian Daozi will be safe. Ling had a decent impression of the Xian Pavilion master and naturally hoped for his safety. Return. Ling issued the command to pack up the captives and spoils, boarding the battle aircraft to return. Support for Xian Daozi. Not suitable. First, there were no orders. According to the original plan, after each route's battle was concluded, unless there were explicit orders for support, they would return directly. Secondly, if Xian Daozi's side truly encountered a major enemy and collapsed, bringing these people over would be akin to sending them to their deaths. For Xian Daozi to collapse, there would at least need to be the power of a martial god, and it was likely that there would be some formidable presence among the martial gods. Sending these three grandmasters to support would just be delivering food to the martial gods. As for whether the barbarians would counterattack Tiannan base city, Ling was not worried. He now had a grasp of the strength of the Blue Star. There were star-level powerhouses, and not just one. The higher-ups would never allow Tiannan base city to be breached. If it truly came to that, there would definitely be support. Just as Ling was returning to Tiannan base city after a resounding victory, news of Xian Daozi's triumph also reached Tiannan base city. Also reported was the news that Xian Daozi had broken through to the martial god level. Did Xian Daozi break through to martial god? Ling was somewhat surprised. The breakthrough of Xian Daozi to martial god must not have been a spontaneous achievement. It shows that he had completed it before entering the secret realm, merely concealing his strength. The intelligence from the front lines revealed that the special team of the barbarian tribe indeed concealed part of their strength. When Xian Daozi's army attacked, a tribe of the barbarian tribe directly rebelled, mirroring the situation Ling encountered. Moreover, this special team of the barbarian tribe had two more grandmasters than initially reported. Of course, this was not the key. The critical point was the presence of a junior martial god. In normal circumstances, a junior martial god would be a devastating force against grandmasters. Only a high-level grandmaster like Xian Daozi could barely contend with a junior martial god. However, if Xian Daozi's strength was merely that of a high-level grandmaster, this battle would be particularly hard. With a tribe of the barbarian faction flipping sides and the emergence of two more grandmasters on the opposing side, the overall strength of both sides would undergo significant changes. But once Xian Daozi revealed his martial god cultivation, the tide of battle instantly turned. Although Xiandaozi was also a junior martial god, his combat power was far superior to that of the barbarian's junior martial god. With his strength alone, he was more than capable of opposing that barbarian team. At this moment, Ling finally understood why Xiandaozi had only stationed the barbarian team on his and his own path. Regardless of which route had a barbarian team's rebellion, there were contingency plans in place. Xiandaozi, being a junior martial god himself, was unafraid. On Ling's side, with his overwhelming strength and the biological gene battle armor, even if the barbarian team betrayed, he had nothing to fear. Furthermore, it was certain that not all 6 barbarian tribes would betray. If that were the case, the news could not be concealed from Tiannan base city. Xiandaozi's initial concern was that among the 6 barbarian tribes 1 or 2 might rebel. Now exactly 2 tribes had betrayed well within expectations. Xiandaozi returned triumphantly with his army. At that moment, the aura of a martial god emanated from Xiandaozi, resembling that of a divine being. Xiandaozi did not deliberately exert pressure. Simply standing there, everyone could sense his might, as the surrounding space warped akin to a deity. This is what it means to be a martial god. Although previously Xiandaozi could rely on other means to contend with a junior martial god, fundamentally, he was not a true martial god and did not possess the dignity of one. Now Xiandaozi was a genuine martial god powerhouse. After returning, they celebrated the great victory. The 4 tribes that did not betray Tiannan base city celebrated alongside the soldiers of Tiannan base city. A bonfire was lit and various delicious beast meats were seasoned and roasted. The aroma wafted through the air, making many present feel hungry. It could even attract nearby ferocious beasts. However, while these beasts lacked significant intelligence, they possessed their own survival instincts. With such a powerful presence in the camp, would they dare to approach? Therefore, no ferocious beasts dared to come and try to snatch food. The Grand Masters of Tiannan base city gathered with the Grand Masters of the barbarian tribes around the bonfire. Xiandaozi first delivered a speech, saying, "This time all fronts have achieved victory. Oh, everyone present deserves commendation. I raise a toast to all of you." Xiandaozi raised a bowl of wine, toasting all the Grand Masters, and drank it down in one gulp. "Commander, this is what we ought to do," the other Grand Masters echoed, and soon they all drank a bowl of wine. Since Xiandaozi had already drunk a bowl, they had no reason not to follow suit. Then Xiandaozi looked at Ling and Yan Hui, smiling, "Especially you, Inspector Yi, and General Yan, who achieved a great victory despite facing betrayal and support from the barbarian team. This achievement is commendable." When Xiandaozi mentioned Ling and Yan Hui, the other Grand Masters also turned their gaze towards Ling, their previous indifference replaced with a hint of respect. They, as Grand Masters, were naturally well informed. Upon returning to camp, they learned of Ling's feat of slaying a mid-level Grand Master. This news left the Grand Masters greatly astonished. A high-level Grand Master slaying a mid-level Grand Master. Initially, they thought Ling had achieved it through some powerful battle armor. However, after inquiring, they found that Ling relied solely on his own strength to directly slay that barbarian Grand Master, and he had also killed 2 junior Grand Masters. This achievement could not be faked. Many soldiers and barbarian warriors who fought alongside had witnessed it firsthand. Far too many had seen it to fabricate. Such an achievement instilled a deeper sense of respect among the Grand Masters present. Ling smiled lightly as the inspector of Tiannan base city. "It is my duty. With higher positions come greater responsibilities. I mention my position as inspector. If it were any other Grand Master, they would surely scoff. But now with Ling having successfully slain a mid-level Grand Master, his title of inspector is well deserved." At that moment, a Grand Master of the barbarian tribe bowed to Xiandaozi and respectfully asked, "Noble one, how do you wish to deal with the 2 tribes that betrayed us, as well as the remaining barbarian captives?" Xiandaozi pondered for a moment, and then replied, "The barbarian tribes that betrayed us, as well as those captives among the barbarian tribe who have committed heinous acts against us, must be executed. As for the others, that is a matter between your tribes. You may leave it to the remaining 4 tribes to handle. Additionally, how you 4 tribes will live in the future, where you will settle, will likely require discussion with us. Moreover, you may find certain things more convenient with us in Tiannan, enabling smoother commercial exchanges." Xiandaozi clearly aimed to transform these 4 tribes into subordinate forces within the secret realm base. The leaders of the other 4 tribes' Grand Masters understood this. However, they were powerless to resist. The strength demonstrated by Tiannan far exceeded theirs. Not being exterminated would be a good outcome. Furthermore, the various technologies and strange products presented by Tiannan base city indeed made things more convenient for them. In fact, some people above had the idea of fully integrating the barbarian tribes with Tiannan base city. However, this notion was rejected by many, because the barbarian tribes in many ways of thinking were fundamentally different from the modern civilization of Tiannan base city. Changing their mindset could only be achieved through continuous communication and gradual influence. This is indeed a good thing for the remaining 4 tribes of the barbarian faction. They encountered Tiannan Bay City, which provided them with these options. After all, the civilization of Blue Star is a modern one. Interactions with other races would not be as bloody and raw, unless the other races wished to become enemies of Tiannan Bay City. After the celebration came the distribution of the spoils. Though the barbarian tribes appeared somewhat impoverished, they possessed a considerable amount of cultivation resources. A portion of these cultivation resources had to be submitted to the treasury of the Tiannan Bay City, while the other part was to be allocated to the participating soldiers. Otherwise, why would the masters and grandmasters risk their lives? Besides being conscripted against their will, there were of course resources to be gained. Ling displayed extraordinary combat prowess, and being affiliated with Xuandaozi as a member of the Xining Martial Arts Hall, he naturally received a substantial allocation of resources. Ling gazed at the spirit stones and various rare treasures within his storage bag. The resources from the Fire Cloud Kingdom Ice Soul Grass and Water Milk Spirit Liquid were undoubtedly superior to those found on Blue Star. With the barbarian tribe's ability to refine medicines, their overall strength was significantly enhanced thanks to the abundant resources. With these resources, Ling calculated that his time to break through to Grandmaster would be shortened. As his cultivation level increased, even with 100-fold enhancement, Ling found it far less simple and easy to break through than during his time as a martial artist. The reasons were twofold. Firstly, Ling's foundational aptitude was too poor. Each major advancement in martial cultivation would actually enhance his own cultivation speed, and this enhancement depended on innate talent. Upon reaching the master stage without the 100-fold enhancement, Ling's normal cultivation speed would fall far below that of other masters due to his inferior innate talent. The reason Ling could still maintain a relatively efficient cultivation speed was the 100-fold enhancement, which compensated for his innate deficiencies. However, as his cultivation progressed, this advantage would diminish, leaving him to hope that the system could endow him with greater benefits later on. Secondly, Ling had condensed a perfect physique, allowing each of his cells to accommodate spiritual power, which was the fundamental reason for his current formidable combat strength. Yet this also meant that Ling would require far more energy to advance compared to other grandmasters. For these 2 reasons, he could not rush his ascension to grandmaster. I guess I am being a bit greedy. Ling sighed with a bitter smile at this thought. All these grandmasters had spent many years in cultivation to achieve their current status. What more could he want after elevating from martial artist to high master in just 2 years? After the battle, the 3 aggressive barbarian tribes and the war criminals from the Special Barbarian Squad were executed. The rest were handed over to the remaining 4 barbarian tribes by the Tiannan Bay City. As for the last 4 barbarian tribes, the higher-ups of Tiannan Bay City placed them in a location neither too close nor too far from the secret realm base, establishing positions specifically to assist in trade and communication. Of course, assisting in trade and communication was secondary. The primary purpose was still supervision. The Tiannan Bay City did not fully trust these barbarian tribes that had defected. Within the secret realm, the Tiannan Bay City revealed some information about the ruins for the first time. Currently, there were 2 ruins in the entire Tiannan Bay City. One was the ruins beneath the old base, which had been quietly developed by Tiannan Bay City for quite some time. The other ruin had been discovered not long ago, but its development was recent. The old ruins had previously revealed some opportunities. Now, due to the successful battle against the barbarian tribes, certain opportunities within the ruins could be exchanged for military merit. The opening of the ruins brought some visibly beneficial effects. Walking through the secret realm base, Ling noticed many newly promoted masters whose auras were still unstable. These masters had mostly broken through relying on the resources from the secret realm ruins. After experiencing the Qi Awakening ruins, Ling roughly understood that the so-called understanding of momentum was actually a transformation of one's state of mind, which influenced the fluctuations of the spirit. The final result was the fluctuation of the spirit. Thus, some items in the ruins that could enhance the spirit were capable of aiding in breaking through to master. Currently, humans on Blue Star were also researching potions related to this aspect. Of course, those who broke through using such methods were ultimately of inferior grade, lacking the process of transforming one's state of mind. Their combat strength would be somewhat lower. Another method in the ruins that could assist in breakthroughs was the comprehension of certain inheritance concepts. If one could grasp those concepts, it would also count as a self-reliant breakthrough to master. With the rapid development of the secret realm and the ruins, the distance between Tiannan Bay City and other base cities would shorten. 2 months after Tiannan Bay City subdued the barbarian tribes in the secret realm, Yinyu Bay City and Haida Bay City were hit by a beast tide. Experiencing a beast tide was not an extraordinary event. Tiannan Bay City faced beast tides. However, this time the beast tide was different, seemingly orchestrated by other unseen hands. Yinyu Base City and Haida Base City suffered severe losses, with some defensive lines breached leading to countless casualties. This enraged the upper echelons of the daxiao, who issued several reprimanding messages. But this was not the time to assign blame. They hastily summoned powerful individuals from the Kyoto Base City and the Moda Base City. Even Tianjin Base City needed to dispatch some powerful individuals. The governor of Haida Base City, the martial god, Zhao Mo, sat at the head of the meeting, his expression extremely grim. When the beast tide struck Haida Base City was somewhat prepared, they merely thought it was a standard beast tide assault and did not elevate their alert level to the highest. As a result, the first and second defensive lines of 8 cities in Haida Base City were breached, leaving only the third defensive line to defend. Moreover, in 2 cities, both defensive lines were completely breached, allowing ferocious beasts to directly invade the cities, causing immense casualties. Despite the martial god of Haida Base City immediately launching a counterattack upon receiving the news, ultimately driving the beasts out, the losses remained grievous. The higher-ups were extremely furious upon learning this news, nearly deciding to dismiss him directly. If it weren't for the ongoing urgency of the situation and his need to handle matters, he would have been ousted long ago. The 3 martial gods seated near the front of the meeting also wore serious expressions. Although they were not governors, such an incident occurring in Haida Base City under their watch made it difficult for them to evade responsibility. As for the grandmasters seated further down, they felt anxious and dared not speak, constantly fearing the wrath that might descend upon them. After a brief silence, Zhao Mo finally spoke. The higher-ups will soon dispatch powerful individuals from various base cities to form support and investigation teams. I know that such a drastic change cannot solely be attributed to the ferocious beasts. There must be involvement from the Evil God Society. Just having the Evil God Society is not enough. There must be insiders among us. Whoever it is, it would be best to step forward now and confess. Perhaps you could avoid death. Otherwise, if I find out, I will make you wish for death, but be unable to attain it. After Zhao Mo's last words, a chilling aura pervaded the room, causing all the grandmasters present to shudder. The Evil God Society was a taboo topic that daxia could not touch. In the city of Haida Yinyu Base City, 2 small towns have fallen with casualties exceeding 1 million. When this news reached Yi Ling's ears, he wore a look of disbelief. The comprehensive strength of Haida Base City surpasses that of Tianjin Base City. Even if faced with a fierce beast tide, there might be some pressure and casualties, but it shouldn't lead to the direct breach of the city. The head of the Xian Pavilion conducted a virtual call, with Yi Ling, his expression heavy as he said, according to reports from Haidu and Yinyu Base City, there seems to be a hidden hand behind these beast tides, likely orchestrated by the Evil God Society. Evil God Society. Yi Ling heard another unfamiliar term. Seeing Yi Ling's unfamiliar expression, the head of the Xian Pavilion recalled that the other had not risen for long and explained, acknowledging that there were many things he hadn't had time to learn. You must have encountered the unique barbarian tribe, the one with patterns on their chests resembling totems, right? Yi Ling nodded and replied, I have encountered them. Although their combat ability is average, once they activate the totem, their strength receives a certain boost. That totem represents the divine being worshipped by the barbarian tribe, granting them power. Upon hearing the term divine being, Yi Ling's face showed surprise, and he then asked head of the pavilion, are there really divine beings? Even in this high martial world, Yi Ling still held some skepticism regarding the so-called divine beings. The head of the Xian Pavilion shook his head, saying whether or not divine beings exist is unknown to us. However, based on our experience, the so-called divine beings are likely just stronger powerhouses. You have encountered the Chi God ruins, so you should be aware of star-level powerhouses. Those divine beings should be even stronger than star-level powerhouses. The idea of divine beings being stronger than star-level powerhouses did not surprise Yi Ling. After all, according to the intelligent machine he encountered in the Chi God ruins, star-level powerhouses are not invincible in the grander scheme. Head, are you suggesting that there are terrifying existences among the barbarians? Wouldn't that pose a great danger to us on Blue Star? Yi Ling thought about the implications if the barbarians had divine beings. If this divine being launched an attack on Blue Star, wouldn't that put Blue Star in a particularly perilous situation? With the current strength of Blue Star, we likely lack the means to resist divine beings. However, the head of the Xian Pavilion reassured Yi Ling, saying, don't worry, divine beings do not exist in our world. They seem to be bound by certain rules, unable to descend upon our realm. Moreover, the divine beings of the barbarians do not originate from them. In a sense, the barbarians worship these divine beings, acquiring certain things from them, and then receive blessings. After saying so much, the head of the Xian Pavilion felt he had digressed and returned to the main topic. To go back, during the development of Kyoto Base City and Magic City Base City, we encountered remnants of some so-called divine beings. However, after research, we found that those so-called divine beings harbored ill intentions and sought to gain power from us through particularly cruel means requiring blood sacrifices. Thus the higher-ups deemed them as evil gods and destroyed those remnants. Yet power always tempts people. Some who wish to take shortcuts still retain methods to communicate with the evil gods from the remnants, leading to the development of the Evil God Society. The members of the Evil God Society are solely focused on enhancing their own power by any means necessary. Every strike they make leads to bloodshed. The higher-ups have attempted to eradicate the Evil God Society multiple times, but these individuals hide in the shadows, making complete eradication difficult. Moreover, their powers tempt others to join them. The Evil God Society, having communicated with the evil gods, acquired certain special means to temporarily control the beast tides, frequently launching attacks on base cities, causing casualties, and performing blood sacrifices. This incident in Haitu and Yinyu base cities is a large-scale conspiracy orchestrated by the Evil God Society. After Xian Daozi finished speaking, Yi Ling's expression turned grave, his eyes filled with anger. Looking at it this way, the threat posed by the Evil God Society is indeed substantial. In their pursuit of power, they do not hesitate to use beast tides to breach cities, resulting in casualties in the millions. Yi Ling, having lived as an ordinary person for decades, understood the wishes of the lower class. They simply wanted to maintain their families and live in peace. In those days, he held hope and respect for the powerful who guarded humanity, for they protected the lower class. Now Yi Ling has gained some power. Although he may not be the highest combat force of the Daxiao, he can barely step into the ranks of the strong. Even though he has become a powerhouse, his mindset hasn't shifted to the notion that the weak are like ants, easily crushed. In his view, the lower-class civilians also possess the right to survive. Moreover, the actions of the Evil God Society may very well threaten Yi Ling's family in the future. Head of the pavilion, is there an Evil God Society in Tian'an Bay City? Yi Ling suddenly thought of this and immediately inquired. Xian Daozi, knowing Yi Ling's concern, smiled and said, "Don't worry, the Evil God Society has little foundation in Tian'an Bay City." The Evil God Society initially emerged in Kyoto and Magic City, but due to the abundance of experts in those cities, with star-level powerhouses stationed there, they were forced to shift their focus to Haida, Yinyu, and Haoyu Bay cities after several eradication attempts. As for Tian'an Bay City, when the Evil God Society was developing, it was still relatively weak and received special protection from above. Any expert who arrived had to be scrutinized, and since blood sacrifices also require strength, there are virtually no members of the Evil God Society in Tian'an Bay City. I saw your records. You once assisted in taking down a wanted grand martial artist in Jiang City. That grand martial artist was merely an outer member of the Evil God Society, discovered right at the onset of their development. Upon hearing this reminder from Xian Daozi, Yi Ling recalled the high-level grand martial artist he had killed after the college entrance examination. He never expected that he was actually an outer member of the Evil God Society. This time, with the calamity in Yinyu and Haida Bay cities, the higher-ups have requested the dispatch of powerful individuals for support. Additionally, they require a group of experts with absolutely clean backgrounds who cannot have any contact with the Evil God Society to form an investigation team to thoroughly investigate the members of the Evil God Society hidden in Yinyu and Haida Bay cities. Upon hearing this from Xian Daozi, Yi Ling understood his intention. Xian Daozi wanted to recommend him. Xian Daozi noticed that Yi Ling understood his thoughts and spoke directly. "You have risen for a long time, your background is clean, and you have undergone the assessment of the Qi God ruins. To pass the assessment of the Qi God ruins, one cannot bear the mark of the evil god. Considering all these factors, we from Tian'an Bay City recommend you to join the investigation team. Of course, you are not the only one. We have also dispatched about 4 or 5 other grandmasters for support. In fact, our Tian'an Bay City is merely providing symbolic assistance, as we are short-handed ourselves. Of course, this recommendation still requires your personal agreement. Yi Ling, are you willing to go to Haida Bay City to investigate the Evil God Society?" Xian Daozi looked at Yi Ling and fell silent. Zuan Daozi recounted the origins and consequences as well as the history and dangers of the Evil God Society. Now it was time to see Yi Ling's thoughts. Yi Ling pondered slightly. Investigating the Evil God Society would surely entail some risks. However, with his impressive combat strength and the biological gene armor as a trump card, the risks were not overly daunting. Moreover, Yi Ling held a strong aversion toward the Evil God Society, and he did not reject the idea of going. After the extermination of the barbarian tribes in the secret realm, he had been staying at home with his family for 2 months, so taking on a task was not an issue. However, Yi Ling definitely wished to secure some resources for himself, especially since this mission involved resources being researched by the higher-ups, which were undoubtedly far superior to those in the Tian'an Bay City. Thus Yi Ling spoke up. "Master Xuandao, I am willing to go, but I would like to secure some resources. I'm aiming to break through to Grandmaster. Are there any potions that might assist with that?" "Potions to break through to Grandmaster." Zuan Daozi chuckled wryly. "Do you think one can simply rely on external forces to achieve Grandmaster status? If the research in Kyoto had produced potions that assist masters in breaking through to Grandmaster, there would be Grandmasters walking all over the place by now. Ling sighed. He was mentally prepared. Indeed, if there were potions available on Blue Star to aid in breaking through to Grandmaster, they would have been fully utilized. However, Zuandozi shifted his tone. There has been one developed, but its effects are too potent for ordinary masters to refine. They would end up harmed by its effects instead. But given that you have strengthened your body after obtaining the Chishan ruins, perhaps you could endure refining its power, which might aid you in your breakthrough to master. Of course, it would only provide slight assistance, helping you at the crucial moment of your breakthrough rather than allowing you to leap directly to Grandmaster. Zuandozi, now at the martial god level, could see that Ling's current accumulation was still insufficient. He was some distance away from breaking through to Grandmaster. This was quite normal. Ling had only broken through to Advanced Master a little over 4 months ago. As for Grandmasters, which of them had not spent many years stuck between Advanced Master and Grandmaster, most in units of 10 years? All right then, I will trouble you, Master Xuandao, Ling said with a hint of joy in his heart. The potion's effects were violent and difficult to refine. That was not an issue for him. As a master, the system had granted him the talent for refining, allowing him to refine many difficult energies. He could easily refine even the so-called chaotic energy, let alone the potions developed on Blue Star. Good, Zuandaozi nodded, then ended the virtual call, reporting Ling's name. After Ling's name was submitted, he quickly received approval as he met the requirements set by the higher-ups. In the basement of the ruins town in the Haida Bay City, a dozen black-cloaked individuals wearing special masks that completely concealed their auras and faces gathered. In the darkness, the black-cloaked figures sat around a table. The Daxiao side is already furious and has transferred many strong individuals here, one of them said. Have they finally arrived? It seems we can advance our plans. Although we previously sacrificed some civilians, their overall strength was still too weak, and the rewards were not substantial. If we could sacrifice a large number of Grandmasters and martial gods, the rewards would be absolutely substantial, and we would gain tremendous benefits. Indeed, the higher-ups cannot possibly imagine that our target is not Haida Yinyu Bay City or the civilians in the small towns, but rather the strong individuals sent to assist. The black-robed individuals erupted into arrogant laughter. At that moment, the figure seated at the head of the table, who had remained silent, spoke in a detached tone. Do not celebrate too soon. Devouring those who come to assist is not so easy. One wrong move, and the roles of hunter and prey may reverse. Have all preparations been made? Another black-robed figure replied, all preparations are sufficient. Good, then let's disperse to avoid arousing suspicion. The figure at the head of the table spoke calmly. Yes, the other black-robed figures respectfully saluted the chief black-robed figure and then exited the basement one by one. After they left, the black-robed figure in the darkness picked up a teacup, revealing a hand adorned with an ancient crimson ring. The ring was engraved with an open mouth from which endless darkness seemed to emerge, as if capable of devouring everything. The black-robed figure in the basement toyed with the ring, muttering to himself. Ling and the others arrived at Haida Bay City via their flying saucer. As soon as they reached Haida Bay City, they could sense the pervasive silence, fear, and vigilance throughout the city. This was quite normal. It had been a century since a beast had breached a city. Yet it had occurred now, with 2 cities being breached. The people at the bottom were undoubtedly anxious, fearing their city would be attacked. Haida City, as the most central city of Haida Bay City, was undoubtedly the safest city. In recent days, many people had been pouring in. Haida Bay City boasted 21 cities, with 2 cities breached and 2 defensive lines and 8 cities broken. They were now barely holding on with the 3rd line. In such circumstances, the remaining cities were certainly in a state of panic, all wanting to flood into the safest Haida City. Initially, Haida City wanted to accept the influx, but later realized that there were too many people to accommodate, so they closed the city gates and no longer allowed entry. When the people from Tiannan Bay City arrived, they did not receive much welcome or attention. Firstly, during wartime, there was not much energy to deal with extravagant matters. Secondly, the support from Tiannan Bay City could only be considered symbolic, representing the fact that this base city had sent people. Along with Ling, 5 Grandmasters had come in total. Among them, there was only 1 advanced Grandmaster. This level of support was indeed quite meager for such a disaster. However, Tiannan Bay City had no choice. Their strength was limited. Tiannan Bay City originally had few experts and now needed to develop the secret realm, requiring experts to stay behind in the city to prevent beast attacks. Being able to summon even this many experts was already the limit. Compared to Tiannan Bay City, Kyoto Bay City and Moda Bay City had dispatched a large number of experts. Just the martial gods alone, both base cities had sent 3, each totaling 6 martial gods. As for Grandmasters, dozens had been deployed. The forces sent by these 2 base cities alone were comparable to the entire strength of Tiannan Bay City. After staying in Haida Bay City for 2 days, Ling received notification that the investigation team was holding a collective meeting with strict confidentiality. In fact, the matter of the investigation team's roster was confidential. Ling did not come here as part of the investigation team, but rather as a supporter. After all, some aspects of the investigation needed to begin from the shadows. In a luxurious suite, 13 individuals gathered. These 13 people are members of the investigation team, specifically the covert investigation team. The investigation teams are divided into overt and covert. The overt members have already revealed themselves among the high-ranking officials of the Haida Bay City. Although they maintain a certain level of secrecy, it pales in comparison to these 13 individuals. The 13 individuals in the room belong to the covert investigation team. Very few are aware of their true identities, especially the local officials of Haida Bay City. Among the 13, the leader is a martial god. His name is Gong Jian. There were once 13 individuals from Blue Star who entered the Qi Shin ruins for inheritance. Now adding Ling, there are 14. Of the 14, 2 have died, leaving 12 alive. Gong Jian is one of them, a mid-level martial god who seeks the Tao through the sword and has slain other mid-level martial gods of different races in the secret realm. His strength is unfathomable. The remaining members are all grandmasters, ranging from junior grandmasters to senior grandmasters. After all, as an investigation team, their primary role is to investigate, so the requirements for strength are not as stringent. Loyalty is considered even more critical than strength. Ling is the only senior grandmaster present. Once everyone had arrived, Gong Jian smiled and spoke. Everyone, the conditions are somewhat harsh. To prevent leaks or attention from others, we can only hold this meeting. After some polite words, Gong Jian got straight to the point. The investigation team is divided into overt and covert. As members of the covert investigation team, our workload will be relatively lighter, but our importance is not diminished. Our task is to further investigate the intelligence gathered by our overt colleagues in more detail and secret. According to the existing intelligence, 8 cities have been breached. We suspect that there are insiders sabotaging the efforts. Therefore, most of you will be assigned to these 8 cities for support. There are also 2 cities that have been breached, and the clues regarding these 2 cities have likely been mostly destroyed, but I will still need to send someone to investigate. In the distribution of city support, Ling has been assigned to Wan City. Wan City is one of the 2 cities that have been breached in Haida Bay City. Although a large number of personnel were dispatched to recover the breached cities, much damage was done, resulting in heavy casualties. Most of the survivors have relocated to other cities. The remaining individuals are either volunteers or the injured, whose value is minimal, making it impossible to dispatch too many troops. Compared to these 2 breached cities, the other defended cities require more manpower to maintain. Thus, Ling's assignment to Wan City is considered a form of care for him. After all, Gong Jian sees Ling merely as a senior grandmaster. Although he knows Ling's combat power is exceptional, surpassing that of an average grandmaster, he still tends to take care of him. Receiving a relatively easy assignment, Ling certainly had no objections. After the tasks were assigned, he took a special flying saucer to Wan City the next day. This time, Haitu and Yinyu Bay City are facing a major crisis. They have not hidden this from above. Just from Haida Bay City, 17 flying saucers have been dispatched for support. After all, in such situations, conventional aircraft are not safe. Although these flying saucers can only match the offensive capabilities of grandmasters, their defensive capabilities are such that even a martial god would find it difficult to breach in a short time. Bao Tianjin, the current temporary commander of Wan City, is a junior martial grandmaster. Ever since the headquarters of Haida Bay City dispatched strong experts to repel the beast tide, many civilians have been rescued and are now being escorted to safety. However, many of the injured are immobile and unable to evacuate. Temporary medical facilities have to be set up on-site for treatment. Currently, only the wounded, some medical personnel, and a few supporters remain, along with some survivors. Some survivors are located in more remote areas and were unable to evacuate in time when the military retreated. Additionally, there are some survivors who received no rescue at all. Since the recovery efforts have only taken back the urban areas, surrounding towns and villages have not been cleared. There should still be some survivors in those places. Alas, there is little that can be done. The pressure is quite heavy, and there are not enough personnel. Once the higher-ups completely repel the beast tide and the evil god society, the cleanup should gradually proceed. Recently, Bao Tianjin has been feeling rather anxious. Although this area has been destroyed, it will not be a primary target for the beasts, and the evil god society likely will not send powerful individuals to monitor this place closely. However, there are still occasional small groups of beasts attacking or assaults from lower-ranking members of the evil god society. Of course, these are merely minor issues, but Bao Tianjin fears that if a significant figure from the evil god society or a particularly formidable beast from the beast tide were to suddenly appear in Wan City, it would become a serious problem. Yesterday, upon receiving the news that reinforcements would be arriving, he rose early this morning to prepare for their welcome. Soon the flying saucer landed, and a junior grandmaster descended with more than 20 grandmasters. Only a single junior grandmaster. Bao Tianjin couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed, only one grandmaster had arrived, and he was merely a junior one just like him. It seems they are indeed in urgent need of personnel. However, having reinforcements is certainly better than having none. Welcome, everyone, welcome, he said as he stepped forward to greet them. The leading junior martial grandmaster returned the gesture and said, I am Li Bin. I hope Commander Bao will take care of us. Oh, there is no need for such formalities. We are all here to work together and discuss how to defend Wan City. Bao Tianjin replied with a smile. At this moment, Li Bin continued, Commander Bao, I still need to introduce. Li Bin then introduced Yi Ling, saying, This is Brother Yi Ling, who has been specially sent over from Tiannan Base City. Don't be deceived by his status as a senior grandmaster. In a fight, neither of us might be his match. Before coming, Li Bin had been briefed about Yi Ling. He understood that Yi Ling's combat power was quite exceptional. Brother Yi Ling, Bao Tianjin said while smiling and cupping his hands. Although he did not believe that a senior grandmaster could match up to them junior grandmasters, he still felt the need to offer some respect since Li Bin had said it. Commander Bao. Yi Ling greeted Bao Tianjin. After exchanging pleasantries, they entered the command center. After all, they were not there for a casual visit, but for defense and warfare. After the support personnel arrived, they needed to understand the current situation in Wan City and how to deploy their. Along the way, Yi Ling saw only ruins and rubble. Many people walking the streets had lost the light in their eyes. After all, the city had been destroyed, and many residents of Wan City had lost their homes. In the clearing among the ruins stood a well-preserved 3-story building with a flag flying on top, which appeared to be the temporary command center of Wan City. Please do not mind the environment. This is how it is now, and I appreciate your understanding. Such well-preserved buildings are becoming rare, Bao Tianjin joked, as everyone entered the courtyard. This small building was once a private clubhouse, and after being breached in Base City, it was comparatively fortunate to remain intact, thus serving as a temporary command center. One of the rooms was transformed into a command room with a large virtual model of Base City's terrain placed in the center of the command center. Upon entering the command room, 5 masters were already seated inside. Seeing Bao Tianjin enter with his companions, the 5 stood up in unison. Bao Tianjin gestured for them to sit down, and then spoke to Li Bin, saying, Currently the other masters are engaged in defense at various critical points, and cannot be spared. For now, only these 5 masters are on standby. Li Bin understood this as well. With the current shortage of manpower, it was impossible for everyone to be present. Everyone took their seats in the command room in order. As the temporary commander here, Bao Tianjin certainly held the main position. Li Bin sat beside him in the secondary seat, while the third seat was occupied by Yi Ling. After everyone was seated, Bao Tianjin pointed to the virtual model of Base City and began his introduction. Currently, the ferocious beasts in the main urban area have mostly been cleared out, and 5 hospitals have been established in the main urban area to treat the wounded. With a wave of his hand, 5 light points appeared on the virtual model. The 5 light points were closely clustered, radiating outwards from the temporary command center. Before your support arrived, the military strength in Base City, apart from me, a grandmaster, included 21 masters and 10,000 soldiers. Of this military strength, 60% is distributed among the 5 temporary hospitals, 10% is in the market for transactions and meals, another 10% is maintaining daily patrols in Wanshan district, and the last 20% remains near the command center to respond to any attacks. After Bao Tianjin's introduction, those coming to support began to understand that there was indeed a severe shortage of manpower in Base City. At this moment, Yi Ling asked Commander Bao, how many people are there in Base City, excluding combat personnel? Commander Bao, familiar with the situation in Base City, immediately replied, Currently, there are over 300,000 people left in Base City, excluding combat personnel, including the wounded, medical staff, logistics personnel, and volunteers. Over 300,000 people is indeed no small number. Yi Ling looked at the surrounding towns and villages and asked Commander Bao, are there truly no living people left in these surrounding towns and villages? Hearing Yi Ling mention the surrounding towns and villages, Commander Bao sighed helplessly and said, I cannot be. When we came to reclaim the area, the main goal was to slay the ferocious beasts in the main urban area and quickly evacuate the residents who could still move. Other cities are also under great pressure. We did not have time to clear the surrounding towns and villages before rushing to assist other cities. The forces we left behind can ensure the safety of the wounded, which is already quite challenging. Where would the forces come from to reclaim the surrounding towns and villages? Bao Tianjin's words made sense. Currently, their primary task was to ensure the safety of the wounded. As for the surrounding towns and villages, even if there were still living people, their numbers should be very few. After all, during the beast's attack, those who survived likely hid away and were fortunate, and such people are scarce. However, as an investigator, Ling had some tasks upon arriving in Bay City. That is, according to protocol, the last line of defense in Bay City should have large laser weapons, energy shields, and numerous hidden minefields filled with high-intensity spiritual explosives, which should be able to hold out for some time. Even if breached, it could inflict significant damage on the tide of ferocious beasts. But the result was that the last line of defense was quickly breached, and just as Haida City received the news and was mobilizing forces to assist, the last line of defense was broken. The investigation team suspected that the last line of defense had been tampered with, causing the defensive high-tech weapons to fail to activate and perform their functions. It would be best to find the high-ranking officer of the last line of defense and clarify the specific situation. However, what was peculiar was that after the supporting troops arrived, no high-ranking officer from the last line of defense was found among the survivors in Bay City. This was quite abnormal. Those who could serve as high-ranking officers of the last line of defense were at least masters with one grandmaster. If the defense was forced to retreat, although it would be difficult, it should not lead to total annihilation. Thus, there might be some underlying issues. However, the investigation team could not confirm whether there were any high-ranking personnel from the last line of defense still alive, so Ling was assigned the task of searching for high-ranking members of the last line of defense after arriving in Bay City. Based on Ling's personal judgment, if any high-ranking individuals from the last line of defense were indeed alive, they were likely in the surrounding villages and towns of Bay City. The reason they were not in the main urban area was that once the ferocious beasts broke through the last line of defense, whether it was the evil god society or the ferocious beasts, their primary targets would be the main urban area. At this time, for those with a bit of strength, the surrounding villages and towns would be relatively less dangerous. Ling wanted to find the high-ranking members of the last line of defense, so it was best to visit the nearby villages and towns. Thus, Ling suggested currently the ferocious beasts invading Bay City either fall to the aid of the troops or retreat to attack other cities. The number of ferocious beasts in the surrounding villages and towns should be relatively few, and their strength is not that strong. Commander Bao, I would like an elite team to scout the surrounding villages and towns to see if there are any survivors. If there are, we will escort them back to the city. When Ling made this suggestion, the command room fell silent. In fact, few present were eager to undertake such. Firstly, there was no explicit order from above, and secondly, there were still certain risks in the outskirts far less safe than inside the city. Bao Tianjin wanted to refute, but found some merit in Ling's words. Now that some high-end combat support had arrived, the manpower was slightly more abundant, and it was indeed possible to rescue nearby villages and towns. However, among the masters present, who would be willing to accompany Ling? After much consideration, Bao Tianjin devised a compromise. Brother Ling, you know that we are short on manpower, especially at the master level. If you really want to scout the surrounding villages and towns, I can provide you with a team of local elite personnel, but there will be no masters. The team will consist only of grand martial artists. No masters. This was not an issue for Ling at all. Whether or not there were masters assisting made no difference to him. He just needed to be familiar with the local area. No problem, Ling readily agreed. Alright, I'll arrange it shortly. Since Ling did not require master assistance, Bao Tianjin could also grant his wish to dispatch a team to him. Bao Tianjin's efficiency was impressively quick. In less than a day, he had assembled an elite squad for Ling. With Ling included, there were a total of 9 individuals, each fully armed. After all, they were not going to reclaim villages and towns, so a large number of personnel was unnecessary. Among the 8 grandmasters, the lowest cultivation level was that of an intermediate grandmaster, with 4 being high grandmasters. Clearly, it was Bao Tianjin who, considering he hadn't assigned a master to Ling, made a deliberate effort to arrange for elite grandmasters. However, the faces of the grandmasters present showed signs of lethargy and reluctance. After all, they had been patrolling the city, which was both safe and easy. Now they were directly dispatched to search the villages and towns surrounding Bay City. The villages and towns nearby had not undergone military cleansing, and many ferocious beasts still remained, some even at the Beast King level. This was undoubtedly much more dangerous than guarding or patrolling within the city, and it was certain that some of them were unhappy about it. However, in front of a high master, they dared not voice their grievances. Ling understood their thoughts and said, I know that none of you are willing to patrol the villages and towns, but I have no choice but to go. Faced with Ling's assertive words, the 8 grand masters could not express their dissatisfaction. This person before them was not only a master, but also a high master, someone they could not afford to offend. Then Ling shifted his tone. However, those who follow me will not be treated poorly. The ferocious beasts I slay along the way will have a share for you. At this, the eyes of the 8 grand masters brightened considerably. This high master Ling was undoubtedly efficient at killing ferocious beasts, and he might even slay Beast King level beasts. If they could receive a share of that, it would be an extraordinary windfall for them. Moreover, if we truly find any survivors and bring them back to the city, it would count as a merit, and that merit would be credited to all of us, a true military achievement. Yi Ling consecutively made 2 promises of benefits. Both promises were substantial and visible advantages. As expected, the Grand Masters present showed a sparkle in their eyes. Materials from ferocious beasts and military merit. These are resources for cultivation and wealth. Although the risks of going to nearby villages and towns were higher, the potential profits made it worth the risk. Furthermore, with a High Master leading, as long as they weren't exceptionally unlucky and remained cautious. However, I must make it clear once we leave here, all commands must be followed under my direction. If anyone deliberately tries to hinder or disrupt, do not blame me for being rude. At this moment, an aura of authority emanated from Yi Ling, bringing a sense of mental shock to the 8 individuals. We will follow the captain's orders. The 8 Grand Masters voiced their agreement in unison. Is there anyone in the squad particularly familiar with the nearby villages and towns? Yi Ling asked. Although there was a map, much of the area outside had been severely damaged, and having someone familiar to guide them would undoubtedly be much more convenient. Captain Yi, I am relatively familiar with the villages and towns around Bay City. One High Grand Master stepped forward. What is your name? Yi Ling inquired. Wang Bao, the High Grand Master, replied with a grin. All right, Wang Bao, based on your experience and the map, draw a reasonably good route for us to follow during our search. Yi Ling assigned this task to Wang Bao. After some research, Wang Bao drew up a route and handed it to Yi Ling. Then Yi Ling led the team to begin their search. A day later, a rumble echoed. Accompanied by fluctuations of spiritual power in the sky, the corpse of a Beast King-level ferocious beast crashed down. The other 8 members of the squad could only watch in amazement at how easily Yi Ling had slain the Beast King. A mid-level Beast King had been so effortlessly killed. Their captain's strength was undoubtedly far superior to that of an ordinary High Master. A mid-level Beast King would require considerable effort for an ordinary High Master to slay. Yet this mid-level Beast King had shown no ability to resist in front of their captain. Clearly their captain was no ordinary High Master. After slaying the Beast King, Yi Ling only took the most precious crystal core, leaving the rest for them to share. To Yi Ling, worldly wealth held far less value now. With his current combat power, he could easily hunt a Lord-level ferocious beast to earn a considerable amount of money. Once one reaches the Grand Master level, obtaining reasonable resources usually relies less on worldly wealth and more on contributions or being deemed to have potential by higher authorities. For instance, Yi Ling's resources came from being recognized by the head of the Shawnee Martial Hall, who saw his success in passing the Qi God ruins and noted his flawless physique, viewing him as perfect. Thus, the Shawnee Martial Hall would allocate more resources to Yi Ling, and later, he gained resources from defeating the barbaric tribes in the secret realm, including the resources promised by Xuandaozi for his role as an investigator this time. Yi Ling did not place much value on the corpses of Beast King-level ferocious beasts, yet for the Grand Masters in his team, the materials from the Beast Kings were invaluable, prompting them to begin their distribution. After a day of patrolling, Yi Ling and his team visited 6 or 7 small towns without encountering a single living person, finding only ferocious beasts and some severed limbs. On to the next location. Yi Ling sat in the vehicle while the team drove, and the 2 cars began to patrol towards the next designated town. On the way to the next town, Yi Ling keenly detected fluctuations of spiritual power from a battle. This spiritual power battle clearly indicated a struggle between humans and ferocious beasts. There are people. Yi Ling took the lead, soaring towards the source of the spiritual battle. The other 8 Grand Masters hurried to catch up. At the source of the spiritual battle, a High Martial Master was dragging the corpse of an intermediate beast soldier after slaying it. I'll take this back to make soup for Uncle Big Beard, or it should help him heal faster. This High Martial Master was not too old, probably just in his early 20s. As he dragged the beast's body towards a location, a giant python suddenly leaped out from the forest. The python had reached the level of a junior beast general and opened its massive maw, aiming to bite down on the High Martial Master. This is bad. The High Martial Master felt despair, given the existing gap in strength and the sudden ambush. He feared he was about to meet his end. However, at that moment, a force of spiritual pressure manifested in the air, instantly suppressing the giant python, rendering it immobile. In the next second, Yi Ling in the air flicked his fingers, summoning a wisp of flame. When this flame touched the giant python, it ignited into a blazing inferno, engulfing it and turning it to ashes. This scene occurred too suddenly. Even the high-ranked martial artist did not react in time before witnessing the giant python attacking him, being burned to ashes. A junior beast general was thus effortlessly annihilated. Yi Ling appeared before him, who, while surprised, also bore some wariness. The pleasant surprise was that after the beast tide disaster, he finally saw a human powerhouse. The concern stemmed from the fact that during such a time of calamity, encountering a human might not necessarily be a good thing. Yi Ling noticed his wariness and displayed his credentials. I am a master sent to support Bay City, currently temporarily part of the military organization. Although Yi Ling belonged to the Xianting martial arts school, the situation was that he was called to assist and was currently under military control, thus considered a military personnel. At this moment, other high-ranked martial artists from the squad also arrived fully armed and dressed in military attire, further verifying Yi Ling's claim. Once their identities were confirmed, the high-ranked martial artists' wariness diminished significantly. Greetings, senior and esteemed officers. I am Xiangding, he introduced himself. Yi Ling asked, are you the only survivor? No, there are still dozens of survivors in our village hiding in the basement, fortunate to have escaped a calamity. Xiangding hastily replied. Is it far from here? Can you take us? Our task is to search for survivors and escort you back to Bay City. Currently, there is a temporary rescue station in Bay City, and the military is stationed there, surely safer than here. Upon hearing Yi Ling say this, Xiangding nodded repeatedly, his face filled with indescribable joy. Yes. Their current days were filled with trepidation. Do not think that the basement is safe. Other villages and towns have also constructed underground shelters, but most have been discovered and destroyed. The reason is simple: some ferocious beasts excel at burrowing or possess keen senses. Once they encounter these beasts, even hiding in an underground shelter can lead to discovery. Thus, whether hiding in an underground shelter is safe largely relies on luck. Moreover, resources within the underground shelters are quite scarce and various issues abound. Being able to go to the urban area of Bay City with military protection is evidently much safer. This way, esteemed officers, Xiangding led the way, being especially courteous towards Yi Ling. Previously, Yi Ling's single move had effortlessly incinerated the junior beast general, leaving a profound impression on him. After walking for about 10 minutes, they arrived at a secluded forest. Xiangding skillfully swept aside a pile of weeds, revealing a well-camouflaged entrance. Xiangding opened the entrance and said, everyone is hiding here. After speaking, Xiangding was the first to enter the cellar, with Yi Ling closely following. Yi Ling was not afraid of any ambush inside the cellar. Given his current strength, the narrow entrance was not an issue. As long as Yi Ling wished, he could completely uproot this forest. As they descended into the cellar, a pungent odor assaulted their senses. The reason for the odor was simple: the underground space was tightly sealed, poorly ventilated, and housed dozens of people, making the air quality rather foul. As they proceeded downwards, upon reaching a corner, Xiangding happily exclaimed, Brother Wang, Brother Tian, it's me. I've brought military personnel for rescue. After Xiangding spoke, the others landed, turned, and walked for a while before entering a hall. In the hall, several people were lying in ambush with weapons. Upon seeing Xiangding, they refrained from attacking. Upon spotting the military-clad individuals behind him, their expressions turned to joy. Yi Ling observed that this cellar was notably well furnished. The walls were reinforced with special metals, providing sound insulation and enhanced defense, along with several separate small rooms. It was clear that this was not an ordinary cellar built by a village or town. In the hall, there were over 30 people. The most powerful among them were the two burly men lying in ambush, one a mid-ranked martial artist and the other a junior martial artist. The remaining individuals were mostly martial artists, with martial masters occupying only a small portion. Below martial artists, there were none. Of course, in addition, there was also a high-ranked master. Although he had concealed his aura well, it could not escape Yi Ling's perception now that he had attained the unity of man and Tao. However, this high-ranked master was severely injured, lying alone in a room. After all, the development of the Haida Bay City was faster compared to the Tianan Bay City, essentially having reached a stage of average martial artists per capita. Sir, I am Wang Ba, and this is Zhao Tian. The two high-ranked martial artists stepped forward to respectfully. Yi Ling did not deliberately conceal his aura. The two high-ranked martial artists only had to probe a bit to know that Yi Ling was a high-ranked master. For them, a high-ranked master was undoubtedly a significant figure. The key point was that the other party represented the military to save people. Yi Ling looked at the two and then said, I am from the military. Currently, the ferocious beasts in the main urban area of Bay City have been cleared and a temporary rescue station has been established. I recommend you move to the urban area of Bay City, which is safer than here. Although Yi Ling had come to the nearby villages and towns to patrol, his main purpose was still to see if he could find the high-ranking officials of the last line of defense in Bay City. However, if he really encountered survivors, Yi Ling would certainly take responsibility. It seems there is a master here. I sense that he has sustained considerable injuries. Yi Ling directly inquired about the high-ranked master's information. Yi Ling could sense these presences just in the hall, and upon hearing this, Zhao Tian and Wang Ba, the two high-ranked martial artists, secretly marveled. Masters were indeed unfathomable. Zhao Tian explained, Sir, it is like this. When we were being pursued by ferocious beasts, that senior saved. However, when he saved us, that senior was already heavily injured. Later, he brought us to this shelter and is now resting to heal his injuries. From Zhao Tian's words, it can be inferred that this shelter is specially made. This was also within Yi Ling's expectations. Such a well-equipped shelter could hardly be constructed by a small town or village. I will go check on that, senior brother. Ling walked towards that room, and upon reaching the door he did not kick it open, but first knocked. "Brother, is it convenient?" Ling knocked, and after about 5 to 6 seconds a sigh was heard from inside. Ling entered, then closed the door. Given the soundproofing level of this room, the outside should not be able to hear their conversation. On the bed lay a middle-aged man with a haggard appearance and a large beard. The middle-aged man had bandages around his waist, appearing to have sustained considerable injuries, but Ling understood that the man's greatest injury was not from external wounds, but from poisoning. Otherwise, given the recovery ability of a high-ranked master, this level of injury would have healed significantly by now. Facing the high-ranking master, Ling first revealed his identity. "I am from the Tiannan base city, currently responsible for station duties in Wan City." Upon hearing that Ling was from Tiannan base city, the bearded high-ranking officer's eyes suddenly sparkled with trust, and in his excitement, he even coughed. Seeing this, Ling quickly stepped forward and said, "Don't be agitated. Your spiritual power and toxins in your body are at odds. If you get too excited, it will allow the toxins to gain the upper hand. I have a regular detoxifying agent here to drink it, and I will use my spiritual power to help you eliminate the toxins." Ling took out a vial of reagent, a standard detoxifying agent for masters that he had on him. The bearded high-ranking master did not refuse Ling's reagent and drank it down in one go. He knew that in his current state, it would be easy for the other party to kill him, and there was no need to use poison. After taking the reagent, the bearded high-ranking master felt a surge of energy beginning to decompose the toxins in his body. Although the decomposition efficiency was not high, it was indeed gradually breaking down the toxins. At this rate, it should only take a few days to completely break down the toxins. However, Ling certainly could not wait for a few days, so he said to the bearded high-ranking master, "I will help you burn away the toxins." The bearded high-ranking master nodded. Ling then slapped his palm against the master's back, and the scorching spiritual power surged into his body. Ling's spiritual power quickly located the toxins within the master's body, enveloping and attacking them with fiery energy. The bearded high-ranking master appeared to be in great pain. There was no choice. Although this method of detoxification was efficient, it inevitably caused some pain. Fortunately, as a master, the bearded high-ranking officer was able to endure this level of suffering. The detoxification process was no simple task. To completely clear the toxins, Ling's spiritual power had to move throughout the master's body, cleaning bit by bit. The process lasted nearly half an hour. With a sudden spurt, the bearded master spat out a mouthful of blood, splattering it against the wall. The blood was entirely black and emitted white smoke, possessing a strong corrosive quality. After spitting it out, the bearded master looked much more vibrant and took out some energy supplements from his storage bag to consume. Although he was still injured, his condition was much better than before, and he at least had some combat capability now. "Before this, did you have any encounters with our human masters?" When helping with the detoxification earlier, Ling sensed the residual human spiritual energy in the master's wound. That wound must have been left by a human. Hearing Ling's question, the bearded master sighed, hesitated for several moments, and then said, "Brother, I won't hide it from you. I am responsible for the last line of defense in Wan City, the head of the weapon energy control room, Huang Wuliang." "What?" This time it was Ling's turn to be surprised. His main purpose in patrolling the surrounding villages was to find if there were any high-ranking survivors from the last line of defense. He did not expect that the bearded master before him was not only a high-ranking survivor of the last line of defense, but also the head of the weapon energy control room. "The weapons of the last line of defense have been tampered with. You were being hunted down." Ling instantly drew. The other party had been attacked by human powerhouses, and it could first be ruled out that it was an official act. Since Ling had never received this information, only two scenarios remained. First, a personal enemy. Second, the last line of defense's weapons were tampered with, and as the head, the bearded master knew about it, which is why they wanted to kill him to silence him. The probability of the first scenario was very low. After all, with the beast tide approaching, everyone would be focused on how to survive. Even if there were grudges, they would be temporarily set aside. Internal conflicts at such a time would only hasten their demise. Ling quickly guessed the reason, surprising the bearded master, as it seemed this master knew something. Huang Wuliang then slowly elaborated. "That's right, one could say that these tampering actions were very discreet. When the beast tide attacked the outermost defenses, high-ranking officials from the Hai-2 base city came claiming they wanted to upgrade and reinforce the fourth line of defense, bringing along signed documents with spiritual energy seals. Since I was in charge of the weapon control room, I specifically confirmed this with the higher-ups. A high-ranking official personally held a virtual conversation with me. After confirming with this official along with the documents sealed with spiritual energy, I granted them permission to upgrade. Originally, after the upgrade was successful, the weapon debugging phase was running well, but 2 days later the ferocious beasts broke through the front line. By the time they reached the last line of defense, the control center lost control over the weapons, completely disrupting our plans, and the masters, who came to debug, suddenly turned against us. The last line of defense was instantly breached, forcing us to choose to flee. I first fought with a traitorous master. We both sustained injuries, and I managed to shake him off. However, during my escape, I was ambushed twice. Fortunately, I had learned a technique to increase my speed, which while perilous allowed me to escape. Later, I encountered a beast king. Although I killed it, the toxins it released upon dying inflicted additional injuries on me, making it difficult to expel. I could only flee to this underground shelter. This underground shelter was established by our last line of defense and is known only to a few. The reason one city was breached in such a short time was due to the existence of an insider. Even if there had been no insider, if the last line of defense had held on just a little longer, reinforcements from Hei-Tu Bay City would have arrived to assist in the defense. Thinking of this, Ling's eyes burned with fury. Those traitorous human masters were the reason for the deaths of millions in one city. Beasts worse than beasts. Who was that high-ranking official? Ling thought of the high-ranking official mentioned by the bearded master and asked. The bearded master hesitated for a moment and after some thought said, the overall person in charge of the defensive works in Hei-Tu Bay City, the war god Yanjun. War god Yanjun. Upon hearing the title of war god, Ling's eyelids twitched. The war god is the true ruler of Hei-Tu Bay City, and there are only 4 war gods in total, each holding the highest power in Hei-Tu Bay City. The consequences would be unimaginable if someone of that level were to be an insider or a traitor working for the evil. To bring down someone like that requires more than just words. You need evidence. Ling spoke. High-ranking figures like the war god cannot be slandered based solely on the word of a master. A solid evidence is necessary. Huang Wuliang patted his chest and said, I absolutely do not joke about such matters. I have solid evidence in hand. Because of this, those traitorous masters of the evil god society will likely want to put me to death. Ling expressed his agreement. Without solid evidence, those masters from the evil god society wouldn't bother to come after him. After all, fierce beasts do not fully recognize the members of the evil god society, and when enraged, they can also kill them. As for Huang Wuliang's words, whether they are true or false, as long as he is handed over, analyzing the truth or falsity is no longer within Ling's considerations. However, returning to Bay City now might be a bit difficult. I suspect there are their spies near the Bay City area, and once you approach the main urban area, you will be ambushed. Ling analyzed. If Huang Wuliang truly has solid evidence, the evil god society, or rather the martial god, Yanjun, will definitely not allow him to live long enough to reach Bay City. The suburbs near Bay City are extensive, making it troublesome to search for an individual. However, if they keep a close watch to prevent him from returning to the main urban area, there should still be ways. This means that attempting to send Huang Wuliang into the urban area of Bay City will undoubtedly result in an ambush. Unfortunately, with Bay City compromised and the network base destroyed, there is only network coverage in the main urban area, making it impossible to contact the main force. Otherwise, informing the city would allow them to send troops for rescue, which would be the safest option. Ling sighed slightly. They are an elite team and did not bring a signal vehicle when they left, otherwise they could have contacted the Bay City forces. However, this doesn't pose much of a hindrance. Ling is confident in his own strength. He intends to escort Huang Wuliang back. Unless the martial god intervenes to ambush him, other great masters would be useless. I will personally escort you to the urban area, Ling said. Huang Wuliang thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. In this underground shelter, it is still not safe, relying purely on luck to avoid detection. After discussing with Huang Wuliang, Ling and Huang Wuliang went outside to the hall. Ling summoned Zhao Tian Wang Ba and the members of his team. The plan to take you to Bay City needs to be temporarily shelved. This master has very important intelligence pertaining to the evil god society. Once he appears, the experts of the evil god society will attempt to assassinate him. Therefore, if you choose to follow us, I cannot guarantee that I can protect each of you during such an assassination. Ling spoke the truth. The upcoming battle involves masters, even great masters. Even a slight ripple would be enough to annihilate ordinary warriors and martial artists. Hearing that experts from the evil god society would be attempting to assassinate Huang Wuliang, both the team members, and Zhao Tian and Wang Ba turned pale. This matter is certainly beyond their ability to interfere. My suggestion is that the 8 of you stay behind to guard the villagers. With your combined strength and weapons, even if you encounter a beginner beast king, you can still fight. Of course, it would be best to remain hidden in the underground shelter. If I successfully escort Huang Wuliang, I will immediately have the military send experts to come to your aid. All right, the 8 members chose to accept Ling's suggestion. Staying here is certainly better than facing an assassination from the evil god society. After ensuring the matters concerning the underground shelter, Ling began the journey to Bay City with Huang Wuliang. Despite Huang Wuliang being injured, the toxins have been cleared, and with his status as a master his movements are not greatly hindered. To exercise caution the two did not take to the skies boldly, but maintained a low profile as they returned to Bay City. Yet as they approached the urban area of Bay City, they were still spotted by members of the Evil God Society. However, Ling immediately took action and killed that Evil God Society master. The process was so smooth that Huang Wuliang was left somewhat dumbfounded. A mid-level master was instantly killed by Ling, showing no resistance whatsoever. Huang Wuliang had previously thought his combat power was quite strong, but now he felt he was vastly inferior compared to Ling. After slaying an Evil God Society master, Ling and Huang Wuliang rushed towards the urban area. However, that Evil God Society master had already relayed the news. The speed of the Evil God Society was far beyond their expectations. Just before they were about to enter the urban area, Ling and Huang Wuliang were intercepted. One by one, members of the Evil God Society surrounded them. Looking around, there were 4 beginner masters, 4 mid-level masters, and 2 advanced masters. Of course, the most notable was a beginner great master clad in a black robe. Great master. Huang Wuliang's heart sank. He did not expect the Evil God Society to value him so highly, mobilizing so many masters and even a great master. Brother, you should break through. Their main target is me. The urban forces are inside. With your combat power, if you focus on escaping, there is a chance. Remember to report the results to the higher-ups. Even if there is no solid evidence, it must make them vigilant. Huang Wuliang abandoned hope for survival. He only wanted Ling to successfully break through. However, Ling merely chuckled. This lineup is beneath my notice. Moreover, most of these individuals have unstable auras indicating they rely on external forces. Ling surveyed his surroundings, noting that most of the Evil God Society members had unstable auras, clearly forced to break through with external power, which is a common characteristic of members within the Evil God Society. The beginner great master here also relied on external power to break through. A mere master dares to speak so arrogantly. Oh, let's all take him down together. That great master hovered in the air, looking down at Ling and Huang Wuliang, waving his hand to summon the nearby masters to rush forward. Just a bunch of pathetic fools. Ling conjured a long knife in his hand, and a powerful spiritual energy surged forth, the blade gleaming as a scorching wave swept out. In an instant, the approaching masters were filled with terror. The crimson blade cut through all the masters' weapons, easily slicing through their waists. These masters could hardly believe the vast disparity between themselves and Ling. Despite their numbers, they were effortlessly slain. The corpses of 10 masters lay severed in half on the ground. The scene fell into complete silence. Huang Wuliang swallowed hard. This high-level master from Tiannan Bay City is overwhelmingly powerful. One strike had killed 10 masters. Although most of the Evil God Society members had their power enhanced by external forces, being masters, they should not have been defeated so easily. Ling did not glance at the corpses of the surrounding masters, but instead looked faintly at the great master in the sky. Have you thought about how to die? Ling's voice echoed, thoroughly enraging the great master. Kid, you dare to slaughter so many of our masters from the Evil God Society. Today I will tear you to shreds. This great master was genuinely furious. If the higher-ups knew that he had led 10 masters to surround 2 masters and lost 10 subordinates, the punishment he would face is unimaginable. The only solution now is to kill the 2 masters in front of him to make up for his mistakes. The command center of the city will soon send personnel to take him to the base city for interrogation. That's good, Li Bin said with a smile. The Grand Master of the Evil God Society revealed a chilling murderous intent, and the violent spiritual energy surged forth, resonating with the power of heaven and earth, emanating an aura that suffocated even the Grand Master. Unity of man and heaven. Huang Wuliang felt an enormous pressure, his own momentum completely suppressed. The reason the Grand Master exerted such a powerful suppression over the Master was due to the unity of man and heaven, which could restrain the Master's momentum. Even though this junior Grand Master before him was elevated by external forces, he was still a Grand Master. Unity of man and heaven. Ling's spiritual energy surged, also embodying the unity of man and heaven. The senior Grand Master had comprehended the unity of man and heaven. This reignited Huang Wuliang's hope for survival. I have matters to attend to today. I don't have time to play with you. Enhancement. Ling directly activated the enhancement state, golden patterns spreading across his skin, transmitting terrifying power. In the next moment, Ling stomped the ground fiercely, causing it to shatter instantly, cracks extending hundreds. In almost an instant, Ling reached the Grandmaster, fists clenched, delivering a punch. Facing Ling's punch, the junior Grandmaster snorted coldly, circulating his spiritual energy, surrounded by swirling black mist on his right fist. Boom. The 2 fists collided. The terrifying spiritual energy rippled outward. But soon his scream abruptly stopped, for Ling pointed, and a substantial finger wind pierced through his brow. The entire process of killing the junior grandmaster took merely a few seconds, leaving Huang Wuliang dumbfounded. This was something that only a senior grandmaster could accomplish. At that moment, several powerful auras rushed toward them from afar. Huang Wuliang's heart sank slightly, for among the incoming strong auras, there were two junior grandmasters. However, upon sensing these two auras, Ling felt somewhat at ease, as the two junior grandmasters were none other than Bao Tianjin and Li Bin. Bao Tianjin and Li Bin received the news and rushed over upon discovering the traces of the evil god society, but when they arrived they found over 10 corpses. Among them was a grandmaster's. "Brother Ling, did you kill all these?" Bao Tianjin asked somewhat incredulously as he looked at the 10 masters and one junior grandmaster lying on the ground, all slain by Ling as senior grandmaster. That's not important. What matters is him," Ling said, pointing at Huang Wuliang. "His name is Huang Wuliang, a high-ranking official of the last line of defense in Bay City. He holds important clues. Commander Bao, we need to return to the camp and report this." The last line of defense in Bay City. Bao Tianjin realized the seriousness of the situation. The last line of defense had fallen too quickly, and it was still an unresolved mystery above. Logically speaking, with the solid defense of the last line of defense and the invested technology, it should have been no problem to hold on for 2 to 3 days until reinforcements arrived. But the result was that the last line of defense in Bay City had almost collapsed at the touch. The higher-ups had long suspected that there was a problem with the last line of defense, and now having a living high-ranking official could certainly provide valuable information. Bao Tianjin quickly took Li Bin and Ling to the camp. After arriving at the camp, Bao Tianjin headed directly to the communications room and returned after a long while. "Brother Ling, Brother Li Bin, I have already instructed someone to report to headquarters. They are only here to provide support and do not wish to involve themselves in other matters." However, Ling's eyes flickered as he utilized the newly set-up base network nearby to send messages informing Gong Jian. As a member of the investigation team, he had made significant discoveries that also needed to be reported to the team. Ling reported the situation regarding Huang Wuliang and also explained the matter concerning Yanjun. Gong Jian was ecstatic upon receiving Ling's message. He had certainly understood the importance of finding the high-ranking officials of the last line of defense in the two devastated cities. But why did Gong Jian send only a symbolic number of dark group members to the two cities? It was because he believed that if he could think of this, the evil god society could think of it even more, and they must be prepared to silence them. The evil god society was prepared, and coupled with the impact of the beast tide, the high-ranking officials of the last line of defense would find it nearly impossible to survive. Thus, Gong Jian did not plan to waste too many resources. He did not expect that Ling had truly found the high-ranking official of the last line of defense, who was also the head of the weapon energy control room. The key was that this Huang Wuliang had also mentioned a crucial figure, Yanjun. That was the war god, a figure of utmost importance in the Haida base city. If he was a member of the evil god society, it would be akin to catching a big fish. To substantiate that such a figure was indeed a big fish, powerful material evidence was absolutely no. Immediately, Gong Jian told Ling, "I will come personally. During this time, you must ensure Huang Wuliang's personal safety. Furthermore, he cannot be handed over to anyone else. He can only be handed over to me." Gong Jian understood the influence of Yanjun in Haida base city. If a local were to interrogate him, it would definitely pose a significant problem. He had to take matters into his own hands. After Bao Tianjin reported, a warplane soon arrived. After the warplane landed, 2 grandmasters and 8 masters clad in battle armor exited the cockpit. After the 2 grandmasters stepped out, the armor covering their heads automatically retracted, revealing 2 faces. "Brother Zhu, Brother Lu, you are here." After the 2 grandmasters arrived, Bao Tianjin greeted them warmly, suggesting that the 3 were quite familiar with each other. This was normal after all, as they were all grandmasters from the same base city, so having interactions was natural. "Brother Bao," the 2 grandmasters returned the salute to Bao Tianjin. "Where is Brother Bao? Today we have official business and time is tight, so we won't chat much. We can catch up when we have time in the future." The 2 grandmasters got straight to the point upon arrival. Bao Tianjin didn't mind, and then walked over to Huang Wuliang, saying, "This is the head of the weapon energy control room for the last line of defense in Bay City, Huang Wuliang." Huang Wuliang, the last line of defense in Bay City, fell swiftly, and the higher-ups wished to know the details, so please come with us. The 2 grandmasters said to Huang Wuliang in a calm manner. Just as Huang Wuliang was about to follow the 2 grandmasters, Ling stepped forward to block the way. "Wait, sorry, Huang Wuliang cannot go with you for now. The order I received is that Huang Wuliang must be handed over to the investigation team." Having greeted Gong Jian, Huang Wuliang cannot be handed over to anyone in advance, and Ling naturally would not allow him to follow these 2 grandmasters. Originally, the 2 grandmasters were about to take Huang Wuliang back to complete their task, but at that moment, a high master unexpectedly intervened, telling them it was not allowed. "Old Bao, who is this person?" The two grandmasters directly questioned Bao Tianjin. Bao Tianjin explained with a slightly awkward smile, "Gentlemen, this person is from the Tiannan Bay City support team." He then turned to Yi Ling and said, "Brother Yi Ling, the higher-ups are here to take Huang Wuliang away. Do you have any?" Yi Ling revealed his identity. "Commander Bao, I am a member of the investigation team's Dark Division, and I received orders from our team leader Gong Jian. Huang Wuliang is to be handed over to our investigation team for questioning. As for other forces, please leave." The two grandmasters scoffed, saying, "What Dark Division of the investigation team? We have never heard of it, and your name is not on the list of investigation team members we know." The two grandmasters coldly laughed. Commander Bao also showed a troubled expression and said, "Brother Yi Ling, your name is not on the list of investigation team members either. There's no way to prove it. Let the higher-ups take Huang Wuliang first. If the investigation team really wants him, they can request him later." Yi Ling smiled slightly and said, "There's no need to complicate things. The investigation team will arrive soon and the truth will be clear then." The two grandmasters coldly laughed and said, "Our time is very precious. We don't have the energy to..." Seeing the attitude of the two grandmasters, Yi Ling's gaze flickered. Then he asked Li Bin beside him, "What do you..." Li Bin did not expect Yi Ling to involve him. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Gentlemen, brother Ye's words hold some truth. Once the investigation team arrives, all misunderstandings will be resolved. It won't take up too much of your time." Although Li Bin did not want to take sides, he felt that Yi Ling could not be lying. The investigation team has both public and Dark Division members. It is not that unusual. Since Yi Ling has revealed his identity as a Dark Division member, there should not be a major issue. Moreover, waiting a little for the investigation team to arrive is not a big deal. Li Bin's kind tone and reasonable suggestion, however, provoked the two grandmasters to laugh coldly, saying, "Old Bao, do you have any objections to us creating such a situation to trouble us? You should know how precious our time has been these days. We can't afford to waste it with you." After hearing this, Bao Tianjin addressed Yi Ling and Li Bin, saying, "Brother Yi, Brother Li, I apologize. I am the highest commander here, and my order is to immediately hand over Huang Wuliang to the higher-ups. If anything happens, I will take full responsibility." "You take responsibility? Can you bear that?" However, Bao Tianjin's words were interrupted by Yi Ling without hesitation, who then coldly said, "You think you can take full responsibility? Who do you think you are to be responsible for such a big matter?" Faced with Yi Ling's sarcasm, Bao Tianjin became furious and coldly laughed, saying, "Yi Ling, you are just a high master. It seems you came to assist us at the Black Earth Base City, and I was polite to you. You really think you can stand on equal footing with us? Zhu brother, Lu brother, you can take your people away without worrying about this person." Bao Tianjin ignored Yi Ling and directly ordered the two grandmasters to take Huang Wuliang away. At this moment, Huang Wuliang faintly sensed something was wrong. He was well aware that there were traitors among the higher-ups of the Black Earth Base City, so he did not fully trust them. In the entire Bay City, he only trusted Yi Ling. The reason was simple: the other party saved him. If the other party were from the Evil God Society, they could have killed him directly without any fuss. Thus, Huang Wuliang rapidly retreated, distancing himself from the two grandmasters. How dare a criminal run away? The two grandmasters attacked Huang Wuliang. However, a swift figure like lightning appeared, blocking the two grandmasters, and a clash of energy erupted between them. Boom! In an instant, a surge of spiritual energy spread from beneath the three. In this confrontation, Yi Ling did not experience what everyone expected, being directly knocked away. Instead, it was the two grandmasters who were pushed back a distance. What? At this moment, those around were shocked. The two grandmasters were actually forced back by a high master. Seeing this scene, Bao Tianjin became furious with immense spiritual energy radiating from within him. "Yi Ling, what do you want? Are you disobeying orders? Or do you mean you are a member of the Evil God Society, afraid to let Huang Wuliang meet the higher-ups?" Bao Tianjin immediately accused Yi Ling. Yi Ling coldly laughed, saying, "Don't put such a big label on me. I can't bear it. I still say, when the investigation team comes, let the higher-ups decide who Huang Wuliang belongs to, and let's not get involved." However, Bao Tianjin coldly laughed and said, "Zhu brother, Lu brother, I suspect this person is affiliated with the Evil God Society. Let's work together to capture him and take him to the Black Earth Base City." All right, the other two grandmasters nodded, activating their battle armor. The battle armor worn by Bao Tianjin and the two grandmasters was of the same model as that obtained by the grandmasters from Tiannan Bay City. This kind of battle armor allowed the three initial grandmasters to elevate their combat power to that of intermediate grandmasters. As expected, Yi Ling smirked coldly. Yan Jun had already laid out the groundwork in Bay City. This Bao Tianjin before him was probably also a member of the Evil God Society. In this way, Yan Jun had set up 2 layers of insurance in Bay City. The first layer of insurance was to hunt down Huang Wuliang, preventing him from entering the urban area of Bay City. The second layer of insurance was to place a member of the Evil God Society as the overall commander in Bay City. Thus, even if Huang Wuliang miraculously escaped to the military and base city Baotianjin, would be able to relay the news immediately. This battle armor was indeed from the Black Earth base city, but the two Grand Masters inside should be members of the Evil God Society, sent by Yin Jun. As long as they created the illusion of being attacked by the Evil God Society on the way back, Huang Wuliang would surely die. Overall, given this setup, the last line of defense's survivors would be doomed. However, Yin Jun could not foresee a variable, which was Yi Ling. Yi Ling, being only a high master, would not attract any attention from the Evil God Society or raise any backup when he was sent here for assistance. Otherwise, the two Grand Masters today should not only be initial Grand Masters. Li Bin helped protect Huang Wuliang. You will understand the truth when the investigation team arrives, Yi Ling said to Li Bin. Although Li Bin did not want to get involved in this conflict, he naturally began to sense something was off. Thus, he activated his battle armor, shielding Huang Wuliang behind him. Watching Li Bin protect Huang Wuliang, Yi Ling no longer had any worries. A knife appeared in his hand. Strengthening. Yi Ling activated his innate enhancement golden patterns, spreading across his body, a powerful aura emanating. Thunderblade Shadow. Yi Ling's body transformed into a bolt of lightning, the surface of his long knife shimmering with purple lightning. With a single slash, layers of blade shadows and lightning manifested. This sword technique was given to Yi Ling by the head of the Xianting Martial Arts Academy. Of course, it was not merely a sword technique, it was accompanied by a specialized movement technique. Or rather, the true sword technique and movement technique were one and the same. Yi Ling's sword was so fast that even these three intermediate Grand Masters could only passively defend. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing arose in succession. The battle between both sides was intense. The three junior Grand Masters clad in battle armor joined forces, yet they were evenly matched by Yi Ling, the senior Grand Master. Baotianjin felt both horrified and somewhat powerless. They too wanted to suppress Yi Ling, but his sword techniques and movement were too fast. The rhythm was completely out of their control. If it weren't for the decent defensive power of their armor, they would be even more cautious. Let's attack together, unleash a powerful strike to kill the one in front of us. Huang Wuliang must die today. Baotianjin communicated with the other two Grand Masters. They had decided to expose themselves and provide cover for Yin Jun. They would kill Yi Ling and Huang Wuliang, and then return to the Evil God Association. With a single hand gesture, Baotianjin shouted, "Demon flame, blade flame, slash the heavens." A torrent of spiritual power surged forth like smoke, transforming into a vast black demon flame. The demon flame exuded an astonishing malevolence, enveloping Baotianjin's long knife. He slashed from a distance, the substantial blade energy carrying the demon flame descending. The other two Grand Masters also unleashed their most powerful techniques. Golden Light Buddha Seal. One Grand Master was enveloped in golden spiritual power which gathered to form a gigantic Buddha handprint. The handprint descended with a whistling sound to suppress its target. Flame Dragon, burning the heavens. The other Grand Master manipulated his spear technique, swirling crimson spiritual energy that ultimately coalesced into a giant red dragon. The red dragon roared, its body engulfed in flames, emanating an astonishing wave of energy as it charged toward Yi Ling. It must be said that these three Grand Masters from the Evil God Association were genuine and formidable, considerably stronger than the junior Grand Master Yi Ling had previously encountered, who relied on external forces. The three junior Grand Masters, while wearing their battle armor, unleashed their ultimate techniques with immense power. Three streams of martial arts spiritual energy surged forth, carrying terrifying momentum toward Yi Ling. Come forth, ninefold battle blade, heavenly radiance, blade light. Yi Ling combined the ninefold battle blade and thunderblade shadow techniques. In an instant, layers of thunder clouds thickened above the city, lightning swirling within. The next moment, Yi Ling pointed his long knife toward the sky, channeling the heavenly thunder down. Boom! A terrifying bolt of lightning struck down, channeled onto Yi Ling's long knife. Then Yi Ling slashed down the blade light, infused with the might of heavenly thunder. The blade light, imbued with the majestic power of heavenly thunder, collided with the three attacks. In an instant, a terrifying spiritual energy storm surged forth. The surrounding ruins, already ravaged by fierce beasts, were once again battered. Some bricks were reduced to dust. Under this spiritual energy storm, the three junior Grand Masters were the first to be sent flying. Yi Ling was subsequently impacted by the shockwave, his body retreating violently. Stabilizing his form, Yi Ling felt a sweetness in his mouth, and then spat out a mouthful of blood. These three junior Grand Masters, leveraging the power of their armor, could achieve the combat strength of intermediate Grand Masters. It was equivalent to Yi Ling directly confronting three intermediate Grand Masters, making injury unavoidable. However, for Yi Ling, this perfect body, such minor injuries were negligible. As for the three Grand Masters, although they were knocked back, the protection of their armor meant they suffered minimal injuries. The three Grand Masters clad in armor crawled out from the ruins, their eyes filled with shock and fear as they stared at Ling. Their combined attack had only barely inflicted minor injuries on the opponent. Was the other party truly just a senior Grandmaster? For a moment, the three began to question their lives. Ling tapped his arm that held the knife. He was contemplating whether to activate the Gene battle armor to capture the three Grandmasters. Ling knew that without activating the Gene battle armor, his current combat power could at most match the three Grandmasters evenly. Just as Ling was deep in thought, a flying saucer appeared in the city, followed by a terrifying aura descending. That terrifying aura was clearly a level above that of a great martial master. The martial god. The martial god has arrived. At that moment, many of the martial artists present dared not breathe too loudly, not expecting that the martial god would be disturbed. A figure stepped out from the flying saucer. Dressed in a blue robe, the figure appeared somewhat thin, yet exuded a sharp sword-like aura. The leader of the investigation team, Gong Jian. Upon seeing the martial god, he realized it was not Yin Jun. Bao Tianjin and the other two Grand Masters' expressions changed drastically, and they immediately fled in three different directions. Oomph! Gong Jian merely snorted coldly, making a slicing motion in midair. A terrifying sword energy surged forth, pursuing Bao Tianjin and the others. In an instant, the armor on Bao Tianjin and the others was sliced apart by the sword energy, their bodies covered in blood. Then Gong Jian waved his hand, tossing Bao Tianjin and the others before the crowd. The onlookers quickly checked and found that the three were still breathing, albeit unconscious. Clearly, Gong Jian had held back, not intending to take their lives. So this is the martial god, Ling exclaimed, having fought with the three and knowing how high the armor's defense was. However, in Gong Jian's hands, that armor was as fragile as paper, unable to exert much power before being easily torn apart. Ling, where is Huang Wuliang? Gong Jian landed before Ling. Right here. Ling led Gong Jian to Huang Wuliang. Li Bin beside them also said, Team Leader Gong. Huang Wuliang, I am the leader of the Central Investigation Team. Your safety from here on out will be my responsibility, but you must tell me everything that happened at the last line of defense, word for word, without any exaggeration. Understood, Team Leader Gong. I have evidence in hand, absolutely no falsehoods, Huang Wuliang hurriedly replied. Good, let's go to the Black Soil Base City. Ling, from now on, the defense of this place, Base City, is entirely in your hands. Whatever you need, just let me know. Gong Jian directly handed over the command of Base City to Ling. Although procedurally Gong Jian did not have this authority as a martial god, especially one who had passed the Qishan relic and possessed extraordinary combat strength, he possessed certain powers that did not require procedural bestowal. As a martial god, Gong Jian was quite busy. After speaking with Ling, he took Huang Wuliang and the three unconscious Grandmasters aboard the flying saucer and departed. From his appearance to their departure in the flying saucer, no more than 3 minutes had passed. Ling was not particularly surprised by Gong Jian's appointment as the commander of Base City. Ling had little desire for power. Instead, he found management somewhat exhausting. However, since Gong Jian had spoken, Ling naturally had to accept this position. Brother Li Bin, from now on it will be up to you and me to focus on Base City. Ling said with a smile to Li Bin. Now that you are the commander, I will certainly do my utmost to assist you. After witnessing Ling's unparalleled combat power, Li Bin dared not act arrogantly. This senior master before him could likely contend evenly with the three junior grandmasters clad in armor. This concept was equivalent to having combat power comparable to three intermediate grandmasters. Shortly after Gong Jian's departure, other masters stationed in different parts of Base City rushed over with some troops. Earlier, Ling had fought intensely against three junior grandmasters, and the entire Base City had sensed it. Naturally, these masters had come to provide support from various places. However, upon arrival, despite the chaos at the scene, they found no casualties. Leader Li Bin, do you know where Commander Bao has gone? We sensed a violent battle fluctuation here earlier, a master politely inquired of Li Bin. Li Bin did not answer, instead looking towards Ling. Ling stepped forward and said, Bao Tianjin is under investigation for his involvement with the Evil God Society and has been taken away by the leader of the investigation team, Gong Jian, the martial god. I am now temporarily taking over Base City as the commander. Upon hearing this, the masters who had come to support were somewhat taken aback. Bao Tianjin involved with the Evil God Society. This was something no one had anticipated. They had all sensed the martial god's presence enveloping the entire city, which was undeniable. Moreover, with so many people present, it was impossible to fabricate. However, the news that Bao Tianjin was a member of the Evil God Society greatly impacted them. What they found most astonishing was that the new commander was actually a senior master. A senior master serving as the overall commander was hard for them to accept. If Li Bin had taken the position, although they would have been somewhat dissatisfied, it would have been within an acceptable range. These masters were stationed in important locations throughout Base City and had never even met Ling. Having a master of his caliber issuing orders from above made them feel uncomfortable. Yet despite their discomfort, they had no choice but to follow the orders as they were commands issued directly by the martial god. The masters waiting near the Bay City Command Center glanced at the arriving masters with some dissatisfaction, their eyes revealing a hint of schadenfreude. They had witnessed firsthand how this new commander had previously suppressed 3 grandmasters single-handedly. The attending masters were also somewhat perplexed. The grandmaster present and the others seemed to have no major objections to a master serving as the overall commander. Ling could sense their dissatisfaction. Power itself is not bestowed by others, it must be earned through one's own abilities to conquer subordinates. Thus he addressed the issue directly. I know that many of you do not submit to me. Therefore I give you an opportunity. Those who are unwilling to accept my authority may step forward. I will ensure you are convinced, and I will not pursue this matter afterward, but remember this is only a single opportunity. I must also state clearly that this is the only chance. If anyone tries to pull any tricks afterward, do not blame me for being ruthless. After Ling's words, the masters who had come to support exchanged glances, none wanting to be the one to step out. After several seconds of silence, a straightforward-looking man was the first to stand up. This man was also a senior master. He clasped his fists towards Ling and said, "Brother, I tend to speak my mind. I hope you won't mind. You came in from nowhere and are merely a master, yet you wish to be the commander. I certainly feel some discontent." Ling nodded, then looked at the others and asked, "Are there any others?" Once the first master stood up, it didn't take long for a second master to join him. Soon one after another masters began to stand up. All 18 masters who had come to support stood up in unison. Good. Ling nodded, then rose into the air, his spiritual power surging like a tide, shaking the void. The magnitude of that wave of spiritual power made the masters below change their expressions. Was this the spiritual power a master could possess? The scorching wave of spiritual power rippled outward, and with the continuous infusion of the power of heaven and earth, Ling wasted no time and struck with a punch from the air. This punch was immensely powerful, accompanied by a rolling crimson wave. As the punch fell, the asphalt ground began to melt with the powerful imprint of the fist, gradually starting to liquefy the asphalt road. Unity of man and heaven. The faces of the many masters changed dramatically. This person had actually comprehended the unity of man and heaven. The key was that his own spiritual power was equally formidable. Could a single move like this truly be executed by a master? At that moment, the 18 masters dared not hold back. Their spiritual powers surged forth, and each master unleashed their respective techniques. Various formidable waves of spiritual power surged and spread out as the 18 masters joined forces to block this punch. It must be said that the combined effort of the 18 masters was quite impressive. Their collective attack could even compel junior grandmasters to avoid confrontation. Boom. Yet Ling's punch fell with a thunderous crash, colliding with the combined assault of the 18 masters. Boom. The massive sonic boom echoed, waves of air rippling outward, and terrifying waves of residual spiritual power surged forth. In this confrontation, everyone saw that the united force of the 18 masters was forced back step by step, ultimately shattering, while the violent wind from the punch caused all 18 masters to stagger back a distance before barely stabilizing themselves. At this moment, the 18 masters fell silent, knowing that their opponent had held back earlier. Otherwise, if that punch had landed, there would likely have been casualties among them rather than merely being forcefully pushed back a distance. In the air, Ling stood with his hands behind his back, watching the dissipating spiritual power, calmly gazing down at the 18 masters, and said lightly, "What do you think?" The 18 masters fell silent for a moment, then bowed respectfully, saying, "We pay our respects to the commander." Their unified voices echoed, signifying that Ling had now won over the 18 masters who had arrived. The masters who had been observing the scene also echoed, saying, "We pay our respects to the commander." As their voices rang out, the surrounding soldiers also bowed and shouted, "We pay our respects to the commander." The voices of thousands infused with spiritual power echoed in the command center. This also signified that Ling had successfully taken power from Bao Tianjin. Watching the bowing of thousands, Ling finally understood why so many were so obsessed with power. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, he reveled in the worship of so many, which was indeed intoxicating. Ladies and gentlemen, my role as the commander is not for the sake of power. While I cannot say I am entirely uninterested in power, my interest is not that great. Now that I am the commander, my goal is to protect the survivors and the injured in Bay City. This requires everyone's strong support, and I hope for your cooperation in the future. Ling surveyed the crowd, not coming across as overbearing or displaying his official authority, but instead gradually sharing his thoughts on his role as commander. Next, everyone should return to your respective posts. I will first understand the current situation in Bay City, and after that I will share my thoughts. Ling dismissed many soldiers and returned to his own post, heading back to the command center. Upon arriving, he called to 5 masters who were on standby. 2 of you should form a small team and go to this location to bring back a group of people. There are some survivors there. Ling picked up a map and marked the positions of the elite team and the underground shelter survivors. Yes, Commander. The 5 masters immediately patted their chests in assurance. After they left, a woman dressed in military uniform approached Ling, exuding a heroic demeanor. The woman had sharp short hair, fair skin, and an excellent figure with the buttons of her military uniform straining, giving the impression that something was about to burst forth. Reporting to the commander, I am Yuanhuan, the Secretary General of the Secretary's Office in Bay City Command Center, here to serve you. Ling recognized her. She had often followed Bao Tianjin before. This did not mean she was Bao Tianjin's confidant or a member of the Evil God Society. Her position was simply to assist the commander of Bay City. Please tell me the current situation in Bay City and the difficulties that need to be resolved. Having just arrived in Bay City a few days ago, Ling had been searching in the wild and encountered the recent events, being appointed as the commander of Bay City without preparation. Commander, currently Bay City is lacking in medical supplies. The hospital previously provided a list of medications and has come to urge us. The current acting commander, Bao, has yet to resolve this issue. Furthermore, while there is no shortage of food in Bay City, we lack meat. Many people are injured and exhausted, and they really need meat, preferably from demon beasts. Additionally, there is an order from above to commence rescue operations around Bay City, which has also been stifled by Commander Bao. Yuanhuan mentioned many things that Bay City currently lacked. In fact, she didn't have a very good impression of Bao Tianjin, mainly due to the latter's passive attitude, avoiding responsibility and hoping for no mistakes. Ling found this understandable. After all, a member of the Evil God Society wouldn't work hard. After listening to Yuanhuan's report, he reviewed some documents, such as the list submitted by the hospital. The only issue Ling could currently resolve was the rescue operation. Now that he was in charge of Bay City, he could initiate small-scale rescue efforts in the nearby area. As for the meat issue, hunting fierce beasts could provide some temporary relief. Regarding the lack of medical supplies, he would have to request resources from above. Gong Jian had previously mentioned that if he encountered difficulties or lacked resources, he could ask him for help. Requesting some resources allocated to Bay City should not be too much to ask. Of course, Ling did not plan to ask immediately, as he knew Gong Jian's current priority was to confirm evidence against Huang Wuliang and proceed to arrest Yan Jun. He knew that approaching Gong Jian now would likely yield no response. As expected, just after returning to Haida City, Gong Jian began to gather evidence against Huang Wuliang. There were 2 pieces of evidence against Huang Wuliang. One was the document signed and stamped by Yan Jun with that group. The second was the communication between Huang Wuliang and Yan Jun regarding whether to upgrade the system. With this evidence, Yan Jun would have no way to argue. After obtaining the evidence, Gong Jian did not even notify the governor of Haida Bay City, Zhao Mo, and proceeded directly to arrest Yan Jun. Captain Gong, allow me to inform you, going in like this is against the rules. Gong Jian led the visible investigation team and forcefully barged in while the Grandmaster responsible for security tried to stop him but was unable to. After all, he was a martial god. How could he be stopped? Gong Jian kicked open the minister's office, which was magnificently constructed. At the end of the office sat a middle-aged man with a stern expression and a resolute demeanor. The middle-aged man had an ordinary appearance and was of average height, his features chiseled like a rock sculpture, exuding an aura of authority without needing to be angry. He was the martial god Yan Jun. As the members of the investigation team entered this place, except for Gong Jian, the other members were intimidated by Yan Jun's imposing presence. Gong Jian faced Yan Jun directly and said in a deep voice, Yan Jun, I've come looking for you. You should know what has happened. You came, so of course I know what that means, but it's a pity. I thought I could hide a little longer. However, it doesn't matter. I won't be able to hide for too long anyway. Facing the exposure of his identity, Yan Jun seemed unconcerned, instead appearing calm and relaxed. I don't understand why you are doing this. You are the martial god, a person of great authority in Haida Bay City. Why would you join the Evil God Society? Gong Jian couldn't comprehend why, in the eyes of outsiders, Yan Jun was a high-ranking martial god, a powerful local official, seemingly a winner in life, yet he chose to join the Evil God Society. Power, fame, what good are they? Yan Jun merely chuckled lightly. In this world, only strength is, but strength must be sought in a legitimate manner, not through crooked paths or the evil god's means, Gong Jian replied coldly. Hearing Gong Jian's words, Yan Jun suddenly became agitated. Of course you think that way. You've been to the Qishan ruins and gained opportunities. You still have potential for the future. What about me? I have fought for a lifetime for these so-called people, suffered countless injuries, and left many hidden wounds, leading to my potential for advancing to a junior martial god being exhausted. The hope of taking another step in this life is almost non-existent. Yin Jun's gaze gradually became resolute as he said, "Later I realized that everything for others is false. Only being good to oneself is true. What I desire you cannot provide, I can only seek another path." As Yin Jun grew more passionate in his speech, Gong Jian began to sense something was off and suddenly attacked Yin Jun. Facing Gong Jian's sudden strike, Yin Jun revealed a strange smile, showing no signs of defense, allowing Gong Jian's attack to pass through his chest. In the next moment, Yin Jun's body transformed into countless splatters of blood, and within the blood Gong Jian's expression grew increasingly grim. By this point, how could Gong Jian not know? The person conversing with him for half a day, Yin Jun, was but a clone. However, this clone was no ordinary one. It was likely created by Yin Jun, using a special method combined with a portion of his own flesh and blood, allowing it to remain undetected in the military for so long. Inform Governor Zhao of the situation, issue a wanted notice, and simultaneously, according to the other lists provided by those individuals, apprehend the suspects. Gong Jian took a deep breath and transmitted the order. Although he did not capture Yin Jun this time, the gains were already substantial. Firstly, he had identified Yin Jun, the greatest trader in the Haida Bay city, and secondly, he learned about several other traders from the mouths of Otsong and Bao Tianjin. With this, the higher-ups of Haida Bay City had been significantly cleaned up. At least there was no longer any internal concern, allowing them to focus on fighting against the Beast Horde and the Evil God Society. When Governor Zhao Mo of Haida Bay City learned that Yin Jun was part of the Evil God Society, he was instantly drenched in cold sweat. He knew there were members of the Evil God Society within Haida Bay City, but he never expected one to be a martial god-level expert. No wonder Haida Bay City was under such immense pressure. The highest levels had been infiltrated. If it weren't for the current critical moment, he would definitely have been dismissed from his post as governor. Under his very nose, a martial god was a member of the Evil God Society, and he failed to notice it, which certainly indicated a failure in oversight. To offset this mistake, he must achieve remarkable results in the remaining defense of Haida Bay City. Such a significant upheaval in Haida City could not be hidden. The news had spread to other cities within the Haida Bay City. When Ling learned of this news, he was not surprised. Since Gong Jian had handled this matter, the medical supplies for Bay City should also be prioritized. Thus, Ling called Gong Jian to inquire about some resources. "Sure, I will personally convey your needs to Governor Zhao. I should be able to secure some resources for you." Due to the considerable contributions Ling had made this time, Gong Jian would surely take it seriously. Gong Jian informed Zhao Mo, who did him a favor, and soon after the resources were dispatched. The battlefield hospital in Bay City had a simple environment and was lacking in equipment. The invasion of beasts had destroyed most of the buildings in Bay City, and now the battlefield hospital was one of the few remaining intact structures. Inside the hospital, the cries of injured patients could be heard from time to time. The rooms and corridors were filled with beds. In the temporary office of the hospital's director, Li Sufang had a headache. Currently, there was a shortage of medicine and, crucially, a lack of medical equipment, making it impossible to conduct certain medical tests. Every day, patients were dying because their conditions could not be adequately treated. This caused her great distress as the director. "I wonder if the newly appointed commander can manage to secure some medical resources. Even a little would be fine," Li Sufang sighed. She knew that cities across Haida Bay City were fighting and resources were scarce, making it difficult to request resources from above. But no matter how hard it was, they still needed to ask for some. The incompetence of the former commander Bao Tianjin had left Li Sufang greatly disappointed. However, she had heard that the newly appointed commander was someone sent from Tian'an Bay City, which made Li Sufang feel even more disappointed. An outsider in Haida Bay City had no backing, making it even harder to obtain resources. At that moment, a nurse pushed the door open, bursting with joy, saying, Director, the resources have arrived. The medical supplies are here." Hearing this, Li Sufang immediately stood up, her tone excited as she hurriedly asked, "The resources are here. How much? How much has arrived?" The nurse replied, "We received all the items listed on the supply list for the command center, both in quantity and variety." All of it. Li Sufang could hardly believe her ears. The list she submitted to the command center included not only the current shortages of the hospital, but also provisions for future needs. Most importantly, she knew that they would not be able to provide so much, so she thought that by asking for a bit more, they might grant a little extra. In her estimation, if the new commander could provide 1/3 of the resources she requested, she would be grateful. Yet the nurse informed her that the commander had supplied everything in full. "Take me there quickly, take me to see." Li Sufang found it hard to believe. She had to see it with her own eyes to believe it. When she arrived at the warehouse and confirmed the supplies, her body trembled with excitement. Quickly start utilizing the resources and initiate the treatments that were previously delayed. If it weren't for the urgent matters at hand, Li Sufang would have wanted to thank the newly appointed commander in person right away. The battlefield hospital began to operate, and some long-delayed patients received treatment, The injured noticeably felt that the supply of medical resources in the battlefield hospital had increased. At the same time, these injured individuals also noticed that their daily meals had slightly improved with not only vegetables, but also meat, which contained a hint of spiritual energy, clearly from beast meat. What has happened in Bay City recently? Why has everything suddenly improved? Not only have we received more medicines, but even the meat has increased. The injured conversed among themselves during their downtime in the battlefield hospital. I suspect the battles are nearing an end and the beasts are being driven back, so there are more resources available from above. I think the commander used his personal connections to acquire the resources. These injured soldiers trapped in the battlefield hospital were unaware of external developments and could only speculate wildly. At that moment, a volunteer approached with a smile, saying, "Stop your wild guesses. It seems the previous commander got into some trouble and was arrested. A new commander has been parachuted in. This commander is quite impressive, first securing resources from above, then leading troops to clear out the beasts near Bay City. The beast meat we've been eating recently isn't from the supplies, but from the beasts hunted by the commander and his team. Additionally, the commander has been searching nearby villages and towns, and I've heard that over 1,000 people have been rescued and brought into the city. Compared to the useless previous commander, the new commander seems to be capable of anything." The volunteer spoke with great admiration for the new commander. In fact, not only the volunteers, but also the nurses and doctors who had contact with the outside world frequently praised the new commander. Under such influence, coupled with the better treatment the injured were receiving compared to before, they developed a considerable respect for this new commander whom they had never met. In addition to battlefield resources, Ling improved the treatment of volunteers. Beyond food, he also organized survivors from Bay City who knew welding and construction to temporarily set up shelters. Although still rudimentary, it was better than living in ruins or a large group of people crowded into container-like shelters. In no time, Ling's reputation in Bay City rose to an unexpected level. Ling has been the commander of Bay City for a month now. During this month, he has been quite busy handling internal affairs within Bay City, while also leading the team to eliminate nearby ferocious beasts, essentially keeping himself occupied. Fortunately, after a month of hard work, he has inspected the surrounding villages and towns, bringing back most of the survivors. Now Bay City is back on track, and Ling can finally breathe a sigh of relief. After sorting out the work documents, Ling began to check the current situation of the Haida Bay City. Unlike when Ling first arrived, the situation in Haida Bay City has stabilized. The cities that had their first and second defensive lines breached are gradually regaining lost ground, creating a standoff with the ferocious beasts. In fact, with the assistance of powerful allies from the Central Command, Haida Bay City could easily launch a counterattack and completely drive these ferocious beasts far away from human settlements. However, Haida Bay City is not in a hurry to initiate a counteroffensive. The reason lies in their apprehension towards the evil god society. So far, it remains unclear what their motive is for launching such a large-scale ferocious beast attack. Although the evil god society has gained a lot from a small-scale blood sacrifice, their losses are equally significant, exposing many hidden individuals in Haida Bay City, including a martial god. With such a significant loss of power exposed, the evil god society's aim is definitely not just limited to a few small blood sacrifices. However, the upper management remains completely unaware of their intentions, thus they dare not launch a blind counterattack. Yet Ling knows that even if the upper management does not blindly initiate a counterattack, they won't delay for too long. After all, in the current situation, warfare is akin to burning money, and mobilizing manpower and military might from various base cities is a considerable drain. But these matters don't concern Ling much. He understands that he is merely a senior master, and even in terms of combat power, he cannot compare to a grandmaster. Consequently, he will not be mobilized for any future decisive battles. Ling just needs to ensure that Bay City remains safe. At that moment, a knock sounded at the office door, and Ling raised an eyebrow, saying, "Come in." A woman with short hair and military attire, Yun Huan, pushed the door open and entered. "What can I do for you, Secretary Yun?" Ling was relatively polite to this secretary, as he had come to appreciate her professional capabilities over the past month. If it weren't for her assistance in handling matters this past month, Ling would have been overwhelmed. Yun Huan smiled at Ling and said, "Commander Yi, the director of the battlefield hospital in Bay City, Li Sufang, and the representative Sun Lai both wish to meet with you." "Meet? What could they want to see me for? If there's something, they could just send an email or submit the documents to me directly." Ling wondered why these people wanted to meet him. This isn't the first time Li Sufang and Sun Lai have tried to schedule a meeting with him. Yun Huan covered her mouth and chuckled, saying, "They both want to thank you, Commander Yi. You might not know, but your reputation in Bay City is very high now. Many people refer to you as Yi Qingtian, a capable commander who gets things done. I think you should accept their gratitude. Besides, didn't the higher-ups send someone down for a special interview with you? You could do that together." Yuan herself admires Ling, the newly appointed commander. He has addressed the resource shortage issue in Bay City right from the start, led the team to eliminate ferocious beasts, hunted a large amount of ferocious beast meat to address the nutritional needs of the injured, and arranged for temporary housing, solving many housing problems while rescuing numerous survivors during his inspections of the towns. This series of measures far surpasses the previous commander Bao Tianjin. The former commander was notorious for doing nothing, a situation that could be described as either stability or laziness. Although this commander shows apparent weaknesses in management, he does get things done, striving to accomplish as much as possible in his areas of expertise. Check the time and arrange it, please. Ling ultimately agreed, as these two had applied multiple times already. Additionally, the reporters sent from above indeed needed to conduct a special interview to understand the current state of Bay City. The reporter had already been around for several days exploring and conducting undercover visits in Bay City. With a clear conscience, Ling was not afraid of any scrutiny, as he had been diligently working. Thus, he allowed the reporter to roam freely in Bay City, only assigning 2 people for her safety. Yuan quickly relayed the message about Ling's meeting with Li Sufeng and Sun Lai to the two, also explaining that they needed to cooperate for the special interview. Don't worry, Secretary Yun. Commander Yi has done so much for us in Bay City, I will definitely cooperate, Li Sufeng said, patting her chest. If it were the former commander asking her to cover for him during a special interview, Li Sufeng would have refused 100 times. But for Ling, the newly appointed commander, she was more than willing. The changes in Bay City over the past month have been evident to everyone. Outside the Haida Bay City, within an underground castle. The castle is surrounded by glowing patterns on the walls, isolating the entire underground castle's aura. Even walking on the surface, one cannot discern the existence of a castle below. Any probing will be thwarted. Inside the castle, there is a secret chamber filled with bones and a strong stench of blood. In the center, there is an altar connecting to several blood-colored orbs floating in the air. These blood-colored orbs are not actual energy orbs, but are all refined from sacrificial blood. Under that altar, it seems something is being gestated, and the energy of that something is provided by these source blood. In the room stands a middle-aged man with an expressionless face, his demeanor indifferent. However, the fluctuations emanating from him cannot be overlooked. He is a martial god. If any senior officials from Haida Bay City were here, they would undoubtedly recognize him as martial god Yanjun. The plan is nearing success, but it seems we are lacking some blood sacrifices. At that moment, a shadow in the secret chamber began to stir, eventually transforming into a male figure. The man is impeccably dressed with fair and smooth skin and an appearance that seems scholarly and amiable. However, only the core members of the Evil God Society know how ruthless this seemingly refined and friendly man can be. This man is also a martial god of the Evil God Society, known as the Blood Prince. Indeed, we are lacking a batch of blood sacrifices, Yanjun remarked indifferently. Should I command my subordinates to hunt some ferocious beasts? Asked the Blood Prince. Yanjun shook his head, saying the essence blood of ferocious beasts is not suitable for this plan. We need to sacrifice humans. However, the vigilance on the Haida Bay City side is quite high now, staying holed up in the city and not taking the initiative to attack. Obtaining a large number of human sacrifices will be challenging. But weren't 2 cities breached? The defenses of those 2 cities are weak. It shouldn't be difficult to orchestrate a blood sacrifice there, Yanjun replied with a smile. Which city do you think we should target? Upon hearing this, the Blood Prince asked. At this moment, Yanjun's expression finally showed some fluctuation, and then he said, Bay City. In Bay City, Blood Young Master's eyes narrowed slightly, as he was somewhat aware of Yanjun's exposure. It seemed that the investigation team had found clues from Bay City leading to his capture. Sure, I will send my subordinates to take care of it. Blood Young Master was unconcerned about Yanjun seeking revenge driven by personal feelings. Currently, they indeed lacked a batch of blood food, and there were only 2 cities available for selection. It's more reliable to send a stronger force. The commander in Bay City seems to have decent combat power, so it's better to be well prepared. A lion hunts a rabbit with all its strength. Yanjun reminded Blood Young Master. Rest assured, I will dispatch my 3 most capable subordinates. Blood Young Master's voice echoed. Outside the Black Earth Bay City, in another location, this was the territory of fierce beasts, yet there existed a region where humans survived. The humans here possessed considerable strength, with the weakest being masters, and up to 10 grandmasters among them. The strongest were 3 fierce individuals encircled around a bonfire clad in the furs of lord-level beasts. Each of these 3 fierce individuals exuded a robust aura of malevolence, clearly stained with the blood of many, and their presence was even more powerful, all reaching the advanced Grand Master level. At this moment, the 3 gathered around the bonfire, grilling delicious beast meat, sprinkling high-quality seasonings, and occasionally slicing off a piece of meat to savor. Such days were indeed comforting. Just then the jade pendants worn by the three advanced Grand Masters began to glow. The three advanced Grand Masters could no longer focus on eating roasted meat and quickly took out the jade pendants. After displaying three jade pendants, light gathered, revealing an image. Chief. The three advanced Grand Masters stood in reverence before the image, for this was the infamous Blood Young Master of the Evil God Society. Once he became a martial god through his own strength, and after aligning with the Evil God Society, his power had greatly increased. He had once slain a junior martial god of the Great Xia in Magic City, and was chased by powerful individuals of Great Xia, forced to traverse the endless territories of fierce beasts to reach Black Earth-based city. This chief ranked among the top in strength within the Evil God Society. Blood Young Master looked at the three and said, "There is a task I need you to accomplish. We still need more blood food, and you must go to blood sacrifice a batch of humans. They are currently in Bay City where the defenses are the weakest. Once this batch of blood food is successfully sacrificed, our plan will be a complete success. I will personally oversee the blood sacrifice ceremony, granting you an opportunity to break through to martial god." The eyes of the three advanced Grand Masters brightened. They had been waiting for this day for far too long. The three understood that their rise to advanced Grand Masters was due to the promotion from the Evil God Society. Without external support, they would have no hope of breaking through to martial god in this lifetime. Chief, don't worry, we will definitely complete the task perfectly. The three advanced Grand Masters were filled with confidence. Their power was currently the strongest faction under the Evil God Society, posing a considerable threat even to a complete city, let alone a broken one. After finishing the conversation, the image dissipated. The three advanced Grand Masters stood up and shouted, "Brothers, we are going to work. Let's go blood sacrifice Bay City." Blood sacrifice. Upon hearing this, the other individuals present immediately became excited. As members of the Evil God Society, blood sacrifices were their favorite, because after each blood sacrifice, they could keep 60% of the blood food, while 40% had to be handed over, which could be exchanged for power from the Evil God. However, the Evil God Society prohibited private blood sacrifices, so without orders or approval from the higher-ups, they wouldn't dare to carry out blood sacrifices recklessly. Moreover, the most critical factor was that the blood food obtained from the blood sacrifice had to be processed by the higher-ups of the Evil God Society before being offered to the Evil God. This was also the fundamental method for the higher-ups of the Evil God Society to manage their subordinates. Thus, even if those below wanted to carry out private blood sacrifices, the blood food obtained would be rendered useless. Let's go Bay City. With the command of the three advanced Grand Masters, a group of people rushed towards Bay City with excitement. In Bay City, a specialized television tower team was stationed at the command center led by reporter Tian Rue. Tian Rue, in her early 30s, managed to secure a position at the headquarters of the television tower in Black Earth Bay City, not only due to her solid background, but also because of her impressive work capabilities. Born into a martial arts family, her father was a junior martial master and her mother an advanced master. Although Tian Rue had some talent in martial arts, achieving the level of a Grand Master in her 30s, her potential suggested she would at most become a master, so her career path leaned towards a professional role as a master. The television tower was undoubtedly a good path. Leveraging her background and personal abilities, Tian Rue quickly carved out a respectable position within the cloud of influential figures at the headquarters of the television tower in Black Earth Bay City. This time she came to interview the commander of Bay City to understand the current situation there, while other colleagues at the television station avoided this task. After all, Bay City was currently less safe than other cities, and with no major incidents occurring here, they couldn't uncover any explosive news, rendering it of little value. However, in Tian Rui's view, the recovery of Bay City and the situation of the injured staying there were things that the people of Black Earth Bay City also wished to know. Of course, if she could discover some explosive news here, such as severe shortages of treatment for the injured, the commander's negligence, and the poor living conditions of the people, it would further ignite the anger of other citizens in Black Earth Bay City. However, after a few days in Bay City, Tian Rue found nothing of the sort. Instead, she saw Bay City moving towards a positive direction and held a great appreciation for the new commander. Although there were no explosive news, Tian Rue was quite satisfied. Compared to sensational news, she preferred to see the people living better. Today she was to interview Commander Ling of Bay City, and Tian Rue had prepared in advance. This commander of Bay City was sent from Tiannan Bay City, possessing only the cultivation of an advanced master, but it was said that his combat power was formidable and he remained undefeated against 3 junior grandmasters. Interviewing such a person required caution, as Tian Rui's own background was merely that of a junior grandmaster. This expert from Tiannan Bay City had no obligation to spare her father any face. At this moment, Secretary Yunhuan walked out of the command center and said to Tian Rue, "Reporter Tian, the commander is ready and 2 guests have also arrived. Please come in." After Yunhuan finished speaking, Tian Rue signaled her colleagues to enter the command center together. Remember, follow the pre-discussed plan. Do not ask tricky questions or intentionally provoke. As they entered, Tian-Rui specifically reminded her colleagues. She knew that some colleagues, in order to attract attention, might intentionally create issues, misinterpret, or distort the interviewee's words to create conflict. However, the person they were interviewing today was comparable to a grandmaster. Especially during wartime, if they provoked the other party, they wouldn't even know how they died. Yun Huan brought the television station personnel to the reception office, where besides Yi Ling there were also Li Su Feng and Sun Tai. Upon entering the office, Tian-Rui glanced at Yi Ling. The latter had an unremarkable appearance, a middle-aged man who seemed rather gentle. Tian-Rui and Yi Ling were not meeting for the first time. Since Yi Ling had performed well since taking office, the entire interview proceeded smoothly. At the end of the interview, Tian-Rui suddenly asked Yi Ling a question not planned in advance. Commander Yi, it is rumored that the former commander was a member of the Evil God Society, and it was you who personally captured him. Is this true? How did you confirm that the former commander was a member of the Evil God Society? And how did you design the situation to expose him? When this question was asked, Yun Huan was slightly taken aback. This was not a question that had been agreed upon beforehand. Just as Yun Huan was about to interrupt, Yi Ling smiled and replied, I am not familiar with the former commander of Bay City. If you had done your homework before coming, you should know that I am here to support from Tiannan Bay City. At that time, I was a member of the investigation team responsible for secretly investigating the incidents in Bay City, and I found some clues that I wanted to deliver to the investigation team. The former commander exposed himself to prevent the witnesses from reaching the investigation team. After hearing this, Tian-Rui continued to press. Can you reveal who the witness is and what clues they hold that made the former commander of Bay City so anxious as to expose himself? When Tian-Rui asked this question, Yi Ling's tone became much harsher. Reporter Tian, this involves military secrets, and it seems that it should not be part of the interview content. If you continue to interrogate me about military secrets, I might have to suspect your intentions and report this so that the investigation team might invite you for a cup of tea. Upon hearing Yi Ling's words, Tian-Rui's expression changed. If this matter led her to the investigation team, even if she was innocent, her future at the television station would likely be ruined. At this moment, Tian-Rui also realized that her question was a bit excessive and immediately said, Commander Yi, my question was inappropriate. She then told the team from the television station, cut this part out. At that moment, in another location in Bay City, the military was under attack and 2 masters stationed there were killed on the spot. The enemy was terrifying with at least 10 grandmasters and many more masters. An enemy attack. The surviving soldiers fired signal flares, and instantly the entire Bay City sensed it. Thus, groups of soldiers rushed to the scene. Firing signal flares is perfect. Let's not kill them one by one, but wait here instead. The members of the Evil God Society, however, were quite arrogant. They chose not to scatter and attack, but instead decided to wait for most of the Bay City army to arrive. Just as the interview concluded successfully, Yi Ling sensed the signal flares in the office. Not good, there's an enemy attack. Yi Ling's expression changed dramatically. He not only sensed the signal flares, but also detected the presence of 10 unfamiliar grandmasters in the city. These grandmasters did not hide their auras at all, releasing them freely, making it easy for people in the city to sense them. 10 grandmasters. Yi Ling's face sank, clearly indicating this was definitely the work of the Evil God Society. Could it be that the Evil God Society intended to perform a blood sacrifice in Bay City? Yi Ling immediately thought of this possibility. The people of the Evil God Society do not act lightly, especially with such a powerful force gathered together. Unless it is something very important, such a situation would not occur. Currently, the significant issue in Bay City likely involved a blood sacrifice. Yun Huan immediately notified the headquarters of the Black Earth Bay City via telegram that the Evil God Society, led by 10 grandmasters, is invading and intends to perform a blood sacrifice on the entire Bay City. Request support. 10 grandmasters. Upon hearing this number, the other people in the office turned pale. They were well aware of the current strength of Bay City. If the enemy truly had 10 grandmasters leading, Bay City would likely not be able to hold out until reinforcements arrived. Why are you just standing there? Go make contact. Yi Ling shouted. Yes. Yun Huan snapped out of her daze and hurried to contact the headquarters. Yi Ling rushed out of the command post directly to the front line. Tian-Rui excitedly said, Big news, big news. Let's go set up the camera and record on the front line. The invasion of Bay City by the Evil God Society was undoubtedly big news. If they could grasp frontline intelligence, it would undoubtedly spread throughout the Black Earth Bay City and significantly enhance their chances for promotion. Seeing that Tian-Rui was still thinking about big news at this moment, her assistant looked stunned and then said, Isn't going to the front line at this time seeking death. To get news, one must first protect their life. Tian-Rui looked at her assistant and photographer and said, 10 grandmasters, if the front line truly cannot hold, can the evil god society spare us? Will we still be alive? It would be better to take a gamble on the front line. If this new commander truly withstands the pressure and we get reinforcements, everything we record on the front line will be invaluable, and our spirit in such a situation will surely be praised. Shall we take a bet? Tian Rue looked at her team. The others hesitated for a moment, gritted their teeth, and said, Sister Rue, we will follow your lead. These few people were willing to follow Tian Rue not because they were truly looking to gamble for wealth, but as Tian Rue had said, if they really faced defeat, the evil god society would not spare them. Rather than that, they might as well stay with the frontline troops. If the base city frontline troops held their ground, they would gain significantly. Tian Rue and her team hurried to the front line with their cameras. The first to arrive at the front line was Li Bin, a junior grandmaster leading a team. Upon arriving at the location of the signal flares, Li Bin's heart sank. Although there were only dozens of people from the evil god society, the weakest among them were all masters. But the most critical issue was that the enemy had 10 grandmasters, 3 of whom were high-level grandmasters. Li Bin believed that even with the help of battle armor, he could at most exert the combat strength of a mid-level grandmaster. Even the overall commander Ling could only match the combat power of 3 mid-level grandmasters, yet there were 3 high-level grandmasters in front of him. The heavens were out to destroy Bay City. Li Bin sighed, then his gaze sharpened little by little. Even if he had to die, he would fight valiantly on the front line. At that moment, another surge of spiritual energy erupted, and Ling rushed to the location of the signal flare. Their 1,000-strong army was gathered, yet facing the dozens of enemies, the 1,000-strong army clearly lacked confidence. Ling's gaze swept over and immediately noticed the 3 high-level grandmasters among the dozens. 3 high-level grandmasters, it seems a fierce battle is unavoidable. Ling's heart tightened, clearly indicating that a fierce battle, perhaps even a bloody one, was imminent. The Evil God Association consists of only a few dozen individuals, yet at one end of the street, over 1,000 soldiers are fully armed, their morale still low. There is no way around it. The weakest among the Evil God Association are all masters, with the emphasis being on the 10 grandmasters, 3 of whom are even high grandmasters. Tian Rue arrived at the battlefield, setting up the camera behind to control the primary resources. What should we do, Commander Yi? Li Bin asked Ling, knowing he couldn't possibly contend with the 3 high grandmasters. Ling understood that he must step forward at this moment. He approached a distance away from the members of the Evil God Association and smiled, saying, The Evil God Association really has some nerve, daring to openly appear in Bay City. Are you here to deliver achievements to me? Upon hearing Ling's words, the soldiers behind were stunned. They had originally thought the commander would negotiate to alleviate the conflict by time and wait for reinforcements. Instead, the commander charged forward with sheer resolve, which was quite fierce. When the 3 high grandmasters heard this, they were taken aback, then exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Deliver achievements. We're right here. Do you dare to claim this achievement? One of the high grandmasters teased. The other comparatively composed grandmaster frowned slightly and said, Stop the games. If we drag this out, reinforcements will arrive soon. All right, let me deal with this high grandmaster. As the 2 high grandmasters conversed, another high grandmaster with fiery red hair interjected. Let me handle it. As this high grandmaster spoke, a terrifying pressure swept out from him like a tidal wave, causing everyone's expression to change drastically. Under the pressure of the high grandmaster, many soldiers felt that the flow of their own spiritual energy was becoming increasingly difficult. In the next moment, the high grandmaster extended his palm, stepping forward to stand before Ling. Instantly, a torrent of fiery red spiritual energy surged forth, enveloping his palm's surface with the intense heat, distorting the air and melting the ground before slamming down towards Ling. Facing the terrifying strike of the high grandmaster, Ling merely chuckled lightly. As the palm was about to touch him, azure light spread out, obscuring what was happening. But in the next moment, the high grandmaster with fiery red hair was suddenly sent flying. His fiery red spiritual energy dissipated completely. The flying high grandmaster crashed into a pile of ruins, coughed twice, and spat out mouthfuls of blood. This sudden change left everyone present in shock. The one who was sent flying was actually this high grandmaster. A high grandmaster being beaten by a high grandmaster until blood is spewing. This is somewhat contrary to the laws of nature. Tian Rue, who was recording, was also startled by this scene, but soon became even more excited. Clearly, she had made the right bet by coming here to record the interview. As the azure light dissipated, Ling revealed himself. At this moment, Ling was clad in a suit of azure battle armor, which appeared exceptionally light, unlike the somewhat bulky armor used by other grandmasters. Is this the latest high-tech battle armor? Many soldiers felt their fighting spirit rekindle upon seeing Ling's armor. Previously, the Evil God Association had too many experts, instilling despair in them. Now their commander seemed capable of contending with the experts of the Evil God Association, and their fighting spirit gradually ignited. Ling stretched his muscles. This was his first time utilizing the biological gene armor he had acquired. Feeling the strength the biological gene armor bestowed upon him, Ling became somewhat intoxicated. This power was indeed far greater than his own. The High Grand Master who was struck into the ruins got up and walked toward the Evil God Association's group. The three High Grand Masters looked at Ling clad in armor with increasingly grave expressions. From Ling, they sensed a true threat. Although the armor completely enveloped him, all environmental data around him was transmitted directly into Ling's mind in a special way. The azure light around Ling swirled, and in the next instant he stomped the ground fiercely and charged towards the three High Grand Masters of the Evil God Association. The ground beneath him trembled instantly as Ling transformed into azure light, slapping towards the three High Grand Masters. The three High Grand Masters instinctively joined forces, unleashing three waves of violent spiritual energy. The High Grand Master with fiery red hair was engulfed in flames, his scorching spiritual energy soaring into the clouds. The robust High Grand Master radiated ancient yellow spiritual energy, his physique bulging with surging blood energy. The calm-looking High Grand Master conjured a blood spear in his hand, exuding a murderous aura as the mighty blood-colored spiritual energy surged forth. The three High Grand Masters acted in unison, and three powerful waves of spiritual energy surged towards Ling. In the face of the three High Grand Masters' attack, Ling, clad in armor, merely unleashed a punch, which sent a violent gust of wind sweeping forth. Boom! As the forces collided, an astonishing spiritual energy storm surged forth. Under this storm, the three High Grand Masters trembled, being forcefully knocked back several hundred meters before barely stabilizing themselves. Clearly, the three High Grand Masters had been at an absolute disadvantage in the prior clash. Upon witnessing Ling knocking back the three High Grand Masters with a single strike, many soldiers erupted in cheers, their morale soaring. These soldiers were well aware that if the Evil God Association made a move, it would be a blood sacrifice. If they were unable to resist, no one present would survive. After being knocked back, the three High Grand Masters of the Evil God Association wore grim expressions and then shouted, "Leave one Grand Master behind. Everyone else attack together. I don't believe this brat has enough power to sustain this armor for long." The rest of you launched the attack. The three High Grand Masters of the Evil God Association did not believe Ling could continuously activate the armor for an extended period. As long as their combined assault could exhaust the opponent, they would be free to dispose of him thereafter. The 9 Grand Masters of the Evil God Association joined forces, and a torrent of spiritual energy surged forth, each holding a defensive spirit artifact. Clearly, they were determined to engage in a prolonged war of attrition, fully depleting Ling's spiritual energy. Meanwhile, the sounds of battle erupted elsewhere. Li Bin, clad in armor, faced a mid-level Grand Master, while the other Masters led soldiers to fend off the Evil God Association's Grand Masters. In the rear, some soldiers began guiding civilians into underground shelters and assisting with the evacuation of the injured. In an instant, the entire base city became bustling, with the front line of the battlefield experiencing clashes of spiritual energy, gunfire erupting, and blood and fire intertwining. In the first line of the battlefield in Bay City, Ling stood in midair, facing the siege of 9 Grand. However, it was somewhat amusing that despite the 9 Grandmasters attacking him, each one was cautious, holding shields to protect themselves at all times. Ling knew the intentions of the Evil God Society's Grandmasters, wanting to slowly deplete his own spiritual energy. Yet what they did not realize was that every cell in Ling's body could store spiritual energy. The depth of his spiritual power was unfathomable, and more crucially, the advanced technology in the Divine Legacy could not possibly be so inferior. On ordinary days, the Biogene battle armor would absorb the energy from heaven and earth for storage. Ling's spiritual energy was merely used for activation and assistance, leading to minimal consumption. However, Ling did not wish to waste time with these individuals. The battle below was too fierce, and the soldiers stationed in Bay City were occasionally suffering injuries. Thinking of this, Ling's gaze became increasingly sharp. He clenched his palm, causing azure spiritual energy to gather in the air, forming a blue light in his palm. Soon a long spear shimmering with illusory light appeared in Ling's hand. When he waved the spear casually, it seemed to possess the ability to tear space apart. Though this spear was of illusory energy type, it was a standard weapon of the battle armor with power greater than ordinary spiritual artifacts. Upon seeing the spear, the Grandmasters attacking Ling felt a jolt of instinctive threat. In the next moment, a storm-like surge of spiritual energy rippled from Ling's body, and in the following second his figure darted out, like a phantom, sweeping the spear horizontally. In an instant, the azure light swept by, and the two mid-level grandmasters close to Yi Ling's position had their expressions change, quickly mobilizing their spiritual energy to raise their shields in front of their chests. However, they still underestimated the power of the strike. The two spiritual shields shattered upon contact with the azure light, breaking apart smoothly like a mirror. The two mid-level grandmasters were knocked back by the azure light, spewing blood wildly, their bodies plummeting to the ruins like birds with broken wings, uncertain of their fate. Such a clean and decisive defeat of the two mid-level grandmasters caused the remaining 7 grandmasters of the evil god society, attacking Yi Ling, to gasp in shock. This offensive capability is too sharp, isn't it? Everyone, do not be afraid. This level of attack cannot be sustained for long. He must be charging up for a burst, trying to intimidate us. The senior grandmaster, holding a blood spear, shouted sternly. Immediately, the 3 senior grandmasters exchanged glances and took the initiative to charge forward to share the greatest pressure. These 3 senior grandmasters knew that only by stepping up to bear the majority of the force could they stabilize the restless minds of the others. The 3 senior grandmasters changed their previous strategy and launched a fierce attack against Yi Ling. Yi Ling swung the spear with winds swirling around it, creating a powerful onslaught that thoroughly suppressed the 3 senior grandmasters, causing the other grandmasters to only dare to slightly disturb from the side. Under the siege of the remaining 7 grandmasters, Yi Ling still maintained an absolute advantage, with the grandmasters of the evil god society continuously sustaining injuries, teetering on the brink of collapse. Didn't they say that this level of attack wouldn't last long? Why is he getting more ferocious as he fights? The grandmasters of the evil god society were in misery, with continuous injuries and damage to their defensive spiritual artifacts. If this continues, there might be more deaths. Just then, Yi Ling's body suddenly distanced itself from these grandmasters, and then vast spiritual energy surged out from within him. Before long, azure hurricanes began to form in the sky above Bay City, roaring as if they had the power to tear apart heaven and earth. Accompanied by Yi Ling's swing of the spear, the azure hurricanes surged toward the grandmasters of the evil god society. The raging hurricanes made the grandmasters of the evil god society dare not be negligent, putting in all their effort to resist. Yet under this resistance, finally a grandmaster could not hold on. His spiritual artifact shattered, and he was caught up in the hurricane. Oh! A piercing scream echoed, and in the blink of an eye, this junior grandmaster's body was torn apart by the hurricane, blood mist spraying out. I see that his spiritual energy is fundamentally inexhaustible. Fighting him is just seeking death. With the death of yet another junior grandmaster, the fear within the grandmasters of the evil god society finally ignited. Their purpose in joining the evil god society was to train themselves, not merely to seek death. One mid-level grandmaster immediately fled without hesitation. This mid-level grandmaster's escape weakened the power resisting the hurricane in the front. The spiritual shield formed by these grandmasters was torn apart by the hurricane. As a result, the other grandmasters fled in panic. Even the 3 senior grandmasters chose to escape. Want to run? Yi Ling looked at the fleeing grandmasters. Though he couldn't capture everyone, he at least had the ability to kill a few. Yi Ling chased after a junior grandmaster, swinging the battle spear down. The junior grandmaster desperately defended himself, yet the constructed spiritual defense was easily torn apart, and he too was ripped in half. The junior grandmaster is dead. With the death of this junior grandmaster, Yi Ling pursued another mid-level grandmaster. Clang, clang, clang. Accompanied by the sound of metallic collisions, the aura of that mid-level grandmaster dissipated, marking another death. Yi Ling had continuously hunted down 2 junior grandmasters and 2 mid-level grandmasters. As for the 3 senior grandmasters, they escaped rather quickly. Moreover, Yi Ling's killings of other grandmasters also took some time, allowing the 3 senior grandmasters to get away. As the grandmasters of the evil god society above were defeated, the mid-level grandmaster engaged in battle with Li Bin was horrified and directly fled in another direction. With these grandmasters fleeing, the remaining masters certainly had no reason to fight to the death. The evil god society's defeat was like a landslide. The soldiers of Bay City began to pursue, and Yi Ling, controlling the battle armor, also began to hunt down. To Yi Ling, the masters were almost a matter of instant kills. The subsequent battles could entirely be described as a slaughter. The pursuit continued until the edge of Bay City, and only when Yi Ling worried about potential issues within the city did he come to a halt. Forget it, don't chase anymore. Half of those who invaded from the evil god society are dead. I'm afraid the evil god society will be heartbroken. Yi Ling stopped the soldiers who were filled with fighting spirit. The personnel of the evil god society were far fewer than those of the Black Earth-based city. The forces mobilized this time were definitely the core elite of the evil god society, and losing more than half essentially meant a severe blow to their vitality. Of course, such a severe blow was still insufficient to shake the foundation of the evil god society in the Black Earth-based city. Because the true foundation of the evil god society in the Black Earth Bay City lies with the god of war. As long as the god of war of the evil god society is not eradicated, they will eventually be able to make a comeback. However, removing the god of war of the evil god society was not something Ling was considering for now. This should be something the god of war in the Black Earth Bay City ought to think about at present. Return to the city and tally the casualties. Ling commanded, and all the soldiers returned to Bay City. Despite having experienced a fierce battle earlier, the atmosphere in Bay City was one of excitement. This time Bay City had undoubtedly achieved a great victory, having slain 28 masters of the evil god society and captured 2 grand masters during the post-battle tally. The 2 captured grand masters were naturally the 2 intermediate grand masters that Ling had initially defeated. They were fortunate to have survived, albeit gravely injured and on the brink of death. Due to their affiliation with the evil god society, Ling instructed the hospital to administer emergency serum to keep them alive. The living captives of the 2 grand masters from the evil god society were undoubtedly of significant value. Meanwhile, Bay City counted its own casualties: 44 dead, 113 severely injured, and many more lightly wounded. Though everyone is considered equal, it cannot be said that a master's life is more precious than that of a martial artist. However, the reality on the battlefield is harsh. If the lives of a few martial artists, or even dozens of them, could be exchanged for 1 master, it would be a worthwhile trade. After reviewing the statistics, Ling said to Yun Huan, "Give me the list of the deceased, and I will submit it to the military to apply for compensation." Just as the injury tally was completed, a warplane descended over Bay City and more than a dozen masters jumped down, led by 3 high grand masters accompanied by dozens of other masters. What about the enemy attack? The evil god society. Didn't you say that 10 grand masters and dozens of masters attacked Bay City? Where are they? Shouted Captain Takagi, who had come to provide support. Although he sensed traces of battle upon arriving in Bay City, he could clearly see that the city had not suffered significant damage. If the reports from Bay City were true, how could their forces sustain such minor losses? This angered Takagi. Misreporting military information is a serious issue on the battlefield. "Sir, the battle has ended," Ling said as he stepped out of the command center. "The battle has ended. Didn't you say that the evil god society dispatched 10 grand masters and dozens of masters? Where are they? Did they choose to abandon their attack, or were they wiped out by you?" Takagi sneered. Ling replied indifferently, "They were definitely wiped out by us." "Wiped out? You wiped out 10 grand masters and dozens of masters. You must be incredibly strong," Takagi remarked sarcastically. Ling, taking the sarcasm seriously, replied earnestly, "We did not wipe out 10 grand masters, we lack that capability." When Takagi intended to issue orders to detain Ling upon his admission of misreporting, Ling's next statement left him dumbfounded. "We only killed 5 grand masters, captured 2 grand masters, and slayed 28 masters. As for the others, well, we were short-handed and let them escape." Slaying 5 grand masters and capturing 2 grand masters left Takagi amused. This commander of Bay City was blatantly lying without a script. "I say, Commander, misreporting military information is a crime, but if you falsely report a victory, that is an even graver offense," Takagi said coldly. At this moment, Ling realized that the other party was indeed doubting the authenticity of the information. Ling smiled and said, "The corpses are laid out right there. Of course, some are quite mangled, and there's a grand master's body that has been completely obliterated. Only 4 grand masters' corpses remain. If you don't believe me, you can go see for yourself. As for the 2 severely injured grand masters who are still unconscious in the hospital, yes, there are bodies. It would be a bother for Commander Yi to take me to see the bodies." Upon hearing this, Takagi still didn't believe it. He couldn't fathom how Bay City, with such limited strength, could possibly kill so many grand masters. Ling then took Takagi to where the corpses of the deceased grand masters and masters were stored. After a bit of hesitation, Takagi confirmed that 4 of the corpses were indeed those of grand masters in life. Furthermore, the corpses were clearly freshly dead, leaving no room for Ling to have cheated. This proved that the achievements claimed by the other side were not inflated. But why? Takagi could not understand how Bay City achieved this. "Commander Yi, does Bay City have hidden powerful figures lurking within?" Takagi couldn't help but ask. Ling smiled. "You'll find out later. What do you plan to do with the 2 severely injured grandmasters? Shall we escort them to the Black Earth City?" Ling shook his head. "The injuries of those 2 grandmasters are severe. They are on the brink of death and cannot withstand further turmoil. I have already reported it, and a flying saucer will be dispatched soon. The resources available on the flying saucer far exceed those of the warplanes. The saucer is equipped with a professional medical facility." In Black Earth Bay City, news of Bay City being attacked, but successfully countering with the killing of 5 grandmasters and the capture of 2 grandmasters, reached Zhao Mo's ears. Zhao Mo was both overjoyed and greatly astonished. The surprise was that this time they had certainly dealt a heavy blow to the evil god society, as even until now Black Earth Base City had never achieved such a significant victory against them. What astonished him was the defensive strength of Base City. He was aware that there was only one junior Grandmaster, and the current commander was a high-level master. How was this possible? Thus, Zhao Mo contacted Gong Jian. After all, the commander of Base City was a member of Gong Jian's investigation team, and Gong Jian should know him well. You say the evil god society attacked Base City, yet 5 Grandmasters were counter-killed, and 2 were. Gong Jian laughed heartily upon hearing this news, and said it seems the evil god society picked the wrong target for their blood sacrifice. They have hit a brick wall. By the way, what can you tell me about that high-level master station in Base City? Zhao Mo couldn't help but ask. Gong Jian replied with a smile. He passed the assessment of the Qishan ruins and obtained a set of biological gene battle armor. Being able to counterkill so many Grandmasters clearly shows that the evil god society underestimated him and fell victim to his biological gene armor. He passed the Qishan ruins. Zhao Mo's eyes narrowed. He was very clear about what the Qishan ruins entailed. Basically, those who pass the Qishan ruins will inevitably reach the level of a martial god unless they die prematurely, and they will be among the stronger martial gods, even having the chance to become a star-level powerhouse that surpasses martial gods. This significantly raised Zhao Mo's regard for Ling. After ending the call with Gong Jian, Zhao Mo personally instructed the logistics department. All the material needs of Base City should be met as much as possible by the logistics department. Zhao Mo understood that this Ling, when fully developed, would undoubtedly be a force equivalent to his own. At this moment, it was evident that showing goodwill and building rapport was the least costly approach. Furthermore, it was reasonable for logistics to meet the needs of Base City. In the wilderness, 3 severely injured high-ranking Grandmasters landed in a disheveled state, followed by only a dozen remaining masters. Looking at the less than a quarter of their team, the 3 high-ranking Grandmasters felt no joy for having escaped with their lives. Instead, their faces were filled with anxiety and fear. These 3 high-ranking Grandmasters understood that the force they had led comprised nearly 2/3 of the entire evil god society's strength within the mid-level of the Black Earth Base City. With such a powerful force losing 2/3 in their hands, the thought of the consequences made all 3 Grandmasters shiver involuntarily. As for running away, they dared not. The evil god society had left behind means to track them, and no matter where they fled, they would be pursued. Thus, the 3 could only brace themselves and use their spiritual energy to activate the jade pendant to contact Blood Young Master. Shortly after, a spiritual light appeared on the jade pendant. The man revealed in the spiritual light was impeccably dressed with fair skin and a refined demeanor, but only those who knew him in the evil god society understood just how ruthless Blood Young Master truly was. What happened to you? Blood Young Master asked calmly, yet his voice made the 3 high-ranking Grandmasters tremble with fear. Eventually, one of them mustered up the courage to say, We failed. Failed? What about the others? Blood Young Master's voice revealed no hint of joy. There are only us left, the others are all dead. The 3 high-ranking Grandmasters dropped to their knees. All dead. Even Blood Young Master, despite his composure, could not hide his anger upon hearing this. The remaining ones were merely a quarter of the original force. It was important to know that the power of these 3 subordinates accounted for nearly 2/3 of the evil god society's strength. Losing 3/4 was a colossal blow. The evil god society had not developed its strength easily. These personnel were the accumulated force within the Black Earth Base City for a long time. To suddenly lose so many was painful even for Blood Young Master. What happened? I sent you to Base City to gather blood food. How did you lose so many people? Did you encounter a martial god? Blood Young Master asked, suppressing his fury. No. The 3 high-ranking Grandmasters knelt on the ground, not daring to raise their heads. Then what force was guarding Base City? Blood Young Master continued to question. A junior Grandmaster. As they answered this question, the 3 high-ranking Grandmasters trembled. Hearing this, Blood Young Master was taken aback. A junior Grandmaster had slaughtered these members of the evil god society. A junior Grandmaster slaughtered you. Blood Young Master mocked with a cold smile. The 3 high-ranking Grandmasters trembled even more at these words. It wasn't that junior Grandmaster. One of the high-ranking Grandmasters replied, trembling. Blood Young Master was not surprised that a junior Grandmaster could not possibly have the capability to kill them all. However, the next statement from the high-ranking Grandmaster led them to doubt their lives. It was the highest commander of Base City, a high-ranking Grandmaster, but his combat power is exceptionally strong, aided by a peculiar battle armor with strength surpassing that of a Grandmaster. We suspect he possesses combat abilities comparable to a martial god. The 10 Grandmasters besieged him, yet several were killed by him. If we hadn't retreated quickly, we might have perished at his hands. A high-ranking Grandmaster. Blood Young Master doubted whether he had heard correctly. A high-ranking Grandmaster fought against 10 Grandmasters and killed several of them. Who would believe this if it got out? Seeing this, the three high-ranking grandmasters repeatedly raised their heads pleading, "Leader, it isn't that we underestimated the enemy, but that battle armor is just too powerful. Moreover, that high-ranking grandmaster's combat power is exceptional. If the leader doesn't believe it, he can find channels to verify it. We are not exaggerating in the slightest." Blood Young Master looked coldly at this group of people. He knew that in such matters they would not dare to lie to him. The main reason is that it is too easy to verify. Lying would be courting death. A bunch of useless trash. Blood Young Master genuinely wanted to slap these people to death. So many ended up being killed by a high-ranking grandmaster. What else could they be but useless? In other times with his temper, these people would have been skinned alive. But now was a critical moment, and he needed people. Blood Young Master suppressed his murderous intent and said coldly, "Return to the headquarters to receive punishment. If there are any more mistakes on the way, don't bother coming back." Hearing the mention of punishment, those present felt a sense of relief. Although the punishments of the evil god society were quite painful, it was better than losing their lives. In the underground fortress of the wilderness, Blood Young Master wore a gloomy expression. Losing so many subordinates was inevitably painful. Bay City's commander. Blood Young Master became curious about the commander of Bay City. He had heard that Yin Jun had fallen at his hands, and now his own subordinates had also suffered at his hands. Who was this high-ranking grandmaster? Blood Young Master wanted to visit him. However, he certainly would not risk going in person. He would need to make some other preparations to meet Ling. In Bay City, Tian Rui's cheeks flushed with excitement. This time, her daring venture to the front line. Not only had she witnessed a great victory at the front lines, but she also captured first-hand information. Moreover, her courageous act of reporting to the front lines under such circumstances would become an important part of her life experience. Tian Rui believed that once the situation in the Black Earth Bay City stabilized, her position would undoubtedly rise further. All of this was thanks to the commander of Bay City, Ling. Thinking about how Ling had fought 10 grandmasters alone, Tian Rui felt her heart flutter. Although Ling was clearly older than her, a mature middle-aged man possessed his own unique charm and attractive qualities. Especially someone like Ling, who had outstanding abilities engaging in battle against 10 grandmasters. Although he relied on the power of battle armor, even without it, Ling's strength was comparable to that of a grandmaster, and not just a junior grandmaster. Moreover, during her time in Bay City, Tian Rui had learned from interviews that Ling worked diligently for the people and enjoyed a good reputation. Such a strong and kind-hearted middle-aged man, who wouldn't like him? Although given Ling's age, he must be married and have a family. But many would certainly be willing to be his lover. At least Tian Rui felt that if she had the opportunity, she would definitely not refuse. At this moment, Ling was quite busy. First, he had to write the battle report, then report on the casualties, and also request a supply of resources. Shu Yu is holding a concert. As a martial arts star with exceptional talent, her concert is far from ordinary. Firstly, Shu Yu herself is a master skilled in the path of melody, a type of melody far beyond the ordinary. Her melodies carry the heavenly sound of martial arts, resonating with martial practitioners who listen with a certain chance of gaining insights. A star master like her holds a higher status than the usual grandmasters. Thus, when Shu Yu organizes concerts, the ticket prices are exorbitant, making them hard to come by, often attended by grandmasters. Her visit to Bay City for a free concert has stirred the entire city. To invite such a martial arts star for a free performance, even grandmasters cannot summon her. It must be a martial god. Ling speculated that it was very likely that Zhao Mo from the Black Earth Bay City personally invited her. After all, even though Shu Yu holds a high status and a proud character, she must show respect when facing the invitation of the governor of Black Earth Bay City. Is this a gesture of goodwill towards me? Ling's eyes flickered. With Shu Yu coming to hold a concert, the whole Bay City mobilized to build a temporary open-air concert venue. Meanwhile, additional personnel were dispatched to maintain security. Given Shu Yu's identity and the significance of this concert, it was crucial that there be no room for error. Although the higher-ups of Black Earth Bay City believed that since Ling had previously dealt a heavy blow to the evil god society, they were unlikely to seek death again, precautions were still necessary. These additional personnel were temporary, and once Shu Yu's concert concluded, they would return. I have never heard of the heavenly sound of martial arts. I wonder what the effect is like. Ling was somewhat looking forward to it. The first time listening to the heavenly sound of martial arts is typically the most effective. There are also martial arts stars like Shu Yu and Tiannan Bay City, but previously Ling was too weak to have the opportunity to listen. Although Ling has risen since then, it has been a relatively short time, and there have been no concerts held by martial arts stars in Tiannan Bay City. In this world, martial arts stars holding concerts is not as simple as ordinary stars. Every concert that expresses the heavenly sound of martial arts consumes a significant amount of mental energy. Therefore, the number of concerts held by martial arts stars is limited, and it is not uncommon for years to pass without one. Given that Bay City currently has a relatively small population of around 300,000, and some are still injured and cannot attend. The number of attendees is even fewer, making arrangements manageable. Seating arrangements were based on the ranking of their cultivation levels. This is the fairest method. Shu Yu arrived in a special flying saucer accompanied by 3 Grand Masters as bodyguards, enjoying the utmost treatment. As Shu Yu stepped down from the flying saucer, Ling greeted her with a smile. "Welcome, Miss Shu, to Bay City for your free concert." Shu Yu possesses considerable talent in martial arts. By 30, she became a master. With her strong martial arts cultivation and focus on maintenance, she appears little different from someone in their 20s, enhancing her charm. "Commander Yi," Shu Yu responded with a smile, not showing any disdain due to Ling's status as a high-level master. Before coming, she had done her homework on the commander of Bay City. She was aware that Ling possesses incredible strength with a high-level mastery equating to the combat power of a mid-level grandmaster. Moreover, thanks to a mysterious battle armor, he fought against 10 grandmasters, including 3 high-level grandmasters, achieving impressive feats. Given enough time, he could potentially rival a martial god. Hence, Shu Yu was quite courteous to Ling. Of course, Shu Yu was not alone, as she brought her team. The team also specializes in the realm of martial arts melody, though each has different strengths. Naturally, the cultivation level of the other team members is lower, and their understanding of the heavenly sound of martial arts pales in comparison to Shu Yu. The heavenly sound they perform is not particularly effective for masters. However, as supporting singers, they are more than adequate. After all, even in Black Earth, Bay City masters are considered upper-class figures, while the majority are below master level. Throughout the concert, their parts will take up the most time, with Shu Yu herself performing relatively little. This is because the heavenly sound of martial arts consumes significant mental energy, emphasizing the pursuit of perfection. A certain duration of performance is sufficient, and exceeding that would greatly diminish the effect. 3 days after Shu Yu arrived in Bay City, the concert began. The venue was packed with people, many gathered. Despite the somewhat rudimentary lighting and sound facilities, the overall appearance was still acceptable. The first to take the stage was Shu Yu's team. Though their strength was not as formidable as Shu Yu's, the heavenly sound they played captivated many attendees, drawing them into contemplation of martial arts. However, the impact of a master is minimal. It could only be said to provide a slight sense of help, but for significant gains one would likely need to wait for Shu Yu's appearance. According to the program, Shu Yu would perform 3 pieces, each lasting nearly 10 minutes. After her team warmed up for a while, Shu Yu officially took the stage. Dressed in an elegant ancient-style long gown and holding a guzheng, she exuded the beauty of a classical serene figure. As a martial arts star, Shu Yu excels in all aspects. Her voice and appearance are at a top-tier level. As Shu Yu took the stage, all eyes were instantly drawn to her. Just her attire and aura captivated many in the audience. Then Shu Yu began to sing her vocal cords, producing melodies infused with mental energy, as the guzheng resonated, flowing with the heavenly sound of martial arts. The entire venue fell silent, with only the music remaining. Everyone present was entranced by the heavenly sound of martial arts, including masters, and even Li Bin, a grand master. Ling closed his eyes to listen, realizing that the heavenly sound of martial arts indeed contained something profound. As he listened, he felt his blood qi surge, his many insights converging, nearly bursting forth as inspiration. A sign of a desire to break through emerged. However, Ling suppressed this urge. It was not that he wanted to suppress it deliberately, but rather that he knew the timing was not right. This feeling of wanting to break through was merely a fleeting impulse born from the influence of the heavenly sound of martial arts. If Ling truly wished to break through at this moment, the chance of failure would be 99%. However, the heavenly sound of martial arts does help Ling accelerate the accumulation of his foundation. Once the elixir that could assist masters in breaking through to grand masters, as mentioned by Xiandaozi, arrives, he would be confident in breaking through to the grandmaster realm. If he were to break through to grandmaster, his combat power would see a significant enhancement. The process of the concert unfolded as Ling had anticipated, with many individuals experiencing breakthroughs through their insights. However, most of them failed in their breakthroughs for a simple reason: their accumulation was insufficient, and at such moments the desire to break through felt more like a mere lure. Only a small portion of martial cultivators who had already accumulated enough foundation and were just waiting for an opportunity managed to grasp the moment of insight after listening to the celestial sounds of martial arts, successfully completing their breakthroughs. Of course, those who did not complete their breakthroughs did not leave empty-handed. Although they failed this time, their insights remained, and the failure actually deepened their foundation. Once they returned, as long as they laid a solid foundation, completing the breakthrough in the future would not be a difficult task. During the entire concert, Shu Yu performed the celestial sounds of martial arts 3 times, totaling nearly half an hour, and many people gained valuable insights. The entire concert lasted a full 4 hours. After 4 hours, Ling could tell that many people had indeed benefited. Even those who did not gain anything found their spirits greatly lifted. After all, living long-term in this dilapidated city compounded by the previous beast disaster, many people felt a degree of depression. The main purpose of this concert was not to enhance the strength of the martial cultivators in Bay City, but rather to soothe and calm their emotions. After the concert, Shuyu interacted with the audience and fans on site. Following this, Shuyu did not linger in Bay City and returned to Haida City the day after the concert. On the 10th day after Shu Ye's concert, the potent potion promised by Xiandaozi to Yi Ling arrived in Bay City. The potion was locked in a special box that could not be opened without a specific spiritual energy password. Upon opening the box, Yi Ling discovered a vial of green liquid mixed with a hint of light gold. This is the powerful potion Xiandaozi mentioned. Yi Ling picked up the test tube and could indeed feel the violent energy within it. For ordinary masters, consuming this potion would make it difficult to refine the energy, potentially resulting in injury from its ferocity. However, Yi Ling possessed the talent for refining and was unafraid of such violent energy. Previously, Xiandaozi had mentioned that this potion could only help those on the verge of a breakthrough, enhancing their foundation. Now Yi Ling found himself at that threshold. After arriving in Haida City, he had experienced several battles and in addition had listened to Shu Ye's martial sounds. Currently, Yi Ling stood on the edge of a breakthrough, but his energy accumulation was still insufficient. Thus, he entered the closed-door training chamber, specifically instructing Yun Huan not to disturb him under any circumstances. Once he began his closed-door training, Yi Ling did not hesitate to consume the potion. The moment the potion entered his stomach, he felt a fiery sensation as the violent energy surged through his limbs, wreaking havoc. Refined Yi Ling resolutely activated his innate refining talent. At that moment, his body felt like a furnace, with every cell greedily absorbing the violent energy. Simultaneously, the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth began to continuously flow into Yi Ling's body. He had also prepared spirit stones around him. The pure spiritual energy contained in these spirit stones was drawn into his body. An endless stream of energy surged into Yi Ling, causing a transformation in his muscles, blood, and bones. Of course, the spiritual power in his dantian also increased both in quantity and quality, undergoing a compression and elevation. After a full day of this, Yi Ling completely refined the potion's power, and his body had accumulated sufficient foundation. The breakthrough officially began. Boom! A powerful wave of spiritual energy radiated from Yi Ling, no longer belonging to the realm of masters, but stepping into the realm of grand masters. Yi Ling's aura soared higher and higher, the overwhelming presence of spiritual energy spreading outwards from the closed-door training chamber at the command center. At that moment, anyone could sense that someone in the command center had completed a breakthrough, ascending from a master to a grand master. It was already evident that there was only one high-level master in the entire command center. Grandmaster. Yi Ling slowly opened his eyes. In the 6 major base cities, this level is considered a senior figure and elite presence. Even in base cities like the Imperial Capital and Magic City, although there are many masters, grandmasters still hold a considerable status. Yi Ling's breakthrough to grandmaster represented that he no longer relied on the power of battle armor and was capable of sweeping through the ranks of grandmasters. Unless he encountered a monstrous high-level grandmaster similar to the kind of high-level grandmaster like Xiandaozi, who could battle a martial deity, he could basically ignore the rest of the grandmasters. If Yi Ling faced the recent attack from the Evil God Society with his current realm, he felt he would not need to deploy battle armor to engage in combat with those 10 grandmasters. Meanwhile, with Yi Ling's breakthrough to a new realm, the system granted him yet another new talent ability, thousand-fold amplification. The previous 100-fold amplification had become less significant once he reached the master level. Now with the 1000-fold amplification, Yi Ling could still maintain a certain advantage at the grandmaster level. After acquiring the 1000-fold amplification, Yi Ling's enhanced insight seemed to hint at grasping some form of power. Yet that insight was fleeting, slipping away just as quickly as it appeared, and Yi Ling found it impossible. Nevertheless, Yi Ling retained some impression of the power he glimpsed after the 1000-fold amplification transformation, which should be something more fundamental than momentum or the unity of man and heaven. If he could master it, it would greatly enhance his combat capabilities. Unfortunately, he only had a fleeting moment of insight and did not manage to grasp it. However, Yi Ling was not anxious. Since he had previously experienced a moment of insight, there would surely be opportunities to comprehend it again. After stabilizing his realm slightly, he exited the closed-door training. Congratulations, Commander. Congratulations, Commander. Upon Yi Ling's exit from seclusion, those he encountered all offered their congratulations. Yi Ling's breakthrough brought them joy as well. In the current situation, the stronger Yi Ling, the commander, represented greater safety for them. Congratulations, Brother Yi, on breaking through to Grandmaster. Li Bin also came over to congratulate him. Previously, when Yi Ling was a high-level master, he was already much stronger than Li Bin. Now that Yi Ling had also broken through to Grand Master, Li Bin felt that defeating him would probably only take one move. Just after Yi Ling exited seclusion, the higher-ups of Haida City issued orders to prepare for a full counterattack, indicating that they had had enough of the standoff with the ferocious beasts and were planning a comprehensive offensive. The counterattack on the Haida-based city mobilized the forces of most cities. In addition, the other 4 base cities currently, without warfare, also provided significant support. However, Wan City did not participate. The reason is simple. The city of Wan has been devastated with heavy casualties and insufficient strength, so their task is merely self-preservation, and they will not take part in the counterattack. Yi Ling naturally enjoyed the leisure. He is not a warlike person, since he was not called to battle, he was content to stay in Wan City. Moreover, such large-scale battles carry significant danger. Even a grandmaster would not dare to claim absolute safety. Despite Yi Ling possessing Gene battle armor, using it does not come without costs. After activating the Gene battle armor, Yi Ling would enter a period of weakness. The degree and duration of weakness depend on the intensity of the battle when using the Gene battle armor. This indicates that although Yi Ling can reach the threshold of divine warrior power while using the battle armor, he differs from a true divine warrior. At the very least, after a fierce battle, a divine warrior can quickly recover as long as they have not sustained injuries simply by absorbing spiritual energy or spirit stones. In terms of sustained combat, Yi Ling is still inferior to a divine warrior. However, with my 1000-fold amplification, I can cultivate slowly. There's no rush, and stepping into the realm of divine warriors is only a matter of time. Yi Ling is not in a hurry. Since awakening his system, it has been less than 3 years, and he has already reached the Grandmaster level. His speed of cultivation is exceedingly satisfactory. Now Yi Ling has strength, wealth, status, and a complete family in Daxia. For the time being, he does not wish to take great risks to enhance his cultivation. Of course, this does not mean Yi Ling has abandoned martial arts. The higher one goes in martial arts, the more immersed one becomes in the growth of strength. Each increase in power brings a feeling of seizing one's own destiny. This is also why when reaching the Grandmaster, or even divine warrior levels, those strong individuals in Daxia, having everything, still pursue greater power. Some extremists even go so far as to join the evil god sect, worshipping the evil god to enhance their own strength. Yi Ling holds great disdain for them. Every time these people act, they drag along countless ordinary citizens for blood sacrifices. Yi Ling, having been an ordinary citizen for 40 years, naturally resonates more with the common folk. Moreover, these blood sacrifices are indiscriminate. If the evil god sect were to dominate, his wife and children could also become victims. Yi Ling is inherently opposed to the evil god sect. One day, if I become the supreme powerhouse, I will surely eradicate the evil god sect completely. Yi Ling thought to himself, of course, that is a matter for the future. For now, his strength is still weak, and as long as the evil god sect does not provoke him, he will not actively engage with them. At a gathering point in Wan City, many people, after a busy day, sat down to eat hot meals, joking with each other. The soldiers on guard mostly ate while chatting with their comrades. At that moment, the temperature at the gathering point suddenly dropped, causing many to shiver involuntarily. What kind of weather is this? Why has it suddenly become so cold? The Grandmaster stationed here stepped out and seemed to realize something. Before he could speak, a ripple appeared in the void, and a refined man dressed in a long red blood robe material. When the man appeared, those present with martial arts cultivation instinctively felt a surge of fear. Danger, extreme danger. The person before them was incredibly dangerous. Blood Young Master. The Grandmaster's expression turned horrified, for the person before him was none other than the infamous Blood Young Master of Haida Base City. Before he could issue a warning, he felt his blood boiling uncontrollably from within, as if it wanted to burst forth from his body. Boom. In the next moment, the Grandmaster's body exploded, blood spraying everywhere. Yet as the blood splattered, it miraculously gathered together, coalescing into a mass of blood-colored energy. This is what the evil god sect refers to as blood food. Naturally, the blood food extracted by the Blood Young Master is different from that of ordinary evil god sect experts. Collecting blood food is something that should ideally be handled by subordinates. However, due to their failure and the ritual being at a critical moment requiring a batch of blood food, the Blood Young Master had to take matters into his own hands. Countless people at the gathering point screamed upon witnessing this scene. The civilians attempted to flee, while the soldiers immediately drew their spiritual energy firearms and opened fire. However, in front of the Blood Young Master, these attacks were as ineffective as if they did not exist. The Blood Young Master smiled as the void trembled. Many soldiers and civilians around him turned red in the face and exploded without warning, ultimately transforming into blood-colored energy, which was absorbed by the Blood Young Master. At the same time, Yi Ling, who had been stationed at the command center, suddenly opened his eyes. Not good. Since becoming a grandmaster, Yi Ling's perception has sharpened significantly. He can sense strong fluctuations of spiritual energy in Wan City. Now an unfamiliar fluctuation of spiritual energy has emerged in Wan City, and the aura of its owner is powerful, hinting at signs that surpass those of a grandmaster. Enemy attack. Prepare for battle. Yi Ling's voice spread through the air with spiritual energy, and he then headed toward the source of the spiritual energy fluctuation. Enemy attack. The soldiers in the command center exchanged glances, wondering how there could suddenly be an enemy attack. They had not sensed any combat fluctuations at all. However, what the commander said must be correct. Yi Ling rushed ahead, and Li Bin, along with several other grandmasters in the command center, hurriedly followed the traces of spiritual energy left by Yi Ling. As Yi Ling was about to arrive, he caught a whiff of a pungent and rich smell of blood, seeing the blood young master surrounded by numerous blood-colored energy orbs. Yi Ling could instantly see through that these blood-colored energy orbs represented the so-called blood food of the evil god sect, symbolizing vibrant lives. The scene was extremely bizarre. The blood young master walked leisurely, yet those around him began to self-destruct one by one. Yi Ling, however, could easily discern the principle behind this strange scene. Threads of blood-colored spiritual energy were invading the bodies of the surrounding people from the blood-robed man. Seeing this, Yi Ling's eyes widened in anger, his gaze turning crimson as he let out an enraged roar. Stop! This was not a mere loud threat, but rather an attack with sound waves infused with spiritual energy aimed at disrupting the blood young master's dispersed spiritual energy. Indeed, when the sound waves struck those spiritual energies, the threads of spiritual energy controlled by the blood young master were shattered. Has he broken through? The blood young master sensed that Yi Ling's spiritual energy was not very stable, though evidently he had just recently broken through. However, the difference is not significant. The blood young master knew that Yi Ling possessed a formidable battle. Thus, he did not intend to give Yi Ling the opportunity to activate the battle armor. Streams of blood-red spiritual energy surged from him, resembling two rivers of smoke enveloping toward Yi Ling. The blood young master aimed to eliminate Yi Ling before he could activate his battle armor. The blood-red spiritual power enveloped Yi Ling like mist. Yi Ling felt his blood within him becoming somewhat uncontrollable. With a cold snort, Yi Ling activated his innate refining ability, perfectly controlling the power of every cell in his body. This is the benefit of refining, granting him perfect control over his own body. Boom. In the next moment, the temperature around Yi Ling rose, and crimson spiritual power surged forth. The flames dissipated the blood-red mist of spiritual power surrounding Yi Ling. In just a few breaths, the spiritual techniques unleashed by the blood noble were completely incinerated. Seeing his techniques so easily resolved, the blood noble narrowed his eyes. This beginner grandmaster's strength was indeed extraordinary. No wonder so many of his subordinates had perished. Although he had utilized his abilities to burn away the blood-red mist that enveloped him, he knew very well how troublesome that blood-red mist was. Had it not been for his innate refining ability and his perfectly refined body, he would likely share the same fate as those who had died tragically. If a high-level grandmaster were to face him, the outcome would not be any better. This was definitely not the work of a grandmaster. It was undoubtedly a martial god. At this moment, Li Bin, accompanied by several grandmasters, arrived, tracing the spiritual fluctuations left by Yi Ling. When they arrived at the scene and saw the blood noble, their scalps instantly tingled, and a chill ran from their feet to the crown of their heads. Blood noble. The legs of several grandmasters became somewhat weak. The reputation of the blood noble was well known among the high ranks of the Black Earth-based city. As a martial god, he was considered a top tier among martial gods. Governor Zhao Mo had once united with other martial gods to encircle the blood noble multiple times, all ending in failure, which demonstrated the blood noble's capabilities. How could such a prominent figure descend upon Bay City? Did he not fear being ambushed from above? The grandmasters felt a tremor in their hearts. Under normal circumstances, the blood noble would not come to Black Earth-based city, because once he appeared, Governor Zhao Mo would spare no effort to track and kill him. Despite several successful escapes by the blood noble, each time he escaped came at a significant cost. The blood noble. Yi Ling's expression turned serious. After arriving in Bay City, he had reviewed the information regarding the evil god society in Black Earth-based city and was aware of some of its circumstances. In Black Earth-based city, there was only one martial god in the evil god society, and that was the blood noble. Of course, this was based on older information. Now, with Yin Jun's betrayal, there were two martial gods in the evil god society. This blood noble was not simple. His cultivation had reached the intermediate level of martial god. The key was his many abilities and strong survival skills. Governor Zhao Mo of Black Earth-based city had once united three martial gods within the base city to encircle him, all of which ended in failure. Although from the current perspective, part of the reason was that Yin Jun had betrayed them. However, the Blood Noble had indeed fought against the martial gods allied with Governor Zhao Mo. To be able to escape under such circumstances speaks volumes about his capabilities. One must know that typically a governor able to oversee a base city is far from an ordinary martial god. They must be among the elite. Just like the martial god from Tiannan Base City, who had single-handedly defeated and even killed overlord-level ferocious beasts multiple times. The governor of Black Earth Base City martial god Xiao Mo, while possessing the cultivation of an intermediate martial god, was not inferior in combat power to an ordinary high-level martial god. He led 3 martial gods to jointly confront the Blood Noble, and the latter was able to escape from them, demonstrating that the Blood Noble was equally extraordinary. As the other grandmasters felt apprehensive, Ling suddenly fixed his gaze on the Blood Noble and said, "I've heard that the Evil God Society has the ability to create avatars. Your current body is probably not your true form, but rather an avatar, isn't it?" Ling pointed out the Blood Noble's current state. If the opponent had truly descended in their real form with their strength, it would have been impossible for him to have broken through that previous move without donning battle armor. Avatar. Upon hearing Ling's words, those who had come to assist felt a slight sense of relief. Although the avatars of the Evil God Society had some tricks, they were considerably weaker than the true form. Even if I am merely an avatar, I've barely reached the threshold of martial god strength. However, I wonder how much power you possess. The Blood Noble's voice fell as his form transformed into a blood shadow and charged towards Ling. When the blood shadow was halfway to Ling, it split into 4 additional figures, totaling 5 blood shadows charging at Ling. Faced with the 5 blood shadows, Ling gripped his battle knife, purple lightning crackling around him. Thunderblade Shadow. In an instant, Ling simultaneously slashed out dozens of knife lights, each carrying a domineering ray of lightning. The other grandmasters only saw the clash of lightning and bloodlight, unable to discern the specific moves exchanged between the two. During the confrontation, Ling finally felt the terrifying power of the Blood Noble. Aside from sheer strength, his spiritual power carried an invasive quality. Even Ling, with his high level of spiritual power, was gradually being eroded. The key was that this blood-colored spiritual power seemed to contain a kind of blood poison. Boom. After dozens of rounds of combat, both sides unleashed terrifying martial arts that clashed. Spiritual power rippled shockwaves, spreading in all directions, destroying the gathered structures built nearby. The Blood Noble remained motionless, while Ling was sent flying hundreds of meters away. The difference between the two was evident to the naked eye. Indeed, very strong, this avatar possesses the combat power of a martial god threshold. Ling completely confirmed from their earlier exchange that the Blood Noble's words were not false. Currently, his combat power fell within the Grandmaster range with virtually no opponents. To suppress him, one must possess martial god-level strength. But judging by the extent to which the opponent was suppressing him, this avatar had indeed only reached the martial god threshold. Against an ordinary beginner martial god, it would likely be at a disadvantage. However, it still possessed the combat power of a martial god. Ling activated his Gene battle armor. A light blue and agile battle armor enveloped him, exuding an aura comparable to a martial god. When Ling donned the battle armor again, he sensed that the power he could control was much stronger than the last time. If he were to encounter the same situation again with this level of power, it would be easy to annihilate 10 Grandmasters. Upon sensing the aura emanating from Ling, the Blood Noble realized he could not handle him today. His group of incompetent subordinates had clearly not lost in vain. This Grandmaster before him was too uncanny. Even a beginner Grandmaster could barely contend with his avatar that had reached the threshold of martial god. The mysterious battle techniques he displayed likely possessed at least the combat power of an early martial god. It seems my subordinates did not lose in vain. Ling was it. I will remember you. After some time, my true form will personally come to meet you. After his words fell, the Blood Noble transformed into a streak of blood light and fled. The speed of that blood light was extremely fast. Even Ling in battle armor would struggle to catch up. Moreover, Ling had no intention of pursuing, as he was unsure if there were traps. If he were to chase to the location of the true form, it would be a huge problem. Even relying on the battle armor, he currently did not possess the strength to match the Blood Noble's true form. After some time, the true form will come to find me. Ling scoffed. He would return to Tiannan Base City soon. Could the Blood Noble really come to Tiannan Base City to find him? What a joke! The distances between base cities are vast, not to mention crossing over numerous ferocious beast territories. Currently, only a few safe and reliable flight routes had been opened between Dashia Base City, and they were tightly controlled. The higher-ups of the Evil God Society could not infiltrate. For the higher-ups of the Evil God Society to travel from one base city to another, they would have to cross ferocious beast territories, which posed too great a risk. Seeing the blood young master leave, Li Bin and the other masters let out a sigh of relief. Although their strength was lacking, their vision was still somewhat keen. This avatar of the Blood Young Master likely possessed the combat power of a martial god. If the other party truly intended to unleash a massacre, they would be in grave danger. At the same time, their awe for Yi Ling deepened. Without even using armor, Yi Ling was able to contend with the avatar of the Blood Young Master. Though he found himself at a disadvantage, he was uninjured. He had only just broken through to the initial stage of Grandmaster. Watching the Blood Young Master depart, Yi Ling removed his armor, clenching his fists tightly as an invisible rage enveloped him. Not long ago, he had been pleased with his breakthrough to Grandmaster and had let his guard down a bit. Today, the Blood Young Master had dealt him a heavy blow. An avatar infiltrating had taken away the lives of thousands in the city he was guarding. He could only watch helplessly as the other party escaped. This was merely an avatar's infiltration. Had the real body come, his life would be in danger. Calm those who are still alive and account for the casualties. There must be no omissions. I will personally report the casualties, Yi Ling commanded. Soon the casualty statistics were compiled, revealing that a total of 7,825 people had been killed by the Blood Young Master. Yi Ling fell silent upon seeing the number. No matter how one looked at it, these were civilians within his jurisdiction. Their deaths meant he bore some responsibility. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yun Huan comforted him, saying, "Commander, this matter is not your fault. If blame is to be assigned, it falls upon those damned, evil god society. You did your best, Commander. After all, you are still only a Grandmaster. You did well this time. If another Grandmaster had been in charge, the city would have been drenched in blood last night. You need not blame yourself. The higher-ups will not punish you for this." What Yun Huan said was true. Even if a high-level Grandmaster had been stationed there, they would have had little capacity to resist the Blood Young Master. In such a situation, despite the thousands of deaths, the higher-ups would not be harsh on Yi Ling. After all, it was the avatar of the Blood Young Master who had taken action, and the responsibility did not rest on the commander. Blame and regret are secondary. "Oh, I just feel that my current strength is still somewhat lacking." Yi Ling sighed as he spoke, but quickly returned to normal. When Yi Ling sent the news about the Blood Young Master's avatar to the higher-ups, Zhao Mo was in Chong City. Chong City was one of the two cities that had fallen as the Black Soil-based city was breached. Last night, the Blood Young Master's avatar attacked Chong City, prompting an emergency rescue from the Chong City commander, who directly communicated with Governor Zhao Mo. Upon receiving the news, Zhao Mo rushed over from Black Soil City. However, he was still a step too late. Nearly one-third of the survivors in Chong City had been turned into blood food, and all the masters above had perished, including the commander of Chong City. Blood Young Master, I will have your body torn to shreds." Zhao Mo roared in fury above Chong City. Soon after, he received another piece of information. The Blood Young Master's avatar attacked one city, resulting in 7,825 casualties. When Zhao Mo read the initial part of the message, he was infuriated, but upon seeing the latter half, he was stunned. Only 7,825 casualties. While that number still represented countless lives, the fact that the Blood Young Master's avatar attacked a city without formations or martial gods and only caused this level of casualties was nothing short of a miracle. This indicated that someone in one city had repelled the Blood Young Master's avatar. Zhao Mo quickly deduced that this could only be Yi Ling. "We still need to move people. We don't know what the evil god society is planning. That might be insane." Zhao Mo sensed that the evil god society was preparing for a significant conspiracy. This time, the evil god society had allied with fierce beasts to attack the river map-based city for blood food. Yet, even this was not sufficient. They specifically targeted one city and Chong City, both of which had been breached. The key factor was the Blood Young Master taking action. Zhao Mo had fought the Blood Young Master for so long and knew full well how cautious he was. He had personally taken the initiative. Especially after being ambushed by Zhao Mo several times, the latter had become even more cautious. Although this time he had also acted with an avatar, he had not used his true body. However, avatars in the evil god society were not something one could just summon. They still required a steep price to be paid. The critical point was that if they captured the Blood Young Master's avatar, they would have a way to uncover the coordinates of his true body. In such circumstances, the Blood Young Master personally taking risks could only mean that this blood food was vital to the evil god society. He couldn't help but wonder what exactly they were plotting. Even Zhao Mo did not dare to guarantee that the Blood Young Master would not launch another attack. For now, they could only relocate the survivors of one city and Chong City to other cities. Fortunately, the situation in Black Soil-based city was much better than before. The fierce beasts had been temporarily repelled, and other base cities had sent reinforcements, providing enough manpower to escort the relocations. Relocate. When Yi Ling received the notification, his eyes lit up with joy. Having experienced last night's events, Yi Ling knew that he could not protect the people of one city alone. Relocation was indeed a good thing. In Black Soil-based city, a complete city was equipped with formations. Once the formation was activated, ordinary martial gods would have to retreat, even being trapped. This was also why the blood young master dared not easily enter the city. If he were discovered in the city and trapped by the formations, Zhao Mo and the other martial gods would quickly arrive, and combined with the formations they would be able to slay him. As for why Wan City and Chang City still fell under such circumstances, that was because the sheer number of fierce beasts was overwhelming when they charged in. Even with formations they could not defend against them, not to mention that among the fierce beasts were dominators comparable to martial gods. After a period of recovery with the current medical technology, the injured had mostly regained their mobility. Coupled with the blood young master's attack, many lives had been lost. In the retreat and relocation from Black Soil Base City, Wan City encountered no obstacles. Chang City suffered even heavier losses with over 100,000 people sacrificed by the blood young master. It was exceedingly brutal, and those who survived were desperate to flee Chang City. Had it not been for Zhao Mo personally overseeing the situation and promising to arrange for immediate relocation into the city, these people would likely have fled on their own. As the relocation began, the escort team sent was quite formidable, consisting of over a dozen Grand Masters and even a martial god. The purpose was to prevent the blood young master from launching another attack. To deal with a martial god, Black Soil Base City had to deploy its own martial god. Although it was only a junior martial god, it was more than sufficient to handle the blood young master's avatar. If the blood young master's true body were to intervene, Black Soil Base City would be extremely willing. With a junior martial god, over a dozen Grand Masters, and the remaining masters forming a formation, they could definitely stall for a while. Currently, the powerful martial gods in Black Soil Base City, aside from Zhao Mo, included Gong Jian and the newly dispatched martial god Jiang Mo. Should the blood young master's true body be delayed, the three martial gods would rush over at the fastest speed. The people of Bay City moved into Guyang City. Guyang City was one of the cities with relatively strong defenses during the recent attack on the Black Soil Base City. Now, with the counterattack initiated by the Black Soil Base City, the ferocious beasts have been driven back beyond the third defensive line. Even the martial god experts have engaged in combat with the Lord-level ferocious beasts several times. After the people of Bay City entered Guyang City, a specific area was designated to prevent significant conflicts with the original residents of Guyang City. Although Ling did not hold the command of Bay City for long, he managed to resolve the material shortages and clear nearby towns, rescuing many people since his appointment. Additionally, after 2 invasions by the Evil God Society, Ling performed remarkably well, reducing the casualties in Bay City. Thus, he still holds a high reputation among the survivors and the station soldiers. Therefore, even after the people from Bay City entered Guyang City, the higher-ups allowed Ling to continue managing affairs to prevent any major disturbances. Ling delegated most of the matters to Li Bin. Upon arriving in Guyang City, his first action was to search for the source of the fleeting inspiration he experienced when he broke through to the master level. After searching the internal network of the Shanting Martial Arts School, Ling finally understood that the source of that inspiration was the concept of the laws. The laws are the most fundamental forces in the universe, and once mastered, they can greatly enhance one's own power. However, laws are difficult to grasp, typically only attainable by star-level experts. Of course, a small number of prodigious martial gods can also master them. However, among martial gods, only a very few possess the ability to comprehend the laws. Even the governor of the Black Soil Base City, Zhao Mo, has not mastered the laws, let alone the blood young master. Ling's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he realized that the fleeting inspiration he captured during his awakening of the 1,000-fold amplification was indeed the laws. No wonder that power felt so pure and potent. If I can master the laws, then without relying on armor, I could contend with the blood young master's avatar. At that point, if I activate the armor, I could utterly crush his avatar. With this thought, Ling's eyes burned with fervor. However, comprehending the laws cannot be achieved through mere speculation. Although he had previously experienced a fleeting flash of inspiration, it was brief. Relying solely on speculation to grasp the laws as a Grand Master would be exceedingly difficult. After some contemplation, Ling took out a stone tablet. This stone tablet was given to him by the head of the Shanting Martial Arts School, Yuan. It recorded the martial arts technique Thunderblade Shadow. As a star-level expert, Yuan's sword techniques surely contain the essence of the laws. The reason Ling had not discovered this earlier was that he was merely a master at the time, and the amplification was only 100-fold. Now that he has stepped into the Grand Master realm and achieved 1,000-fold amplification, it is possible to comprehend the martial arts laws left by Yuan through the stone tablet. Ling temporarily left the urban area of Guyang City and ventured into the desolate outskirts. Before the battle, there were few people here, but since the ferocious beasts attacked, everyone had fled to the city. Ling found a place to sit cross-legged and began to comprehend the stone tablet. After advancing to Grand Master, his perspective and understanding had risen to a new level, and now the 100-fold amplification had transformed into 1,000-fold. Looking at the martial arts concepts contained in the stone tablet, the techniques that he had once been familiar with now appeared anew, and Yi Ling surprisingly found new insights. At this moment, Yi Ling's heart was as calm as water, and numerous sword techniques manifested in his mind. Within each sword technique seemed to be countless variations. What captivated Yi Ling the most was the thunderous essence encapsulated in the sword techniques. The Thunderblade Shadow martial art is fundamentally centered around the law of thunder left by Yuan. However, understanding the law of thunder from this is particularly challenging. Yi Ling's heart remained tranquil, and various sword lights flashed in his mind, accompanied by numerous shadowy figures moving swiftly. Among these sword lights and shadowy figures, Yi Ling keenly sensed the presence of thunder. Gradually, Yi Ling grasped the essence of the thunder, and arcs of lightning began to leap around him, which were not merely birthed from spiritual energy, but contained a certain miraculous force. After a day, Yi Ling suddenly sprang to his feet, a battle blade materializing in his hand, as his figure flickered across the wilderness. Each flicker was accompanied by silver lightning, and his speed and movement were difficult for even ordinary grandmasters to track. With a slash, Yi Ling unleashed another strike, and with that stroke, thunder roared, the purple blade light carrying a destructive aura crashing towards a mound of earth. In an instant, the mound of earth erupted in a cloud of dust, collapsing completely. The law of thunder, I have grasped it. Yi Ling's face revealed a look of excitement. He wielded the battle blade, arcs of lightning dancing upon it, extending even to his arms and body. After immersing himself in the martial arts from the stone tablet for a whole day, he finally grasped the foundational path of the thunder law and comprehended the essence of the law of thunder. No law serves a singular purpose. For instance, the law of thunder, as recorded on Yuan's stone tablet, actually contains two applications of the thunder law. One is the ultimate output of destructive force focused on annihilation and pure offense. The other leans towards speed and illusion, allowing one to attain lightning-like speed and even create illusory movements. Only by comprehending the laws can one truly understand their might. Yi Ling sighed. Only through personal understanding of the laws and the ability to wield their power can one grasp the true strength they hold. Now, relying on the suppressive power of the law of thunder combined with countering the Blood Young Master's techniques, even without the strength of the armor, he could still exert a form of dominance against the Blood Young Master's avatar. If he were to use the armor along with the law of thunder, Yi Ling even felt he would not be inferior to the Blood Young Master's true form. Among martial gods, those with the most formidable combat power are surely the ones who have comprehended the laws. Martial gods like the Blood Young Master and Governor Zhao Emo, despite their strong combat capabilities, would not be considered top-tier martial gods unless they grasp the laws, even if they later break through to high-level martial gods. The pinnacle among martial gods must involve comprehension of the laws. Mastering the laws equates to mastering true power. Although Yi Ling now feels he has only scratched the surface of the Thunder Law, it is sufficient for him at present. After comprehending the Thunder Law, he returned to Gyeong City and heard the good news from the front lines. The counteroffensive at the front line achieved a great victory. The ferocious beasts were completely driven deep into the wilderness, and in the process, countless king-level ferocious beasts were slain along with dozens of lord-level ferocious beasts. More crucially, they had also slain 2 dominator-level ferocious beasts. Slaying a dominator-level beast is indeed an exhilarating affair, especially since the government intends to publicly exhibit the corpse of the dominator-level beast, which serves as the best explanation for the many citizens of Haida Bay City. However, many matters are perceived differently by outsiders and insiders. Yi Ling did not feel particularly excited by the overwhelming propaganda of a great victory in the counterattack in Haida Bay City. The Daxia is no longer the same as it was a century ago. Currently, beasts do pose a threat to Daxia, but the threat is limited. Under normal circumstances, it is quite difficult for them to breach the city walls. In fact, if Daxia develops for several decades, or even a century, it could completely eliminate the beasts. The calamity that befell Haitu and Yinyu Bay cities was largely due to the interference of the evil god society. Empires often begin to collapse from within, and the evil god society is currently the most pressing threat to Daxia. Slaying a dominator-level beast is quite normal considering that Haida Bay City has gathered 10 martial deities. Haida Bay City itself has 4 martial deities. With Yin Jun's defection and the addition of 3 others from the initial support team, as well as subsequent dispatches of martial deities, there are now a total of 10. According to Yi Ling, among these 10 martial deities, there are also high-level martial deities. This lineup makes it quite normal to slay a dominator-level beast. The higher-ups also intend to take this opportunity to eradicate the influence of the evil god society in Haida Bay City. Thus, they are currently making every effort to search for the headquarters of the evil god society in Haida Bay City. The most crucial aspect of the evil god society in a Bay City is not the overall leader, but rather the headquarters. The core and most enticing aspect of the evil god society is nothing but the blood sacrifices and offerings to the evil god, which are used to enhance their own cultivation. Such sacrifices are not simple to carry out. They must be completed through a special altar. That altar is the core of the evil god society. As long as the altar is destroyed, even if the martial deities of the evil god society remain, they will find it difficult to stir up trouble. After all, without the greatest temptation of sacrificing to the evil god, what reason would the evil god society have to cultivate and attract others? Deep within the wild area, it is cold and filled with a bloody stench throughout the bunker. In one room of the bunker, numerous flesh-like pipes writhe as if they possess life, ultimately converging into a flesh ball resembling a tumor. The flesh ball pulsates like a heart, seemingly harboring immense vitality. At this moment, both Blood Young Master and Yin Jun gaze at the tumor-like flesh ball with burning eyes. This flesh ball is one of the reasons why the evil god society is making such a commotion. At this time, there is a knock at the door and a voice can be heard. Report, boss. The people of Haida Bay City have begun a thorough search. Although the headquarters is hidden, I feel that at this rate being discovered is only a matter of time. No matter. Blood Young Master smiled lightly and said, if they find it, then so be it. Since they want to come to us voluntarily, that saves us some effort. Ma Kuei called Dong Qi and Deng Xian here. Blood Young Master said calmly. Yes, came the voice from outside the door. After a while, 3 high-level Grand Masters gathered outside the door. If Ling were here, he would recognize that these 3 high-level Grand Masters are the ones who previously attacked Wanshi. Come in. When Blood Young Master said this, the 3 high-level Grand Masters were all taken aback. This room is a forbidden area of the evil god society. Apart from Blood Young Master and Yin Jun, no one else is allowed to enter. The fact that Blood Young Master is willing to let them in is surprising. What is what I said not effective? Blood Young Master snorted coldly, causing the 3 high-level Grand Masters to shiver and quickly push the door open. The moment they stepped inside, they were stunned by the sight of the tumor-like blood ball before them. They could sense the immense energy and vitality contained within the blood ball, as if something was being nurtured inside. At this moment, the 3 of them felt uneasy. Being called in at such a time is not necessarily a blessing, but could also be a disaster. They could only silently pray that they were encountering a blessing and an opportunity. Blood Young Master looked at the anxious expressions of the 3 and said calmly, haven't the 3 of you always wanted to advance to martial deity? Although based on your merits and the blood sacrifices you've provided, you are not yet qualified to advance to martial deity. But considering the current need for talented individuals, I can give you an opportunity to become martial deities. Ma Kuei and the other 3 high-level Grand Masters were overjoyed. The 3 of them knelt down on one knee, saying, thank you, boss, for your generosity. We are willing to go through fire and water for you. Blood Young Master waved his hand and said lightly, prepare yourselves, let's begin. After a moment, Blood Young Master waved his hand and 3 pipes connecting to the tumor blood ball detached and thrust violently into the bodies of the 3 high-level Grand Masters. The 3 high-level Grand Masters initially showed expressions of pain, but as an unending stream of power surged into their flesh, joy began to appear on their faces, and they became intoxicated by the enhancement of their power. On the other side, after more than 10 days of searching, Haida Bay City has finally narrowed down the range and confirmed the location of the evil god society. In the highest conference room of Haida City, 9 martial deities sat on either side of the conference table. The meeting was presided over by a high-level martial deity and Fu. According to the detection by the technical personnel, we have confirmed that the headquarters of the evil god society is located at this position in an underground castle. An underground castle? No wonder we have searched for the evil god society's headquarters multiple times without finding it. At this time, Governor Zhao Mo spoke up. After Zhao Mo finished speaking, and Fu continued, taking advantage of our personnel being gathered and the fact that we have expelled the beasts, we will not encounter any beast obstruction in the wild area. In this attack on the evil god society's headquarters, we not only need to destroy the altar that the evil god society has established in Haida Bay City, we also need to eliminate Blood Young Master and Yin Jun the traitor to prevent them from returning. Therefore, among the 10 martial deities, except for one who will remain to guard the headquarters, the other 9 must all move out together. And fuss words sparked discussions and disputes among the martial deities. One of the martial deities spoke up, and Fu won't leaving just one person cause a shortage of manpower. What if the evil god society tries to switch bases with us? This martial deity expressed concern, and Fu simply shook his head, saying, no need to worry. They are more aware of the altar's importance than we are. How could they possibly choose to switch bases with us? Even if we take 100 steps back and assume they do switch bases, every city has formations. Even if we encounter an attack, we can activate them to hold off for a while. Coupled with the martial deity left behind, it will be more than enough time until we return. After Enfu said this, the other martial deities did not oppose it, effectively tacitly agreeing to this plan. This time the higher-ups are determined to completely eradicate the evil god society in the Haida base city. Therefore, a significant amount of power is mobilized. Not only the 9 martial gods, but most of the powerful Grand Masters and Masters have gathered. Even Ling has been summoned to participate in the final encirclement battle. The 9 martial gods. Ling felt a bit astonished when he sensed the presence of the 9 martial gods among the large army. It seems that the higher-ups are resolute in their decision to completely eliminate the evil god society. After all, there are only 2 martial gods in the Haida base city, Blood Young Master and Jun. 9 against 2, it is clearly an advantage on our side. Moreover, the 9 martial gods dispatched include some exceptionally powerful individuals. For instance, the commander during the war, Commander and is a high martial god. Gong Jian and Zhao Mo are also outstanding among the martial gods. Their combat strength is formidable, comparable to that of an average high martial god. When they reached a relatively normal plain in the wilderness area, the flying saucer came to a stop. According to the detection, this should be the headquarters of the evil god society. Inside the flying saucer where Enfu is located, a light radiated, scanning the entire plain and beginning to penetrate into the ground, ultimately determining the outline of a building. A building emerged underground, clearly the headquarters of the evil god society. Thus, Enfu directly ordered fire coverage on the area above the building using the latest drilling bombs. With the dropping of the drilling bombs, the underground castle headquarters began to shake. Then streams of spiritual energy surged into the sky, and the blood-colored spiritual energy enveloped the descending drilling bombs, completely crushing them. A refined man in blood-stained robes hovered in midair with his hands behind his back. Blood Young Master. When Blood Young Master appeared, most of the people present recognized him. As Blood Young Master stood out, another ordinary, yet resolute middle-aged man appeared beside him. Martial God Jun. Zhao Mo's eyes seemed to blaze with fury the moment he saw Jun. Compared to Blood Young Master, Zhao Mo clearly hated this martial god, Jun, even more for betraying him in the Haida base city. If it weren't for his assistance to the evil god society, how could the Haida base city have fallen with 2 cities? But this was not the end. Among the shadows that emerged, there were 3 figures. Although their auras were weaker than Jun and Blood Young Master, they were still superior to others. These 3 had achieved the breakthrough they had long desired, becoming martial gods. They bore proud expressions, exuding confidence, believing they were qualified to stand shoulder to shoulder with those martial gods. 3 junior martial gods. Upon seeing 3 junior martial gods appear, there was evidently a stir among the forces gathering to encircle in the Haida base city. The emergence of 3 martial gods not mentioned in the intel was a significant change. It's them 3. Ling squinted. He recognized these 3 junior martial gods as the 3 high grand masters who had previously attacked the base city. He never expected that after not seeing them for some time, all 3 had completed their breakthroughs and become junior. Clearly, these 3 could not have broken through in a normal manner. The evil god society must have used some special means to assist them in their breakthroughs. No wonder the evil god society can entice many powerful individuals to join. They indeed possess formidable methods. Of course, such breakthroughs are not without cost. Ling observed these 3 junior martial gods, noticing their aura was quite similar to that of Blood Young Master's avatar, clearly indicating they were the weakest kind of martial gods, barely touching the threshold. Moreover, the energy within their bodies was mixed. They would have almost no chance of advancing further in this lifetime, and the energy they wielded might even corrode them, making them likely to pay further costs. Although the Grand Masters and Great Masters under them were slightly unsettled, the martial gods present were merely a bit surprised, and that was all. With their discerning eyes, they could immediately see that these 3 martial gods had relied on external forces to break through. Their strength was low, and they were the weakest martial gods, just barely touching the threshold of martial god combat power. Let alone the likes of Enfu, Gong Jian and Zhao Mo, who had such combat power. Even the weakest among their 9 could completely suppress the combined efforts of these 3 martial gods. Thus, in their eyes, these 3 martial gods would not pose much trouble. Accompanied by the appearance of Blood Young Master and the others, the 9 martial gods from the Haida base city, along with numerous grand masters and masters, flew out of the flying saucer, standing in midair. Enfu looked down at Blood Young Master and the others, his indifferent voice resonating. The traitors of the evil god society, your lair has now been discovered. Why don't you surrender? If you surrender now and confess everything, perhaps there is a glimmer of hope for survival. If you resist to the end, then there is only one path: death, and your souls will scatter. To surrender and seek a glimmer of hope, perhaps the best outcome for us in surrendering would be to mine until death, or to develop new secret realms for you as cannon fodder. Blood Young Master was once a high-ranking member, clearly aware of some insider information. And Fu, do you really think we would surrender here without any backup? Blood young master sneered, and suddenly a rumbling sound erupted from below as the underground castle transformed into a war machine emerging to the surface. Then the underground castle opened, and one room emitted overwhelming energy along with a bloody stench. Everyone saw a strange tumor-like blood sphere in that room. The tumor blood sphere pulsed with sounds akin to a heartbeat, growing louder, seemingly evoking some resonance with the heavens and earth. "Something's wrong, hurry and stop that tumor blood sphere." And Fu sensed something was amiss, and in an instant a terrifying pressure surged from within him like an avalanche. Blue flames erupted from his body, rapidly increasing the temperature of the surroundings. And Fu, hovering in the air, struck down with his palm, condensing the blue flames into a giant hand of azure fire, fiercely slapping towards the tumor blood sphere. As the blue flame giant hand passed, even the space began to slightly distort. Ling's expression turned grave upon witnessing this move. In Commander N's blue flames there was an obscure hint of law. Clearly, although Commander N had not yet comprehended the law of fire, he had already grasped a hint of its threshold. It wouldn't be long before he could comprehend the law of fire. And Fu's strike was unreserved, a true, all-out effort. Blood young master did not stop him, allowing in Fu's palm to strike the tumor blood sphere. When the blue giant hand hit the tumor blood sphere, a strong bloody stench permeated the air, and a radiance burst forth from within the tumor blood sphere. That radiance pierced through the blue flame giant hand. Boom! The blue flame giant hand shattered, and immediately the energy within the tumor blood sphere surged into its interior. As this energy flowed in, substantial flesh and blood began to take form, and within just a few breaths the body was fully formed. A robust man with a hint of an androgynous quality appeared before everyone. A robust androgynous man's physique took shape, entirely covered by armor that materialized from energy and invisible pressure permeating the entire area. Although the man's spiritual power exuded a pressure characteristic of a martial deity, it nonetheless conveyed an exceptionally dangerous aura, rendering the strong from the Great Xia hesitant to act recklessly. The blood young master and Yin Jun's faces lit up with joy upon seeing this man, and they placed a hand on their chests, bowing respectfully in greeting. The person before them was the evil god worshipped by their evil god society, a messenger under his command. The evil god society lacked the qualification to directly contact the evil god, with communication possible only through the messenger. In their quest to deal with the high-level encirclement of the Great Xia, the evil god society sought to harness this messenger's power. However, due to certain restrictions, the messenger could not descend personally to the blue star. He could only manifest a fragment of his soul. Yet a fragment of the soul without a physical body could exert limited influence, thus requiring the evil god society to prepare a substantial amount of blood offerings to reform the messenger's physical form on the blue star. This was the reason the evil god society sought to incite such a large-scale conflict, to gather more blood offerings and provide a vessel for the messenger's soul to descend. However, the messenger paid no heed to the blood young master, and Yin Jun, instead glancing at his own body with a frown. "Damn the rules of heaven and earth, the suppression is too severe." The messenger's expression soured. Under the suppression of the rules of this realm, his physical strength fell short of even that of a star-level powerhouse. To regain star-level strength, he needed to adapt further to the rules of this world. Messenger. Hearing the blood young master and Yin Jun refer to this person as such, the strong from the Great Xia changed their expressions. Though they did not know what kind of being a messenger truly was, it was clearly a trump card of the evil god society. Otherwise, the blood young master and Yin Jun would not be so respectful. "Commander, and what should we do? Should we strike directly?" Zhao Mo communicated with Fu. And Fu looked at the messenger, somewhat indecisive. Although the messenger emitted an aura only characteristic of a high-level martial deity, he exuded an unsettlingly dangerous vibe. Act quickly to avoid prolonged conflict. And Fu surveyed his side, noting the advantage in their numbers of martial deities. While it appeared that the evil god society had 6 martial deities, 3 of them were practically inconsequential, posing no threat. As soon as Fu gave the order, both Gong Jian and Fu erupted with violent spiritual power, launching an attack on the messenger. Fu unleashed a torrent of raging azure flames from his body, transforming them into a blue dragon that surged forward, carrying terrifying heat capable of distorting the void directly towards the messenger. Gong Jian's golden spiritual power swirled, producing strands of dazzling golden light, each exuding sharp, sword energy. These golden lights sliced through space like blades, also shooting towards the messenger. The combined might of the two was utterly terrifying. Even a high-level martial deity would struggle to withstand it. Faced with the terrifying might of Fu and Gong Jian's joint assault, the messenger displayed disdain, extending his hand as crimson flames erupted around him. The blood-red flames seemed to possess a strong corrosive nature, eroding the void as they appeared. Neither in Fu's azure flames nor Gong Jian's golden sword energy could withstand the blood-red flames. Both were completely dissolved and incinerated upon contact. In just a few breaths, the sky full of golden light and the azure flame dragon dissipated entirely, leaving only the blood-red flames encompassing everything, instilling a suffocating sense of pressure in many present. How is this possible? Whether they were martial deities or grandmasters, everyone present was stunned by this scene. The joint effort of the two martial deities had been effortlessly shattered. The law of fire. A grave look appeared in Yi Ling's eyes. Within the blood-red flames, he sensed a familiar feeling, a power of the laws. The law. And Fu and Gong Jian were horrified. This messenger could actually wield the power of the laws. The situation had escalated severely. A martial deity who could wield the power of the laws was immensely powerful. The martial deities present were fully aware of this. Everyone strike together. And Fu sensed that things were going awry. While calling for reinforcements from the Great Xia headquarters, he decisively ordered all martial deities to unite against the messenger. And Fu understood that he and Gong Jian alone could not contend with this messenger. Only by joining forces could they stand a chance. As his words fell, 10 martial deities hovered in the air. A surge of immense spiritual power shot into the sky, and a terrifying pressure spread out. As the only high-level martial deity present, and Fu manifested a long spear in his hand, its entire body azure, with fiery patterns azure flames swirling around it, as he charged first at the messenger. The remaining 9 martial deities also drew their weapons, unleashing all their strength to encircle and attack the messenger. The Blood Young Master and Yanjun, of course, could not simply stand by and watch the messenger being besieged. Yanjun stepped forward, appearing before Zhao Mo. Governor Zhao. Yanjun's expression was calm as he stared at Zhao Mo. Yanjun, dare you come to obstruct me? Zhao Mo's eyes glinted with palpable killing intent. Upon seeing Zhao Mo did not waste words with Yanjun. He let out a long howl as rocky yellow energy armor manifested around him, a violent blood aura spreading out as he clenched his fist, shaking the void and striking downward. Facing Zhao Mo's furious punch, Yanjun showed no intention of dodging. The azure spiritual power flowed around him like water, and with a single palm thrust, the spiritual power surged forth like a vast ocean, colliding with Zhao Mo's punch. Boom. The clash between the two unleashed terrifying shockwaves, yet under this tumultuous energy, Yanjun nearly perfectly withstood Zhao Mo's punch, emerging without a scratch. You have broken through. Zhao Mo's eyes widened as he realized that the aura emanating from Yanjun now was that of a mid-level martial deity. Previously in the Black Earth-based city, Yanjun had only been a junior martial deity. Now, not long later, he had become a mid-level martial deity. Without some benefits, would I join the Evil God Society? So what if you have broken through? I can still slay you. Zhao Mo quickly adjusted his state. After all, he was an old-school, mid-level martial deity with formidable combat strength, or he wouldn't have become a governor of a base city. Zhao Mo then continued his offensive. Meanwhile, the Blood Young Master had also engaged in battle with another mid-level martial deity. The remaining 3 newly advanced junior martial deities attempted to intervene in the battle between martial deities, but were stopped by the Blood Young Master's telepathic warning. You just broke through. I don't interfere in the battle between martial deities. Go deal with those Grand Masters. The Blood Young Master understood that his 3 subordinates had barely scratched the surface of the martial deity threshold. Any martial deity from the Great Xia could completely suppress the 3 of them. Their involvement in the martial deity battle would be insignificant. It was better to go hunt other Grand Masters. Not participating in the battle among the martial gods, but instead slaughtering the Grand Masters. What a stroke of luck. Ma Kuei, Dong Qi, and Deng Xian, the 3 junior martial gods, let out a huge sigh of relief. Although they had broken through to the rank of martial god, they still had a clear understanding of their combat abilities. As individuals who had only recently become martial gods through external aid, their combat prowess was certainly insufficient when compared to true martial gods, and they faced real danger in a fight. However, attacking the Grand Masters was a different matter. Although their martial god status was rather flimsy, they were still martial gods, not something a Grand Master could contend with. For them, attacking the Grand Masters was akin to bullying the weak, safe and exhilarating. Ma Kuei was the first to charge toward the Grand Master of the Great Xia. The martial gods from Great Xia noticed them, but they were stretched too thin to respond. This divine envoy was overly powerful. In an 8-10 situation, they were completely subdued. In this predicament, they struggled just to defend themselves, let alone stop the 3 martial gods. As Ma Kuei and the other 3 martial gods surged into the Grand Master's camp, a cruel smile crept onto their lips. If I can't defeat a martial god, how could I possibly lose to a bunch of Grand Masters? Swish, swish, swish. Upon seeing Ma Kuei and the other 3 martial gods charging in, the 3 high-ranking Grand Masters in combat armor proactively stepped forward to intercept. These three high-ranking Grand Masters understood that if they allowed the three martial gods to rampage through their ranks, the casualties would be severe. They were the closest in strength to the martial gods and had the advantage of battle armor, so they hoped to hold them off for a while. Overestimating yourselves, the three martial gods from the evil god society sneered as they charged forward, their overwhelming spiritual power cascading around them. The three high-ranking Grand Masters were unwilling to show weakness. Their powerful spiritual energy spread out as they each executed defensive martial arts. They were self-aware enough to realize that they could not confront the three martial gods head-on, so they chose to focus on defense and buy time. However, when three torrents of spiritual energy slammed against the defensive martial arts of the three high-ranking Grand Masters, it took only a few breaths for their defenses to be utterly shattered. Boom. After shattering their defensive skills, the residual force of the spiritual energy was still formidable. The three high-ranking Grand Masters were violently jolted back hundreds of meters. Thanks to the protection of their battle armor, the three high-ranking Grand Masters did not suffer significant injuries. Yet this illustrated the gap between martial gods and high-ranking Grand Masters. This gap was one of tears. Even though Ma Kuei and his companions possessed only the combat power of entry-level martial gods, they were not something high-ranking Grand Masters could contend with. The enhancement from the battle armor could elevate their power by a small tier at the Grandmaster stage, but it was insufficient to grant them the strength to match a martial god. This battle armor is really like a turtle shell. Faced with the Grand Masters protected by it, the three martial gods understood that they could not quickly dispatch them. Dongqi Ding, Xin Yu to deal with these three high-ranking Grand Masters. I'm going to settle our long-standing feud. Ma Kuei's gaze turned toward the position of Yi Ling, his eyes glimmering with murderous intent. In their eyes, the ambush in Bay City was their most humiliating battle. 10 Grand Masters had teamed up only to be crushed by a single high-ranking Grand Master suffering heavy losses. This was the greatest shame of their martial careers, and now that he had broken through to the rank of martial god, he sought to avenge himself by spilling Yi Ling's blood. Dongqi and Deng Xian nodded in agreement, advising Ma Kuei, make sure to take a few extra cuts for us. Don't worry. Ma Kuei let out a hearty laugh, and then a violent and blazing spiritual energy surged forth, enveloping him in flames as he charged toward Yi Ling like a meteor. The raging spiritual energy swept through, causing the nearby Grand Masters to flee in fright. Everyone understood that anyone below the high-ranking Grand Master level, if struck by this terrifying force, would suffer severe injuries, if not death. In such a chaotic battle, serious injuries basically meant death. Originally, Yi Ling had been engaged with the three Grand Masters from the Evil God Society, but in the next moment, all three chose to retreat. As they withdrew, the three Grand Masters from the Evil God Society cast sympathetic glances at Yi Ling. Now Ma Kuei had already transmitted his intention to them, indicating that he was going to deal with Yi Ling personally. This pitiful junior Grand Master had offended a martial god, and naturally he was doomed. The other Grand Masters from Great Xia, observing this scene from nearby battlefields, considered offering support, but upon reflecting on their own strength, ultimately chose to give up. Martial gods were beyond their capacity to contend with. A martial god, you say? Facing Ma Kuei, Yi Ling showed no fear. Instead, his eyes glinted with eagerness. Having just comprehended the laws, Yi Ling needed a fitting opponent to test the true power of these laws. The martial god before him, who had broken through external means, was the perfect subject for his experiment. Yi Ling gripped his battle blade tightly, his fighting spirit soaring as surges of spiritual energy enveloped him, resonating with the sound of thunder. Thunder Destruction Blade Shadow. With a single stroke, Yi Ling unleashed a devastating blade light imbued with the power of annihilating thunder, colliding with Ma Kuei's assault, which raged like a meteor. Boom. At the moment of impact, the space trembled and waves of energy rippled outward. In midair, fire and thunder clashed and eroded each other. Despite the overwhelming number of fiery spiritual energies, the corrosive power of the thunder's spiritual energy exceeded everyone's expectations. How is this possible? Many were dumbfounded. A junior Grand Master could actually withstand a clash with a junior martial god. Even if this martial god had some weaknesses, he was still undeniably a martial god. The power of the laws. A small number of knowledgeable Grand Masters gazed at the unique energy contained within Yi Ling's spiritual power, their eyes wide with astonishment. The junior Grand Master, comprehending the laws, was unbelievable. Had he not witnessed it himself, he would never have believed it. The laws. Ma Kuei's expression twisted in disbelief and anger. He never expected that Yi Ling had actually comprehended the laws. No, why? Why should a junior Grand Master be able to comprehend the laws? Ma Kuei's heart twisted with hatred, envy, and jealousy. So you're a genius who has comprehended the laws, huh? What I love most is to crush geniuses. With a ferocious expression, Ma Kuei spat blood onto the large blade in his hand, causing the originally crimson blade to to glow even more fiercely as terrifying heat distorted the air. In the next moment, Ma Kuei unleashed his entire spiritual power, appearing before Yi Ling wielding the blade and chopping down. Flame slash. As Ma Kuei's voice rang out, the crimson blade light, accompanied by roaring heat waves, struck toward Yi Ling as swiftly as lightning. Ma Kuei was determined to use his overwhelming spiritual energy to crush Yi Ling. Regardless of how strong the opponent's cultivation was, they were merely a junior grandmaster. The crimson blade light descended and directly split Yi Ling in half, leaving him with no power to resist. Everyone was momentarily stunned, but in the next instant they saw Yi Ling split in two, transform into silver light points, and dissipate. It turned out that what had been struck was merely an illusionary clone. Seeing that his strike only cleaved through an illusory clone, Ma Kuei's expression darkened further as he let out an enraged roar, locking onto Yi Ling's position and charging again. Yi Ling once again executed his movement technique to evade. In the sky, a crimson shadow relentlessly pursued a silver one. The silver shadow appeared to be in dire straits, yet in reality, it had suffered little damage. The grandmasters present did not gloat over Yi Ling's apparent predicament. It was truly a miracle for a junior grandmaster to render a junior martial god helpless. The speed of the application of the law of thunder in conjunction with movement techniques is indeed exquisite. If it weren't for the speed proficiency of this junior martial god, he might not even graze my clothes. In the air, Yi Ling's figure flickered as he continuously dodged Ma Kuei's attacks. He was evading, not attacking, not because he was incapable of defeating Ma Kuei, but because he wanted to experiment with the effects of integrating the law of thunder into his movement. Yi Ling, are you just going to cower like a coward? If you have the ability, fight me, heathen. Ma Kuei, who had been toyed with multiple times, finally erupted, his voice booming like a bell across the battlefield. He, a junior martial god, asking a junior grandmaster like me to fight, heathen. You really have a thick skin, Yi Ling mocked with a cold smile. Ma Kuei felt somewhat embarrassed. But then Yi Ling shifted his tone. However, since you are so eager for a direct confrontation, I can accommodate you. Upon hearing Yi Ling's words, Ma Kuei's eyes sparkled with intensity as his vast spiritual energy surged like a sea of fire, and with it a blade of flame slashed down. Yi Ling, as he had stated, did not choose to evade. With a torrent of spiritual energy, the law of thunder enveloped his blade, clashing directly with the blade of flame. Clang! The two blades collided, producing a sound of metal striking metal as waves of spiritual energy rippled outward, shaking the void. Both figures retreated a few steps before they resumed their fierce battle. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of spiritual energy colliding echoed in the air with each impact, causing bursts of air to explode. Ma Kuei's blade was fierce flames soaring high as he relentlessly launched attacks infused with scalding fire against Yi Ling. Though Yi Ling's offensive was not as ferocious as it appeared under the enhancement of the law of power, he could easily neutralize Ma Kuei's relentless onslaught. In just a brief span of 10 breaths, the two sides had clashed over 100 rounds, each encounter filled with peril, as a slight misstep could lead to a devastating opening. Boom. After yet another fierce clash, a sharp aura radiated from Yi Ling. Thunder's absolute blade, shadow, world-destroying blade. With thunder surging around him, a devastating blade light enveloped in thunder descended, as if to annihilate the world. Even Ma Kuei, a martial god, suddenly changed his expression, daring not to hold back, as his immense spiritual energy spread like magma over his blade before he too unleashed a strike, the crimson blade light rushing down with overwhelming spiritual power. The instant the two blade lights collided, a terrifying shockwave erupted. In the wake of this shockwave, Ma Kuei's expression changed drastically as fissures began to appear in the crimson blade's radiance. The fissures quickly spread across the entire blade light, ultimately shattering it completely. The remaining power of the world-destroying blade surged toward Ma Kuei. Ma Kuei hurriedly mobilized his spiritual energy, positioning his blade in front of him. In the next moment, Ma Kuei's body was sent flying, crashing forcefully into the ground, and after scraping along the surface, he finally managed to steady himself, leaving a long trench behind. Once steady, Ma Kuei spat out a mouthful of blood. This scene was unexpected for everyone. A junior martial god had actually been injured by a junior grandmaster. What a waste, unable to deal with even a junior grandmaster. Dong Qi and Deng Xian snorted coldly. In the next moment, both of them simultaneously attacked the three senior grandmasters, then turned to charge at Yi Ling, forming a pincer attack as they unleashed a thunderous offensive intending to eliminate Yi Ling on the spot. The three senior grandmasters wanted to intervene, but they were powerless. Their speed was vastly inferior to that of the martial gods, and they could not restrain their opponents. Boom. Two violent offensives enveloped the location where Yi Ling stood, instantly giving rise to a mushroom cloud. Dong Qi and Deng Xian, both junior martial gods, did not hold back at all. Though they cursed Ma Kuei as a waste, they were aware that their own strength was not much different from his. If they faced Yi Ling alone, the outcome would likely not be better than Ma Kuei's. Witnessing this scene, the Grandmaster from the Great Xia sighed in frustration, lamenting that a junior Grandmaster who had grasped the law was being crushed in the cradle. However, Dong Qi and Deng Xian felt an unsettling sense of foreboding, their eyes fixated on the spot where the mushroom cloud was formed. From the mushroom cloud, a storm began to stir, dispersing the dust, revealing a figure clad in azure battle armor before everyone's eyes. Yi Ling, adorned in battle armor, wielded two illusory long swords. Not good. At the sight of the armor, both Dong Qi and Deng Xian inwardly called for disaster, wanting to flee. They had personally experienced being dominated by Yi Ling in battle armor, even though their combat prowess far surpassed their previous capabilities at this moment. The opponent's combat power had also vastly improved. When not in armor, Yi Ling could suppress any one of them. Now adorned in armor, it would be exceedingly easy for him to crush them. The illusory azure wings behind Yi Ling's armor manifested, and in the next moment electric arcs flickered across the wings as his figure appeared almost instantaneously before Dong Qi. The speed was so fast that it caught Dong Qi off guard. Yi Ling swung his dual swords, arcs of silver lightning leaping across them. In his armored form, Yi Ling once again employed the law of thunder, the power soaring to an unimaginable level. As the dual swords were slashed, Dong Qi's expression turned horrified as he formed seals with his hands, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy. Greenwood shield. Ma Kuei, Deng Xian, save me. Dong Qi also knew that his defensive martial arts would not hold against the opponent for long, and while casting his defensive technique, he called out for help from the other two martial gods. Seeing this, Ma Kuei and Deng Xian hurried towards Dong Qi. At this moment, the three of them combined their strength for a chance to confront the armored Yi Ling. However, when Yi Ling's dual swords descended, Dong Qi's fully constructed defensive martial arts crumbled like paper. The greenwood shield was sliced in half and dissipated into a myriad of azure light. No! Terror welled up in Dong Qi's eyes as he sensed the scent of death. He attempted to resist, but found he could not muster his spiritual energy, his vitality swiftly fading. Looking down, he saw his body had been cleaved into 3 segments by the dual swords. At the moment of his death, Dong Qi's eyes still held remnants of shock and confusion. He could not fathom how a dignified martial god like himself could be defeated, so easily struck down, without even being able to resist a single blow. Of course, he no longer had the chance to ponder these questions. Dong Qi's body lay severed into 3 pieces on the battlefield, his life force completely extinguished, leaving the others present in stunned silence. Dong Qi just died like that. This was a martial god. Even if he had relied on external forces to reach that status, he was still a martial god. To die at the hands of a grandmaster just like that. Ma Kuei and Deng Xian, the 2 martial gods rushing to provide aid, were paralyzed with fear upon witnessing Dong Qi's fate, quickly turning to flee in different directions. Dong Qi was instantly killed. Even if the 2 of them teamed up, how long could they hold out? At this moment, fleeing was the wisest choice. Thinking of escaping, Yi Ling's eyes glinted coldly, and his wings behind the battle armor trembled. Accompanied by flickering silver lightning, his speed reached an astonishing level, catching up to Ma Kuei in just 2 breaths. I'll fight to the end. Ma Kuei knew he had no way out, and turned to unleash his blazing spiritual. Ma Kuei formed a hand seal with one hand while wielding his battle knife with the other, unleashing spiritual energy that gushed forth like lava, covering the knife with a substance akin to black stone magma. Black rock slash. Ma Kuei was desperate, burning his own essence blood to maximize his power. With a single slash, even the void rippled. Even the low-level martial god who had genuinely broken through felt the fluctuations and turned serious. Ma Kuei's desperate attack had reached the standard of a typical low-level martial god. Yi Ling's expression remained impassive as he swung his dual swords, thunderous roars echoing as the blue and silver sword lights sliced through the air. When the dual swords struck Ma Kuei's battle knife, the black stone magma spiritual energy covering it shattered instantly. The entire battle knife trembled and a small crack appeared. The moment this crack emerged, it quickly spread across the entire blade. Crack. In the next moment, the entire battle knife shattered before Ma Kuei's horrified gaze. The dual swords fell once more, and Ma Kuei's body collapsed. After eliminating Ma Kuei, Yi Ling turned to chase after the last martial god Deng Xian. Feeling the death of Ma Kuei, Deng Xian was utterly terrified and flew towards Blood Young Master without hesitation. Boss, help! Help! Deng Xian called out to Blood Young Master without a care. At that moment, Blood Young Master was engaged in battle with a mid-level martial god from the Daxia. Though this mid-level martial god had decent combat strength, facing Blood Young Master, he was heavily suppressed and could only barely defend himself. Blood Young Master's anger surged when he noticed that 2 of his 3 subordinates had been slain. He had painstakingly gathered these 3 martial god subordinates only for Ling to kill 2 of them outright. This loss was a severe blow to Blood Young Master. Although all 3 had been forcibly elevated, their combat strength was inferior to a true martial god, they were still far more useful than a grandmaster. Blood Young Master could not handle everything personally. Having 3 martial god subordinates at his disposal would certainly be more convenient, yet just as he had acquired them, Ling had already slain 2. Amidst his fury, Blood Young Master was simultaneously astonished by Ling's talent. Had a low-level Grand Master grasped the laws of thunder? He remembered that the last time he fought Ling, the latter had not yet comprehended the laws of thunder. It was evident that Ling had only recently come to this realization. Just after advancing to Grand Master, he could comprehend such laws. This talent was exceedingly terrifying. After so many years of advancing to martial god, he had never even touched upon the essence of the laws. This made Blood Young Master harbor murderous thoughts. If left unchecked, Ling would undoubtedly become a formidable enemy for the evil god society. With this thought, Blood Young Master unleashed his abilities, exchanging injuries with the mid-level martial god. Both unleashed a palm strike at each other, each spitting out a mouthful of blood. The mid-level martial god was puzzled as to why Blood Young Master suddenly opted for an exchange of injuries. Blood Young Master had been dominating the fight. For him, an exchange meant pure loss. But soon the mid-level martial god sensed something was amiss. The blood he had spat out was being absorbed by Blood Young Master. He saw a small part of the blood he had previously spat out gather in Blood Young Master's palm, gradually forming into a blood-red puppet. The blood-red puppet bore a resemblance to the mid-level martial god with facial features that were somewhat similar to Blood Young Master. Not good, the mid-level martial god thought to himself. He had forgotten that the intel mentioned Blood Young Master was adept in blood techniques. Having his blood fall into the enemy's hands was certainly not a good thing. At this moment, Blood Young Master was chanting incantations, strange runes coalescing at his fingertips, transforming into writhing blood talismans that appeared rather eerie. Finally, Blood Young Master pointed his hands, and the writhing blood talismans surged into the body of the blood-red puppet. Meanwhile, the mid-level martial god had already retreated to a safe distance. In fact, when Blood Young Master intercepted his blood, the mid-level martial god had already taken precautions and distanced himself. However, he still felt something was wrong. He sensed strange runes twisting deep within his bloodline, causing his blood to surge uncontrollably. The mid-level martial god quickly began circulating his own spiritual energy to suppress and dispel the strange runes appearing in his blood. While he was doing this, Blood Young Master chose not to press the attack. Blood Young Master understood that any martial god who could participate in the encirclement of the evil god society would possess some level of skill and have a certain capacity for survival. Defeating them was easy, killing them was hard. He had gone to great lengths to orchestrate this, not to kill the opponent, but merely to prevent them from being able to assist, allowing him to rescue his subordinates. Deng Xian was feeling utterly desperate. Even though Ling was the last one to target him, he had already fled a considerable distance. Yet the opponent's speed was too fast. Had it not been for his own proficiency in speed, he might have been caught long ago. However, the current situation was still grim, and at this rate, it wouldn't take long for the opponent to catch up. Remembering Dong Qi and Ma Kuei's fates, Deng Xian had no thoughts of resistance and was solely focused on escaping. Despite his speed, Ling, bolstered by his battle armor and the laws of thunder, ultimately caught up to Deng Xian. 2 illusory long swords tore through the air, arcs of lightning dancing along them, ready to strike down. At that moment, a strong smell of blood wafted through the air. Blood Young Master had arrived, waving his sleeve, and the blood-red spiritual energy transformed into a fierce blood python lunging forward with claws bared. This forced Ling to first fend off Blood Young Master's assault. The illusory dual swords arcing with lightning clashed with the roaring blood python. In an instant, the void trembled, spiritual energy surged, and the residual waves of spiritual energy rippled outward. After the residual waves of spiritual power dissipated, the blood python vanished, and Ling, clad in battle armor, glided backward through the air for a short distance. Through a special perspective, Ling perceived the Blood Young Master's presence, his eyes filled with a hint of wariness. Only after clashing directly with the Blood Young Master did Ling realize the sheer might of his true form. No wonder the intermediate martial god he fought against was so thoroughly suppressed. The Blood Young Master's combat prowess was indeed formidable. Boss! Upon seeing the Blood Young Master, Deng Xian rushed to his side, as if he had grasped a lifeline, wary of being ambushed and slain by Ling at any moment. Ling, we meet again. He added, I didn't expect that in such a short time you would have mastered the laws. The Blood Young Master's eyes contained a murderous intent, while simultaneously filled with envy. Mastering the laws was something he had long desired. If he could grasp the laws, it would serve as a catalyst for him to break through to the high-level martial god. At that time, as long as there were no star-level powerhouses present, who could possibly challenge him? His status within the evil god society would rise once more, bringing him closer to uncovering the secrets of becoming a star-level powerhouse. A rising star with such insight, truly remarkable. He said coldly, but unfortunately you are about to kill me. You probably lack the strength for that, Ling remarked, not appearing overly fearful. Although he roughly estimated that he was currently no match for the Blood Young Master after their earlier encounter. Yet it would be difficult for the latter to kill him too. The Blood Young Master was aware of this, but he still wanted to give it a try. Just as the Blood Young Master was about to strike, a new development occurred in the battlefield between the 8 martial gods and the Divine Envoy. Among the previously suppressed 8 martial gods, an unusual fluctuation emanated from Gong Jian. In the next moment, strands of golden sword energy began to diffuse from Gong Jian's body, each strand shining brightly and containing an extremely sharp aura. Even the Blood Young Master's pupils constricted upon witnessing those strands of golden sword energy, his gaze revealing shock and fear. Within that golden sword energy, he sensed a potent aura of danger, even a sense of lethal threat. The law of gold, the Blood Young Master bitterly uttered. At this point, he naturally recognized that the golden sword energy contained the power of the law of gold, which was tyrannical, sharp, and capable of cutting through. Ling sensed a resonance, despite the fact that the path of the laws he had mastered differed from Gong Jian's. In that moment, Ling also understood that Gong Jian similarly grasped the laws. Unlike himself, Gong Jian was an intermediate martial god possessing combat strength comparable to high-level martial gods even before exposing his mastery of the laws. Now that he had mastered the law of gold, the extent of his combat power was unimaginable. Ordinary high-level martial gods would likely struggle to last long against him. A martial god like the Blood Young Master could also be slain by Gong Jian if he were to linger in battle careless. In the astonished eyes of many masters from the Great Xia, Gong Jian was enveloped by numerous strands of golden sword energy, which swirled around him like golden clouds. A mere indigenous planet has such talent. The Divine Envoy, who had previously looked down on him, finally showed a hint of respect. He had seen far more than these natives. The sword energy not only contained the law of gold, but also subtly hinted at a flavor of the sword path. Although it was only a hint of the sword path, its connection to the Tao made it formidable. Everyone unleash your strongest techniques together. Gong Jian's voice rang out as he took the lead, forming a hand seal, his indifferent voice sounding. Golden sword technique, 10,000 flowing sword array. With that, strands of golden flowing sword energy shot forth, encircling the Divine Envoy from all directions in a variety of forms. This time, even the air seemed to be transformed by the sword energy. Although there was some distance, many felt a stinging sensation with each breath they took. Other martial gods also unleashed their ultimate techniques, each martial art coalescing in the air, their might formidable. With so many offensives converging on him, the so-called Divine Envoy of the Evil God Society finally began to take a defensive stance. The Divine Envoy formed hand seals, and thick blood mist enveloped his surroundings. This blood mist bore a strong corrosive quality. Even a junior martial god that ventured in would be turned to blood water. The thick blood mist spread subtly, forming the semblance of a domain. To attack this Divine Envoy, one must first break through this layer of blood mist domain. The sword energy howled as strands of golden sword energy attacked into this blood mist domain, yet it felt as if they sank into the ocean. Although the golden sword energy tore open some gaps upon entering the blood mist domain, they were quickly covered by other blood mist. The attacks from the other martial gods were completely ineffective. Once they penetrated, they hardly stirred any waves. What? At this moment, whether it was Gong Jian, the other martial gods, or the watching masters, they were all shocked by this. Despite Gong Jian's overwhelming offensive coupled with the support of 7 martial gods, they couldn't even budge this Divine Envoy. Yanjun, who was battling Zhao Emo despite being at an absolute disadvantage and somewhat flustered, laughed heartily and said, "Zhao Emo, do you see? This is the underlying strength of the Evil God Society. The path I have chosen is undoubtedly correct." Zhao Emo, despite being frightened, still sneered. "They are indeed formidable, but only in comparison to us martial gods. Yanjun, don't forget that martial gods are not the pinnacle of true combat power in our Huaxia. Any star-level powerhouse could easily obliterate the previous joint offensive of Gong Jian and the others. Star-level powerhouses are not invincible either." Yanjun was somewhat aware of the inside story. The Blood Young Master, seeing this, also revealed a smile. This Divine Envoy truly possessed great capabilities. Just as the Evil God Society's momentum surged, this Divine Envoy unexpectedly issued a command that took them by surprise. "Everyone retreat. Retreat." The masters and grandmasters of the Evil God Society, including Yanjun and the Blood Young Master, were all astonished. Clearly, the divine envoy was in an absolute advantageous position. Why suddenly issue a command to leave? Yet they did not dare to defy the divine envoy's command. As soon as the divine envoy spoke, the members of the evil god society broke free from their opponents and began to choose to retreat. Due to the terrifying strength previously displayed by the divine envoy, the great Xia side also dared not issue any orders to pursue. That divine envoy had easily warded off the attacks from their martial gods, indeed shocking them. Once they pursued, if they fell into other ambushes, the losses would be unbearable. After watching the members of the evil god society disappear from sight, the expressions of the martial gods present were not pleasant. After all, they had come to encircle and eliminate the evil god society, but in the end they could only watch as their enemies vanished, which was understandably disheartening. Seeing the somber mood of everyone on site, the person in charge and Fu stepped forward to offer comfort and encouragement. Everyone, although the evil god society has escaped this time, we did not leave empty-handed. Firstly, at the very least, we have slain 2 of their martial gods, while we have suffered no casualties among our own. It is quite normal for martial gods to be distracted and observe the changes on the battlefield during combat. Ling's killing of the 2 martial gods was certainly known to him. Of course, it wasn't just Fu who was aware. Basically, everyone present knew about it. The fall of 2 martial gods was undoubtedly a significant event. A junior grandmaster who understood the laws and wore a peculiar battle armor. At this moment, Ling appeared somewhat mysterious in the eyes of many. Ling released his battle armor state, feeling a wave of weakness wash over him. Moreover, this failure was due to unexpected circumstances. We were unaware of the so-called divine envoy and his origins. Fortunately, we appeared in time, revealing this trump card of the evil god society. Otherwise, we would surely have suffered greatly in the future. And fuss words were agreed upon by others. Had the evil god society suddenly played the divine envoy card without any preparation from the great Xia, it would have led to severe losses. For instance, if it hadn't been for Gong Jian revealing his true strength far exceeding appearances, they would all have been in danger today. Everyone, you have all worked hard this time. I will personally report the detailed situation to the higher-ups. Now let us return to the Black Earth Base City. All return to the warplanes to head back to the Black Earth Base City. In the depths of the wilderness, in the territory of ferocious beasts, the divine envoy halted his advance, and the other members of the evil god society came to a stop as well. For this mysterious divine envoy, most members of the evil god society were at a loss. Before the divine envoy appeared, they had no idea such a figure would emerge. Now they were quite curious about the identity of the divine envoy. Lord Divine Envoy. The blood young master showed great respect before this divine envoy. He regarded this divine envoy as an important benefactor on his path to becoming a star-level powerhouse. Let's rest here for a while. The divine envoy spoke indifferently. All right, the blood young master commanded everyone to take a break, and then addressed the divine envoy. Lord Divine Envoy, do you mind if I introduce your identity to them? Feel free, the divine envoy replied coldly. In his eyes, these were merely natives. Were it not for his master's orders, he would be disinclined to descend upon these native worlds. After receiving confirmation, the blood young master cleared his throat and said, Everyone, allow me to formally introduce to you. This is Lord Divine Envoy, the messenger of the deity we worship, who has come to us in the form of a fragment of divine soul. This Lord Divine Envoy has been sent by the deity to help me advance further on the martial path. The messenger of the deity. This statement from the blood young master sent shockwaves through the members of the evil god society. This divine envoy was indeed a messenger of the deity. The messenger of the deity. In the eyes of all martial practitioners in the evil god society, the deity was shrouded in mystery, powerful and not to be desecrated. This impression was not a mere figment of their imagination. Every true adherent of the evil god society would partake in sacrificial offerings and receive the deity's blessings. During the sacrificial ritual to the evil god, the aura of the deity would manifest. Even a mere fragment of that aura would make those receiving the blessing feel the vast majesty of the deity. Under that aura, no practitioner receiving the blessing could harbor any thoughts of resistance. This is also one of the reasons why the martial practitioners who joined the evil god society would be so loyal. After all, these practitioners had truly witnessed the deity's majesty and had become followers of the deity. Despite the fact that this belief came with a form of transaction, one cannot deny the impact the deity had on them. We bow to the divine envoy. The remaining members of the evil god society in the Black Earth Base City each bowed to the divine envoy. This scene of the evil god society members brought a certain enjoyment to the divine envoy. He finally felt inclined to speak a few words. This time my retreat with everyone was not because we were incapable, but rather because I am newly descended and bound by the rules of this realm, limiting the power of this body. If we were to continue fighting for a long time, I am concerned that even stronger beings would emerge, leading to unforeseen changes Thus, I led everyone to temporarily avoid the limelight. After the divine envoy's explanation, everyone suddenly understood. It turned out that the divine envoy was also constrained by the rules of the universe upon arriving in Blue Star. However, if there was always a suppression of the rules of the universe, would that not mean the divine envoy could never exert the strength of a star-level powerhouse? Many in the group still harbored concerns. Under normal circumstances, the strongest practitioners active in Great Xia were at the martial god level, while star-level powerhouses rarely revealed themselves to the public. But everyone knew that in the current situation it was not yet time for star-level powerhouses to step in. These star-level powerhouses were busy exploring secret realms, seeking greater breakthroughs. However, if any unforeseen circumstances truly arose, the higher-ups of Great Xia would definitely dispatch star-level powerhouses to sweep through. The divine envoy noticed everyone's worries and calmly explained, "But rest assured, although I cannot completely break free from the constraints of the universe's rules, give me a little time to adapt to these rules, and I will be able to lessen their grip on me. At that time, I will be able to return to star-level standards." Upon hearing the divine envoy's promise, the members of the Evil God Society felt their confidence greatly boosted. The divine envoy's star-level capability would surely be superior to that of those star-level powerhouses in Great Xia. One could tell just by the fact that the divine envoy was able to suppress 8 martial gods with ease. After concluding his address to the ordinary members of the Evil God Society, the divine envoy asked the Blood Young Master, "Where is the total leader of your world? Now that I have descended, is he not yet coming to meet me?" The total leader referred to by the divine envoy naturally meant the president of the Blue Star Evil God Society, the star-level powerhouse of the Evil God Society. After all, the Blood Young Master was merely the leader of the branch in Black Earth-based city. Relying solely on martial gods could definitely not support the massive Evil God Society. There had to be star-level powerhouses backing them as well. The Blood Young Master respectfully replied, "Divine envoy, the total leader will come to meet you shortly. You should know that in our world our power is not strong, and everything must be done cautiously. I hope he comes soon, or otherwise I will start to doubt the sincerity of your world." The divine envoy snorted coldly. "Lord Divine Envoy, rest assured our sincerity is absolutely abundant, or otherwise we would not have expended so much in sacrifices to ensure your descent," the Blood Young Master said humbly with a bow. The divine envoy then glanced at the Blood Young Master and said, "You are not bad, you walk a similar path in cultivation. However, your cultivation is rather crude and shallow. Once I become slightly more familiar with these heavenly rules, I can guide you a thing or two." Upon hearing this, the Blood Young Master was overjoyed. He had come this far mostly through his own exploration. If he could receive guidance from the divine envoy, the chances of him breaking through to become a star-level powerhouse would increase significantly. On the return flight, grandmasters occasionally came to greet Yi Ling, and even a martial god expressed. After Yi Ling proactively revealed his understanding of the laws, it was evident to all that his future was bright. Once he became a martial god, he would likely be among the most formidable fighters, potentially even rising to the realm of the elusive star-level experts. Now that they had fought side by side, it was a good opportunity to become familiar with each other. If they waited until others truly took off and prospered, forging connections would not be so easy. Who would dare treat him as an ordinary junior grandmaster now? Even martial gods interacted with Yi Ling on an equal footing. With more than 20 years of experience from his past life, combined with over 40 years in this life, Yi Ling navigated such occasions with ease. After the aircraft landed and Fu specifically came to remind Yi Ling, "I know that this battlesuit of yours was obtained from the Qi God ruins, but prolonged high-intensity use may harm your body. I have arranged for the highest-level monitoring equipment to check on you." As the commander dispatched from above and Fu had briefly reviewed all the information regarding the grandmasters and martial gods from the Haida Bay city, as well as the resources of the supporting grandmasters and martial gods. Among them, Yi Ling's information had been specially highlighted in the upper echelons, as he had passed the assessment of the Qi God ruins. However, no one expected Yi Ling to be so extraordinary. After breaking through to grandmaster, he directly comprehended the laws. Thinking of the laws, and Fu felt a twinge of sadness. Although he had advanced to a high-level martial god for many years, he still felt there was a thin membrane preventing him from comprehending the laws. That feeling was akin to something being so close, yet so far away, resembling a mirage when one reached out to touch it. However, several grandmasters had comprehended the laws ahead of time, and Gong Jin, who had worked with him for a long time and had a good rapport, had also grasped the laws. Yet he remained stuck at this step, and it was impossible not to feel a sense of loss. I can only leave it to fate." And Fu sighed, adjusting his mindset and drafting a report on what had transpired today. "Grandmaster Yi, this way, please." A beautiful and slim female grandmaster led Yi Ling to the examination. The testing equipment was not set up in the battlefield hospital, but on a flying saucer. This set of equipment was not developed by the Daxia. It had been excavated directly from the ruins and could currently only be installed on the flying saucer. Generally, when one reaches the realm of Grandmaster or Martial God, it is challenging for machines to accurately scan the entire body and provide current status data. However, this testing device could accurately analyze the physical condition data of both Grandmasters and Martial Gods and offer certain recommendations. Following the guidance, Ling arrived at a device resembling a space capsule where the operator opened the hatch, releasing a wave of slightly cold white mist. However, this slight chill was nothing significant for Ling. He stepped in and lay down in the examination chamber, and the hatch slowly closed again. Immediately, Ling felt a special scanning method within the chamber, along with nanomachines invisible to the naked eye entering his body. Though the nanomachines were invisible once they entered his body, Ling could perfectly grasp their positions through his inner vision. If any issues arose with the nanomachines, Ling would unleash all his spiritual energy to destroy them. However, after a round of wandering inside him, the nanomachines merely collected some basic data and showed no anomalies. Eventually, the nanomachines exited Ling's body and entered the examination chamber. The entire inspection process lasted about 15 minutes, and the hatch reopened, allowing Ling to crawl out. Grandmaster Yi, here is your examination report. According to the report, your cellular gene activity is slightly weak, which has a minor impact on your combat power. While it won't significantly affect normal battles, you should avoid using your battle suit again in a short period. The staff handed the report to Ling. He quickly reviewed it. The testing device was indeed quite effective as his current condition matched the report. Grandmaster Yi, please wait a moment. We will prepare a medicinal solution based on the report to help you recover, the staff member said to Ling again. After a while, the staff handed him the prepared treatment solution. Grandmaster Yi, here is your medicinal solution, 1 bottle every 3 days. Thank you, Ling replied as he took the solution. Once back at his designated residence, he took out a bottle of the solution and drank it in one go. After taking the medicinal solution, Ling could distinctly feel it revitalizing all his cells, compensating for the previous deficiencies. It seems the medicinal solutions developed by the higher-ups are indeed effective. Ling thought, estimating that with the help of this solution, he could save at least half of his recovery time. After this battle, I should be returning to Tiannan Base City soon. Ling flipped through the calendar, realizing he had been in support of Haida Base City for 4 months. Now that the beast tide had subsided, the cult of the evil god was being dismantled at the Haida Base City's branch headquarters, suffering severe losses, although some managed to escape with the help of that divine envoy. However, dealing with that divine envoy would not be very useful for grandmasters like them. According to what Ling learned later, the handling of the situation in Yinyu Base City was quite commendable. In Yinyu Base City, the branch headquarters of the cult of the evil god was exposed, leading to the divine envoy's body being eradicated before it could fully form. The influence of the cult of the evil god in Yinyu Base City was completely eliminated, including the corrupted martial gods and the overall head, who were either captured or killed. In comparison, Haida Base City had indeed not performed well. However, since the events had occurred, they still needed. The higher-ups placed great importance on that mysterious divine envoy, indicating they would dispatch star-level experts for reconnaissance. Simultaneously, they issued orders to withdraw 2/3 of the forces sent to support Haida Base City back to their respective base cities. Ling was on the list of the 2/3 being withdrawn. On the return flying saucer, a grandmaster from Tiannan Base City sighed. It's a pity we are retreating too early. I haven't seen a star-level expert with my own eyes yet. If only we could wait until a star-level expert arrives before retreating, that would be splendid, the Grandmaster expressed regretfully. Star-level experts are exceedingly rare. There aren't any in the entire Tiannan Base City. Another Grandmaster chuckled. If we truly saw a star-level expert, we'd probably be unable to leave, having to stay in Haida Base City to continue guarding it. Continue guarding. The other Grandmaster instantly shook his head. Who knows what kind of battle the cult of the evil god might unleash in Haida Base City next. In such battles, the mortality rate for Grandmasters is not low. In contrast to the other Grandmasters' banter, Ling only had one thought: to see his wife and children as soon as possible. At the Tiannan Base City airport, media and the military honor guard gathered. A special red carpet was laid out on the runway, surrounded by flowers, and the high-ranking officials of Tiannan Base City were also present. Zhuang Haoran, the mayor of Tiannan City, Zhangdazi, the master of the Tiannan branch of the Xianting Martial Arts School, Dulu, the commander of the Tiannan Battle Zone, and Rui Guang, the head of the Xinguang Martial Arts School's Tiannan branch, along with Ji Luo from the Tiannan Chamber of Commerce, were all waiting at the airport. This expedition to support the Haida Base City returning safely was essentially a hero's return. A hero's return certainly warranted a grand reception. Mayor Zhuang, isn't this a bit too extravagant? With all the high-ranking officials of Tiannan Base City gathered here, one might think we are welcoming a martial god. A grandmaster who was relatively familiar with Zhuang Haoran communicated with him telepathically, expressing subtle dissatisfaction. This was not the first time for an expedition from Tiannan Base City. This grandmaster had also previously gone on an expedition, and although he was warmly welcomed upon return, there weren't so many grandmasters present back then. Typically for such a welcome, it would be considered quite good for Tiannan Base City to send 2 or 3 grandmasters to greet the returning heroes. Yet this time they sent so many grandmasters. The disparity in treatment inevitably gave rise to some dissatisfaction in the heart of this grandmaster. Zhuang Haoran replied telepathically, "Don't complain." This was proposed by Xuandaozi. Now that Xuandaozi has likely become a martial god, offending him would not yield good results. Though Xuandaozi had been powerful comparable to a beginner martial god, he was still a grandmaster in terms of. Zhuang Haoran was the mayor of Tiannan City appointed by the government and was himself a senior grandmaster. While he generally tried to show respect to Xuandaozi, there was not much fear involved. The situation was now different. With Xuandaozi's promotion to martial god, his status had changed significantly. Xuandaozi that is likely to create momentum for Inspector Ling. The grandmaster instantly understood. Ling was among those who went on the expedition, and Ling was affiliated with the Xianting martial arts school. Some grandmasters in Tiannan Base City regarded Inspector Ling with some disdain. Even though Ling had demonstrated strength surpassing that of a beginner grandmaster in previous battles against the barbarian tribes in the secret realm, due to his rank as a master, some grandmasters looked down on him. While everyone was waiting, a tall figure with bronze skin, exuding a strong aura, casually dressed and radiating a wild vibe, leaped before the crowd. Governor Mu Hong. Upon seeing this imposing figure, the grandmasters present could no longer sit still. Due to the late development of Tiannan Base City and lack of threats from evil gods, things had remained relatively stable, and Governor Mu Hong had immersed himself in cultivation, rarely handling affairs which were mainly managed by Zhuang Haoran. Did not expect him to be disturbed today for a reception. Surely Xuandaozi would not trouble Governor Mu Hong just to create momentum for his own martial school. The grandmasters present were somewhat confused. Governor Mu Hong, Zhuang Haoran, and the others greeted him. Mu Hong merely nodded in response. Other grandmasters were puzzled and bewildered. It was merely a welcome home ceremony, yet it could astonish Governor Mu Hong. Did Xuandaozi have such influence? He was willing to create momentum for his own Inspector Ling. Xuandaozi observed the whispered conversations of the grandmasters with an indifferent expression. Compared to the lack of information among these grandmasters, as martial gods, Xuandaozi and Mu Hong had access to far more accurate intelligence. They had learned through various channels that Ling had comprehended the rules. Moreover, Ling had already slain 2 martial gods. Even if those martial gods were forced breakthroughs relying on external power, they were still martial gods. Shortly after Mu Hong arrived, the spaceship landed, and Ling along with the other 5 grandmasters disembarked. As soon as they stepped off the spaceship, music began to play at the airport. Mu Hong took a wreath from Zhuang Haoran and placed it on each of the returning expedition members. Governor Mu Hong has come to welcome them. He even personally places wreaths on them. The 5 grandmasters were taken aback. In most situations in Tiannan Base City, Governor Mu Hong was elusive, and these grandmasters had rare. This time, he actually came to personally place wreaths on them. However, the 5 grandmasters quickly understood that they were riding on Ling's coattails. While the other grandmasters in Tiannan Base City were unaware of Ling's prowess, these 5 grandmasters who participated in the final encirclement were very clear. Ling, having comprehended the rules, could suppress a beginner martial god unknown without external assistance, although that beginner martial god had some flaws. Subsequently, through the use of a mysterious combat suit, he even slayed 2 martial gods. Such a figure with such achievements truly warranted Governor Mu Hong's personal welcome. When Mu Hong placed the wreath on Ling, he patted his shoulder and said, "Good lad, I never expected that during my seclusion Tiannan Base City would produce someone as remarkable as you. This time in the Haida Base City, it has truly brought honor to Tiannan Base City." Mu Hong's high praise left the grandmasters present in astonishment. These grandmasters realized that things were probably not simple. Ling must have done something quite extraordinary in Haida Base City, otherwise it wouldn't have warranted such praise from Governor Mu Hong. After all, at Governor Mu Hong's level, he still cared about face. Perhaps Xuandaozi could invite him to stand up for Ling, but to expect Mu Hong to insincerely praise Ling was nearly impossible. This indicated that Ling had truly accomplished some astonishing feats during the expedition to support Haida Base City. Thus, many eyes turned to the other 5 grandmasters who had also gone on the expedition. Having gone on the expedition to support Haida Base City with Ling, they must know exactly what Ling had done there. Of course, now was not the time to ask, at least not until the welcome ceremony was over. Governor Mu Hong. Upon hearing the other 5 grandmasters refer to the burly man before him, Ling also understood. This burly man should be the governor of Tiannan Bay City, the former sole martial god. Now there was another martial god Xuandaozi. After the welcome ceremony, there would be subsequent interviews. Following the interviews would be a celebratory banquet. During the celebratory banquet, Ling took the opportunity to call Wan. Honey, I'm back. Dear, I saw it on the live broadcast. The entire Tiannan Bay City broadcasted the welcome for your victorious return from the expedition to rescue. I tell you, my parents, as well as my older brother and second sister, they all find it hard to believe and even called to ask about it. Wan's words were filled with pride. She was proud of Ling. Well, but honey, I think I will be a bit late tonight. There is a celebratory banquet here. It's okay, there's no rush for now. Wan understood very well. After all, men always have business engagements outside. Meanwhile, during Ling's conversation with Wan, the high-ranking grandmasters of Tiannan City learned from the 5 returning grandmasters some shocking news that was hard to believe. Ling had comprehended the rules. He even killed 2 martial gods. Understanding the principles. The martial arts development in Tiannan Bay City is not yet very successful. Some grandmasters lack communication with other base cities and even do not know what principles are. This is all normal. When Ling first advanced to grandmaster, he also did not know what principles were. If it weren't for the moment of breakthrough, when a glimmer of inspiration appeared, he wouldn't have deliberately searched for and discovered the concept of principles. However, this does not diminish their shock, as the concept of having slain 2 elementary-level martial gods is too evident. An elementary grandmaster killing an elementary martial god. Everyone's first reaction was, isn't this a joke? However, there are not many grandmasters in the Tiannan Bay City circle, and everyone understands each other's personalities to some extent and has some connections. Those 5 grandmasters had no need to deceive them. Moreover, verifying such matters is not difficult. Although the information capacity of grandmasters is lower than that of martial gods like Governor Mu Hong and Xian Daozi, they can still gather some battlefield information from Haida Bay City if they inquire earnestly. Knowing some directions, as long as one is willing to inquire, they can still obtain some information about the battle situation in Haida Bay City. At the celebration banquet, Lei Zhan was drinking a little wine, boasting with a few grandmaster friends beside him, saying, "This inspector, he is not simple. An elementary grandmaster overpowers an elementary martial god from the evil god society." Later, 3 elementary martial gods from the evil god society surrounded him, and then Inspector Yi activated his battle armor, taking down 1 with each strike. The elementary martial gods couldn't even defend against a single attack. When Lei Zhan mentioned the special battle armor, the present grandmasters were also aware. Ling had once used armor to deal with the barbarian tribe in the secret realm of Tiannan Bay City, so everyone knew about it. Later, he even clashed with the main leader of the evil god society in Haida Bay City, Blood Young Master, without losing ground. When mentioning this, Lei Zhan still slightly elevated Ling's status. In reality, during that time, Ling and Blood Young Master clashed, and Ling was somewhat at a disadvantage. However, such slight embellishments would not draw much scrutiny. Later, when Lei Zhan mentioned the so-called divine envoy of the evil god society, who fought 8 against 1 and gained the upper hand, the expressions of the grandmasters nearby changed. So many forces were deployed from above, yet they could not eliminate the evil god society's presence in Haida Bay City. Unconsciously, they began to feel somewhat uneasy. With another drink down, Lei Zhan sighed, saying the evil god society is growing stronger, especially with the emergence of the so-called divine envoy. I have a premonition that the upcoming days will not be peaceful. For a moment, everyone was speechless. They had all heard of the rampant spread of the evil god society in other base cities. The reason Tiannan Bay City has been peaceful is mainly that it was established later and had precautions against the evil god society right from the start, preventing the establishment of their altars nearby, hence the seldom sightings of the evil god society. At most, a few stragglers would occasionally come by. Now, with the chaotic situation, the altars of the evil god society in Haida Bay City and Yinyu Bay City have been breached, making it likely for them to advance towards Tiannan Bay City. Therefore, I think it would be prudent to get familiar with Inspector Yi. Even if we cannot establish a good relationship, being acquainted might save our lives in the future. Lei Zhan said with a light laugh. The other Grand Masters agreed wholeheartedly. Although they currently hold high status in Tiannan Bay City, seemingly no one could threaten their lives. That is until they encounter a major upheaval. In Haidu and Yinyu Bay cities, many Grand Masters have already died in significant turmoil. This time, the Evil God Society took the initiative, employing substantial efforts to completely expose the locations of the altars in the 2 base cities, clearly indicating the significance of the so-called Divine Envoy. Now that the Divine Envoy is alive and has brought many forces from Haida Bay City, it is undoubtedly unrealistic to relocate to other base cities like Haidu and Yinyu. These 2 base cities have just suffered great disasters and have specialized forces for protection and reconstruction, making it quite difficult. As for the capital and the magic city, their strength is too formidable. If the evil god society could unleash bloodshed within these two cities, they would not be hiding and evading. The remaining two base cities are Haoyu Base City and Tian'an Base City. Clearly, Tian'an Base City, where they are located, has a weaker overall strength and should be the easiest to target next. In addition, the Secret Realm has also been restless lately. They originally thought that by recapturing nearby barbarian tribes and defeating the roaming barbarian forces, they could develop peacefully. However, recently an empire from the barbarian side seems to have set its sights on the development area of Tian'an Base City. Not long ago, they launched a probing attack that was repelled by Xiandaozi. It is indeed possible that Tian'an Base City will face chaotic times. In such circumstances, establishing connections with strong individuals would provide certain security for the future. Inspector Yi, thank you for your hard work. You fought bravely in Haida Base City while we stayed safely in Tian'an Base City. We truly feel embarrassed. Come everyone, let's raise a glass to Inspector Yi. The mayor of Tian'an City, Zhuang Haoran, holding a glass of red wine along with several senior grandmasters, surrounded Yi Ling with smiles. Yi Ling waved his hand humbly, saying both the rear and the front are important. The stability of Tian'an Base City today is all thanks to your governance. Yi Ling's compliment made Zhuang Haoran and the other senior grandmasters of Tian'an Base City feel much better. Everyone understood in their hearts that these were all superficial compliments. However, Yi Ling's words indicated that he was not a proud and difficult person to deal with. What they feared most was encountering someone with a bit of strength, but overly arrogant and difficult to talk to. Working with such people would be the most troublesome. However, it seems that Yi Ling does not belong to that category. Subsequently, top grandmasters from various industries came to chat with Yi Ling. Even Rue Guang, the person in charge of the Xinguang Martial Arts Hall, which has a competitive relationship with the Xianing Martial Arts Hall in Tianan, took the initiative to approach and converse. Rue Guang knew that the Xinguang Martial Arts Hall in Tian'an Base City has been thoroughly suppressed by the Xianting Martial Arts Hall. Compared to their previous attitude when welcoming Yi Ling as the inspector, the attitudes of these grandmasters at this celebration banquet have undergone a complete 180-degree change. After dealing with these grandmasters, as the celebration banquet was nearing its end, Yi Ling finally had time to sit down and converse with Xiandaozi. Congratulations on comprehending the principles and slaying two elementary martial gods from the evil god society. I believe a significant reward will soon come from above. Xiandaozi did not drink alcohol, raising a cup of tea to congratulate Yi Ling. Yi Ling did not have high expectations for the reward and replied, rewards are just that, they are merely wealth, status, and honor, most of which are superficial. At Yi Ling's level, ordinary wealth holds little attraction. For him, money can truly be regarded as. Xiandaozi took a sip of tea and smiled, saying, it is different. You, an elementary grandmaster, have grasped the principles, and your status and value will be infinitely elevated at the highest level. The rewards from above will undoubtedly be true treasures, greatly beneficial for your cultivation. Xiandaozi's words made Yi Ling, who originally felt indifferent, suddenly appear more serious. Though Yi Ling now possesses the combat power of a newly ascended martial god, his previous limited perspective means he cannot compare to Xiandaozi's profound understanding of the upper echelons of the daxia. I hope Master Xian can provide guidance. Yi Ling addressed Xiandaozi with great respect. To Yi Ling, Xiandaozi was indeed a significant mentor in his life. Although he has a system and his rise is merely a matter of time, without Xiandaozi recommending him to the capital base city, he would not have obtained the inheritance of the Qi God ruins. His battle strength would definitely not be at this level. Xiandaozi had no secrets from Yi Ling and first asked, Yi Ling, how many star-level powerhouses do you think exist in Daxia? This question caught Yi Ling off guard. He truly did not know how many star-level powerhouses Daxia had. The only star-level powerhouse he had encountered so far was the head of the Xian Ting Martial Arts Academy, Yuan. I feel there are about 6 or 7, Yi Ling analyzed. From the current situation, among the 6 major base cities, only the capital and the Demon City should have star-level powerhouses. And currently, apart from the government, the only top forces in Daxia should be the Xian Ting Martial Arts Academy and the Holy Light Martial Arts Academy. 1 star-level powerhouse in the Xian Ting Martial Arts Academy, 1 in the Holy Light Martial Arts Academy, and the hidden star-level powerhouses within the government should total no more than 4 or 5. By this calculation, there should be about 6 or 7 star-level powerhouses in Daxia. Xiandaozi, however, smiled and shook his head, saying, I do not know the exact number of star-level powerhouses in Daxia, but on the surface there are about 10. 10 star-level powerhouses on the surface. Yi Ling couldn't help. Those are star-level powerhouses, not just any ordinary beings. To have over 10 in plain sight is astonishing. It is worth noting that during the attack on the Haida base city, only about 10 martial gods were gathered. If there are so many star-level powerhouses, then the number of martial gods must be even greater. With so many strong individuals, why aren't more dispatched to guard each base city? Ling could not suppress his curiosity and asked Xiandozi, Master Xian, since we have so many strong individuals in Daxiao, why not eradicate the fierce beasts? Why not send more experts to guard each base city? Eradicating the fierce beasts. Xiandozi shook his head saying, do you think only Daxiao has star-level powerhouses? There are also star-level fierce beasts among them. Some star-level fierce beasts hide in lakes and the depths of the ocean, possessing natural geographical advantages. Completely exterminating them is difficult, and humanity would pay a heavy price. Currently, Daxia's greatest enemy does not come from the fierce beasts, but from the enemies within the secret realms. You should still remember the barbarian empire in the Tiannan base city's secret realm. Xiandozi shifted the conversation to the barbarians. Yes, I remember. Ling had some impression of the barbarians in his mind. The trouble for the Tiannan base city did not come from the 13 barbarian tribes, but from a team that belonged to the barbarian empire. It seemed that this barbarian team was not particularly powerful within the empire and was even marginalized, yet they still caused considerable trouble for the Tiannan base city. From this one could see that the so-called barbarian empire must possess considerable strength. Xiandozi began to speak about the barbarian empire. In fact, the secret realms of our 6 major base cities are all located within the same continental space, just distributed in different locations on that continent. The area of that continent is far greater than our blue star, and there are several known empires on our blue star, while others are not weaker than the barbarian empire. Moreover, that continent is rich in resources and has various perilous lands and ruins, allowing one to enhance their strength much faster than on blue star. Thus, Daxiao has begun to develop towards the secret realm continent. If we want to expand, we will naturally encounter other rivals. Additionally, as we seek to develop toward the secret realm continent, those empires also wish to invade blue star, leading to occasional conflicts. Currently, Daxia's focus is on the secret realm continent. We have reaped numerous benefits there, including some crucial resources. You have obtained the inheritance of the Qi God ruins and have now comprehended the laws. In the eyes of those star-level powerhouses, your value for cultivation will significantly increase. I estimate that taking advantage of your recent accomplishments, you will be granted some rare resources to help you quickly elevate your strength. After all, we are currently in a tumultuous era with the evil god society causing new disturbances, and Daxia is still lacking in talent. Rare resources. Ling's eyes lit up, but what he lacked most now was cultivation resources. Common cultivation resources were no longer of much use to him. If he had to say what was useful, it would probably just be spirit stones. Unfortunately, the quantity of spirit stones is far too scarce. Had it been before, Ling would not have been so eager for an increase in strength, but after experiencing the siege of the evil god society and witnessing the power of the divine envoy, he began to feel a sense of crisis. His own strength must improve. The exchange with Xiandozi gave Ling a new understanding of the current. In Ling's previous impression, even knowing the concept of star-level powerhouses, he believed that martial gods should still represent the pinnacle of combat power. Because Ling previously thought that the number of star-level powerhouses was limited, belonging to a nuclear deterrent level that should not be used lightly, while regular top combat power still relied on the martial god level. Through this conversation with Xiandozi, Ling gained a great deal. You and your family should also consider changing residences. The Tianshui Manor has a very pleasant environment, but with your current strength status and merits, you can apply for a unit there. In addition to the living environment, Tianshui Manor also features professional security and an intelligent mechanical network paired with formations, making it highly secure. Even unfamiliar grandmasters cannot evade detection. Xiandozi proposed to Ling. Ling found this suggestion excellent. Regarding the living environment, his wife, son, and daughter did not have high demands. But the key issue was not the living environment, but safety. Ling had heard of Tianshui Manor, which symbolized power and privilege. Those who moved in had to be at least grandmasters. Some newly promoted grandmasters might not even qualify to apply for a unit without achieving certain merit. Ling did not care about the symbol of power, but the security of Tianshui Manor was unmatched in Tiannan Base City, which he considered for his wife and children. After the banquet, Tiannan City had planned some entertainment activities, but Ling politely declined. He had not yet seen his wife and children since returning. Having a celebration dinner with them was already a significant gesture. Upon returning home, Ling found the lights bright. His wife Qiuwan's son Yihong and daughter Yiyao were all still awake. Dad. As Ling entered, his daughter Yiyao and son Yihong stood up in unison, their faces filled with joy. The room glowed with warm, steady light. As Ling gazed upon his family, a gentle warmth bloomed. His daughter Yiyao, now 15, stood tall and graceful. Under Ling's focused cultivation resources, she had already ascended to the rank of mid-tier martial artist and was likely to reach senior martial artist before the National College entrance examination. As for his son Yihong, he astonished Ling. Most of all, Yihong had already attained the rank of junior Grand Martial Master. Remarkably, Yihong was only around 21, matching the cultivation level of the two prodigies from Tiannan Bay City who had recently attended the exchange conference in Jingdu Bay City. In effect, Yihong ranked among the absolute elite of Tiannan's younger generation.